Chapter 241 What is a sudden sniper rifle? Originally, Linyu decided to come to this underground ruins to repel the lizardmen, so that the lizardmen would not disturb their rest. However, now Linyu discovered that his purpose had changed as he went deeper into the underground ruins. Even the body that was originally tired has now entered an extremely excited stage. Reason? The weapons in hand are so lethal that even lizardmen can't be counted as farts. As long as they get close, they'll be dead? Of course, Linyu also understood what combined work and rest meant. He was now holding a piece of wood as a support point, and using the scope on his sniper rifle to aim at the far end of this passage. He took Xiaoming and 2 small ice lizards to check the area. After confirming that there were no living lizard people, he came to this extremely long passage. Both sides of the passage were extremely deep. After Linyu chose one side, he asked Xiaoming to take the 2 little ice lizards along one path. While he walked alone, Xiaoming and Little Ice Lizard were powerful enough to deal with a large group of lizardmen. And so was he. On both sides of the wall of this approximately 3 meter wide and 4 meter high passage, a pair of torches were burning every 10 meters or so. But this made the entire passage appear extremely dark. Linyu wore night vision goggles, and saw many moving shadows at the end of the passage. And there were constant rustling sounds in his ears. Even the murmuring sound from before appeared again. Linyu looked back behind him. From time to time, there were screams coming from very far away from Xiaoming and the others. It seemed that their progress was going quite smoothly. Taking off the night vision goggles, Linyu looked carefully into the scope while tapping the trigger with his finger. A slight sharp sound echoed in the passage. And then a muffled sound came from the distance. And Linyu also heard the system's treasure chest prompt. He didn't stop, but continued to pull the trigger. 1 head. 2 heads. 3 heads. Copper treasure chest. Copper treasure chest. Copper treasure chest. The lizard people didn't even know what happened. But they were shot through their bodies. The blood is like the paint of desperate death, staining the walls over and over again. His fingers were uncontrollably squeezing the trigger, changing the magazine, and squeezing the trigger. It was like a machine that had been executing a program. Cold-blooded, ruthless, precise, and without any ripples. The treasure chest suddenly appeared from the corpses, like a medal of reward or a tombstone of a lizard man, standing there, cold and shining with a cold light. In the end, a large piece of the head of the lizard man holding the torch and shield was shattered, and the system also made a different sound than before. You got a silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest finally exploded. In the passage, there were no more rustling sounds, let alone murmurings that sounded like sleep. It seems that this team was completely wiped out by him. Linyu held up the alloy explosion-proof shield and replaced it with an M19 pistol. He gradually approached that direction. The sniper rifle should be used as it was just now. Linyu wouldn't know how to shoot and change places. Lin became more proficient in thrusting hard at one place. Isn't it common sense that a sniper rifle can transform into a machine gun when there are enough bullets? The only drawback this time is that there are too few enemies. If it were like the ones he encountered at the natural sulfur or mountain last time, or the number of lizardmen at the pile of corpses left by Levix Kang just now, Linyu felt that he could make it better. They know why the flowers are so red. There were 19 copper treasure chests, and 1 silver treasure chest. Linyu even discovered that there was one who was barely alive. And an M19 sent him on the road. Linyu didn't pay much attention to the lizard man corpses all over the ground. He was now accustomed to killing such monsters. And he was even a little numb. After picking up the treasure boxes and putting them into the storage space, Linyu looked up and looked ahead. In the night vision goggles, there was another fork in the road over there. Linyu walked over and heard a snapping sound. Guh! Xiaoming and the little ice lizards came back. Why? Did you go over there and change your clothes and come back? Linyu couldn't help but smile as he looked at the little guys with blood all over their heads, and almost their whole bodies dyed red. He took out 2 Snickers bars, gave one to Xiaoming, and broke one in half, and gave it to the 2 little ice lizards. While they were eating, Linyu walked to the intersection ahead, and looked to the left and right. The width of the passage, this time was not much different from before. But Linyu discovered that on the left-hand side, there seemed to be traces of some lizard people walking and running. And there was even some blood on the ground. It seems like this is the right way to go. After all, the main purpose this time is to use a half-kill mode to make them understand that he is not easy to mess with. As for breaking this place, it will have to be done another day. Linyu rubbed his shoulders, and when he was about to move forward, his shoulders were suddenly pressed. Guh! Xiaoming looked in the direction to the right, and pointed his arm in that direction. What is the situation? The same goes for the two little ice lizards, who have been jumping around there. Do you want to go that way? By the way, do you know what you are going to do this time? Lin Yu expressed his confusion about the current performance of Xiaoming and the little ice lizards. They did not know many things like Xiaobai, and they could even understand his more complicated instructions. But it is true that their perception ability is much stronger than his. In this strange environment, they are obviously more adaptable than themselves. Lin Yu decided to believe them. After all, this was underground and their original home ground. Xiaoming and the others led the way, and Lin Yu followed behind. But he did not forget to be alert, and did not put down the M19 pistol in his hand. Walking forward, after walking for a while, Lin Yu suddenly heard a strange sound. And as they continued to move forward, the strange noise became louder. Water flow! This is the sound of water flow! He found that the passage in front was blocked by a boulder. But there was another cave diagonally downwards on the cave wall next to the boulder. The sound of water flowing came from this cave. Good guys! That's it! You go up here and wash yourselves! Right! Lin Yu put the light of the flashlight into it, and he found that it was the same structure as the mine there last time. But the space seems much narrower. Lin Yu followed them all the way forward, feeling that the rocks nearby were all wet and covered with unknown plants. The sound of water flow gradually became louder, and some light blue fluorescence gradually appeared in front of it. He knew that this was the glowing moss. The glowing moss he got from the underground ruins last time died not long after it reached the ground, and could not survive on it. Although it was dreamy, it was not practical. He turned off the flashlight, and they took him to a vast space again. And here, Lin Yu suddenly felt a little familiar. The unfathomably high top is filled with fluorescent moss, countless gravels, and puff, 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 lots of little ice lizards. Isn't this the cave from last time? Chapter 242 New Tricks. How many ways to eliminate lizard people? I went around in a circle, but I didn't expect to go straight back. Lin Yu thought that he was taken to a new place by Xiaoming and the others, but it turned out that he came to the ice lizard cave again after many days. Xiaoming walked forward majestically, and the little ice lizards in the cave also welcomed him like a hero. Even the two little ice lizards on Xiaoming's shoulders also got wet and accepted the worship together. Lin Yu followed behind them. The little ice lizards all seemed to know him. None of them came to attack or anything like that. They seemed to be even more curious about him. Lin Yu thought for a while, and took out a few pieces of bread. The shelf life of bread is very short, and Lin Yu never puts it in a warehouse or shelter. He basically keeps it in the storage space without moving it. Anyway, they don't occupy a large area from the beginning for such a long time, except for eating some at first, and then giving some to the little ice lizards. They have not moved. Doesn't rice taste better than bread? Lin Yu took out 5 loaves of bread and placed them gently on the ground. This also provides food for the little ice lizards in the cave. These cute little things here have never eaten anything delicious. With the weapons put away, Lin Yu felt relaxed now. When the little ice lizards saw the bread on the ground, they almost immediately gathered around and started to fight for it crazily. Xiaoming and the others, who were worshipped just now, instantly lost their followers. They looked back at Lin Yu in annoyance, and Lin Yu blocked their mouths with a Snickers bar. These 3 silly guys went straight to the underground river where they were last time, and Lin Yu followed closely. To be honest, there isn't much to take away in the underground ruins. The ore is still in a state that cannot be smelted, and it is useless to take it. It is better not to take it. But there was one thing that Lin Yu was lacking. Water. Specifically, not for drinking. Water. The toilet has been built for so long, but has not been used. Why? There is no water. Even someone like Lin Yu, who usually doesn't care, would feel a little reluctant to use precious drinking water to flush the toilet. Now that the underground river is right in front of us, why would we be embarrassed if we don't take more? Lin Yu was completely rude. By the time Xiaoming and the 2 little ice lizards jumped into the river to play, Lin Yu had already filled 60 cubic meters of water. 60 cubic meters? How many times does it take to flush the toilet? However, Lin Yu still felt that something was not enough. These 60 cubic meters can be put into the water storage tank. But one water storage tank is obviously not enough, and more is needed. If you get hundreds or even thousands of cubic meters, you won't feel bad even if you take a shower every day. Xiaoming, please stay here well now. I'll be back later. Xiaoming and the others had to catch up with the little ice lizards. and it was not convenient for Lin Yu to let them leave after only seeing them for such a short time. When he walked back again, the little ice lizards he had just given bread to all took the initiative to make way for him, as if welcoming the new king, and raised their little paws high, as if to praise him. Generous. Lin Yu even had the urge to throw the more than 20 loaves of bread in the storage space to them. But considering that he would come back later, he suppressed this idea. Let these natural snackers wait a little longer. Returning to the entrance of the cave, he immediately put on his combat attire. There was no room for carelessness or sloppiness here, although there is a dead end next to this. Who knows what else is ahead? The shining torches were still flashing on both sides of the road, and Lin Yu also put on night vision goggles and looked towards the end of the passage. At this time, as if welcoming him, bursts of rustling sounds and the sleepy murmur appeared again. It seems that the ballista can be put to use. Lin Yu put down the scope, and there were already 20 or 30 shadows in the distance coming towards us. It is indeed a bit boring to always use a sniper rifle. Why not try something new? Lin Yu took out the crossbow from the storage space, put on the crossbow string at the same time, and took out the burning arrow from the crossbow. If you want to do something, you have to do it to the extreme, right? Lin Yu felt that he needed to let the lizard man know that his weapons were not just sprays, M19 pistols and sniper rifles, or crossbows. He also has a very powerful ballista. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the intercontinental missile launch vehicle can only be launched once, and there are other people in this underground ruins. Otherwise, he would really consider firing a missile here and completely turning the lizard people into ashes. After setting up the flaming arrow, Lin Yu looked into the distance with the scope again. As the sounds get louder and more numerous, the number of lizardmen seems to be constantly increasing. Lin Yu now has the only long-range area-killing weapon in his hand, and it is ready to go. He put down the scope. There were already more than 20 lizardmen inside. Lin Yu couldn't see how many more were further away. So, let's have some lizardman meat skewers. Ignite the ballista arrows and take aim at the same time. Step on the huge trigger, and a loud crash sound will follow. The flaming arrow flew forward quickly and quickly rushed to the target. The lizard men were suddenly penetrated through their bodies before they even knew what was happening. And that's not all yet. The flaming arrows also ignited the bodies of the lizard men who had been penetrated or hit part of their bodies, or the lizard men who luckily escaped death, turning them into violently burning fireballs one by one. The screams were endless, and the burning arrows of the ballista gradually became less powerful. When they finally landed on the ground, 22 lizardmen had been killed. The firelight illuminated the passage. Lin Yu reloaded the ballista into the storage space, drained out some water, and put the treasure boxes into the storage space. He walked forward and soon returned to the stone door leading to the shelter. After opening the door, Lin Yu immediately returned above. Finally, we're back. Hurry up and pack up the water. Xiaoming and the others are still in the ice lizard cave. They will pack up some water and come back later. There is nothing more to do today. Lin Yu opened the door of the shelter and suddenly felt something was wrong. Where is Xiao Bai? Where did Xiao Bai go? Could it be that he was bored and went hunting outside? In my ears, there was suddenly a roar. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he climbed to the roof of the shelter. What happened? And what he saw in front of him also made him dumbfounded. In the smoke and dust floating all over the sky, there were huge roars coming from the ground. White dragons flying into the sky, and huge centipedes writhing on the ground. Centipede? That is, it is covered with long hair, but it also has countless centipede-like claws. It is even nearly 10 meters long. It can almost be said to be a small, giant creature. Xiao Bai's current strategy seems to be to fly into the air, and then take advantage of the moment when the giant centipede turns around to hit the ice mist on its back, and then use its arms and hind legs to give the monster a heavy blow. However, the opponent seems to have strong defense, and Xiao Bai's attack is like scratching an itch. This is definitely not possible. Lin Yu measured the distance to the shelter and found that it was always more than 1 kilometer away, and it was obviously closer to the ancient gate of the secret realm. Xiao Bai must have deliberately prevented the monster from coming to the shelter. Right? Lin Yu immediately had a countermeasure. If it is not easy to deal with this monster in the secret realm, then in this place with no blind spots, this centipede is nothing. Xiao Bai, come back quickly, he yelled. Chapter 243. Get another platinum treasure chest. High in the blue sky, the white dragon had noticed the new black spot on the roof of the shelter. It also heard the roar, but the monster on the ground prevented it from getting away. as long as it goes back to the shelter. Maybe this monster will be led to its owner. Gah! Xiaobai swooped down and quickly found the weakness of this giant creature. The center of the huge back once again spewed out extremely cold mist, instantly making this centipede-shaped beast. The leg monster has become much slower, and it was again the same as before, using its extremely sharp claws and the sharp blades on its hind legs and feet to cut a deep gash in the monster's thick skin. Although this is effective, it is only very effective. The monster didn't care about such pain, and after a simple roll, it was covered with a layer of red soil and broken leaves of the poisonous grass. And the strange liquid was also covered by a mixture of soil and plants. After a short time, it wasn't even clear. Xiaobai began to become anxious slowly. It really wants its owner to see that after several evolutions and this shedding, it has become so powerful that it can even defeat and kill this huge monster from the secret realm alone. However, this desire to prove himself also makes him constantly impatient. He even forgot about the fact that he had barely rested all day long, so he didn't have much energy left. With its wings flapping violently, it soared into the sky again, only to find that its master was gradually approaching from the direction of the shelter. It is even more anxious. This monster is not something that the owner can deal with. And it... Xiaobai! Come back quickly! Don't be brave! Do you hear me? After Lin Yu roared, Xiaobai suddenly found a flaming arrow shot towards him. The flaming arrow fell suddenly, and finally penetrated directly into the head of the giant centipede only a few meters away. Gah! Xiaobai suddenly flew towards his master, and he also saw that the giant centipede was also running towards the direction of his master at the same time as him. It flapped its wings continuously, and the strong wind pressure rolled up. It quickly surpassed the centipede monster, which was far slower than it. It landed slowly in front of its owner, put him on its back, and flapped its wings to fly again. High altitude. What are you thinking? Do you want to deal with it by yourself? Lin Yu patted Xiaobai. If he had not come back in time, he might have seen the exhausted Xiaobai being killed by the monster that came from the ancient gate of the secret realm. Gawu. Xiaobai knew that his master was worried about it, and he felt more guilty and apologetic in his heart. When you encounter this kind of monster, just use the thing it's most afraid of. Xiaobai, we won't use hard attacks. Lin Yu saw that the centipede monster didn't seem to be afraid of fire. The burning arrow he just shot with the ballista was originally intended to attract the monster's attention. He did aim it well, but it was true that he couldn't aim accurately, and the monster was really fast. Although it is not as good as Xiaobai, it is not a problem to avoid the attack of the ballista. Moreover, after its body passed through the flames, it did not turn into a ball of fire and burn like other monsters in the secret realm. This thing is no more afraid of fire than the giant tentacle monster. It's not easy to handle. Originally, Lin Yu wanted to use gasoline tactics to kill it like a beast of burden, but now it seems that he has to change his method. At this moment, just as Lin Yu was thinking about how to deal with this giant centipede, the monster suddenly grabbed the ground with its powerful arthropod legs on its hind limbs, and the upper part of its body suddenly rose up to the sky. Xiaobai had been paying attention to the monster's actions. When it came, Xiaobai immediately reacted, suddenly turned in the air, and flew to a higher place again. Hey! 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 The monster centipede suddenly sprayed a mist with green steam into the air. This mist is even tens of meters high. Xiaobai circled and avoided the attack. He also avoided the impact and ripples of the mist, and was not splashed. But Lin Yu, who was sharp-eyed, discovered that after the mist reached the ground, it quickly caused the flowers and plants to wither, even like a pool of black mud. Good guy. Vicious. And vulgar. Usually when something like this sprays out venom, it will definitely have a similar picture, which is extremely vulgar. However, Lin Yu really did not expect to be able to stand up. But this also gave Lin Yu some inspiration. Xiaobai, let's come up with a strategy. Lin Yu directed Xiaobai to fly further towards the ancient gate of the secret realm. After landing, he quickly gave Xiaobai something to eat to replenish his strength. This monster must be destroyed, although there is no treasure chest reward. If you leave it alone, he will be the one who gets hurt. After all, the monster was right next to his sanctuary. Moreover, Lin Yu also needed to solve it quickly, and quickly return to the underground ruins to bring Xiaoming and the others back. Hey! 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 The giant centipede let out an extremely unpleasant roar, and rushed over again. At this time, Lin Yu threaded a few mutton chops through wires, and asked Xiaobai to take them, and fly him into the air again. Tactics must use your brain. not your strength. Xiaobai followed Lin Yu's instructions and began to circle around the giant centipede. And the giant centipede immediately stood upright as before, with a big ball bulging out of its abdomen. Now! Throw it in! Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to throw the mutton steak into its mouth. Only at this time did this flexible giant centipede pause for a moment and stand upright. The steak fell accurately into its mouth. And Xiaobai also obeyed Lin Yu's order and landed again this time. Different from just now. Its arms were holding a bucket of gasoline with the lid opened. The giant centipede, which had tasted the delicious grilled mutton chops, seemed to have no brains. It stood upright again and opened its mouth to the hovering Xiaobai. Throw it down! Lin Yu now had an armor-piercing arrow burning with flames in his hand. This was a more powerful weapon made of an armor-piercing arrow wrapped with a rope filled with gasoline. The gasoline barrel was swallowed by the impatient giant centipede. And Lin Yu's armor-piercing burning arrow was also shot out. The armor-piercing burning arrow almost followed the gasoline barrel into the monster's mouth. And a violent explosion occurred in an instant. A large number of broken pieces of meat and mucus were blown away by the explosion to the surrounding wasteland. And the giant centipede's body also collapsed. Solved. No matter how hard the outer SHL is, what is supposed to be inside is still what it is. If both the inside and outside are as hard as this SHL, then it really can't be done. Of course. In that case, it wouldn't be a living thing. You killed a giant creature poison dragon. Just as Xiaobai landed on the ground, Lin Yu suddenly heard a system sound. What was killed? Poison Tianlong? That one just now. Wasn't it? Wasn't it something that escaped from the secret realm? You got a platinum chest. While Lin Yu was wondering, even more shocking news came through again. Chapter 244 The Rules of This World. Platinum? Treasure chest? Lin Yu immediately looked at the corpse of the so-called poison sky dragon that had fallen to the ground and didn't even twitch. A huge treasure box really appeared. It shines with the light of platinum, which is extremely dazzling. Wait, what's going on? Platinum chest? This is wrong. Lin Yu quickly walked to the monster's body and confirmed that it was not crushed to death when it fell and was judged by the system. After being given the platinum treasure chest, he could no longer express his inner thoughts with shock. This poisonous sky dragon is a monster that came from the secret realm. Lin Yu still clearly remembered that after he and Xiaobai went to the home appliance mall before, they encountered this strange thing. Along the way, it even chased it from the home appliance mall to the building near the ancient gate of the secret realm. After closing the ancient door, because I was worried, I erected several stone walls on the other side of the door. But this monster still rushed into this different world from the other side of the ancient secret door after he went to the underground ruins. And there's something wrong. Creatures in the secret realm, even if they spend survival points to identify them, they will always be identified with names like, in the end. So Lin Yu always called the creature that looked like a terrasaur, but had tentacles a monster terrasaur. And even other survivors called it that. Even if you kill them, the system will have no reaction, let alone being able to explode the treasure chest. Poison Sky Dragon is also a monster produced in the secret realm. Why can it be recognized by the system as Poison Sky Dragon? And it can also explode a platinum treasure chest? Lin Yu had more and more questions in his mind. Could it be that after this guy ran into a different world, he was recognized by the system as a mutated creature? And if he killed it, he would get a treasure chest reward? If the system identifies them as mutated creatures, then those who came from the secret realm to this other world are all mutated creatures? Lin Yu remembered a hypothesis he had made before. Perhaps the creatures in the secret realm were originally creatures in this different world, and were sent to the Earth decades later by something, which is now called the secret realm. The evidence is that in the underground ruins, in the murals carved and painted by the lizard people belonging to this other world, their god is the monster pterosaur in the secret realm. No, I want to experiment. Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai seemed to be confused by the treasure box. He kept pointing at the treasure box at Lin Yu, as if he couldn't believe it. Lin Yu nodded and put away the platinum treasure box. You got a platinum chest. He took a deep breath and looked at the ancient gate of the secret realm again. The stone wall blocked by him had been blown away and shattered, while the ancient door to the secret realm was only ajar and not fully opened. Xiaobai, come here and let's go to the secret realm again. Xiaobai nodded, although it was a little tired. There must be a reason why its owner Lin Yu attached so much importance to this matter. One person and one pet returned to the side of the ancient gate of the secret realm. Lin Yu cleaned up the gravel nearby a little, and then opened the door of the ancient gate of the secret realm. Opposite is still the roof of the 3-story building, but it seems to have been bombarded by artillery SHLS, and it has no shape anymore. Xiao Bai, let's wait a moment. Lin Yu looked around and waited for a while, and suddenly found a small black thing flying diagonally in front of him. Monster pterosaur. Just right. Xiao Bai, you lure them over there. There are only as many as you can get. Lin Yu immediately loaded the alloy tactical crossbow with incendiary arrows, filled the sniper rifle with bullets, and also fired the spray gun. Get ready. Next, he will reveal a small part of the reality of this world. If the monster pterosaur is recognized by the system in this way, then the next days will be very interesting. Xiao Bai flapped his wings and flew high, while Lin Yu stood beside the ancient gate of the secret realm and waited. And not long after, Xiao Bai flew to his side again, and the group of monster pterosaurs that made extremely unpleasant roars also pressed over in darkness. Xiao Bai, let's come out now. Lin Yu picked up his weapon and stepped back from the door into a different world. At the same time, Xiao Bai also retreated and came directly behind the door. Lin Yu retreated dozens of meters away, parallel to the door, and then immediately squatted down and pointed the alloy tactical crossbow in front of the ancient door. The ancient gate of the secret realm remained open, and Lin Yu was also waiting for the arrival of the number 1 test subject. Sure enough, as a roar sounded, the monster pterosaurs also emerged from the door one after another. How could Lin Yu miss this good opportunity? A flaming arrow was shot out quickly, and as a fireball shot into the sky, Lin Yu immediately placed a second flaming arrow, and the electric winder also fell back again. But at this time, the sniper rifle in his hand also fired, killing a monster pterosaur that discovered him. You killed a stormtrooper. You got a copper treasure chest. Really? The monster pterosaur was originally called the storm-flying lizard. Moreover, as he expected, there is indeed such a mechanism. As long as the monster comes from the secret realm, it will definitely be restricted by the rules of this world, and the treasure chest will explode after killing it. The second flaming arrow was also fired at the same time, and Lin Yu did not miss this good opportunity and directly turned the other storm-flying lizard into a ball of fire. The flames continued to burn, and they, who had been turned into fireballs, were also struggling, setting their companions who had just entered the door on fire, and the door was plunged into a sea of fire. You got a copper treasure chest. You get. The sound of the system sounded one after another, under the burning of the flames and the finishing blows of Lin Yu's sniper rifle. The monsters that rushed into this other world died one after another. Not long after, no more storm-flying lizards rushed into the door, and the monsters on the ground no longer had any breath of life. They gradually turned into charcoal on the ground, and although the ancient door to the secret realm was open, no new monsters rushed in. Lin Yu knew it was over. He looked at the copper treasure boxes on the ground and knew that, as he had inferred, this world had a rule. As long as they are monsters in this world, or call them mutated creatures, after defeating them, the treasure chest will explode. Maybe someone had led the monsters in the secret realm to another world before, but their treasure chest explosion rate was too low. So maybe he is the only one who has discovered this secret. With the 19 copper treasure boxes in his pocket, Lin Yu walked over and closed the ancient door to the secret realm. He took out the gasoline and poured it on the Du Tianlong. Lin Yu looked at its outer SHL and found that it was not even as hard as the big bug downstairs in the hotel before. It was just not fireproof. As for its venom, Lin Yu also stayed away from it. Just when he touched some of the dagger, a strange smoke came out. It was better to burn this thing. If you want to use poison yourself, you won't use something so violent. Spider poison is pretty good. As blazing flames burned, Lin Yu once again used more stone walls to block the ancient gate of the secret realm. And at the same time, he and Xiao Bai headed towards the shelter. It's time to bring Xiaoming back from the underground ruins. Chapter 245. Steady as an old dog, as reckless as a dragon. After settling Xiao Bai down, Lin Yu left some food for him and walked to the water tank outside the shelter. Lin Yu unscrewed the lid of the water storage tank and poured 2 cubic meters of water into the storage space. The capacity of the water storage tank is 2,000 liters, no more than 2 cubic meters. After filling up, Lin Yu still had a lot of storage space left. He looked into the system panel. Previously, he used 400 survival points to purchase a large water tank design drawing from the Survival Point Mall. After using it, Lin Yu discovered that it only cost 10 units of stainless steel. Lin Yu had obtained a lot of stainless steel from the subway station under the iron tower before, and it was just ready for use. However, Lin Yu did not use it immediately, but took out a shelter design drawing. The water storage tank was made of metal after all, so he had to be careful in order to avoid being hit by a thunderstorm. After using the shelter design drawing, Lin Yu built an underground shelter next to the main shelter, which happened to be connected to the main shelter. Lin Yu decided to use the 40 cubic meters of vast space as a single room for temporary water storage, which can also be regarded as emergency use. You lost stainless steel X10. You obtained a large water storage tank X1. He had taken a look before and saw that the large water storage tank was 3 meters long, wide, and 3 meters high. It was a giant cube that could fit into the shelter, and more than one could fit in it. The shelter is about 6 meters long and wide, and can hold 4 large water storage tanks. A large water storage tank can store 27 cubic meters of water. So even if I go there again to fill up the storage space, they can all be accommodated. Lin Yu made 3 more water storage tanks while calculating. After putting all the water on my body into the water storage tank, I only got a little over 2 tanks. Lin Yu also put all the copper treasure boxes and silver treasure boxes in the storage space into the warehouse, and decided to travel lightly this time. He was indeed extremely tired now. But Xiao Ming and the 2 little ice lizards were still in the underground ruins. Although Lin Yu didn't think there were any lizardmen who could defeat them, he still had to be prepared for all the unknown. After Lin Yu prepared 3 more burning arrows for the ballista, he also prepared all the burning arrows and went straight to the stone gate of the underground ruins. Take Xiaoming and the others out, and then get some water out. The water was not undrinkable, but the quality was definitely much worse than pure mineral water, and Lin Yu really didn't want to make it his main drinking water. As for others, if they want it, it's not like Lin Yu can't sell it. There are always some people who want water and don't care about the quality. Just like there are people who can survive so many days on Ollie. Lin Yu opened the stone door and put on night vision goggles, raising the spray gun in his hand. Just now, Xiaobai was asked to sense it first. There was no lizardman blocking the door, which allowed him to rush out of the small space at the entrance as quickly as possible. To be honest, it was a little difficult to turn around in that small space, and with so many lizardmen blocking the door, it became even narrower. Lin Yu stepped over the corpses of the lizard people. He originally wanted to move forward, but stopped after thinking about it. This thing will rot. It will always be left here. If it comes here in the future, the smell will probably be very pleasant. He put all the corpses into the storage space and continued to move forward, while constantly alerting the surroundings. Lin Yu was very tired now, but he had to finish what he had to do now. Continuing to move forward, Lin Yu found that the lizard people did not seem to come out to clean the battlefield, or that they did not send troops out. Not a single lizard person was encountered along the way. When he walked to the intersection of the ice lizard cave again, he didn't even find any sign of the lizard man. But the corpses here were all gone. It seemed like they had come to collect them. Taking 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, Lin Yu soon descended into the familiar ice lizard cave again, and he immediately saw Xiaoming and the others. Besides, dead bodies of lizardmen everywhere. Good guy. Lizard people? Are they coming? Lin Yu originally wanted to count how many killed lizard people there were on the ground, but now the ground was almost covered with pieces of rotten meat. In addition to being able to tell that they were lizard people, it was really hard to see nothing comes out. Guh! Xiaoming raised his little head as if to show off, asking for credit and reward from Lin Yu. And Lin Yu indeed felt that it was really powerful. The attack power is even stronger than Xiaobai. This is even if it has only 1 stage of evolution. Lin Yu felt more and more that the ice lizard was a creature with great potential. If given time, can we assemble a powerful legion just by using them? There is Xiaobai in the air, Xiaoming on the ground, and other small ice lizards fighting gorillas. And if other little ice lizards can still evolve, then he can basically travel to the entire different world. Lin Yu put the lizard man corpses into the storage space one by one, and then walked out from another road. That is, Area F. The map of Area F came with his system panel. Lin Yu walked all the way to a gap as if he was walking around his own back garden. Seeing that it was far enough away from the ice lizard cave, Lin Yu piled these corpses here together with the previous ones. A little further away from them, a flaming arrow flew past. Boom! The hot flames erupted violently, as if they had encountered easily flammable grease, making bursts of crackling sounds. Lin Yu headed towards the ice lizard cave without turning around. To him, these lizard people had no existence that he could understand. He didn't feel that he could negotiate or communicate with these guys. Some just have endless battles with each other. Isn't there a saying? Not my family. It's hard must be different. Lin Yu didn't think he could have a good conversation with a lizard man who would seize humans and immediately send them to be beheaded and perform some stupid and weird rituals. When we meet, we will fight directly. Life and death. The lizard man went to steal the sulfur mine that he had obtained after killing the Pakok snake dragon, and then took advantage of the attack of the eagle-winged insect army to steal the bodies of the Look people he had killed. To be honest, even if Lin Yu, it doesn't matter if you don't want to hold a grudge. In addition, these gangsters tried to enter his shelter several times, and Lin Yu really couldn't stand them anymore. Back in the ice lizard cave, Lin Yu once again took out a large amount of underground river water from the underground river and put it into the storage space. With a snap of his fingers, Xiaoming and the two little ice lizards were also separated from the other little ice lizards. They seemed to like this place quite much. After all, this is their habitat. However, they also know where they stand. Lin Yu was quite pleased with this. I'm afraid I can't tell the difference. After leaving 5 loaves of bread for the other little ice lizards, Lin Yu took Xiaoming and the two little ice lizards back along the original route. In fact, he didn't want to visit all of this underground ruins today, or completely disappear the lizard people in this area. His purpose is to tell the lizard man that he is not someone to mess with. At this point, the goal should have been achieved. The journey was peaceful, and he didn't encounter any lizard people. Even Xiaoming and the others didn't issue any warning, which also made Lin Yu worry a lot. Who wants to fight and kill all the time? Dragging his exhausted body, Lin Yu returned to the shelter. After he put the water in the storage space into a large water storage tank, he blocked the stone door of the underground ruins with 8 layers of stone walls. This can at least provide some insurance. Chapter 246. Trading is probably a good thing, and you get a lot of resources. A new day comes as usual. Lin Yu opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Last night. No. It should be said that starting from the evening of yesterday, he fell asleep directly. After placing food for Xiaobai and Xiaoming, he simply ate some, heated the underground river water, and took a comfortable bath. Finally, he crawled to the bed and passed out. The heavy fatigue left him with almost no way to think about anything or do anything. This is what happens when you do too much in one day. He didn't have a good rest in the secret realm yesterday. After fighting with those people, he was busy again and again because of the disaster prediction. In the process of searching for the lightning rod, he got a little greedy and attracted monsters like Du Tianlong. He then went to the underground ruins to block the lizard people. Finally, he made a temporary trip and caught up with the dragon-tiger fight between Xiao Bai and Du Tianlong. Finally, we even went to the underground ruins again. Lin Yu rubbed his temples. His head hurt a little from sleeping too much. The past 2 days have been so chaotic. Although we did get quite a lot of loot and supplies, we were almost exhausted. How many times have I been to the secret realm? How many times have I been to the underground ruins? And even there was a big battle? Even if he is an Iron Man, he cannot hold on if he does this every day. With a thought, the system panel lit up in front of my eyes. He glanced at the time. Oh my god. It's already noon. It seems that this sleep was a bit too long. Lin Yu felt that he would not be able to work as hard as he did yesterday. Although some things were unavoidable, there were also some things that he could completely avoid and change to do them later. It would be strange to go to so many secret places in one day and not encounter anything. Lin Yu, whose muscles ached all over his body, stood up and stretched. And he found that Xiao Bai also woke up at this time and seemed to be very tired. Lin Yu didn't know when it fell asleep, but just like he woke up so late, it was also exhausted. Xiao Bai, wait a minute. I'll cook you some food. Lin Yu walked to the kitchen and simply cooked a pot of instant noodles with bacon and chicken feathers. Of course, he also brought out some of the previously grilled lamb chops and fried meat. Anyway, there were a lot of ingredients, so they could eat whatever they wanted. Xiaoming and the little ice lizards ran back after smelling the fragrance, and started the buffet with the sleepy Xiao Bai. Lin Yu yawned while eating. He was indeed a little weak now, but his mind was still very clear. First break down the lightning rods for a while, then rebuild some and equip each building with them. Afterwards, the shelters were renovated and the first layer of walls was removed. But many buildings were still not prepared for disaster prevention. Xiao Bai ate a little and then went back to the bedroom, while Xiaoming and the others enjoyed their meal quite happily. Lin Yu was also a little unable to eat, so he walked out of the door and came to the greenhouse. The greenhouse was still humid and hot. After Lin Yu collected all the vegetables produced in greenhouse number 1, he opened the system panel and asked Xinglingfeng and the others about their needs for the 3 shelters. In this different world, there is no doubt about the preciousness of fruits and vegetables. Everything you need to grow them is hard to find. The soilless cultivation set needs to be opened from the treasure box. And the humus nutrient soil can be opened from the treasure box or purchased at the Survival Point Mall. The same goes for seeds, which are not difficult to obtain. But the only thing that can be said to be difficult is the water. For water, he only had to go outside and fight small bugs and lizards before he could get a treasure chest. And he could open it inside the treasure chest. Now he even got more than 100 cubic meters of drinkable water from the underground river. And he is so rich that he doesn't even have to fight monsters. For other survivors, obtaining this water is much more difficult. Even if they did get some, they would use it for their own drinking. And they would not be able to use the extra to water plants. Not to mention that someone like him can still take a shower or flush the toilet. Therefore, when the disaster struck 2 days later, Lin Yu had reason to believe that his vegetables could still be sold for a while. At least until the next disaster struck. Lin Yu, we found some alloys. 38 zinc alloys. Do you want them? Xia Feihong received a reply immediately. Alloy. Lin Yu needs it very much. Although steel is good, it also has some shortcomings. Lin Yu does not want to use steel as the main material for some of his important parts, or buildings, or even some machinery. He needs better, or perhaps tougher, alloys that are less susceptible to rust and corrosion. Although titanium alloy cannot be touched for the time being, zinc alloy is pretty good. Our secret realm is not very good this time. Everything is burned. It seems that there was a thunder and fire. Lin Yu, we have a few design drawings of the shelter. How about it? Xinglingfeng also responded to the message. Shelter design drawing. Xinglingfeng really knew what he wanted. This kind of thing interested him more than anything else. Lin Yu walked towards greenhouse number 2. He has already planted seeds of green peppers, tomatoes, lettuce, and carrots on the soilless cultivation kit here. 3 days after sowing, the green peppers have already produced fruits, as have the tomatoes, and the lettuces and carrots are already ripe. Lin Yu was satisfied with this change. Among the chicken greens, leeks, onions, and white radish that he planted at the beginning, Lin Yu only planted enough chicken greens for this shelter. As for the white radish, which consumes more water, he now directly chooses not to continue planting it and save the space. Gave strawberries and watermelon. Although strawberries and watermelons also consume the same amount of water, they are fruits. Xinglingfeng and several others in the shelter like them very much. Especially watermelons. They seem to have as much as they need. In greenhouse number 1, leeks, onions, beans, cherry tomatoes, strawberries and watermelons are the mainstays of the trade. And now, lettuce and carrots can also join them. However, it seems that it is still far from the imagined scale that can support a large number of people in one greenhouse. Lin Yu still remembered that he had seen a huge greenhouse in the desert in a documentary. Agricultural plantation. It has a huge triangular glass roof, large planting beds, and 3-dimensional vegetable planting technology. Although my greenhouse is pretty good at the moment, it is indeed much worse than the one of others. After looking at the potatoes that had just bloomed in greenhouse number 3, Lin Yu put all the lettuce and carrots into the storage space. There is still a need to expand the variety of fruits and vegetables, especially the fast-growing ones. New lettuce and carrots have come out. Would you consider them? Lin Yu sent messages to both shelters. Please give us this. How many carrots are there? We can consider increasing the price. The response was pretty good. I got 38 zinc alloy rods and 7 more shelter design drawings. It's not like there's no gain at all, right? However, there has been no reply from Fei Yue. What happened? Chapter 247, Depend on the Strong. The strongest survivor in the world. Finally back. Fei Yu led everyone back to the refuge village, as if all the strength in his body had been exhausted in one breath. Wiping the sweat from his face, he saw the third master and others who greeted him in front of the refuge village, and smiled. Third master, I'm back. Fei Yu held a big watermelon in one hand and a wine bottle in the other. Everyone in the refuge village cheered, and the third master also waved. The third master turned around and returned to the main building of the refuge village with the help of people around him. Fei Yu and others also followed in amid the cheers of the villagers in the refuge village. The third master signaled to the left and right to step back and let the strong man beside him close the door. Only Sanyi and Fei Yu were left in the room. Third Master? This is... Fei Yu didn't understand why Third Master was like this when he came back. He looked at the old man in front of him whose expression had returned to normal. And he didn't quite understand. Could it be that it was wrong to go to Lin Yu? No. The Third Master even asked him to lead more than 60 combat forces from the refuge villages at that time. What he wanted was to show Lin Yu the sincerity of this place. After all, even if Lin Yu refuses to be the leader of their shelter, he can continue to consolidate the hard-won friendship in this apocalyptic world and cooperate with each other more smoothly. Lin Yu has what they need. And they have what Lin Yu needs. And that's enough. This time, before they had time to kill many of Luik's people in front of Lin Yu easily defeated that group of people. Although there was no chance to show off, they also conveyed their sincerity to Lin Yu. If something happens to us, we can handle it. And Lin Yu did understand this. This can be seen from the fact that they were given 10 bottles of wine and 3 large watermelons. Sit down. Dayue. Sit down. The Third Master suddenly coughed. When Fei Yu heard the coughing sound, his heart trembled. Even the high interest he had just wanted to tell the Third Master about Lin Yu's extreme maneuvers on the battlefield disappeared in an instant. Third Master, tell me. Fei Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. The Third Master held the crutches with both hands and looked forward. Fei Yu felt that he was not looking at himself, but through himself, looking into the distance, towards the huge shelter above the wasteland. A survivor named Lin Yu. Dayue, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. What did you say? Third Master. This joke can't be. I don't have time to make any jokes. And you know that I never make jokes. Dayue, it's time. As the Third Master said, he covered his mouth and coughed violently. His face was also covered with sweat at this time. It's not easy for this body to survive until now without relying on modern medicine. Third Master. You must be testing me. Really? You must be fine. Fei Yu's eyes filled with tears. He suddenly felt that he might lose his direction in the future and not know what to do. This refuge village that was finally established will slowly die out. He was not used to this different world. Even if the Third Master had said numerous times that he would hand over the position of leader to him, he had absolutely no confidence to accept it. Now, Third Master actually said these words. Fei Yu had known for a long time that the Third Master might not have much time left. But when he said it with certainty today, Fei Yu still felt that he couldn't accept it. He shook his head. What should he do next? Put away your tears. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his words are kind. I know that my life is only these 2 days. If it weren't for your careful care, I would have died long ago before the last earthquake disaster. As a 90-year-old man, you have to accept your fate. Fei Yu, you must strictly abide by everything I tell you. Otherwise, this refuge village may not be able to survive in this extremely difficult place. The Third Master said and closed his eyes. Fei Yu nodded. He knew that he was not the material to guard the leader of this refuge village. If there was no Third Master, many people might be dissatisfied with him being the leader and would leave the refuge village. This is not impossible. Third Master, I know. If you say it, I will definitely abide by it. The Third Master suddenly opened his eyes and said something that seemed to have been brewing for a long time. Dayue, as you said, you are not suitable to bear any responsibility as a refuge village in this other world. To become the leader of this refuge village, you lack not only leadership, but also courage. You are too naive and unsophisticated. You have illusions about everyone and think that everyone is a good person. This is wrong. Maybe you lack a lot, but even so, I can't find anything comparable in this refuge village. You are even better. Dayue, maybe you are not good here or there, but you have a normal heart, which is extremely valuable in this other world. Fei Yu was at a loss. He couldn't understand what the Third Master said, but he could only nod at the moment. His thin lips pursed, as if he understood something, and after a while, he would say, Lin Yu also has the same heart as you. Although he rejected the leader's suggestion that I made to him, which I guessed he would not be able to accept. I have always felt that you and he are the ones who can lead the current situation. The kind of people who can get out of the quagmire. You have advantages that people like us don't have. It will never be the old people like us who make history, but the young people like you. I am old, but I am not an old fool. Dayue, no matter what you do from now on, You must use Lin Yu's side as the basis and support him as much as possible. If he wants alloys, you should take people to the secret realm to collect as much as possible. What electrical appliances, scrap parts, etc. he wants. It's a shelter design. You just need to do your best to collect it and find it. Fei Yu was stunned. Third Master. In this case, our contribution is unilateral. As long as Lin Yu no longer needs us. Then our refuge village. Ha ha. You stupid boy has some brains. But you still don't think that far. For Lin Yu, we and the 3 refuge villages of Lu Kai and Xinglingfeng are the most special. Let me ask you. What are you doing? I gave you wine and watermelon. But which refuge village did you give it to? Fei Yu has suddenly realized. Our 3 refuge villages are currently what Lin Yu relies on the most. And if we fully support his needs in the future, we will exchange for those fruits, vegetables, and even more precious things that are simply too much for him. Then Lin Yu will rely on us more and more. No matter what. He is still an ordinary person. And his vision will only be limited to this for a while. Dayue, it is not a shame to vassal the strong. As long as you have his needs. Then you will never be left behind unless he has no more desires. Fei Yu listened and gradually understood. Third Master. I understand a little bit. But not completely. You don't need to know everything. Humans are animals that can grow and have infinite potential. As long as they don't die like me. There is hope for everything. Dayue, I want you to listen carefully. After I die, you need to bury me properly in the coffin. Then send me to the secret realm, which is our earth. And then bury me in the soil there. We are pioneers and pioneers who must sacrifice for the future. I hope you can always remember that the earth is our home. Chapter 248 Countdown to Disaster. Build disaster prevention facilities. You obtain the lightning rod suit design. As Lin Yu placed a set of damaged lightning rods on the high-precision research workbench, a design drawing appeared on his system panel as before. Lightning rods were much simpler than he thought. But to save trouble, Lin Yu disassembled several sets of lightning rods into parts one by one, and successfully manufactured 10 more sets of lightning rods. The lightning rod set not only has the main air terminal, but also has the grounding down conductor and the leakage ground network buried underground. Lin Yu installed them on the main shelter and various buildings. He even covered the greenhouse and smelting furnace. After doing all this, the measures to deal with the violent thunder were ready. If you are really unlucky, these lightning rods should also play a certain role. After all, these buildings of his are considered to be the tallest in the entire wasteland. There are more things to do than mountains. But we can't do them all. Lin Yu stretched his muscles and prepared to clear the drainage ditch again. Although he had already paved the previous drainage channel, it was true that the drainage channel did not function as it should last time and was almost completely submerged by the flood. After closing the drainage channel, he took a shovel and dug down about half a meter to the original location of the drainage channel. After installing the iron drainage channel, which was 1 meter wide, 1 meter deep, and about 5 meters long, the depth of the entire drainage channel also reached 1.5 meters. In this way, even if there is a flood, there is no need to worry. It has to be said that the excellent quality shovel in his hand is so easy to use. Lin Yu just dug out a length of 5 meters without any effort, and after he put on the exoskeleton, he could dig easily. Playing makes no difference. He even felt that if it weren't for the impending disaster, he could even dig out a large swimming pool, and it wouldn't be that troublesome to go back and forth to the ice lizard cave in the underground ruins several times. Gaw! Xiaobai stood on the ground, watching Lin Yu dig all the way, and wanted to help. But the pit was too small, and if it just jumped down, it would get stuck. So it could only be anxious. However, Xiaoming's figure seemed to be just right. Following Lin Yu's order, he ran forward and dug down into the soil with his sharp and hard claws. If the two work together, the efficiency will be greatly improved. It didn't take long for a deep trench that was almost 30 meters long starting from inside the shelter and ending outside the door to be completed. After that, according to Lin Yu's wishes, this deep trench ran directly in the direction of the acid rain lake. Extended past. Since you have to do it, you must do your best. Finally, after all the drainage channels were installed in place, the drainage problem was solved. If I have time tomorrow, it wouldn't be a problem to dig a bigger hole. But it depends on the situation. After all, there is still so much that has not been done. Xiaobai, where is the ancient secret door this time? Lin Yu asked after wiping the sweat from his face. Another day has passed. And it's time to change the location of this ancient secret door. In fact, Linyu also found it very annoying. The ancient secret door that changed places every 2 days might as well be like an underground ruin. It was in the same place before each disaster started, so that there was no need to search for it every time. However, it is simply impossible to expect this dog system to be considerate to the survivors. It's already pretty good without giving it a whole day and a place. By the way, a long time has passed since the last upgrade. It seems that there is no intention to upgrade again? Linyu cursed the system. He looked at Xiaobai, who flew out of the yard and followed him. Gawu. Xiaobai stood next to the grove, where there was a red brick wall entangled with ancient vines. And in the wall was an ancient secret door that was 3 meters high and 3 meters wide. The location this time is very intriguing, and the size of the ancient gate is unmatched before. It's actually this place. Linyu walked over there, looked at the slightly sunken pit next to him, and fell into deep thought. The first time the predator gate attacked the shelter while he was in the secret realm, and after he killed all of them, one of them died here. And he didn't think about burning the corpses with anything at that time, but directly dug a deep pit and buried it in it. This pit is right next to the ancient gate of the secret realm. Linyu looked at this newly emerged ancient gate in the secret realm and had some thoughts. Could it be said that this time it will lead directly to the old place like last time? Pushing open the ancient door, a wave of moist air invaded instantly, and it was a brackish sea breeze. So familiar. Isn't it the same island as last time? He walked into it, only to find that the sky outside was hazy, as if the sun had not risen yet. The place where he stood seemed to be a beach. Taking out the night vision device, Linyu had a bad feeling. He looked into the distance and saw rows of buildings facing the sea. So familiar. Looking around, he found that the position he was in seemed to be the same as when he came last time. Good guy. I thought I was going to the secret realm I went to the first time, but I ended up here again. That's right. He is now certain that this is the coastal city of Tueo, where he got an ATV, encountered a tentacle monster, and had a battle with Du Ping and the others. Moreover, this was also the place where he would have died due to a high fever that would not go away if Xiaobai had not fought bravely at that time. Although it is true that there are many experiences here, Linyu honestly wants to go to a place he has never been to. However, it seems that there are still a lot of resources here. Linyu thought of the parking lot, the big ladder, the bank and various shops. Good. He returned with satisfaction. It seemed that a lot of good things could be found in the secret realm this time. But it's still dark over there, so there's no rush to go. Xiaobai, stay here and don't move around for the time being. After the last experience with the poisonous Tianlong, Linyu didn't want to repeat this kind of thing again. If there was any problem, he asked Xiaobai to spray ice mist directly on the door, and the ice would be as thick as possible. Even if the other side wants to break the door open, they will not be unprepared. As for Xiaoming, Linyu asked him to guard the ancient gate of the underground ruins. He cleaned up a lot of the lizard men yesterday and let him have a good sleep. But he didn't know if they would come to cause trouble again today. A Xiaoming should be able to see it, and also be able to cooperate with Xiaobai. He took out his car keys and walked towards the ATV parked by the wall. I didn't go to the natural sulfur or mountain all day yesterday, and I don't know what's going on there. Thinking of the time when the lizard men stole mines, I felt really uncomfortable. Linyu put the 2 fully charged mining robot dogs into the storage space from the shelter, and with a diamond-encrusted iron pickaxe, Linyu drove towards the destination. Chapter 249. If you want to be rich, build roads first. Under the scorching sun, the ATV moved forward on this rugged wasteland. Even though the ATV was almost full of shockproof points, the road conditions still made Linyu feel a sense of irritation. The 4 little ice lizards following him also seemed to be quite uncomfortable. This broken road is wrong. There is no road anywhere. Linyu held the steering wheel and complained, but also had an idea in his mind. Do you want to build a road in this different world? Building roads is actually very simple for him. He had brought back a lot of asphalt roads and cement roads from the secret realm before, and after disassembling them, he obtained the design drawings. As long as the raw materials are enough, it shouldn't be a problem to build a few hundred meters. However, when it comes to road construction, where is the appropriate level? Speaking of which, there is quite a shortage of stone materials now. Wouldn't it be better to build it to the original Berg shelter? Linyu remembered that he had encountered a predator there. At that time, he just wanted to take over the vacant shelter there. But in the end, he accidentally encountered a group of looters who wanted to attack his shelter, And then, he was forced by them to jump into the mining site, and accidentally found the dead man inside, the remains of Berg and his lover in the mine. And finally he killed all the looters. It seems like this happened a long time ago. But now that I think about it, it seems that it has only been more than 10 days. There is a shortage of stones now. But Linyu doesn't want to use his hard currency to exchange for something that any survivor can bring out a lot of. It's better to use a robot dog to mine that area and increase the storage capacity of iron nuggets. Go back and build one here too. And the ore must be recycled to the shelter. Enduring the bumpy feeling caused by the jagged road in this wilderness, Linyu strengthened his confidence. After all, the genes for infrastructure are engraved in our bodies. How can we not build roads? If you want to be rich, build roads first. The reserves in the natural sulfur or mountain, even if he mined them every day, would take him a year and a half to mine. However, he had filled 6 shelters with a large amount of ore, which was obviously not enough. Now I still have 6 of them, and I just want to go there and build a big warehouse. Puff! At this time, the little ice lizard suddenly warned Linyu. What's wrong? Roar! In the roar of the engine, there was a roar that had not been heard before. Linyu looked around and found several monsters with heads, like cheetahs, but bodies, like bison suddenly appearing from the side and behind. Good guy. Are you here to deliver food? Like the terror pig. Linyu had not seen similar mutated creatures before. At least not near his shelter. At this moment, they were baring their fangs and following the ATV he was driving. Seemingly quite hostile. They even made aggressive gestures from time to time. And even chased and ran next to the ATV. Linyu stopped the car. The engine didn't stop. He had a spray gun in his hand. And he had earmuffs on. After confirming that there were no other mutated creatures around, Linyu also loaded the armor-piercing arrows on the alloy tactical crossbow in his hand. And at the same time prepared the sniper rifle. You want to attack? Right? Who have I been afraid of? Are you more powerful than giant creatures? The sniper rifle was fired. And the monster closest to him screamed and fell to the ground. The copper treasure box exploded. And the others were frightened by this sudden change and jumped aside. Linyu didn't stop. And immediately the second armor-piercing arrow flew into the other end's chin. And then sank directly into his head. Roar! The other animals quickly retreated back. But Linyu didn't want to let the tiger go back to the mountain. The 2 copper treasure boxes were also treasure boxes. 2 sniper rifle shots pierced Liang Du's legs again. And he walked over while trolling. Attacking. Right. Recruiting. Right. It has to be so, eh? Linyu walked up to the mutated creature that was struggling to get up. Just when he was about to end its life with a spray, he suddenly found a hole in the ground. And a lizard man's head just came out. It even reached out to the treasure chest. Just barely reaching it. Boom! After an explosion, 2 more corpses appeared on the ground. And 2 copper treasure chests also appeared at the same time. He actually wanted to take advantage of this moment to pick up heads. The dead bodies of the group of people who had robbed Lerwick had already annoyed him enough. And he actually wanted to come here now. Putting the treasure box away, Linyu kicked the half-shattered lizard man back into the hole and looked at the corpses lying on the ground. Xieshan Lynx? The name is good, but the strength is obviously not enough. Linyu opened the illustrated book, and after confirming the name of the monster, he suddenly stopped. It's not right. There were 2 monsters, Poison Sky Dragon and Storm Flying Lizard. But the system reported their names immediately after killing them. Why do we still need to look through illustrated books to know these things in this different world? And it's not just that. How come the lizard man's cave just happened to appear here? Could it be said that they can dig holes anywhere in the entire wasteland? Linyu took the spray gun and pointed it at the cave about 1 meter in diameter. The body of the lizard man was still lying inside. But it seemed to be wider inside. But the light was too dim, and Linyu could not see what was inside. After thinking about it, Linyu took out a torch, lit the lizard man's body directly on fire, and stabbed it with an iron spear. Just burn it. If there is an unlucky lizard man ambushing you behind, then you get a copper treasure chest. Good guy. There really is. But he couldn't get the copper treasure chest, so it was given to the lizard man at an advantage. You have obtained 50 kilograms of mountain lynx meat. You get. That's a lot of meat. Linyu took a dagger and cut it carefully, not knowing whether the meat was delicious or not. It only took him a while to clean up the 4 mountain lynxes. The fur was peeled off. But Linyu did not take away the rest. After restarting the ATV, he found that more beasts were surrounding him from a distance. Although he could indeed prevent any of them from running away, There was no need. He was going to the mine. Not to get food here. What happened here was just an episode. He looked back at the cave where the lizard man once appeared, recalling the scene where the lizard man once wanted to take the opportunity to get the copper treasure chest, and became somewhat certain of his previous guess. The lizard people once secretly dug into the natural sulfur or mountain while he was away. This proved that these monsters had the knowledge to make gunpowder. But this was extremely contradictory for a low-intelligence race in the Stone Age. So Lin Yu guessed that the explosives that the lizardmen could make might actually be the technology obtained by opening treasure chests. Although it is not known whether they can obtain treasure chests by killing other mutated creatures. It should be true that they can use treasure chests. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a clear purpose for the treasure chest. It seems that we need to pay more attention to this in the future. I always feel that something is wrong. Shouldn't we clean up the underground ruins again? Lin Yu continued to drive forward. And gradually, the shadow of the natural sulfur or mountain appeared in front of him. However, just like every bad premonition before has come true, this time is no exception. In the distance, hundreds of shadows are walking around. Chapter 250 Magical Reality. The ATV was quickly put into the storage space, leaving the little ice lizards on guard. Put on the exoskeleton, and at the same time put the alloy tactical crossbow and steel repeating crossbow at your feet, which were strung up and ready to be fired at any time. The two close-range tactical weapons, the Troll and the M19, were also loaded at the same time. Finally, the sniper rifle bracket was put down, and Lin Yu crawled and pointed the highest magnification scope into the distance. Less than 2 kilometers away. What appeared in the scope was not the lizardmen troops, as he had thought before. In other words, it is an army with only lizardmen. Humans and lizardmen? Lin Yu took a deep breath and took another look. That's right. In the scope, he saw with confusion that survivors were wielding pickaxes to dig out ore. They were all wearing ragged clothes, and their weapons were naturally invisible. But the lizardmen on their backs could be seen. All are heavily armed. The weapons and equipment in the hands of the lizard people shone with metallic light in the sun, completely different from the stone guns and stone blades he had seen before. What's happening here? Lizardmen forcing humans to do hard labor? What kind of magical plot is this? I said. Lin Yu took a closer look and found that it seemed that this was not the case in this small area. There were also such human beings in other places. Both men and women, old and young, were all swinging pickaxes under the scorching sun at this moment. And the number of lizardmen seemed to be much smaller than them. Strange. How could humans be enslaved? Are they not systematic? As long as you yell in the system panel, whether in a group or on the world channel, I believe other humans will not sit idly by and do nothing. Right? Lin Yu opened the system panel and found that people in the group and the world channel were all talking about how to deal with the disaster that would come the night after tomorrow. Some people were also blowing his rainbow farts and constantly analyzing his various combat powers, and so on. Lin Yu ignored these and directly searched for words such as lizard man, enslavement, caught, trapped, etc., and combined them in an orderly manner, searching in sequence. However, the fact is that Lin Yu did not find any chat content in this regard. He thought for a while and decided to ask Xingling Feng. He is well informed. Maybe he can have some news? Xingling Feng, I have something to ask. Is it convenient for you? Almost at the same time as the message was sent, the other party responded to the message. Yes. Please speak. Good guy. This is online 24 hours a day. Right? Lin Yu was a little worried about his refuge village. It was not okay to stay online like this. That's right. You've been to the underground ruins before. Right. Have you ever encountered a lizard man? They are old friends. They fight to the death every time. Although they are not good at fighting, they are better because of their understanding of the terrain and their numbers. We have suffered a lot. The other person said a lot, and it was exactly the same as what Lin Yu learned. Then have you ever encountered a situation where a survivor and a lizard man were together? Lin Yu went straight to the point. No. We have encountered corpses in a strange large room, and we found that they are cannibals. Lin Yu knew that Xingling Feng had no useful information to provide. He knew everything Xingling Feng knew, but Xingling Feng didn't seem to know what he knew. Strange. Why didn't these people ask for help? Was it discovered by anyone else? Lin Yu's doubts grew bigger and bigger. He asked Lu Kai again, and got almost the same information. As for Fei Yu, there was still no reply. Puff! Puff! The 4 little ice lizards that were on guard in 4 directions warned Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately picked up the M19 pistol and also held the spray gun at hand. But he immediately put down the spray gun, replaced it with an alloy tactical crossbow, and used armor-piercing arrows. Trolls are more powerful and louder. If I go down all of a sudden, everything will be turned into tatters. But the disadvantage is that there will probably be many people from the Lizardman army in the distance coming to look for trouble. The M19's infrared sight quickly focused on a red light spot on the forehead of a Lizardman who emerged from an unknown hole in the ground. Call out. The silencer makes the sound of gunshots infinitely smaller. But it's not completely silent. The Lizardman who was just about to attack fell to the ground. You got a copper treasure chest. I know. Just a copper treasure chest. Saw! Woo! You got a copper treasure chest. Saw! You got a copper treasure chest. 12. Linyu continued to stare. He didn't let the little ice lizards take action. There were plenty of times when they could take action. And there was no shortage of this one. Saw! 14 lizardmen fell. And they even just made the sound of saw and directly met their death. Thermal weapons are so scary. There were 2 bullets left in the magazine. Linyu didn't want to be in trouble because of changing the magazine. So he quickly loaded the new magazine. As long as he doesn't make any big noise, there won't be any reaction from there. Call out. Again. This lizardman had been in the cave the whole time, seemingly trying to catch the copper treasure chest that his companion had exploded. Linyu would naturally not give it this chance. After killing this, the little ice lizards finally calmed down. Their perception ability is necessary for Linyu. After picking up 15 copper treasure boxes, Linyu picked up the sniper rifle again. It's business as usual at the mine. Linyu looked at the survivors working in the mines, but still didn't understand the doubts in his heart. Weird. Why? Could it be that they were fed some kind of ecstasy soup by the lizard people, and now they are just walking corpses? He turned it up to the highest magnification, carefully stared at the survivor closest to him, observed for a while, and suddenly discovered something unexpected. Another survivor came over and actually said H, low to him. And the 2 even laughed and chatted for a while. But the lizard man behind them seemed not to see them. Nor did they urge them, or even use violence to drive them away. What is this? Linyu became more and more confused. This was too abnormal. Aren't you prisoners of the lizard men? Isn't it similar to the status of a slave? Shouldn't you have a sad face? Or a look of great sorrow and anger? Why are you still laughing? Linyu looked at the others through the scope, and found that none of them looked as bitter and resentful as he had imagined. And all of them had relaxed faces, etc. Could it be that? Linyu immediately thought of another possibility. He took a deep breath and aimed his sniper rifle at the leg of a lizard man next to several survivors. Boom! The bullet flew out quickly and hit the target quickly, although its screams could not be heard. In the scope, the lizard man was rolling crazily on the ground, and blood was constantly flowing out. He then looked at the survivors who were mining next to him. After they were briefly surprised and panicked, some of them squatted down, while others held things like cloth in their hands and tied them to the lizard man's legs. Linyu breathed out a breath. Sure enough, they were not captured or enslaved. But, Chapter 251, Each's Own Way of Survival. I choose to fight. I can't believe that in order to survive, human beings would come up with such a way of living that violates themselves. Linyu looked at the group of survivors bandaging the lizard men and couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt. That should be right. These survivors were not captured and enslaved by the lizard men, nor were they forced to do such things. Instead, in order to escape disaster and survive in this apocalypse that occurs once every 7 days, they chose to become the partners of the lizard people. No, it should be said to be a more humble existence. They became parasites that worked for the lizard folk, providing them with a place of safety and survival. In the scope, the humans were still urgently rescuing the lizard man, but it seemed that someone discovered that it was a gunshot wound, and yelled in horror, calling for the lizard man to escape together. Linyu put down his sniper rifle. This further confirmed his judgment. Did this group of survivors actually choose such a humble and despicable path? Obviously. You can use your own hands to create and open up a way to survive in this different world, with the blessing of the system. No matter how bad your life is, as long as you work harder to mine the most basic wood, stone, iron, etc., or gather together and use collective strength to hunt and adapt to this other world, you will be better than now with the lizards. Lower intelligent creatures, like humans, are stronger when mixed together. Linyu didn't think he could reach any consensus with the lizard people who ate human flesh and used human heads as sacrifices to sacrifice monsters. They don't even think that these lizard people, who can even be called threats, are worthy of their trust. But at this moment, these humans are fighting with these lizard people, and they seem to want to please, covering the lizard people's retreat. Ridiculous. Pathetic. When did human beings become so humble? The vast majority of people are trying to survive. But there are a few people who choose this path. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He has no right to interfere in such matters, nor in other people's choices. But he has the right to interfere with the forces who want to dig out his or mountain and let them know who owns it. Do you dare to mine without me killing the giant creatures? Lin Yu knew that he was arrogant. But without this arrogance, he would not be alive now. Call out. The sniper rifle shoots again and keeps shooting. The lizardmen fell down one after another, but they were only accurately hit by bullets in the thighs and suffered severe injuries. It must be difficult to stand up, and there is probably no way to move. After emptying 3 magazines and 18 lizardmen falling, Lin Yu picked up other weapons, stood up, and took out the ATV. After the little ice lizards got on the bus, Lin Yu restarted the ATV, and with the roar of the engine, he moved forward. At this moment, the natural sulfur mine is in chaos. The lizard men were bleeding and wailing loudly, and the panicked humans were running around behind them. There were even a few humans who lifted the injured lizard men, and some humans were driven away by the lizard men with swords and iron spears. The more Lin looked at it, the more bored he became. If the other party is willing, if they think you are useless, they will just cut off your heads with a knife. Look at you, and give the weapons to these lizard people. Are you afraid that your life will not be long enough? The Alliance does not engage in alliances like this. What's more, the other party's actual strength in the Alliance must be almost the same as our own. The lizardmen alone account for more than 1 in number. What else do they have? Stone gun and stone sword? The roar of the engine gradually reached the direction of the extremely panicked natural sulfur mine. Many humans also saw this metal monster that could only be seen on Earth, and couldn't help shouting loudly. Some even pointed at Lin Yu, or rushed directly towards him. But Lin Yu quickly told these cowardly humans a word with practical actions. Roll. After putting on earmuffs, Lin Yu stopped the car and fired a shot in the direction of the group of people. He has a gun! It was him just now! Run! Just one. Let's kill him! Yes! There are so many of us! What are you afraid of? Come on! Yes! Come on, you! The group of people gathered together again after stopping, twisting in front of them, shouting in various languages. But their voices were all filled with trembling and fear. They saw the roaring car in the distance getting closer and closer, and finally broke up and ran away under the push of you and me. Get away. Lin Yu's car drove away these garbage. Killing them actually didn't matter at all. He didn't understand these people, and he didn't want to understand them. They have no weapons and are not threatening. Just like aphids raised by ants. The ants provide them with safe and comfortable homes for the honey they excrete. When there is no honey or no honey is produced, they will become ants' food reserve. The group of people screamed, cried and shouted, making the place even more chaotic. Lin Yu stopped the car, about 60 or 70 meters away from them, and picked up various weapons again. Little ice lizards. Be on alert all around. Wearing an exoskeleton, he thrust the alloy anti-explosion shield hanging on his left arm directly into the ground. He put the spray gun and sniper rifle aside, and half-crouched behind the anti-explosion shield with the alloy tactical crossbow in his hand. The lizard man rushed over and fired an arrow instantly. Boom! The lizard man instantly turned into a fireball, and while Lin Yu fired the second flaming arrow, he raised his steel repeating crossbow and fired an armor-piercing arrow at the thigh of the lizard man in the other direction. A copper treasure chest was obtained, less than 50 meters away from him, and completely within the range of various weapons. The lizard man who fell to the ground immediately lost his combat effectiveness and could not move at all. The reason why he handled it this way was that Lin Yu didn't want the group of people to witness that he could explode the treasure box 100%. Second, he didn't want the lizard man to pick up the treasure chest. The crowd in the distance began to scream strangely. They originally wanted to run towards the acid rain lake, but at this time, they were forced back by groups of lizard men, facing the heavily armed Lin Yu. They had no capital to fight him, although there were more weapons in his hands. Lin Yu seemed to pose no threat at all. He concentrated on shooting the lizard men who were approaching and rushing out one after another, either through the thigh or directly bombarding the lower abdomen until they were half dead. Except for the first two. The others were seriously injured without killing them. As the lizard men continued to be shot down, there were gradually only survivors standing or lying down and crawling around. The barrel of the gun gradually heated up, and Lin Yu released another spray, aiming it at the sky. These people did not attack him, and he had no reason to attack them, although their choices and actions made him disdainful. This was not the reason why he could take action. In other words, it wasn't enough for him to take action. The crowd began to break up and flee, and the lizard men behind them, who pushed them with weapons, fell to the ground. There was no need for them to fight Lin Yu head-on. They dropped their weapons and kept running in all directions. Lin Yu also discovered that some people disappeared immediately after escaping to rocks or a certain ground. It was probably because they had escaped into the hole where they came out. As more people fled into the cave, there were only dozens of lizard men confronting him on the battlefield. Lin Yu picked up the explosion-proof shield, and after confirming that there were no humans, he picked up the excellent iron spear and chopped off the head of the lizard man he shot down first. You got a copper treasure chest. The lizard people clearly found that the heavily armed survivor in front of them was completely different from the ones around them. Next, none of you can run away, Lin Yu said, raising the weapon in his hand. And there was another gunshot. Chapter 252 The Truth Never Imagined. Combat becomes boring once it happens when the strength of the two sides is greatly disparity. At this moment, it was even more vividly demonstrated in Lin Yu's battle with dozens of lizard men. After a few gunshots, what he gained was a pile of copper treasure chests and a pile of lizard man corpses. And those who had been shot by him before and fell to the ground without fighting ability had their throats and hearts cut off one by one. A total of 54 copper treasure chests are not in vain. Lin Yu collected all the weapons on the ground. Although most of them were made of wood or iron, it did not prevent Lin Yu from using them. They recycle waste and turn them into various raw materials using high-precision research workbenches. He can even throw them directly to the survival point mall to recycle them into survival points. As for these corpses, Lin Yu didn't want to collect them, except whoever you love. A small ice lizard suddenly discovered something and headed straight for a boulder. Soon, a person's shout rang out. Oh! Lin Yu walked over quickly, and then noticed that a man with a golden hair on his head came out with his hands raised. On his shoulder, the little ice lizard was lying, and it kept biting its neck. As long as this person dares to move, a huge tear will appear on his neck. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The man spoke in a whisper, his face full of fear and despair. Lin Yu walked over, with only the M19 left in his hand. The light spot of the infrared sight was fixed on the man's forehead. The other three little ice lizards continued to be vigilant, and Lin Yu looked at him coldly, with sharp eyes. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Please! Please! Shut up! I'll ask you an answer. Be honest. Otherwise your brain will explode. Yes! Yes! The man suddenly said in Tang dialect. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Good guy. What's going on with this guy? Tang people? No. 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 I'm from the lighthouse country. I see that you are so good at playing with guns. You must be from our lighthouse country. Ha. Boss, can you let me live? I promise I will never appear in front of you again. The man's face changed instantly, and he seemed to become much more relaxed. Yellow banana. Lin Yu's last bit of goodwill towards him disappeared. Let me ask you, what is your relationship with the lizard people? He felt himself getting more and more irritated. We are actually here to coexist with the lizard people. You know, there is a loophole in this world. Yes. You don't know the loopholes in this world. Right. No matter how many disasters there are outside. Once every 7 days, or once every 5 days. Even if it is once a day. The underground will not be affected in any way. So we directly reached an agreement with those green guys. We teach them some knowledge. Or mine natural sulfur, or in exchange for rights underground. As we did just now. They won't attack us either. Oh yes. You're here to mine or two? Hey, brother. I don't want to listen to nonsense. You mean? They reached an agreement with you. So you can coexist with them. Right. A question came to Lin Yu's mind. Don't be impulsive. I mean, that's right. We provide knowledge. Whether it's smelting or manufacturing. They are too backward. They feel like ancient savages. The man continued to answer. It is as expected. His guess was correct. In order to survive, these people sold human self-esteem, and even gave all kinds of common sense and various technologies that must never be passed on to this kind of lizard people who, although their development capabilities are very low, are very good at learning and understanding. Do these people know what they are doing? Aren't you afraid that after these monsters absorb this knowledge, they will turn against their kind and other survivors? No. It should be said that it has been dealt with. The fact that this natural sulfur or mountain is now mined is the best proof. Thinking of the gunpowder from before, Lin Yu now guessed that maybe that was what this group of people taught those lizard people. You came out of the underground. And the underground isn't just underground ruins, is it? Lin Yu suddenly made a bold guess. He had thought about this matter a long time ago, but he had never come to a conclusion. It is obviously unreasonable to keep so many lizard men in the underground ruins. It is very likely that they are not only in the underground ruins. What about this? The man paused, seeming to be hesitating. But when he felt a bit of pain in his neck, he immediately became honest. Yes, that's right. Not only do they have underground ruins, but they also have many layers underground. I also heard a person who was captured say that lizard men are still in caves and there are tribes in the forest. What? There are indeed lizard men underground. But are there lizard men in caves and forests on the ground? Good guy. This is quite powerful information, provided it is true. How long have you been hanging out with these lizard people? Lin Yu decided to pursue the victory. This information was enough for him to digest for a while. And if this person could provide more information, it would save him a lot of time. Boss, you know this, Suddenly, a hole appeared at the feet of Huang Mao. And at the same time, a lizard man pierced his chest with an iron gun almost instantly. I don't want to die here. The huge penetrating wound pierced his heart and lungs. He could hardly say anything more and fell heavily to the ground. The lizard man was bitten through the neck by the little ice lizard almost at the same time. And Lin Yu's armor-piercing arrow also hit its chest and penetrated it. You get a copper treasure chest. I would rather get information. Lin Yu walked over, and 4 small ice lizards all burrowed into nearby holes at the same time. Several lizardmen screamed from time to time, and 2 of the bitten ones crawled out directly. But they were all killed by Lin Yu's arrow. With the 3 copper treasure chests in his pocket, Lin Yu did not see the lizard man again, and the little ice lizards all returned to the ground. Everything returns to calm. The breeze blows, and the wild grass and poisonous grass on the wasteland sway with the wind. The corpses piled on the ground were silent. Lin Yu looked at them indifferently, as if he saw some kind of future. He walked up to the man's body, and the tip of his spear struck the bright spot next to him. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space. All items in the storage space are merged into your storage space. You obtain 33 natural sulfur ores, 2 kilograms of dried pork, 4 L of underground river water, and 2 shelter design drawings. The harvest is not completely lost. Lin Yu released the mining robot dogs and asked them to go mining. He looked at the corpses on the ground, and finally thought about it. Took out a torch, and lit them one by one. Of course, he also recovered all the arrows that could be recovered. Although you can make it anytime, there is nothing wrong with saving more. After doing everything, he opened the system panel. The robot dog is very easy to use, but the materials are difficult to collect. I simply collect some more. What if someone can have one? At this time, he suddenly discovered that there was new news from Fei Yu. Lin Yu, the 3rd master has passed away. From now on, I will be the leader of our refuge village. If you need anything, we will try our best to find it. If you are willing, we also want to accept your control directly. What are your intentions? Chapter 253 Dominate People. What? Lin Yu looked at the message sent by Fei Yu and the words on it, and finally understood why Fei Yu had not replied for so long. Is that 3rd master, Meng Yutong, dead? He glanced at Meng Yutong's chat messages, and found that his profile picture had indeed turned gray. Lin Yu flipped through the chat messages with Meng Yutong. Last time, this 3rd master, Meng Yutong, wanted to hand over his refuge village of more than 100 people to him, and let him become the leader of the more than 100 people. But Lin Yu refused. The reason couldn't be simpler. What he needs is not the position of commanding hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 people, or even more survivors. Lead these people to overcome many difficulties to transform this other world, and ultimately allow human beings to prosper and reproduce here again. This is not what he wants to pursue. Personality is part of the reason. Just like what Lu Kai once said about him. He is a lone wolf player who does not like to be with others and passively accept the complex emotions from complex people. Ability is also part of the reason. He thought that he might be a little smart in terms of survival. And he could also make full use of this 100% treasure chest explosion system, making it a force under his control instead of being dominated by it. But he has no leadership skills at all. Originally, he was not this type of person. Even in the more than 10 years since he was in school, he had never held any position. Not to mention that he was always the ignored one in the orphanage. Lin Yu felt that he might not be able to take care of 5 people, let alone 100 or more, if he must lead mankind forward. And he does have this idea. Then he can only fight alone at the front, carrying all the heavy burdens on his shoulders, rather than with a large group of people. The human heart is very complex, and he alone is enough. If it is true that human beings will have a moment to regain their former glory, then he will also hide among the crowd and be the least conspicuous one. Neither his own character nor his current ability to explode treasure boxes allows him to make such a choice. Think about it. What would happen if even one more person knew that he had a 100% treasure chest explosion system? By then, no matter how strong his fighting power is, he probably won't be able to withstand the swarming survivors. This ability, from the moment he began to have it, was destined to force him to accept the identity of a lone wolf and work hard to survive. The third master, Meng Yutong, passed away. Lin Yu had heard of this name on TV news before. A highly respected old man with extraordinary abilities. When chatting with him privately at that time, Lin Yu had already sensed his courage and wisdom. Now that this person has passed away, it is useless to say anything else. What is the domination that Fei Yu is talking about? Fei Yu has said that he is already the leader. So why does he still need the so-called control? What did he think? Lin Yu expressed confusion about this. I've already rejected it. My condolences, he replied. Thank you. Before the third master passed away, he had been talking to us about you. And we also accepted the third master's last wish and wanted you, Lin Yu, to become the ruler of our refuge village. Fei Yu quickly conveyed the message back. He repeated the message again. You are already the leader. How can I still control you? Although Lin Yu didn't want to be, he still wanted to understand. Well, first of all, let me introduce the situation of our refuge village. There are currently 122 people in our refuge village. 74 young adults, 11 elderly people, and the rest are underage children. The male-to-female ratio is basically 1-to-1. We now have enough food and water. And there are some individual survivors sending us messages every day asking for shelter. So the population should continue to increase. Lin Yu said that black people have question mark faces. What are you doing? After the third master passed away, he designated me as the leader of this refuge village. I am responsible for the normal operation of the entire refuge village, including hunting, collecting food and water, collecting secrets, exploring underground ruins, etc. What all of us mean is, I want you to become the ruler of our refuge village. We are relatively independent, and our food and other needs will be solved by ourselves. In other aspects, such as collecting in secret realms and exploring underground ruins, we will collect various special items according to your ideas. Materials, of course. We will still exchange your fruits and vegetables with you as before. Lin Yu. That's what I mean. Lin Yu once again looked at the face of the old man on the phone. Good guy. This third master's wisdom. This trick is indeed too high. The conditions are indeed attractive enough. Don't you want to be our leader? It doesn't matter. You will be our ruler. And we will use all our strength to find what you want. And then exchange these things with you for the fruits, vegetables, and other materials originally provided. And we will exchange what we have. It is said that he is a dominator. But he is more like a task issuer, which suddenly makes him active instead of passive. What cams? What hydraulic push rods? What all kinds of alloys? We help you find materials, and we find them specifically. If you don't accept it, then we will keep the status quo. Whatever we find. If you want it, exchange it. If you don't need it, we will keep it for ourselves. After Lin Yu figured it out now, he had to admire this third master. If he wants to pursue better things, then being the so-called dominant person is naturally the best thing. It can even further speed up his current farming speed. And unlike what he said before, he has to think about how to manage 100 people and worry about their food, drink, toilet, and sleep. It seems that the temptation is quite great. He looked at the 2 robot dogs working hard. If there were 20, or even 120, how spectacular would it be? Moreover, if this is really the case, then the efficiency is not as simple as increasing exponentially. even if the previous food processing plant and fresh-keeping cold storage were built far away. It was only a matter of time before many more were built. Cost? Lin Yu has not seen any price at present. It is equivalent to letting him be a hands-on shopkeeper and letting his subordinates go to work. He is just a ruler, not a hard worker who needs to consider everything. I'll think about it. Lin Yu thought for a long time and felt that this proposal would allow him to think about it before making a decision. Then we are waiting for your good news. Fei Yue probably still had things to do, so he didn't say anything else. He probably has to be busy with various handovers after the third master's death. Lin Yu once again asked the leaders of the other refuge villages that he had added as friends last time if they had what he wanted. But he did not get the good news he wanted. The things that robot dogs need are complex, numerous, and not easy to find. But if you specifically look for it, so tempting. Third master, this old guy, was tricked by him. As usual, he placed his own resources on the transaction panel and emphasized what he wanted. Then closed the system panel again, looking at the robot dogs working hard. They have collected quite a large pile of natural sulfur ore. It seems that we really need to think about it carefully, he sighed. Chapter 254 Fight. I'm never afraid. It has to be said that the working efficiency of the robot dog is indeed much higher than that of him mining here alone. Lin Yu didn't even do anything himself. And these two guys dug out a large piece of natural sulfur ore. It also forced him to consider opening a new warehouse. If there were no effective means of care at present, Lin Yu would have dug a huge pit here to store these ores. Why bother using the shelter design drawings? However, the shelter design drawing is indeed very useful. The resulting shelter is square and regular, and has good sealing properties. Lin Yu used the 6 shelter design drawings in sequence, and quickly obtained more space. After exchanging some vegetables for some wood on the trading panel, Lin Yu began to make wooden baskets to hold natural sulfur ore. It was all done with ease, as if he was born to do these things. He put a large amount of natural sulfur ore into the wooden basket, and then piled them one by one and placed them in the combined shelter. Lin Yu checked the condition of the previous shelter, and unexpectedly found that it had been cut open by something in several places. If it were left like this, it would probably be cut open. He knew without guessing that it was those lizard men who did it, since the lizard people can dig holes in this underground. It is not impossible to destroy this shelter. Moreover, the group of survivors who mixed with the lizard men also provided these lizard men with iron pickaxes that were more useful than stone pickaxes. If it is not reinforced, it will probably be chipped and the contents will be removed. Lin Yu thought about it and had an idea. The shelter of stone is not as strong. But what about iron and stone? I didn't carry much iron. Only 39 pieces. But it was enough. He took out the iron blocks piece by piece, and at the same time found Xing Lingfeng and the others, and exchanged 100 units of iron blocks for the price of a lightning rod set. He really doesn't have anything on hand right now, so he can only exchange it with various existing things for the time being. And 100 units of iron blocks plus the previous ones are enough to reinforce these shelters. After doing this, Lin Yu concentrated on stacking the ore, while the robot dogs continued to mine, and the little ice lizards continued to be on guard. Time passed very quickly. When the space of 6 shelters was stored, Lin Yu closed the door of the shelter and hid it, and found that only more than 2 hours had passed. The efficiency is really fast. Lin Yu recalled that if he mined the ore by himself like the first time, the mining efficiency would definitely be much worse than the current one. After getting Lin Yu's permission, the little ice lizards began to hunt some small mutated creatures around, and even dared to challenge slightly larger mutated creatures like the terror pig. Lin Yu didn't stop them. If they couldn't handle it, he would take action. The little ice lizards fought for a while, and after killing a fear pig, they seemed to be a little tired of it. So they caught up with Lin Yu's ADD again. Along the way, Lin Yu also expected that some lizard men would show up, so that he could clean them up directly. But unfortunately, it seemed that these people were scared by him, and did not continue to attack them. The meaning of coming out. The journey was extremely peaceful. The mutated creatures seemed to be avoiding Lin Yu like the god of plague, which also gave Lin Yu a strange feeling. It's as if he is the master of this world. And this is what these mutated creatures are afraid of. No matter what. I harvested a lot of treasure chests this time. And I also harvested a lot of natural sulfur ore. Now there are quite a lot of sulfur ore reserves. Even if he doesn't mine anymore, he should have no problem producing anything based on the existing stocks. However, gunpowder does not only require sulfur. Saltpeter and charcoal are also needed. Charcoal is easy to say, He has seen people selling it in the market more than once. And even in the Survival Point Mall, you can get a bunch of it by spending only 100 points. But this saltpeter is really hard to find. Unless you find a lizardman public toilet. You can only hope to find a saltpeter mine somewhere to find this thing. That Huang Mao died too early. If he could ask where the lizard people got the saltpeter mine, it might make things easier. The ATV continued to move forward. Lin Yu yawned and suddenly had an idea. Why don't you open up a map and go back to your refuge from somewhere else? Lin Yu opened the system panel and looked at the location of the regional map. From where he was to the refuge, it was almost a straight line in the darkness. Darkness accounted for most of the part, and the rest was when Xiaobai was flying with him. The open map is actually a straight line. This drawing is probably a beautiful thing. Why not? Lin Yu felt that he did not necessarily have to follow the rules, although Xiaobai is not around. With his current combat power, basically no one can do anything to him. What's more, the speed of this ATV is quite fast. Even if there is any crisis, he can leave the scene quickly. Unless, boom, do it. Just when he thought this, Lin Yu suddenly heard an unknown voice. The wheel on the left front seemed to hit something sharp. And suddenly there was an explosion. Lin Yu stepped on the brakes and stopped. He looked at the wheel with a big hole in it, and he didn't know what expression to use to face this. Hey guys, where can I find a place to repair my car and repair my tire? In this other world, there wouldn't be a stall on the side of the road selling wind cannons to repair tires, or calling someone to help him tow the truck. I originally thought that the tires of this ATV were so big and strong that they wouldn't burst like this easily. The result was a real disaster. Lin Yu got out of the car to look for what had cut his tire. When he saw an extra gun point on the ground, he instantly raised the alloy tactical crossbow in his hand and shot an arrow there. The crossbow arrow sank into the soil, and a voice rang out at the same time. Saw! A hoarse voice sounded, followed by more saw sounds from all directions. Just as the little ice lizards were about to rush out, Lin Yu immediately stopped them and asked them to stay by his side. He quickly jumped onto the car, put on earmuffs, and took out the spray gun. There were also low stone walls in the storage space, and Lin Yu immediately erected them around them, creating a relatively strong fortress. At this time, more sounds of saw were still echoing in his ears, and he also saw something moving quickly on the ground. The tip of the gun is still made of metal. What are these lizard men doing? Lin Yu cursed secretly, but did not immediately shoot with the spray gun. He didn't understand why these lizard men were ambushing here, and they were even smart enough to cut the tires of the car with the tip of their gun. How come it's so accurate? Saw! 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 The sound is getting denser, more passionate, and louder. Lin Yu felt that there seemed to be lizardmen everywhere. As long as he gets out of the car, these monsters will immediately emerge from the ground and catch him. Are you surrounded? Lin Yu took a deep breath. He took out various weapons and ignited the flaming arrows at the same time, placing them on the alloy tactical crossbow and steel repeating crossbow at hand. The gun in his hand was also ready, and the M19 was loaded with a full magazine. At the same time, he also took out a large number of bullets at hand. Come on! Fight! He shouted. Chapter 255 The Secret was discovered. Break out of the siege. At this moment, Lin Yu, who was full of fighting spirit, suddenly let out a roar. This voice even drowned out the lizardmen underground who had been shouting, Saw! After this sound, Lin Yu also immediately discovered that the other party stopped their resonance. The ground surged and rolled, and dozens or hundreds of lizardmen came out from all directions. Ha ha! Are you sending me a treasure box? You trash! The alloy tactical crossbow in Lin Yu's hand was fired first, and an arrow shining with fire flew out, accurately hitting a lizard man. And at the same time, it also turned into a fireball. And this fireball also immediately ignited the two lizard men around it. 3 fireballs suddenly appeared, and the lizard people surrounding Lin Yu immediately showed a trace of panic. They all dodged the fireballs and rushed towards Lin Yu, shouting, Little ice lizards! Rush out and kill! Lin Yu gave the order, and at the same time changed the weapons in his hands. Boom! The spray sent out a strong vibration. The bullets it sprayed shattered, and the small steel balls fired at extremely high speed scattered and exploded. The 4 lizardmen at the front of Lin Yu were also hit, and were blown away. Lin Yu did not stop, and fired 2 more flaming arrows in his hand. After driving back the group of lizardmen closest to him, Lin Yu suddenly saw a scene that he had imagined before. Lizard people! You bastards! Is that really the case? He put down the spray. And the M19 fired 16 bullets in an instant. He did not deliberately aim these 16 bullets at the enemy's heads, but hit them on their thighs as much as possible, making them lose their combat effectiveness. Then, he took advantage of the time when the little ice lizard sprayed a large amount of ice mist in the lizard crowd, and immediately put in new bullets. Bullets poured out one after another, and soon Lin Yu emptied the magazine again. At this time, a lizard man rushed over, almost reaching the edge of his low wall. Without thinking, Lin Yu swiped the iron spear in his hand, with the addition of exoskeleton and mechanical hand. This sweep even cut off the legs of the other two lizardmen who rushed up at the same time. And this blow also made the lizard people who wanted to surround them take a step back in fright. Lin Yu took advantage of this, and immediately changed the magazine. Taking advantage of his momentum, he emptied the magazine again, and the 16 lizardmen also fell to the ground, basically losing their fighting power and threat. Replace the magazine and shoot again. Lin Yu was like crazy, shooting the M19 pistol until it became hot. But he knew that it would never work if it continued like this. No matter how wonderful this world is, everything must abide by objective laws. If the gun barrel is used like this, it will definitely not last long. He picked up the sniper rifle, and now, he didn't care about close range or not. 6 bullets were fired, and new ones were fired immediately. The lizard men's screams became more and more frequent, and their number continued to shrink. Lin Yu knew that he was now in an extremely dangerous situation. Moreover, his current tactics are also being used by these lizard men. Although the lizard men's ambush this time may have been a temporary move, Lin Yu felt that they seemed to have discovered a pattern. So they attacked him with such a big fanfare. This bunch of rubbish knows that I can 100% explode the treasure chest, so they don't hesitate to use the quantity to pile it up, just for the sake of the treasure chest. The lizard man didn't want to use those weapons to hurt him, so he kept using numbers to suppress him, and kept getting closer just to catch him. After all, he is the only one who can pop the treasure chest. Did these lowly lizardmen realize this, and immediately thought of how to suppress it? The sniper rifle emptied 6 magazines in a row, but the number of lizardmen was still like a mountain and a sea. Their purpose is treasure chests. Lin Yu looked at the treasure chests that had exploded around the 3 lizardmen that had turned into fireballs. They had already been snatched away by the 3 lizardmen. The remaining lizardmen did not throw their weapons, but continued boldly. Move closer to him. Lin Yu stood in the car. There were too many lizardmen around. If this continues, he will probably be completely surrounded by the sea of lizardmen, drowned and captured. This won't work. Lin Yu picked up the alloy tactical crossbow again and aimed a shot at the crowded lizard people approaching. Boom! Come again! Lin Yu didn't care how many fireballs were burned. While the fireballs were burning, the lizard people immediately moved away from the compatriots struggling in the large ball of fireballs. The steel repeater fired a second burning arrow. Lin Yu at the same time. He jumped out of the car, put the car into the storage space, and jumped out of the range of the low wall. Little ice lizard! Concentrate the eruption! The 4 little ice lizards basically had no strength at this moment. There were too many enemies, and their attack power was too weak, so they basically didn't help much. Instead, they were almost caught several times. They are smart and know that if something happens to the big men next to them, not even they can escape from this prison. They immediately gathered together obediently, and sprayed out 4 layers of extremely cold ice mist in front of Lin Yu. A large amount of cold mist froze the lizards rushing in front of them, and Lin Yu took advantage of this moment to rush into the side of the ice mist. And the little ice lizards followed him closely. Boom! The spray exploded with a roar, and a group of lizardmen in front of Lin Yu were instantly beaten into pieces. He directly took away the exploded copper treasure chests. You want to steal my treasure chest? Lin Yu immediately put on new bullets and fired another shot at the stunned lizard man. And then, he immediately shot a flaming arrow in another direction, taking this opportunity to load it again. After continuing to operate it for several times, Lin Yu became more and more proficient. He did not miss any of the treasure chests exploded by the lizardmen killed by the trolls. And at the same time, he also opened a passage among a large group of lizardmen. The M19 pistol was put into battle again. 1 magazine was quickly emptied of bullets, and then it was loaded again. Another magazine was emptied. Lin Yu had seen that there were fewer and fewer lizardmen in front of him, and he was becoming more and more calm. In this kind of siege, the opponent has no intention of attacking. So what he has to do now is to repel the approaching lizard people, and then find a life passage. The M19 fired more than 10 bullets again, but the next one suddenly jammed. Lin Yu directly put it into the storage space, and at the same time used the alloy explosion-proof shield on his left arm to push away several approaching lizard men. And at the same time, the mechanical hand on the right arm grabbed the Escalate's iron spear and spun a circle in place. Like a full moon, the lizard men who came around screamed and fell to the ground. Their legs were basically severely injured by this blow. Lin Yu also took this opportunity to take out the spray gun again and replace it with bullets, and shot the last few in front of him. The lizard men are sprayed into a sieve. You got a copper treasure chest. You get. Lin Yu quickly rushed out of the encirclement net. He also paid attention to his steps and kept moving in curves. The lizard men were still chasing after him, but Lin Yu was now out of the greatest danger of siege. If I have explosives in my hand, am I still afraid of being surrounded by you? Lin Yu couldn't help but want the saltpeter mine more and more. The little ice lizards followed him forward, constantly vigilant, allowing Lin Yu to escape smoothly. He took off his helmet, exoskeleton and mechanical arm at this time, and his body became much lighter. With the spray in his hand, he was already covered in sweat. Although the wasteland was full of potholes, it was still fairly flat. Lin Yu backed up in a zigzag pattern. Seeing that the lizard man was some distance away from him, he fired another flaming arrow. As a scream sounded, not once did he look back. He ran straight ahead. Chapter 256 Transaction of Trust. The wind flowed in his ears, and Lin Yu, who was running with all his strength, did not even look back to see what was going on behind him. With his height and long legs, Lin Yu was not much behind ordinary people in running, let alone those lizard men who, although they stood upright, did not move very fast. As the saying goes, when people face a crisis, they usually burst out with great potential. And Lin Yu firmly believes that he is in this stage now. He had been running for dozens of minutes now, and he still didn't feel tired, although the sweat on his body continued to flow. His physical strength was not exhausted. Lin Yu naturally believed that this had something to do with his physical fitness, which had been greatly improved in so many days. Puff! The little ice lizards were even tired of running. They jumped on Lin Yu one after another, and they were so tired that they vomited out their words. Did you get rid of them? Lin Yu asked his friends, and they all immediately learned and applied them, nodding on Lin Yu's shoulders. However, Lin Yu was not relieved. He ran for nearly another kilometer before finally stopping. Looking back, I found that in the far distance of my sight, wisps of black smoke were floating upward, and the lizard man was silent. Is it completely safe? Lin Yu didn't know how far he had run, but he had indeed exceeded his own limit. He placed a stone wall on the ground and sat down on it, breathing heavily. At this moment when his heart was completely relaxed, all the strength in his body felt as if something had been taken away from him. His muscles were sore, his head was dizzy, and his heart was beating wildly. He even lay down directly on his back against the stone wall, letting the sweat all over his body remain unchecked. However, after only a few minutes, he struggled to sit up again. This is not a good place to rest. Let's not talk about safety or unsafeness. Just being exposed to the sun made him feel too uncomfortable. After calling up the system panel and opening the regional map, Lin Yu discovered that he seemed to have wandered off. At this moment, he had run a long distance eastward, barely shortening the distance from his shelter. If I were to walk back, Lin Yu calculated a little, and knew that this might take him at least 7 or 8 hours. And it has to be the kind of situation where you have to walk continuously. He thought for a moment, and took out a high-precision research workbench. This thing is very useful, and it occupies a very small area, and is easy to carry. It is extremely useful in secret realms, underground ruins, and this other world. Since the last time he went to the secret realm to take it with him, Lin Yu has almost never left him alone in the shelter. After getting the ATV out again, Lin Yu took out the toolbox and took out the broken tire. After using the workbench to dissect the tires into design drawings, Lin Yu put everything away. You need rubber, alloy or something like that. Just ask those people if they have any. To be honest, there is nothing worth taking out or exchanging in the storage space. None of them are enough to be taken out and exchanged. And basically they are all important. The alloy can be replaced by steel, but rubber is not easy to find, so we can only find some ways in the secret realm. He immediately contacted Xing Lingfeng, but soon the other party's reply came. Lin Yu, we don't have this thing, but if we are given time, we can go to the secret realm to try our luck. No. After Lin Yu replied politely, he contacted Xia Feihong again. As a result, after Lin Yu drank a bottle of water, there was no reply. I contacted other friends except Fei Yu, But the other party either did not reply or did not reply. Indeed, rubber is not easy to find, generally speaking, although some people are interested in cars. Without professional tools for disassembly or a large enough storage space, it is basically impossible to transport a broken car back from the secret realm. Moreover, the car also needs parts, gasoline, and even where to put it in the event of a disaster. Indeed, most shelters would not bother with it. Lin Yu finally looked at Fei Yu's profile picture. In fact, he didn't want to find Fei Yu again. He hadn't responded to Fei Yu's suggestion last time. He is still thinking about controlling people. If he goes to Fei Yu this time, will there be any pressure on him? After all, if the other party has won, then he owes the other party a favor. The abominable third master Meng Yutong. Lin Yu once again felt the gap between himself and the real boss. The other party's wisdom and strategy are related to age. And I am still too young. Maybe he can defeat these old people in terms of fighting and survival. But in terms of sophistication, social experience and wisdom, he is far behind. If you don't accept it, you have to accept it. Fei Yu, do you have any rubber or tires? Lin Yu knew that if he always cared about too many things, maybe luck would be far away from him. He stood up. After resting enough, he had to move forward. There's no way the lizardmen wouldn't chase him just because he was far away. After giving the remaining mineral water to the little ice lizards to drink, and giving them some Snickers bars that could quickly replenish a lot of physical strength, Lin Yu followed the directions on the regional map and walked towards his shelter. At the same time, he did not close the system panel. Soon, the other party's message came. Rubber? Tires? We have 3 tires. How do we exchange them? Unexpectedly, the other party did not immediately ask him how he was considering it, but brought him good news. 3 tires were enough for an ATV. But Lin Yu knew that he had nothing to replace. He took a deep breath and made a decision. I don't have anything I can exchange with you now, but I really need these 3 tires. If you agree, I will take out what you want and exchange them with you after I return to the shelter. Lin Yu knew that just now the other party did not come up with the conditions for dominating people that he expected. But now maybe it's time. After all, in this different world, there is no pure trust, only the difference in interest. He said that he would give it to him later, but if he put this on anyone, the other party would think about it carefully. After all, how much is trust worth across a screen? Even if this is the case, you can completely refuse to repay the debt. And even if it is guaranteed to be paid back, what exactly will it be paid back to? Will the other party make a big move? This is also a problem. This verbally agreed transaction is not bound by any rules. There are actually considerable risks for both buyers and sellers. Being rejected, or the other party making a request to agree to dominate the person, is a condition. Both possibilities are possible. Lin Yu quietly waited for the other party's reply. This was a multiple competition about trust, humanity, interests, and so on. He was also prepared. If it really doesn't work out, just accept it directly. It doesn't matter. You can exchange it for whatever you want. I have already listed the designated auction transaction. As for what we want, by the way, do you still have any watermelons? Just have one. Our refuge village praises the watermelons you grow. Quite a lot. Everyone said they couldn't get enough. Ha. Fei Yu's answer stunned Lin Yu. Just need a watermelon. I didn't even think about whether he would pay it back in the future. Moreover, there was no suggestion of domination at all. He didn't even hesitate to put the tires on the trading panel. Lin Yu suddenly felt that he seemed to have thought wrong. Chapter 257, Weapon Upgrade. Strength increases again. You lost the stone X20. You get tire X3. The transaction was successful. After Lin Yu thanked Fei Yu, he disassembled the 3 tires and obtained 2 units of rubber and 2 units of alloy. He immediately looked at the system panel and found the design diagram of the tires of the ATV. You get ATV tires. A fully inflated standard tire appeared, and Lin Yu immediately installed it on the ATV. Finally, the transportation tool was reinstalled. Lin Yu got into the car again, and the little ice lizards also found a shady place to rest under the carport. When the engine started roaring again, it also meant that this emergency situation was over. It seems that I underestimated Fei Yu. Lin Yu smiled. In this different world, it is rare to gain a similar partnership, no matter what the other party thinks. He does feel now that his previous overpreparedness was indeed inappropriate. Opening the regional map, Lin Yu moved forward. The smoke in the far distance had gradually dissipated, and he no longer encountered attacks from the lizard men. Before the gasoline ran out, he also saw the gray-white walls of his shelter. I'm finally back. Lin Yu came to the grove and gave Xiaobai, who was faithfully guarding the ancient gate of the secret realm, a big mutton chop, and returned to the shelter with him and the 4 little ice lizards. Xiaoming came up to him. After seeing his master again, he seemed quite happy. He wanted to take his master to the basement to see the corpses of dozens of lizardmen he had killed. But he found that his master seemed to be exhausted. Xiaoming, what happened? Lin Yu felt that he had to cheer up. But after a fierce battle, running for several kilometers, and then driving for a long time, he really had no strength now. Ga Wu. Xiaobai pointed to the basement to Lin Yu. And Lin Yu roughly guessed something. Had the lizardmen also been to the shelter? He took out a Snickers bar and gave Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards some lamb chops and other food as a reward. He walked to greenhouse number 1 and harvested today's fruits and vegetables in the basket on the ground. After receiving a bathtub of water, Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to spray some ice mist into it. After the water temperature dropped quickly, he also put watermelon in it to create an icy effect. He opened the transaction panel and selected the specified transaction. It's time to repay Feiyue and the others. Although they agreed to only give him a watermelon, Lin Yu still felt that he must repay him with a spring. 10 cold watermelons were sent directly. He also immediately sent a private message to Feiyue. Feiyue was also extremely surprised when he saw the number of watermelons. Lin Yu, the quantity is wrong. We want 1. Withdraw it quickly. Don't be joking. Lin Yu smiled on the screen. Throw them in with mulberry and elm trees, and repay them with peaches and plums. In a different world, there is not only intrigue, but also precious friendship. Take it. I didn't get it wrong. If you don't accept it, I won't trade with you next time. Lin Yu. This. Let everyone try it. It's ice cold to relieve the heat. Feiyue pushed and pushed, but in the end, the watermelon was accepted smoothly. And Lin Yu felt much better. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he had found something. Perhaps that is the precious thing that should originally be called understanding. When he came to the basement, Lin Yu saw dozens of lizard man corpses, and the stone wall he had placed here had been cut open, leaving rubble all over the basement. He knew that things like lizardmen must be taught a bloody lesson. And it's not just that. He thought about his experience in the mine, and how the lizard people who had obtained the metal weapons made by the survivors had surrounded him there and almost caught him. And a surge of anger arose. Xiaoming, I give you a task. Now you take the little ice lizards to the underground ruins. As long as you encounter lizard people, kill them. If you encounter humans who are mixed with lizard people and attack you, don't do it. Keep it. Do you understand? Lin Yu gave Xiaoming, who looked very energetic, an important task. He didn't know how many lizardmen there were behind this door, but he knew that he must teach the lizardmen and the humans who were colluding with them a painful lesson. And the extremely brave Xiaoming is the most suitable death god to carry out this task. Although he also wanted to have a good battle with the lizard people, his current physical strength did not allow it. It would be embarrassing if he fainted again in the underground ruins due to excessive fatigue. Moreover, he has more important things to do now than going to the underground ruins. Guh! Xiaoming led 10 small ice lizards, and after a hearty meal, he entered the stone gate of the underground ruins with great pride. Lin Yu put the lizard man corpses and stone fragments into the storage space, then opened the door and entered the underground ruins, threw all these things inside, and told the remaining 10 little ice lizards to guard here. After reaching the outside of the underground ruins door, he returned to the top again. Gawu. Xiaobai saw Lin Yu's tired face and smelled the scent of a large number of lizard men on him. He knew that his master must have encountered a large number of lizard men and fought with them. It gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder with its broad arms. Lin Yu also patted his good partner. He decided that he would not be as fussy as this time next time. If Xiaobai had been present at that time, he would never have been so passive or even dangerous, not to mention being attacked by hundreds of lizard men. A large area of ice mist could allow Xiaobai to escape alone at that time. Or he could simply fly directly to avoid such an unexpected situation. I didn't expect that a flat tire could put someone in a desperate situation instantly. Lin Yu recalled what happened at that moment and couldn't help but shake his head. He took out the workbench and placed the M19 on the table, broken down into parts. When the M19 temporarily jammed, Lin Yu knew that its service life should be over. If he had used it properly, it wouldn't have cost him that much. But he was in a critical moment and couldn't care about anything else. The M19 had completed its mission, and its performance in the final battle was quite important. Now, it's time to give it a new lease of life. M19 pistol design drawing, gun body, barrel, grip, slide, duralumin alloy X2, plastic block X1, firing mechanism, firer spring, recoil spring, hammer lever, trigger, magazine, iron blocker, duralumin alloy X3, iron block X1. The main materials of the pistol are all alloys, plastic blocks, etc. And there are many of them. Let's just produce more at once, just in case the situation arises at that time. Anyway, we have enough materials now. Lin Yu thought so. Took out enough materials from the warehouse. And then made a thought. You got M19 pistol X4. For handfuls should be enough. Right? He looked at the magazine again. Can this thing be upgraded? He took out a piece of alloy and the magazine. And at the same time, he also placed a universal upgrade design diagram on it. You have upgraded the special magazine for the M19 pistol. Got the design drawing. After the upgrade, the magazine capacity has been expanded to 22 rounds. A burst of white light flashed. And in front of Lin Yu, there was a new magazine that was longer than before. Hey guys! Does this work? He put the new magazine into the newly made M19 pistol, and obtained a new weapon that was much more powerful than before. Lin Yu looked at the sniper rifle again. How many rounds can the magazine of this thing be upgraded to? Chapter 258. Every enemy must pay the price with blood. Meat provides a lot of calories, which also greatly enhances Lin Yu's feeling of fullness. After finishing the last bit of meat on the lamb chop, he ate a piece of watermelon. The feeling of fatigue was driven away by the feeling of fullness, and Lin Yu gradually no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. But he still felt soreness in the muscles of his arms and thighs. He would run at all costs. And the overwhelming force that exploded at the critical moment allowed him to break through the limit. But it also brought short-term muscle soreness and other sequelae to his body. At least that's it for now. I don't know how sore it will be tomorrow. Rubbing his arms, he stood up and walked outside. It was already afternoon, and it would be evening in just 2 or 3 hours. He could have just stayed like this until tomorrow. But he didn't want to give up the various resources in this special secret realm. What's more, after the tire blowout incident, he also had a sense of crisis. One car seems not enough. What if the next time the lizardmen attack again? It's not the tires, but the fuel tank that gets punctured? This time he was lucky. The lizard man was trying to catch him. So he didn't kill him or even attack him. He just kept getting closer, hoping to swamp him with numbers. Looking back, in order to protect himself, he really had no choice but to kill some lizard men. And because the distance was too far, he could not pick up the treasure chests. Those treasure chests were naturally picked up by the lizard men, no matter what they could get out of it. Lin Yu felt that they would never give up. It is not yet known whether these lizard men know the location of his refuge. If they really know, then maybe it won't be long before they come here. Even if they can't find this refuge, the current car is definitely not enough. You can't always let Xiaobai or Xiaoming follow you. Who knows when something will happen that even Xiaobai or Xiaoming can't handle. As the only mechanical means of transportation now, ATVs are already excellent. If there is a road, Lin Yu feels that he can also use cars and the like. He did have one that could be driven, but he was not satisfied. If possible, he wanted to get some more car parts and assemble a powerful enough car. The special secret place this time was the city on the west coast of Tuo that I had visited before. There were many cars parked in the parking lot there. Although most of them are broken, they are better than nothing. If you take them all and tinker with a few cars, there will be no problem. He walked to the yard and looked at the private plane that occupied a lot of space and had never been used. This thing seems to be out of use for the time being. He didn't know how to fly a plane, and the oil used in planes should be aviation gasoline, which was quite difficult to find. This made Lin Yu feel more and more useless. Let's dismantle it when we get back. It seems that we can get a lot of good things. Lin Yu was not interested in its design, and he didn't want to see this large thing gathering dust here. Maybe it would be removed. It is actually most correct to break it down into various parts and materials. After stretching his muscles, Lin Yu called Xiaobai. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly thought of something. Should we spread the word that the lizardmen have mixed up with the survivors, have more advanced weapons, and can pick up copper treasure chests? Lin Yu just thought for a moment, and then decided immediately. Opening the system panel, he looked at the world channel. Everyone was still discussing the disaster. The methods he shared on how to survive this disaster. Secret realms, underground ruins, and even some conversations about making friends or searching for people. Lin Yu was silent for a while, thinking about how to tell this matter. If we don't say anything, maybe these people who are living honestly and working hard will fall into the trap of the lizard people who are completely different from the past. And they will also be hurt by the same kind of people who no longer deserve to be called the same kind. Even death. What's more, it destroyed the refuge village that the survivors had worked so hard to build, as well as the trust that was finally fostered between people. This kind of thing shouldn't happen. Although Lin Yu didn't feel that he was the one who should be exposed. He might have been the first person in the world to directly feel the threat of the lizard people after their weapons had evolved. Disasters are already enough for the survivors. He doesn't think humans should continue to suffer from this new disaster. Moreover, that would further make the world more chaotic. Lin Yu typed a line of words on the World Channel panel. This is also the first time he has made a voice on a public channel. Although he also wants to always peek at the screen like before. At this moment, he must choose to speak out. All survivors, I have to explain something to you at this time. After Lin Yu typed this paragraph, everyone in the entire World Channel seemed to be frozen. Every survivor knows that the person who is conveying information through this World Channel is the person who everyone should know. They were all waiting for what Lin Yu, who is speaking publicly on the World Channel for the first time, would convey. Everyone no longer scrolls or chats. They are all waiting and listening. For their own benefit, to avoid disasters, to make life easier, and for their own safety. Some of us choose to collude with the lizard people underground who are in the same boat as us and have killed countless of us humans. They used all kinds of metal weapons, all kinds of metal tools, and even all kinds of common sense of life, tactical methods, technology, etc. as bargaining chips in exchange for the trust and protection of the lizard people. They are safe. They no longer have to worry about disasters that happen once every 7 days. All they need to do is to help the lizard people mine mines, collect materials, and make metal weapons and metal tools. They don't care about us on the ground who are desperately trying to survive for tomorrow. Or, they just need to live relaxedly until the next day. The third day. However, in the future, it may be tomorrow. Or it may be later. Lizardmen fully armed and holding metal weapons will appear in front of you, using metal weapons made by us humans to kill us humans. This is not a joke. In the days to come, you may encounter lizard people that are more troublesome and terrifying than before. They are not only numbers, but also have powerful weapons. Perhaps there are also people who yearn to live with the lizard people and become their dogs. They want to help the tigers. They want to use the survival techniques they have mastered now. They want to use those tools and weapons to please the lizard people. They want to live a happy life, a little more relaxed. The lizard folks' altars are sprinkled with our human blood. Their clay pots are filled with our human bones. And their disgusting kitchens are lish scroll of human muscle, blood, and viscera. Many people have lost relatives or friends because of the lizard people, and have even been injured by them. We and them should be at odds with each other. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. I believe in this sentence, and will act for it at the same time. From now on, those survivors who have chosen, or are about to choose the easier path, are my enemies just like the lizard people. I will make my enemies taste the price of blood from now on. Chapter 259 Hunting and Counter-Hunting. Everyone on the World Channel was silent. Even in various groups. No one is discussing it anymore. From the moment Lin Yu started speaking, people in the group were reminded by their respective group friends and turned to the World Channel, watching Lin Yu send out those words line by line. And as Lin Yu sent out all the words and finally said, "Let those people pay the price with blood," everyone was extremely shocked and shocked. Lin Yu, what did you just say? Wait a minute. What Lin Yu meant just now was that there were traitors among us. Right. And that we were begging for mercy from the lizard men. The lower creatures with scales all over their bodies? Ha ha. It's fake. How could there be such a person? He doesn't use iron guns or swords. But he wants to befriend a lizard man who only knows how to use stone tools. Speaking of which, I just saw a large group of lizardmen passing by with iron knives in the underground ruins. I thought they were dazzled. Then I would like to ask you. But to be honest, if the lizard people really have upgraded their weapons and tools as Lin Yu said, will they be very dangerous to us? There are so many of them originally. If the weapons and production tools are upgraded again. Yes. It's too scary. Mutated creatures are enough. If we add a lizard man to the mix and there's a disaster, my dear, will we be exterminated? Do you believe what this kind of person says? He is #1 in the world now. Do you think that no matter what he says, it is always right? It's funny. Speaking of which, is there anyone who can follow me to the underground ruins to form a team? We have gathered more than 100 people. Please send me a private message if you want to come. I joined the team. The lizard people in the underground ruins ran away when they saw us. Ha. Where are the lizard people using metal weapons? You two upstairs. Stop pretending. Who do you think is stupid? It's just that I don't have enough intelligence. No wonder the lizard people need it. Everyone. I won't pretend anymore. Let me show my cards. I am what Lin Yu said. But I don't think we made the wrong choice. We live well underground. And we don't have to worry about disasters. We have food to eat. Lizard people. It won't hurt us. You just need to do some less tiring work and collect some resources. There is still a shortage of people here among the lizard people. If you want to come, please send me a private message and I will introduce it to you. That Lin Yu. Are you so crazy that you want to kill us? Okay. We will go back and let you know who is the one who was killed. Niobe. Warrior. Who is better between you and the giant creature? Ha. Just sit back and watch someone being raped and being eliminated by Lin Yu. After Lin Yu's announcement was issued, the World Channel also returned to its original appearance after the first person spoke up. Some people analyzed rationally. Some expressed their doubts. Some were discovered and some became angry. Everyone is discussing this matter. But many people are wondering whether there is anything like what Lin Yu said. Are some survivors really mixed with lizard people? Did the lizard people even obtain more advanced weapons and tools from those people, and use these to prepare to attack humans? From this moment on, no one cared about the disaster or anything else. Everyone was paying attention to how things would develop next. Some people were planning ahead and began to build fortifications near the refuge villages and shelters, sealing the ground with stones, etc., and at the same time preparing to form a team to march to the underground ruins to hunt the lizardmen. Some people also sealed the stone door leading to the underground ruins and placed people under strict guard. Some people even knew that they could live a simpler life and chose another path. They simply ignored Lin Yu's warning and instead laughed at his words. The other world is so big. Where did we meet us? Killer! I can really get down. Lin Yu thought of the dangerous situations he had encountered before. And the lizard man was completely different from before. In the beginning, they only dared to move in underground ruins. And survivors could only find or encounter them through the gates of underground ruins. There are also some lone survivors who will be cornered by this group of monsters who are known for their numbers and will be caught. When he was rescuing people later, he discovered that the lizard people had dared to go to refuge villages or shelters to catch people at night. And they were becoming more and more bold. And by then, they had already learned to use gunpowder. Lin Yu recalled that after killing the giant beast-carrying snake dragon and arriving at the natural sulfur mine, the lizard men dared to come out to mine during the day. After those survivors mix with them, they can even ambush him halfway to snatch the treasure chest. Or even ambush him halfway, faced with the lizard man who had become terrifying in a short period of time. It was difficult for Lin not to pay attention to it. He didn't want to have his home stolen by these monsters when he was not in the shelter. Moreover, these monsters don't care what disasters there may be on Earth or what happens to humans. They really dare to come. It's not just that. They are trying every possible means to catch me. If their strength becomes stronger, then I will be the most dangerous, Lin Yu said, making 20 minutes and 19 seconds in succession. Magazine. Loaded all the bullets. And looked at the magazine of the newly made sniper rifle. It was originally a 6-round sniper rifle. If you want to use it as a machine gun, it must be modified. Which machine gun needs to change the magazine after firing 6 rounds of ammunition? Use the universal upgrade design to upgrade the sniper rifle's magazine. And a 13-round magazine will be born immediately. It's better than nothing. At least I don't have to change it so often. If you upgrade again, the magazine will be too long, making it unsuitable for use with a sniper rifle. And it will be more troublesome. It was also filled with 20 magazines of bullets. After Lin Yu finished preparing, he wanted to upgrade the other weapons on hand. Since the lizard men are upgrading their weapons, they have to upgrade to stronger ones. Lin Yu upgraded the commonly used crossbow arrows. Ordinary crossbow arrows don't have enough attack power. Although armor-piercing arrows are powerful, they can't do surface damage. Burning arrows lack penetrating power. So if you wrap the armor-piercing arrows with a rope soaked in gasoline, you have obtained the blueprint for the burning armor-piercing arrow. Soon, Lin Yu received positive feedback from the system. This stronger weapon could effectively solve many problems. Burning armor-piercing arrows will be the best weapon when facing a lot of secret creatures. Right? Of course. The same is true for dealing with lizard men. And it has the same miraculous effect. However, when he placed the universal upgrade blueprint on the alloy tactical crossbow and steel repeating crossbow, there was no reaction at all. On the contrary, when I put it on the electric winder, it got an upgrade as expected. Lin Yu quickly found 2 lithium batteries from the warehouse and placed them on the alloy tactical crossbow and steel repeating crossbow. He also added 2 small screens and used 2 universal upgrade design drawings for each. You get small rechargeable lithium battery electric winder. The enhanced version of the crossbow is completed. Lin Yu tried it, and the winding speed could be described as instant. If you don't use burning arrows, you can even have a crossbow with Gatling arrows. Good guy. This thing is pretty lethal. Lin Yu prepared his weapons and pushed open the ancient door of the secret realm. A gust of salty sea breeze rushed into the other world. Chapter 260. The Familiar Raiding Captain. You obtained Iron Block X79. You get Banyo Sedan X1. You get Super Tesla Electric Car X1. You get Under the Soft Morning Sunshine. Lin Yu was like an emotionless collection machine, constantly putting everything he saw into the storage space. As long as he can fit it in, there is no extra space in the storage space. Finally, with a system reminder, the crazy Lin Yu finally stopped. 73 cubic meters is still not enough. Lin Yu muttered to himself and whistled into the sky. Xiaobai, whose huge wings spread out and covered a small area of the sky like a dark cloud, attracted many flying storm lizards from other places. Lin Yu had always called this monster terrasaur before. Lin Yu skillfully rode on Xiaobai's dragon's back, turned into a strong wind, and instantly took off from the ground, leading the mindless monsters to approach the ancient gate of the secret realm. Kill them, and you'll definitely get a copper chest. The premise is to lead them to a different world on the other side of the ancient gate in the secret realm. After killing Du Tianlong and discovering this secret last time, Lin Yu had already tried and asked Xiaobai to attract many storm-flying lizards and kill them with sprays. As a result, he obtained a large number of copper treasure chests, as well as their real names. Xiaobai flapped his wings, swooped down and glided, and finally arrived at the ancient secret door on the beach. Lin Yu opened the ancient door and let Xiaobai go through first. After he saw that the storm-flying lizards were finally close enough to him, he turned around and got into the ancient door. At the same time, he immediately ran away 30 meters away from the ancient gate and placed various weapons on the ground. Sharpshooters are fed by bullets, and the same goes for actual combat experience. Lin Yu took out 10 flaming armor-piercing arrows, placed the flaming torch on the ground, ignited 1 arrow easily, and placed it on the alloy tactical crossbow. The battle process is simple, and the results are as expected. 17 storm-flying lizards entered the different world one after another, and before they had time to fly, they immediately turned into balls of fire. In the end, Lin Yu even felt that there was really no surprise. So he moved the ballista out and played with it. The heavy and powerful burning arrows fired by the ballista were indeed powerful enough. After penetrating the 3 monsters, they even penetrated directly through the ancient gate of the secret realm and disappeared over there. After harvesting 17 copper treasure chests, Lin Yu waited deliberately. After confirming that no new ones came out, Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to wait where he was, and he quickly ran back to the shelter to unload the goods. After putting 9 cars and a large amount of sundries into the warehouse, Lin Yu immediately turned around and plunged into the ancient gate of the secret realm. Since there is space, as long as it can be seen in the secret realm, he even wants to shovel out a layer of land. Anyway, there is no so-called land rights or territory in the other world, and there are no people or rules to restrict it. An individual's income, if he or she is capable enough, can actually be infinite. However, this is only the case in the early stage of the survival stage of this different world. When the refuge village develops even larger, the survivors gradually gather together to form a larger refuge city. And there is even a so-called after the confederation. Things like territory will really come to the forefront, and everyone will gradually have this awareness. Lin Yu guessed that maybe this was how the concept of country came from. If the material is indeed enough, he would also like to build another circle outside his own wall to meet his growing space needs. However, the stone materials are still extremely scarce now. and everyone is preparing for disasters. Unless they mine it themselves. It is difficult to obtain stone materials. Even if he exchanges it with various hard currencies, he will not be able to exchange much. After all, stone has now become the hardest currency. After returning to the secret realm, Lin Yu returned to the parking lot. After identifying all the cars and finding that they were in a damaged state, he directly took out a high-precision research workbench and began the process of rapid decomposition. If you just move the car, you won't be able to bring back too much in the end. But if you break the car down into various parts and materials, take away the good stuff, and continue to break down or throw away the bad stuff, then you can get the most out of it. Minimize the space occupied and obtain more parts at the same time. The only disadvantage of this is that every part needs to be identified, and identification requires the consumption of survival points. But Lin Yu had so many survival points that he didn't know how to spend them. So it's nothing. After a lot of trouble, Lin Yu came to the bank where he had stayed at that time without stopping. Because I didn't bring the workbench last time, the various things inside were left untouched. Now that I have brought it over, I don't have to be so polite. Soon, after asking Xiaobai to confirm that there were no mutant creatures inside, Lin Yu got into it. After many days, he found that except for some extra dust, there seemed to be no changes at all. Looking towards the pet shop from the gate, you can also see a burnt mutated sheep's skin that he left behind when he was hiding there. He once had a close encounter with Du Ping's team here, and in the end, he killed everyone, including Du Ping, except the man who escaped. After the memory ended, Lin Yu got into the bank. This time, he doesn't have to be limited to those gadgets due to lack of storage space. Now he can even dismantle automatic teller machines and take the various alloys, chips, screens, etc. inside as trophies. After collecting several thick sheets of organic explosion-proof glass, Lin Yu went straight into the vault. The alloy doors along the way, various shelves in the vault, including countless locked safes, all turned into various raw materials in front of the workbench. Lin Yu also took all the gems and the like stored in it. These little things don't take up much space. And even though there are more than 10 small diamonds found inside, they can actually get 2 more diamond pickaxes, inside and out. After Lin Yu pried up the good-looking things in the bank, even the marble floor tiles, and took them away, the storage space was filled again. Sigh. I still regret not collecting more storage space on the corpses of Lerwick and his gang. Lin Yu said this, just about to step out of the bank gate with Xiaobai. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to sense something. It roared low and rushed out like the wind. What? What happened? Lin Yu took out his troll and sniper rifle and ran out quickly. As a result, he immediately saw 2 large groups of black and gray things not far from here to the east. Tentacle monster? Lin Yu remembered this thing. He killed one here last time. Unexpectedly, we met again. And it was the same place. What happened? Why did you encounter this thing again? Lin Yu changed the weapon in his hand to a ballista. To deal with this kind of thing, a flaming arrow may not be enough. But as for the ballista, Gah! At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly lifted Lin Yu up and took him flying directly into the sky. Xiaobai! Lin Yu didn't know why Xiaobai did this. Just when he was about to ask, he saw something suddenly raised a hill on the ground, and even broke the asphalt road. Rumbling sound. 2 huge, sharp black horns emerged from the ground. And soon, an indescribably ugly face emerged from the soil. Chapter 261 Deja Vu. You can't run away if you mess with me. With the constant rumbling sounds in my ears, an extremely huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. And in the deep pit, a giant monster suddenly appeared, extending its 2 extremely dark, huge and sharp horns upwards. It has a huge carapace that is hard and smooth and can reflect sunlight. Under the huge compound eyes, a huge mouth growing vertically is divided into 5 petals. When it makes a tearing roar, the mouth also opens towards the sky, revealing there are countless teeth inside. Is this a giant beetle magnified hundreds of times? Lin Yu looked at this giant thing and couldn't help but say, although it was almost completely different from the beetles on Earth that I remembered in some places. Its general shape showed that it was an extremely huge insect. What did this thing eat to grow so big? At this moment, its compound eyes were staring at him and Xiaobai in the air, not even paying attention to the 2 tentacle monsters. Lin Yu discovered that after the tentacle monster appeared from the giant beetle, it seemed to move back in a panic, as if it was quite frightened. But the next second, the giant beetle suddenly turned its head and spat out a ball of green stuff in that direction. An instant later, The two tentacle monsters let out a scream. There were bursts of thick smoke coming out of their bodies. And the green stuff seemed to be the digestive juices of this giant beetle. Lin Yu seemed to understand why these two tentacle monsters suddenly appeared here. It was not aimed at him at all, but to avoid this giant beetle. Xiao Bai! Fly higher! Lin Yu knew that after subduing the two foods, this guy might become more interested in them in the sky. This kind of monster is definitely not easy to mess with. Lin Yu knew without trying that no matter whether it was a sniper rifle or a crossbow, it would not be able to leave any wounds on its extremely hard SHL, even though the body's surface was shiny. The flames would never be able to ignite it. After all, its SHL is too smooth and shiny. But Lin Yu wondered if this thing's mouth was a weakness. Or wouldn't it be a good idea to pour gasoline on its SHL and bake it over a fire? Whenever monsters appear in this secret realm, Lin Yu's first reaction is how to kill them. He still has the idea in his heart that he wants to eliminate all the monsters in the secret realm. That is, on this earth. This is the home of people on Earth, not another world. And here, it is more suitable for human survival. Both water resources and various foods are much easier to obtain than in other worlds. Call out. Suddenly, the giant beetle fired a ball of green digestive fluid into the sky where they were, as if it fired a cannonball. Xiao Bai reacted instantly, retracted his wings, fell straight down, and reopened his wings dozens of meters away from the ground. This blow not only avoided the fatal attack, but even returned it to Lin a chance to get close to the monster. Lin Yu already had a burning torch in his hand, and he threw it directly at the big mouth that was several meters in diameter. However, the ferocious airflow blew the torch to the side from almost the center position, and finally hit the giant beetle's SHL before falling to the ground. Xiao Bai flew high into the sky again, and Lin Yu discovered that there was not even a hint of burning on the SHL of the giant beetle. This is somewhat similar to the poison Tianlong. Poison Sky Dragon's SHL is like this. It can block the flames from burning its body, but if you throw a torch from its mouth, it can still be killed. But the problem is how to throw the torch in. Xiao Bai, it seems we can't just go back. Lin Yu looked back at the ancient secret gate in the direction of the beach. Although this monster may not be able to go from this ancient gate to the other world, it doesn't seem to be a good idea to put it here. With such a violent creature blocking here, if you still want to come tomorrow, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Unless it loses interest in them, things will eventually get difficult. Xiao Bai flapped his wings and flew eastward according to Lin Yu's instructions. Soon, Lin Yu also discovered that the huge beetle had climbed onto the ground, but it was not able to spread its wings as Lin Yu imagined, but slowly moved forward with 8 jointed limbs. It's not fast. Lin Yu finally asked Xiao Bai to stop directly on the roof of the building and wait. This behemoth seemed not used to walking on the street. He spoke slowly and seemed not very coordinated. Lin Yu took a scope and looked carefully at its limbs and legs, and found that there were countless spikes on them. Between these spikes, there are dozens of semicircular exoskeletons extending outward. Looking at the giant horn on the head, Lin Yu finally understood. This thing is something that lives underground. Wait, underground? Lin Yu vaguely remembered where he had seen this insect before. On the lizard man mural? Unfortunately, there is no way to open the system panel to check it in the secret realm. Otherwise we can confirm it now. The giant beetle passed by the 2 tentacle monsters sealed by its venom, and suddenly opened its big mouth, pulling them with its arthropod legs and eating them. On the roof, Lin Yu set up the crossbow and aimed it between the giant beetle's mouth and the tentacle monster. He lit the ballista's burning arrow and fired it immediately. Boom! There was a roar, and at the same time a fireball ignited one of the tentacle monsters, and the other one was also affected and burned into a raging fire. And the giant beetle didn't have time to dodge, and its ugly mouth began to burn at the same time, spreading towards the depths. It's done! Lin Yu rode on Xiao Bai's back and let Xiao Bai fly into the air again. But he found that the giant beetle actually used its 2 giant horns to open the ground, and there were bursts of roaring sounds. A large amount of mud and rocks continued to fly out on the ground, and the giant beetle also penetrated into the soil diagonally. A plume of thick smoke came out, and after the giant beetle stuck its head out of the ground again, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that the flame had actually disappeared. Good guy. Can you still cut off the flame combustion by hypoxia? Call out. As if for revenge, the giant beetle fired another mouthful of digestive fluid into the sky. After understanding its rules of action, the clever Xiao Bai just easily dodged and avoided this, which can be said to be the biggest kill of the giant beetle. Trick. Lin Yu knew that if he continued to fight hard, there would probably be no good results. This thing still had to be outsmarted. When the firepower is not enough. What normal people want to think about besides escaping is to use their own wisdom to see if they can kill the opponent. Especially after the ballista's burning arrows caused some damage to this guy. It gave Lin Yu some ideas about this matter. You've got a health bar. Why can't I kill you? Xiao Bai. Fly east. Get rid of it, and fly at low altitude among the buildings. Let's go back to the shelter first. Put things away. And then bring something out. Go! Now, the few people who lowered their bodies, almost lying on the floor, watched the entire battle through the broken floor-to-ceiling windows. But they were unable to move at all. As long as the giant beetle discovers them. Will Lin Yu come back again? At this moment, these people are all praying to their faith deep in their hearts, that Lin Yu riding the white dragon can come back again. Chapter 262 Fight? It doesn't exist. It's unilateral abuse. Lin Yu, can he come back? Have no idea. You saw it just now. He had such a powerful weapon, and almost killed that monster. By the way, the monsters in this secret realm seem to be afraid of fire. It doesn't matter whether we're afraid of fire or not. The only source of fire for us is a torch. Damn it. Yes. It's too difficult. I asked Wang Su. Can you give some nourishment to your words? Can you come up with some insights? Okay. Brother Luo, don't pay attention to this kid Wang Su. You said that we are trapped in this place now. We will die halfway downstairs. Who would have thought that the ladder we climbed up is gone? The ladder was probably taken away by Lin Yu. It's him. Wang Su. Why are you so accurate? Intuition. Intuition. Your sister. Intuition. Why did we come here if we didn't listen to your intuition? If I had known better, I wouldn't have come to this secret realm. So why not just wait in the refuge village? Su Lu. Okay. Okay. Let's figure out how we can get out of trouble. Why do I think Lin Yu won't come back? Who knows? That Lin Yu, hack. Then, is he back? It's him. The 5 people were on the narrow balcony, and saw a black spot reappearing through the gap between the broken frame of the floor-to-ceiling window. And the black dot moved towards this side at an extremely fast speed. Several people saw it clearly. Who was riding on the white dragon if it wasn't Lin Yu? The sound of strong airflow surged up, scraping up the broken floor-to-ceiling windows. The 5 people lay motionless on the ground. They saw the eyes of the white dragon that suddenly flew over, and the hand on the dragon's back. Iron spears Lin Yu's eyes also met theirs in an instant. Damn! He's so handsome! Riding a dragon is so cool! Lin Yu is indeed the strongest. If I could go back alive, I would also like to find a dragon to ride on. Wang Su, I warn you that the next adjective should not be 2 words. Nyobi. Several people were talking to each other, and suddenly they heard the roar of the giant beetle downstairs again. Lin Yu fought with it again. Xiao Bai. You don't need to keep the gasoline barrel. Just hit it directly. Lin Yu directed Xiao Bai to have a large gasoline barrel in each hand, and smash it directly at the giant beetle. And Xiao Bai seemed to remember that when he was fighting against the giant creature carrying a bull, snake, and dragon, it seemed to pour gasoline instead of smashing it down. And he was very puzzled by Lin Yu's order. But it seemed to understand something after seeing the gasoline flow rapidly on the giant beetle's extremely smooth black carapace, and then slide directly to the ground. It slammed the gasoline barrel directly into the giant beetle's big mouth. Lin Yu also took out an armor-piercing incendiary arrow as the gasoline barrels fell. Counting the time, he fired 1 shot at each of the 2 oil barrels. Boom! Boom! 2 huge fireballs exploded in the giant beetle's mouthparts, making an extremely violent sound. And 4 of its 5-petal giant mouthparts were directly blown away by the explosion. The effect is outstanding, Lin Yu simply commented. After Xiao Bai landed on the roof, he had 2 more gasoline cans in his hand, asking Xiao Bai to do it again. Lin Yu didn't know why he was so obsessed with this monster he met for the first time and wanted to kill it. But when he returned to the shelter to unload the goods, he also confirmed it again when he dug out the weird mural of the lizard man that he had taken photos of before. On the screen, the protagonists are the lizard man and the storm lizard, the monster terrasaur. And there are 2 moons. But there are many supporting characters. Tentacle monsters, strange rats, giant 8-legged tentacle creatures, the poisonous dragon he had killed before, and some spiders, and this giant beetle. In the murals, the giant beetle is a tool used by the lizard people to dig holes in the ground. And it is also their mount. The reason why he wanted to kill this thing so quickly was that this seemingly ferocious thing seemed to be the lizard man's pet. If the lizardmen knew that there was a monster they could control in this secret realm. Lin Yu didn't know if the lizard people were smart enough to emerge from the underground. From the stone door of the underground ruins. And then be able to directly push open the ancient secret door that told you, "Please open me." And then be able to see flying all over the sky. The god they worship. The stormfly lizard. And the giant beetle pet that digs out countless holes underground? Maybe. Xiaobai threw down 2 cans of gasoline. Its power can make this extremely heavy iron lump reach its destination directly, accurately and quickly. That is the mouthparts of the giant beetle. Lin Yu's armor-piercing burning arrow followed immediately. After many test firings, this level of accuracy was still available. A sharpshooter is fed by bullets. And almost every bullet and every crossbow arrow in Lin Yu's life is based on actual combat experience. This experience also allows him to make full use of all his potential during battle, making the weapon most powerful. As the saying goes, the power of a weapon does not depend on itself, but on the person who uses it. Now, Lin Yu's strength can easily control the various weapons in his hands and let them exert their most powerful power. The steel repeating crossbow and alloy tactical crossbow fired almost at the same time. And the armor-piercing incendiary arrow also hit the oil barrel that hit the giant beetle's mouthparts like last time, and quickly caused an explosion. 2 huge roars sounded, and the fireball blew off the last mouthparts, broke off a giant horn, and ignited the flammable abdomen under the armor that had never been exposed. The giant beetle burned with huge flames, and even if it wanted to use its giant horns to dig up the ground like before, it was completely unable to do so. Not to mention, facing the huge injury, it was completely exhausted at this moment, completely losing its previous aura. It gradually stopped struggling, and finally completely merged with the flames. Lin Yu knew that he had won this time. The process is tortuous, but the method is old-fashioned. The recipe is still familiar, and the taste is still familiar. Gasoline solution. Simple violence. But if you win, regardless of whether it looks good or not, exciting or not. Lin Yu felt more and more now that fighting a monster of this level, all he needed was a result. Without a treasure chest reward, I can't get excited. Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to glide back to the top of the building. Now there is no more noise, and the sounds of monsters are no longer present. Xiaobai growled low and looked at the windowsill not far away, and Lin Yu nodded. There were 5 survivors there, so it was impossible to ignore them. Gah! Xiaobai took him and flew over instantly, while Lin Yu was holding an M19 pistol. After Xiaobai grabbed the window frame and pulled it off, Lin Yu, who entered the room, also pointed the gun at 5 people were identified. Boss Lin Yu, we have no hostility. The 5 people felt as if gods had descended upon them, and they quickly knelt on the ground. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Wang Su is here too. Wasn't this guy put back in the shelter by him before? Oh, no hostility. Yes, it's just because we can't go back. When we came here, the iron ladder, disappeared. So, the leader said and looked at Wang Su. This guy is the only one among everyone who has met Lin Yu, so I can only rely on him to tell. Lin Yu also followed the 4 people's gaze and looked at Wang Su. So, Lin Yu, you can take it, Wang Su said. Chapter 263. I'm really not a villain. Put down the knife. Damn it. Wang Su doesn't know how to speak. Lu Cheng was confused. He actually dared to question Lin Yu directly? Die. 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 I remember it was said on the forum that Lin Yu is the murderous demon king. How else could Lerwick and his gang not be able to defeat him? Wang Su is asking us all to be on leash. Su Lu immediately replied. This man's aura is unbearable. It's too strong. That giant dragon. Brothers, the dragon is handsome and fierce. But I don't know if this is the last thing I can see. By the way, should we tell him that we are all from the Tang dynasty and stop shooting? Chu Yu shed a drop of sweat and fell to the ground. Lin Yu killed that beetle so easily. It probably only took a second to kill a few of us. It might not hurt that much. Just hold on. Luo Ming finally comforted everyone. They all lowered their heads now, and invariably used the system's chat panel to communicate to each other their dissatisfaction with Wang Su, as well as their fear and uneasiness about Lin Yu's upcoming wrath. At the same time, they all felt that when it came to this job, it would be difficult for Lin Yu not to be a killer. Oh, who knows where you are from? I took it in. Lin Yu didn't play as much as this group of people, and he didn't care at all. But he didn't expect Wang Su to be here. When Xiaobai said that there were other survivors here, Lin Yu didn't care that much. After all, The ancient gate in the secret realm could gather many survivors in one area for more than a day or two. He had encountered it several times. This situation. This Wang Su was one of the 7 people who came to reconnoiter the last time he fought against Levick. At that time, he left 3 people behind. And among the 3, the one who impressed him the most was this Wang Su. His speech is always short and concise. Basically no more than 5 words. Lin Yu felt strange after saying so much this time. Oh! Wang Su nodded. The sweat on the faces of the others fell down. And none of them had recovered yet. They had just closed their eyes tightly. Their muscles were tense, and they were so scared that they almost screamed, thinking that Lin Yu actually did nothing. Let's go! Lin Yu nodded, looking at these kneeling people. He felt a little incredible. Am I that terrible? Several people looked at each other, thinking that they heard something wrong, and quickly got up from the ground, lowering their heads and not daring to look at Lin Yu. And they seemed to be a little unbelievable. Wang Su had said at that time that Lin Yu killed 4 of the 7 people on the spot almost instantly. He was a murderous demon who did not blink an eye. They thought they would be killed. But Lin Yu did not do so. Wang Su glanced at these people, expressionlessly took out a light blue design drawing from the storage space, and placed it on the ground. Several others originally wanted to leave just like that. But when the other 4 saw Wang Su placing a shelter design drawing on the ground, they instantly understood what to do. Everyone took out one or several shelter design drawings, placed them on the ground, and then immediately disappeared behind the door of this room. Gawu. Xiaobai flew back and grabbed the window frame with both claws, indicating that it was time for Lin Yu to leave. There were still many things to do. Lin Yu looked at the small pile of shelter design drawings stacked on the ground, and once again felt deeply that he seemed to be regarded as a bad guy. It always turns into this group of people giving me these things, and it shouldn't be knocking. After all, I also saved them. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he jumped from the window to Xiaobai's back on the back. The next thing he has to do is collect the loot. It wasn't like the giant beetle just left him with nothing. It's huge, shiny and dark thick SHL seems to be really not afraid of flames, even though its interior has been burned to a terrible extent. And even the flesh and blood inside has been almost burned through. The SHL is still as before, and has not been affected at all. Lin Yu let Xiaobai continue to descend, and finally landed near the giant beetle that still had a lot of flames. Waves of heat hit his face, and Xiaobai was obviously very uncomfortable. In order to fight against it, he began to breathe out ice mist continuously. Xiaobai, do you still have enough energy now? Gawu. Xiaobai nodded. He didn't know what his master was going to do. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Then let's put out the fire of this dead stink beetle. Can you do that? Xiaobai got this order and rushed out almost instantly, letting Lin Yu ride on its back, and immediately flew into the air. While flapping his wings, a huge air surged in his abdomen. Suddenly, Lin Yu on the dragon's back felt a strong pushing force, and directly pushed Xiaobai and him heavily into the air. At the same time, Lin Yu also felt that the scorching air suddenly disappeared, replaced by the coolness and comfort brought by the fierce airflow. The fire is out. Lin Yu opened his eyes, and found that a large area of the ground in front of him, as well as the giant beetle, were covered with a layer of frost. And this layer of frost gradually melted away under the warmth of the smoky ashes. The cold air disappeared. The temperature returned to normal, and the place where the flames were burning became completely quiet. He walked to the corpse of the giant beetle, and a stench rose into the sky. The burnt smell combined with the smell of the beetle was indeed a bit overwhelming. Taking out the excellent iron spear, Lin Yu used it to pull out the insect body that had been burnt to char for a while, and then knocked on the huge carapace. Carapace? I knew it. Lin Yu was very used to the deliberate pretending to be stupid when the system in the secret realm recognized the names of these monsters. So he had no complaints. Anyway, if you can get it, then it's over. You got it? Carapace. Insufficient storage space. Good guy. He really didn't expect this thing to take up so much space. Looks like I have to go back again. He glanced at Xiaobai and found that this guy was indeed a little tired. It would be fine if he continued to search. But Xiaobai couldn't follow him anymore, and it was indeed getting dark in the other world outside. In any case, if he wanted to come again, he would probably have to take some risks. Lin Yu stretched his muscles and felt that he still had a lot of strength, but he couldn't force himself too much. Giving Xiaobai a piece of lion-headed bear steak, Lin Yu suddenly realized that the stock of this stuff was running low, with less than a third left. Speaking of which, lion-headed bears have only been seen in underground ruins. Why would a beast that can explode a gold treasure chest succumb to a lizard man? Speaking of which, when the lizard men were fighting over the corpses of the eagle-winged insects, the eagle-winged insects did not dare to approach the lizard men. And even when attacked by them, they did not dare to fight back. Is there something on the lizard man? Xiaobai spread his wings and flew high, taking Linyu, who had many questions in his head, back to the ancient gate of the secret realm on the beach. When Linyu returned to the other world, he found that the sky had turned dark. Jet lag is hard to deal with. Although the special secret realm is good, the incorrect time does make it difficult for him to adapt. After returning to the shelter, Linyu asked Xiaobai, who was exhausted, to have a good rest. And he went to the basement. 10 little ice lizards were still guarding the stone gate of the underground ruins. When they saw Linyu returning, they stood up and seemed to have remained motionless. Aren't you back yet? Linyu looked at Sherman and suddenly felt an impulse. Chapter 260 for the biggest secret of another world. How long does it take to go from being an impulse to being a sage? Linyu just gave it a try. It took him 3 minutes from picking up the weapon to putting it down. It's exactly the same time as the instant noodles are soaked. Xiaoming is so violent. He must be fine. Besides, there are 10 little ice lizards following him. And there is an ice lizard from the cave over there who can help. Linyu took off his exoskeleton and took out water and food to reward the little ice lizard squatting at the door. Returning to the ground, he took advantage of the fact that it was not completely dark yet and walked to the second layer of the wall. No, there was only one wall left. He took out the huge giant beetle SHL and threw it into the open space. Although I wanted to do something more, it was right to do nothing when it was dark. Returning to the shelter, Linyu went down to the warehouse. He felt that he needed to open the treasure chests that were already full here one by one. Copper treasure boxes. 264? When did you save so many? Linyu was a little surprised by the number after putting the last copper treasure box into the storage space. But it is true that many lizard men were killed along the way. And the storm-flying lizard was once lured to another world and killed. However, this huge number still made Linyu a little surprised. You have to open it, and you got a platinum treasure chest after killing Du Tianlong. So let's open it too. Opening treasure chests is obviously a tiring job. Linyu didn't know how others were doing. When you open the treasure box, are you very happy and looking forward to it? And also want to make your face whiter and whiter? He didn't even hesitate to use precious water to wash his hands. Even pray and so on. They will do this even if they open a wooden treasure chest. But for Linyu, opening treasure chests was obviously a job that he didn't want to do, but had to do. Dozens are tiring, let alone hundreds. Moreover, the copper treasure chest. I really can't muster the energy. All in all, if possible, he would really like to hire someone to drive it for him. Open 50 first? Let's start with 64. And put the rest together. Linyu returned to the living room upstairs with a feeling of helplessness and trouble, and put the 64 copper treasure boxes in order. Onto the ground. The copper treasure chests that almost filled the living room shone dazzlingly under the light. Xiaobai heard the noise and moved over from the bedroom. After seeing Linyu about to open the treasure box, he turned back. It is also tired of looking crooked. Linyu shook his head and started the emotionless unboxing mode. You have obtained area map fragments X19, drinking water 4LX7, battery disinfectant spray bottle, 3 packs of dried radish and pickles, underwear set X3, non-slip gloves X5 pairs, anti-stab vest X1. Among the long list of items, there were not many things that Linyu could like. Things like food and water are an old tradition of copper treasure chests, and you can always give them some. The rest of the things that came out were various things that were generally related to survival. After Linyu used the regional map fragments immediately, he also opened the system panel. The 19 regional map fragments were embedded in the huge regional map. But it was like sand entering the beach, and nothing could be seen at all. Linyu looked at the entire map. If we go at the current speed, if we want to put this entire map together, we will probably need 300 to 400 regional map fragments. Linyu indeed discovered that the entire map seemed to include almost 2 huge wastelands, as well as a large number of mountains, valleys, plains, forests, etc. The location of his shelter is only located in a corner at the bottom of the entire regional map. It is indeed not very conspicuous. But there are 2 passages that extend directly from here to places hundreds of kilometers away. That was the location of the natural sulfur or mountain that he had visited several times before. But here, it is only located in the middle of the bottom of the regional map. and it only takes up a little space. Lin Yu suddenly became confused. Is the regional map much larger than before? It seems like it wasn't so vast before. Lin Yu was confused. But he had no definite memory. After all, he had only visited the area near his shelter and the natural sulfur or mountain before. However, he was certain that the area shown on the regional map was only a small part of this different world. He could only rely on his imagination to guess what the other parts were like and how big they were. Wait a minute. I have a doubt. More than 7 billion people in the world have been lost. And it seems that in terms of day and night, everyone seems to have the same day and night. Maybe more or less. But it seems no one here has ever told me how Kurishin is doing now. Lin Yu felt as if he had suddenly discovered a blind spot. There are so many people in the world. So scattered in this different world. But the time zones don't seem to be much different. So, how big is this different world? Outside there are mountains, rivers, grasslands, wastelands, and basins and valleys. Countless creatures live here, as well as billions of human beings. If all humans around the world are concentrated in this narrow time zone, then this other world is indeed very large. It can even be said that it is ridiculously big. No! If this is the case, the surface area and volume of the other world are very large. And the weight of this planet is naturally huge. So how can the gravity maintain a 1-to-1 ratio like the Earth? This is not normal. The more Lin Yu thinks about it now, the more terrifying he becomes. Things that I had never paid much attention to before seem to be able to infer so many results with just a little thinking. Moreover, these results seem to plunge everything back into a deeper mystery. Unless, Lin Yu walked to the window and looked out at the 2 full moons hanging high in the sky through the gaps in the wings of a large number of moths that had gathered in front of the window. System. What exactly is this thing? Everyone can see this virtual thing suspended directly in front of the line of sight. They only need to concentrate their consciousness. And the various functions provided by this system are so miraculous that they even surpass the original technology of the Earth. The so-called survivor game is like some people watching more than 7 billion people struggling in a huge arena. Human beings given the system still have friendship, betrayal, mutual attacks, suspicion, plunder and accumulation of wealth while struggling to survive. This is like a huge game box garden. And humans are just the pawns of the players. Lin Yu knew that as the most special person in this box garden, he might have been noticed. The premise is that there really is such a small garden. He stared at one of the moons, looking at the craters above. Suddenly awakened. This shape looks like a real moon. Looking at the familiar crater, Lin stared more closely at the moon, and couldn't help but think of the lonely planet next to the Earth, who didn't know how far away. Although they are both called moons, there are 2 satellites floating in the sky above this so-called other world. However, after staying on the Earth for a long time, the night sky in this other world is also like a white jade plate. The ornaments in it are also called moons. In the lizard man's murals, these 2 moons are also one of the important supporting roles. According to the content of the mural, the storm-flying lizard is the thing coming from the moon. And it is the one on the left that Lin Yu is staring at now. The lizard people also seem to worship the moon. But this moon, the more Lin looked at it, the more frightened he became. Why is the shape of this crater so consistent with the one on Earth in memory? Lin Yu found that it seemed that the longer he stayed in this different world, the more questions and mysteries there became. All kinds of irrational, and even completely unscientific things came together to finally create this world. This so-called survival game. Why were all the people on Earth sent here in mass? Why can't it be delivered in batches? Where were the children, the elderly, and people with mobility impairments, who were later sent here before the disaster? Once a question arises, it will never be the only one. A series of questions and mysteries make Lin Yu feel that the ultimate in this world may be the word mystery. Forget about it. Lin Yu gave up and continued thinking. Even if I think about it, all I can make now are various assumptions. Nothing more. Looking back, the copper treasure chest must continue to be opened. It's still early, and I really don't know what to do without opening the treasure chest. And there are still 200 of them. If they are not all opened, they will be piled up next time and procrastination will occur. Maybe there are hundreds or thousands of them. After the treasure chest is opened, it disappears. Lin Yu placed another 100 copper treasure boxes in the living room. And when he was about to open them one by one, he suddenly heard a noise in the basement. Running directly down the stairs, Lin Yu found that Xiao Ming was back. But? Xiao Ming! Lin Yu gasped when he saw Xiao Ming covered in blood, and the little ice lizards around him, who were also seriously injured. What happened? There was a hurried sound upstairs, and Xiaobai also ran into the basement. He also smelled the smell of blood. Xiaoming lay dying on the ground. Lin Yu quickly took out water to wash it. It turned out that almost its whole body was gray and black. There was a penetrating wound on its neck, and there were also a large number of punctures on its left front and rear legs. Harm. Even a large scale on its back seemed to have been scratched off by something, and blood was still seeping out of it. Lin Yu took out small, medium and large emergency medical kits from the warehouse. Xiaoming is extremely weak now, and the 10 little ice lizards following him are not doing much better either. Lin Yu could now clearly smell the special smell of the gunpowder residue coming from Xiaoming and the others. I am afraid that they were suddenly attacked by lizard men in the underground ruins, and the lizard men also used gunpowder to deal with them. Lin Yu looked at the large and small wounds, feeling extremely angry. These are definitely not things that can be made by stone guns and stone blades, but are caused by the metal weapons given to the lizard people after they defected to them for self-protection. Xiaoming, bear with it! Lin Yu looked at the little ice lizards carefully and found that they seemed to have fainted due to some impact. Most of them didn't even have wounds, and even if they did, they were just scratches. He knew that Xiaoming should have been so seriously injured because of protecting these little guys. After cleaning the stains in the wound with water, Lin Yu discovered that except for the penetrating wound on Xiaobai's neck, the other wounds were not fatal, and the penetrating wound was not too big. But if left alone, Xiaoming would still fall into various dangerous situations caused by cross-infection caused by excessive bleeding. Lin Yu looked at the adrenaline in the medicine box and knew it was time for this thing to appear. Adrenaline is not the kind of energy pack in movies and games that can instantly make a person exert great energy. On the contrary, if ordinary people want to use it, there will be certain risks, and it may even put people in a certain life crisis. In fact, its function is basically to produce a large amount of oxygen, accelerate the heartbeat and blood flow, and at the same time dilate the pupils, providing more energy for physical activities and making the reaction faster. Adrenaline increases the contractility of the heart, dilates the blood vessels of the heart, liver, and muscles, and constricts the blood vessels of the skin and mucous membranes. It is a must-have to save dying people or animals. The reason why he knew so clearly was that Lin Yu only learned about it after using systematic identification. He really thought about using this thing as an energy pack before, but luckily he didn't use it. He took out the silver instrument, found the right position, and at the same time completely injected adrenaline into Xiaoming's body. Xiaoming trembled almost at the same time, and suddenly opened his eyes. But the whites of his eyes were instantly covered with bloodshot eyes, and the fiery red pupils also dilated at the same time. It suddenly began to breathe violently, and its fangs and sharp teeth were exposed. However, after it saw that its owner Lin Yu was beside it, it tried to calm itself down, and lay prone on the ground, letting Lin Yu treat it. Next step in treatment. Lin Yu took out antibiotics and injected them into Xiaobai again. Although he had no medical knowledge, he couldn't care about anything else at the moment. He then used a clean disinfectant tablet dipped in medical alcohol to gently wipe the large and small wounds on Xiaoming's body, focusing on the penetrating wound on his neck. The blood there was still flowing non-stop, and even Lin Yu's body and arms were covered with red blood. He didn't pay attention, but patiently wiped it with Xiaobai to remove the dirt inside. Even without looking, Lin Yu knew that Xiaoming was gritting his teeth and enduring. Although the wound was not fatal, it was indeed difficult to deal with. He picked up the white medicine. The effect of this extremely valuable thing is self-evident, and he only had 2 bottles. But at this moment, he didn't care about anything else and just put all these on Xiaoming's wound. While the bleeding wound was covered with the powder, Lin Yu immediately used a triangular bandage, self-adhesive elastic bandage, and sterilized gauze to completely fix it. There were no stitches in his hand, and Lin Yu had no good solution. He could only deal with it this way. Then, he immediately dealt with other wounds on Xiaoming's body, while Xiaobai and other little ice lizards kept helping Lin Yu carry various things. After a lot of effort, Lin Yu finally bandaged Xiaoming and the little ice lizards. Xiaoming looked at Lin Yu with wide eyes, and Lin Yu gently stroked his little head. The little guy suffered. Xiaobai, did Xiaoming met those humans? And this injury was also caused by those humans. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a fire burning fiercely in his heart. Gawu. After Xiaobai and Xiaoming communicated for a while, they gave Lin Yu a positive answer. Really? Lin Yu stroked Xiaoming's head, holding it tightly and shaking with his other hand. They will all die. Chapter 265, Death Scythe. Held high. At this moment, Lin Yu was fully armed. He brought almost all the weapons. Even the steel weapons he had found in the secret realm before were not left behind. Crossbows, sniper rifles, M19 pistols, M880 spray guns, alloy tactical crossbows, steel repeating crossbows, and excellent iron spears. In every case, Lin Yu wanted to make them covered in blood. The purpose of this trip is not to collect, nor to explore. Lin Yu's purpose is very simple. Those humans who are colluding with the lizard people must let them know that Lin Yu is not someone you can bully at will. They must know how stupid their current choices are, and how serious the backlash will be. This time, Lin Yu acted for both private and public reasons. For selfish reasons, Xiaoming was seriously injured by those humans. Those humans gave the lizard people various technologies and tools and weapons. This time, Xiaoming was severely injured with explosives. Xiaoming is his pet. Not just any random cat or dog outside. Lin Yu wanted to avenge this. For the sake of the public, the lizardmen had to be eliminated. Now, in addition to the disaster that occurs once every 7 days in the system, they are also a threat to all survivors. With the dedication of those survivors, the lizardmen have sharper weapons and more advanced tools. And they have even mastered methods of making bombs. At this stage, their combat effectiveness and threat level are completely different from those in the past. What's more, survivors are not the kind of creatures that can't make progress. They'll open treasure chests. They'll make more stuff. What if one day they get the blueprint for making a thermal weapon? Lin Yu didn't want to imagine the scene where the lizard people were fully armed, each holding a pistol and a submachine gun and charging at him and the entire human race. At that time, it may really be the final end of mankind. And this kind of doomsday seems to be approaching the entire human race in great strides. The initiators were completely unaware of it, and were even complacent about it. They live with alien races just so they don't want to face disasters. And it's just a life they can live with for the time being. But they will also be brutally killed in the end after all humans on the ground are cleared away. Lin Yu felt that he needed to kill these humans as soon as possible. Never mind whether it was with his own hands or someone else's. He once again checked the various weapons, food, water, etc. he brought this time, and took a deep breath. I can't take Xiaobai with me this time. Xiaoming needs his care. This guy is very smart now. It is best to leave feeding and watering to him. Moreover, Lin Yu was worried about the shelter. If the lizardmen make a night attack outside, without a powerful combat force like Xiaobai, this refuge will be in disaster. Therefore, Xiaobai can't go this time. Gawu. Xiaobai looked at Xiaoming and nodded. It knows what it should do, and what it shouldn't do. Although he is worried about his owner, he also understands how important he is to this sanctuary now. There cannot be a townhouse here. You four, come with me this time. Lin Yu called to the 4 little ice lizards, who went to the natural sulfur or mountain with him last time. Lin Yu thought about it, and named them one by one for the sake of memory. Although these little ice lizards look basically the same in appearance, there are differences. One had black dots like tear moles at the corners of his eyes, which Lin Yu named black dots. One had a touch of green on its left front paw, which he named green claws. One had a mark on its back that looked like 6 dots. The light gray mark is Xiao Liuzi. The last red mark from the bottom of the neck to the abdomen is called the red line. Lin Yu, who is a waste of names, now feels more and more that his brain circuit is not enough for this. These names are all for the sake of being easy to remember, but they are not at all powerful or domineering. Just like Xiaobai and Xiaoming, they sound like the names of 2 puppies, and they are still huge. Who would have thought that one is a flying dragon flying in the sky, and the other is an extremely ferocious fighting lizard? Oh, forget it. It's just easy to remember. Lin Yu didn't ask for anything else. Anyway, he just called these little ice lizards one by one. They were smart enough to react immediately and quickly adapted to Lin Yu's name. It was also at this time that the system began to steal the show. Congratulations. You got a new pet. Your name is Black Spot. Congratulations. Good guy. It seems to be recognized. Lin Yu gave some food to the 4 little guys and left a lot of food and water for Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards, and then opened the stone door. At the same time as the door opened, a column of blood and water suddenly poured in, and the smell was extremely fishy. Lin Yu looked inside and saw a large number of lizard-man corpses piled among them. One of them seemed to be breathing rapidly. Lin Yu gently poked the excellent iron spear. and it finally stopped moving. There were quite a few corpses in the small space after entering the door. Linyu picked up the exploded copper treasure box and took a closer look and found that there was actually a human corpse inside. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. All items in the original storage space will be automatically merged into your storage space. Linyu had no expression. These corpses must have been done by Xiaoming. He received the corpses of these lizard men into the storage space, and he carried the human ones with his mechanical hand into the passage outside. In the passage, more lizard man corpses were scattered throughout. Linyu and the little ice lizards were almost walking among the corpses, rather than on the stone bricks of the passage. Linyu checked it again. Just like when they entered the door, these lizard men had no weapons. I guess all I brought were metal weapons given to me by those people, and I was reluctant to throw them away. Linyu nodded. This was probably the correct answer. Continuing to move forward, Linyu discovered the corpses of lizard men lying on the ground. Moreover, there were large burnt marks around the corpses. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the smell of blood was still very strong. There is a mark on the wall on one side, and the shape of the mark is exactly the shape of Xiaoming. Linyu looked around silently, seeming to understand that this was where Xiaoming was injured by the explosion. From the current point of view, Xiaoming must have felt tired and was preparing to return to the shelter with the little ice lizards. However, he was attacked by the lizard men who were ambushing here. They threw gunpowder bombs and were severely injured afterwards. Lizard man. Linyu looked at the corpses on the ground and knew that the knot was knotted. Throwing down the lizard man's body in the storage space, the manipulator pulled the man's body and threw it on top. When you come back, burn them again. Now, unless something can stop him, he will let the lizard people know what death is every day in the future. As they continued to move forward, the number of corpses became much smaller. After reaching the fork in the road, there was even a corpse about 10 or 20 meters away. Little ice lizards, watch behind me. Linyu came to the wall on one side of the fork in the road, raised his sniper rifle, and put on his night vision goggles. Behind him was the direction of the ice lizard cave, and this side was the passage he had never continued to. If Xiaoming could have taken Xiaoming to attack this area last time, maybe what happened this time wouldn't have happened. But maybe there are other emergencies. In the night vision goggles, at the end of the passage with not many lights, a black shadow suddenly flashed across. That's the lizard man. At the same time, fire broke out, and the bullets from the sniper rifle penetrated its forehead. The sniper rifle penetrated the black figure's forehead, making no sound, and a life was taken away with it. Linyu had no worries in his heart. He placed a stone on the ground, squatted down, and continued to stare in that direction with the scope. Soon, another black shadow appeared. It immediately discovered the body of its companion and stopped immediately. The ugly head looked back and forth, furtively. It had obviously seen the conspicuous copper treasure box, and seemed to be hesitating whether to get it or not. Its green scales were gray and trembling even in the night vision goggles. At this moment, another lizard man suddenly appeared behind it, and even the shadows of the third and fourth lizard men also appeared one after another. Come again. The number is really quite a lot. In other words, they seem to be really group creatures. Whenever they appear, they basically... Linyu aimed his scope carefully and stroked the trigger with his finger, but did not press it immediately. Not the right time yet. The magazine of the sniper rifle was enough for him to kill these four in an instant. But they seemed to be too cautious now, and did not approach the corpse of the same type or the treasure chest next to it. They seemed to be waiting for something, and Linyu was also waiting for them, awaiting the arrival of more lizard men. According to previous experience, lizard men usually form a team of 20 people. In the team, there will be someone similar to the captain, who will have some armor decorations on his body. But none of the current lizard men are like this. Apart from the spears shining with metallic light in their hands, they are only covered with a simple rag. Metal spear. Now the lizard people are fully armed and have entered the Iron Age. No. It should be the intermediate stage of development of cold weapons. After all, none of those iron guns are exquisitely crafted and obviously have high-level forging standards. Designed by the system, these weapons are almost identical down to the burrs, giving off a neat and standard feel everywhere. There is no doubt that this is something made by a group of survivors. With the help of the system design diagram, it can be easily made by combining iron and wood. If the lizard men were facing humans from the era of thermal weapons on Earth, the iron guns in their hands would be nothing. Linyu had watched a movie. The content was probably about a foreigner who came to Neon. which was about to be modernized. After becoming a samurai, he led a samurai group armed with cold weapons to fight against the long guns and short cannons on the opposite side. The final ending was of course very touching. He and the group of warriors from the cold weapon era were destroyed together, leaving nothing behind. Lin Yu believes that if one day, lizards and humans have a head-to-head duel, and the humans are both hot weapons, then this movie can be a tribute. But the fact is that the human side is also full of cold weapons, and they are all refuge villages gathered in units of dozens or hundreds of people. If a lizardman army of 1,000 people attacks, there is no doubt that the human side will attack with absolute force. The disadvantage is completely defeated. After all, everyone is a cold weapon, and they basically have the same quality. The next thing that can determine victory or defeat is the difference in numbers. Lizardmen are cold-blooded and ruthless and extremely powerful in combat. Sometimes they charge like mad dogs, and they even have a lot of wisdom. Not to mention, they still have gunpowder bombs in their hands that humans don't have today. After all, neither sulfur nor saltpeter is easy to find. But not only do the lizardmen have it, they also know how to use it. He had encountered it accidentally when he was cleaning up the F area before. And the same was true for the extensive burns that Xiaoming had just received. Although the power is said to be extremely average, it can't be said for sure after that. If the lizard people are allowed to develop like this, maybe by then it will be the lizard people holding muskets, not humans. In the night vision goggles, 2 lizard men appeared again. They moved forward very carefully. They seemed to be quite happy with the appearance of the copper treasure chest. The kind of sleepy murmurs began to appear in this long passage. Lin Yu breathed softly, and the little ice lizards around him were also quietly waiting for the opportunity to come. There is no point in being anxious. Lin Yu wanted to know how these lizards and humans cooperated now. Is it the kind that I imagined? Or the kind that I saw? That humans mine mines for them, provide them with weapons, and don't usually come out? Or, he glanced behind him. The piles of human corpses there were very eye-catching. Will humans follow them and run into these underground ruins? At this time, another black shadow appeared. 7-headed lizard people. Lin Yu's palms were filled with sweat. What he wanted to do was not just kill the lizard man. If possible, he would like to destroy all the lizardman's associates, who are servile and don't care about the life and death of their compatriots. The blood of many people was already stained on his hands, but none of them deserved to die. Lin Yu didn't care about getting more. In particular, this kind of human rape that endangers the security of the entire human race should not continue to exist no matter what the reason. Just then, another black shadow appeared. Huh? Lin Yu saw that the silhouette did not have a long mouth or scales, and it was also wearing fabric clothes. Survivor. No, they should be called beggars. Low-class trash begging the lizard men for the right to live. Is there only one? Lin Yu still didn't move. In this passage, he only exposed the barrel of the gun and the scope. Moreover, the torch near the fork in the road was not very bright, so almost no one could detect his presence. Unless he makes any big noise, there is absolutely no way to detect him against the enemies. There is only one beggar, so start with this beggar. But Lin Yu suddenly had a new idea in his mind. Little ice lizards, you'll be waiting a moment. He immediately gave a new order, and at the same time pointed the scope at the beggar. At this moment, the beggar was pushed to the front by several lizardmen, with the spear in his hand pointed at his back. In the night vision goggles, there was no such thing as being coerced between the beggar and the lizard man. Instead, they discussed it with each other. Finally, he nodded to the lizard men and picked up one of them. The spear in the hand of a lizard man gradually approached the copper treasure chest. And then, he rushed to the treasure chest with a single lunge. Call out. Bullets are things that move much faster than humans. A scream sounded, and the beggar's arm was grazed by a bullet. The other lizardmen quickly retreated upon seeing this. But how could they possibly be faster than the little ice lizards who rushed out? There were screams one after another, and the lizard people immediately fell to the ground one by one. They only had the air to go out, and no air to go in. Lin Yu walked towards the beggar who fell to the ground and howled in pain. Just now, he originally wanted to end this guy's life. But then he had a new idea. Why not catch someone alive and get some information? Chapter 266 Gold Exploding Treasure Chest? Just normal operation. The battle situation was completely controlled by Lin Yu almost in an instant. And the result was just as he imagined. The only person alive in the passage was the beggar. It's easy to kill the bastard, but much harder to get the information. This underground ruins area is very large. He has not yet obtained the area map. It would be too time-consuming to explore slowly. It is better to capture them alive and ask about the situation. All the information has been obtained. It's not too late to kill him. Therefore, he used a bullet to scratch the guy's arm, and at the same time let the little ice lizards kill the lizard people. After all, if he kills the lizard people, he can explode the treasure chest. But he can't let anyone know. And if he commands the little ice lizards to kill the lizard men, the treasure chest will not be exploded, and his secret will not be discovered by this beggar. As for having more or less copper treasure chests, it doesn't matter at all. There are still 200 copper treasure chests in the warehouse that have not been opened. Lin Yu slowly walked to the beggar. This guy found that his left arm had only been grazed by a bullet. Just as he was about to get up, he found a few cold lumps in his throat. And among the cold touch, there is also the stinging sensation caused by sharp teeth. The lizardmen next to me just now all died suddenly at this moment. The beggar was trembling all over. He knew that as long as he moved, the cold dagger-like thing on his neck would kill him immediately. At this time, his eyes also saw the god of death walking beside him. Lin Yu looked down at the beggar. This guy's throat is completely covered by 4 small ice lizard teeth, black dots, green claws, small Leosian red lines. Even if you want to do something, there is absolutely no way. Unless this guy wants to die. But since he is a beggar for survival, he will never choose this path. Please, please let me go. Let me go. The man yelled in the language, but the language was extremely blunt. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Black hair. Asian. Osamus. Or Neons? Or the Tang dynasty? Where are you from? Lin Yu replied in a whisper, the excellent iron spear in his hand pressing against his heart. I am Neon. After the man saw Lin Yu's face, his voice became extremely trembling, and he almost cried. God, Lin Yu, please don't kill me. I was forced to do so. The person who came here, I call my grandson Jinxiong. I can speak some Tang dialect. Lin Yushin, don't kill me. Please, please. My grandson Jinxiong. Lin Yu almost cried out in joy after hearing this guy's name. Good guy. What is this name? Neon's people's taste is really good. However, he found that his face seemed to be very recognizable. And my grandson Jinxiong recognized him immediately. Probably because of his speech on the World Channel. These beggars now have no choice but to remember his name. After all, at that time, he made a statement to eliminate all these garbage mixed with the lizard people. Wait a minute. This guy's Tang dialect is quite standard. Although it sounds a little strange, I can still understand him. Yes. God, Lin Yu. Please, please don't kill me. I can do anything you ask me to do. You say it. Say it. My grandson Jinxiong didn't dare to move, but he had already opened the system panel and started to control his own. Alert! Friends! Lin Yu is here. He's really here. He is really coming to kill us. The lizard killers are coming. Lin Yu knew what this guy was doing from the movement of his eyeballs. But it didn't matter to him at all. Come on. Come on. As many as come, as many as will die. He hoped that a large number of lizard men would block him, so that the ballista would be more effective. However, there was only one thing that bothered Lin Yu. When the time comes, there will be a lot of treasure chests, which must be quite uncomfortable. Opening the chests is very tiring. Anything I say is fine. Right? Lin Yu had already thought about how things would develop. Are you familiar with this cave? Where are the lizard people? Where are the rest of you? My grandson, Masao, hesitated for a moment. But soon the pain in his neck suddenly deepened. There was sweat on his forehead. I said, I am familiar with this cave. This place is Area C. It is very large. There are many lizard people. The rest of us are scattered. And I can't tell the specific location. I don't even remember how to find them. Lin Yu nodded and pierced the skin of his heart a little bit with the iron spear. The guy immediately screamed in pain, but he didn't dare to scream hard. Do you remember now? I thought about it. And suddenly I remembered. Lin Yu, don't kill me. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. And I'll take you to find them. In addition, we are all victims. We the lizard men captured them underground. We are not the ones who provide them with weapons and tools. We are just poor slaves. Look, aren't they afraid of danger? So they asked me to get the treasure box? My grandson, Jinxiong, had an extremely strong desire to live and knew what to do immediately. Lin Yu could tell that this guy wanted to clear himself up, saying that he was actually captured and not working for the lizard people. It would be nice if that were the case. Those lizards and this guy were very close at that time. If it weren't for the appearance, I would have thought that the buddies were discussing with each other. In the end, this guy won. So he took the lizard man's spear next to him and came to get the box. He didn't look like he was being coerced at all. Something like being enslaved. If that was really the case, how could such a scene exist at that time? My grandson Jinxiong's nonsense is just to deceive those survivors who don't have night vision goggles and scopes. But it doesn't matter. Lin Yu felt funny in his heart. This neon garbage seemed to think it could deceive him. Then just use the trick. Really? Then I will take you to find your companions. And then after clearing the area of lizard men, you can return to the ground. Thank you, God Lin Yu. Thank you, God Lin Yu. If it weren't for the little ice lizards biting his throat, Lin Yu really thought that this guy would immediately bend down and bow, say "Aligato," and then bang his head on the ground. Let him go, and let him get up. Lin Yu ordered the little ice lizards, but only 2 of the little ice lizards were left on this guy's shoulders, and the other 2 came to Lin Yu's feet. My grandson Jinxiong stood up and bowed quickly to Lin Yu. The little 6 and red thread on his shoulders were almost thrown off, and his little paws were holding on to this guy's clothes tightly. God Lin Yu, I will take you to our companion's room, and then you can rescue us. No problem. You lead the way. Lin Yu pretended to be fooled, but the guy's eyes kept moving, and he wouldn't believe it even if he said he didn't look at the system panel. It is estimated that the companions will be together at the same time, and then those people will inform the lizard people to block it from the front. The crossbow in the storage space, the alloy tactical crossbow, steel repeating crossbow, sniper rifle, M19, and the most powerful weapon in such a small space, the shotgun, are in hand. At this moment, they are all ready to move and are thirsty. In the dark passage, footsteps sounded from time to time. My grandson Jinxiong was walking in front, not very fast, and on his shoulders, Xia Luzi and Han Xian were following Lin Yu's orders, constantly watching his every move. Lin Yu was holding an alloy tactical crossbow with an armor-piercing incendiary arrow mounted on the crossbow, but it was not ignited. He was walking less than 10 meters behind my grandson Jinxiong. The passage was wide and extremely long. Lin Yu calculated that it took almost 5 minutes to walk. However, he also saw 3 passages on both sides of the road that led to unknown places. I took out a pen and notebook. When the system is not powerful, memory alone is not enough. A good memory is not as good as a bad writing. It would be funny if you can't come back later. By continuously describing the general composition of the passage with simple brushes, Lin Yu basically grasped the location and direction he wanted to go. Moreover, Black Spot and Green Claw had reminded Lin Yu more than once of the hostility and danger conveyed from the direction of the 3 forks they passed just now. While Lin Yu was moving, he also looked back from time to time to observe with night vision goggles. If there was any abnormal situation, he would react immediately, and he could not let the lizard man take advantage of him. After walking for almost 100 meters, a door appeared in front of us. At the same time, Lin Yu also heard a strange sound coming from the door. Good. This is. Lin Yu's body reacted instantly, and he drooled. Lion-headed bear. Niobe. It's here this time. In the night vision goggles, a huge monster squatted next to the door, and under its lion-like head, the muscles of the giant bear-like body were fully visible. Lin Yu glanced at my grandson Jinxiong. He can now kill this lion-headed bear in the simplest way. And after killing it, a gold treasure chest will definitely explode. The golden treasure chest is great. At least it doesn't have to be so boring to drive. But do you need to avoid this grandson with the gold treasure chest? No. It's my grandson Jinxiong? Although it is true that coincidences can be used to deceive the past. A copper treasure chest has been exploded before, and now a gold treasure chest cannot be deceived. To put it bluntly, my grandson, Masao, will definitely send this information out no matter what. No. God Lin Yu. After passing through this door, there is a gathering place for the lizard people. You? Please invite me first. This guy seemed to think he could get through. There was a big lion-headed bear squatting in front of the door. This guy pretended not to see it, but he still acted like a real person. What does it mean to be deaf? Can't you see the night vision goggles on my face? Lin Yu felt worried about this guy's IQ. Nowadays, such stupid people are rare. Oh, you go first. Lin Yu wanted to see what kind of virtue this guy could be frightened by the lion-headed bear. So he urged, well, I'll leave first. Lin Yu, you can follow. The rest of us are still waiting for you to save us, he said, and actually walked straight forward. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What's the situation? You're not afraid of the lion-headed bear, are you? He whistled. And both Xiao Liuzi and Han Xian left the body of my grandson Jin Xiong, who was behaving strangely, and returned to Lin Yu as quickly as possible. God, Lin Yu, why don't you come over? At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to have seen an extremely absurd scene. My grandson, Masao, walked up to the lion-headed bear as if he was completely blind, and even stood less than 3 meters away from it. You may be eaten by that violent beast at any time. However, the lion-headed bear did not do this. Instead, it was quite disgusting. Even after my grandson Jin Xiong arrived, it stepped back a little further, and a low roar sounded in its mouth, accompanied by the clatter of the metal chain. The crashing sound seemed extremely unpleasant. What's the sound? From Lin Yu's position, it would be difficult to spot the black-furred lion-headed bear without using night vision goggles, he asked knowingly, but he still wanted to see why my grandson Jin Xiong was not eaten. The situation in front of him reminded him of the eagle-winged insects that competed with the lizard men for the bodies of Levik's group. They seemed to react in this way when facing the lizard men. Could it be that there is something in the lizard man that can make the eagle-winged insect disgusted? And did the lizard man also give this thing to my grandson Jin Xiong? There's no sound. It might be the lizard people in the distance. Lin Yu, come here. At this moment, my grandson Jin Xiong saw that the little ice lizard on his shoulder was not there, and there was a lion-headed bear beside him, and a look of madness burst out in his eyes. He now knew that as long as he lured Lin Yu to take the bait, after the lion-headed bear severely injured Lin Yu and even killed him, the lizard man would give him a huge reward. Even, he can stop looking for any lizard people. This Lin Yu is the #1 survivor in the world. How many treasures will he have on his body? My grandson Masao's eyes became cloudy and greedy. His mind changed. As long as he stands beside this beast, he is already invincible. No matter how powerful Lin Yu is, what else can he do? Can he take down this crazy lion-headed bear? Cannot. My grandson Jin Xiong still remembers that when he was capturing a lion-headed bear, he saw it kill dozens of spotted wolves and tiger-spotted shadow deer. How could Lin Yu compare with the spotted wolves and tiger-spotted shadow deer? God, Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? Why don't you come over? We can find those nasty lizard people through this door. His hand gradually moved toward the switch of the lion-headed bear's chain, while still calling Lin Yu. The power of even a palm from the lion-headed bear can instantly turn ordinary humans, like Lin Yu, into meatloaf. If it weren't for the special smell on the lizard people, if it weren't for the special smell that was painted on his body, then just one lion-headed bear would make thousands of lizard people, or thousands of humans, tired of dealing with it. If it were like in this closed space, with the speed and strength of a lion-headed bear, Lin Yu, isn't it just garbage like a small woodlouse? He moved to the wall, touched it with his fingers, and opened the lock connecting the lion-headed bear to the wall. The lion-headed bear is free. Then, the massacre is about to take place. Ha ha ha! Lin Yu, you trash. Go to HL. Let the lion-headed bear turn you into meat. Ha ha ha! However, just then, whoosh, the sound of a crossbow arrow piercing the air came. At the same time, Gugu! The lion-headed bear screamed and was hit by an armor-piercing crossbow arrow in the brain. Immediately afterwards, another crossbow arrow came, and the lion-headed bear was hit by an arrow in the throat. It screamed, swayed and hit the ground, and my grandson Jin Xiong next to it looked at this scene in great shock. What? You? What happened? Lion-headed bear. Lion-headed bear actually died? Lin Yu killed the lion-headed bear? How can this be? Trash? Ha ha. Who are you calling trash? Are you talking about this thing on the ground? Or are you talking about yourself? Lin Yu walked over, and the weapon in his hand was replaced by a spray gun. This is a weapon that no one has seen before. But my grandson Masao's attention is all focused on the lion-headed bear, because there is a big golden treasure box. That is gold. Gold? Gold? Isn't it normal for a gold treasure chest? Simply kill the lion-headed bear, and you will get the gold treasure chest. Is this the 4th lion-headed bear? Or the 3rd? But it doesn't matter anymore. The spray gun in Lin Yu's hand was pressed against my grandson Jin Xiong's forehead. How can you How can you continuously explode treasure boxes? And then, how can you have such a weapon? My grandson Xinxiong's mind was at a loss. Who is Lin Yu? There are too many questions, but I don't want to answer them. Besides, you know too much. So go to HL. Gunshots burst out. Chapter 267. Who doesn't like more gold treasure chests? Boom. A gunshot was heard. A headless corpse also fell at this time. Lin Yu looked coldly at the body of my grandson Xinxiong, who thought he was smart but was an idiot from beginning to end, and said nothing. You get a gold treasure chest. Lin Yu picked up the golden treasure box next to the lion-headed bear on the ground and immediately put it into the storage space. Originally, what he wanted to do was to use armor-piercing arrows to make the lion-headed bear unable to fight, and then let the little ice lizards or himself direct the attention of my grandson Xinxiong to other places, and then attack the lion-headed bear. A killer. When he obtained the gold treasure box, he also put it into the storage space as quickly as possible. However, a special situation occurred. My grandson, Masao, might have something smeared on his body that scares mutant creatures, just like the thing on the lizard man. Relying on this thing, he accidentally opened the chain of the lion-headed bear. Lin Yu was not sure that in this dimly lit place, he could still maintain his advantage when facing such a beast that might have both speed and strength. He could still handle the lion-headed bear when it was tied to a metal chain. But without this restraint, this mutant creature might become a fierce opponent that he doesn't want to face. Maybe the trolling would work, but he wasn't 100% certain that he could defeat the lion-headed bear without any injuries. Therefore, when my grandson Xinxiong unchained the lion-headed bear and laughed wildly to kill him, Lin Yu had already decided in his heart to let this fool lead the dog in advance. Originally, Lin Yu wanted to give his grandson a chance to survive until he encountered a large army of lizard men. But things went against his wishes. This neon man seemed to have inherited the death-seeking gene and became a master of death-seeking. And then went smoothly. It has become a brainless and cute thing. It would be great if this guy could bring him to a gathering area of lizard people. It would be even better if he could be brought to those beggars like him. But there is no if. If he hesitated for just a second, the situation would take an uncontrollable direction. After all, this is not a real game. If you die, you will die. Not only would a serious injury result in death, but even a small scratch would be extremely dangerous if not treated properly. Not to mention scratches and bites and the like. And the real fatal point for my grandson Masao was when he said several key words such as continuous treasure chests. This matter cannot be discovered. Lin Yu didn't want to explain. His strength does not require him to explain this problem to others. Continuous explosion of treasure boxes. And the copper treasure box is followed by the gold treasure box. Judging from the existing explosion rate of treasure boxes, it is absolutely impossible to happen. Now that my grandson Xinxiong has discovered this, there is really no reason to spare him. However, it was true that this guy successfully brought him to the wooden door and replenished his lion-headed bear meat in an effective and timely manner. Otherwise, he might have wandered around the 3 passages he passed through for a long time. In fact, this grandson did a good thing. Lin Yu finally decided to kill him with a spray instead of a crossbow. It was also out of good intentions that he wanted him to die beautifully. It's a reward. How many people in this world can enjoy this kind of treatment? My grandson Masao seems to be the first. You obtained the body of a lion-headed bear. Now Lin Yu didn't want to dissect the lion-headed bear immediately to obtain various materials. And his time was also precious. You gained 2 cubic meters of storage space. All items in this storage space will be merged into your storage space. Lin Yu looked at the extra items in the storage space and raised his eyebrows. Hey, 2 shelter design drawings? Okay. This was an unexpected surprise. The others were some food and water, which had been eaten and drank. Lin Yu sent them directly to the Survival Point Mall to exchange for some survival points. The original tranquility returned to the passage again, except for a slight sound coming from an unknown place in the distance. Lin Yu never heard any other special sounds. After walking to the wooden door and kicking open the body of my grandson Xinxiong that fell to the ground, Lin Yu grabbed the door handle and opened it in both directions. There was a long creaking sound, and then the 2 wooden doors, which were painted with indescribable circles and lines of unknown meaning, were opened. The 4 little ice lizards quickly rushed to the front. Their speed had an absolute advantage in this cave, and their abilities could be maximized when facing some non-lizard enemies. Just like bang 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 bang. For rhythmic sounds were made immediately after the little ice lizards rushed in. Lin Yu walked in and the iron spear in his hand penetrated the mutated creature in a group of ice on the ground. Golden poisonous horned spider. This thing is fast and very stealthy. And they all live in places with bad light. If the survivors are not careful, they will fall into their trap and be paralyzed by the fangs. Even if they are as big as the storm-flying lizard, they cannot withstand it at all. If you are paralyzed, you can only accept the fate of becoming food. And you may watch the golden poisonous horned spider eat you bit by bit. Anyway, Linyu would never act haphazardly in this underground ruins in low light conditions. Almost every time, he would bring at least the little ice lizard with him. Needless to say, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming. That was the purpose. Without them to provide warning, Linyu, who was always cautious, did not want to face any strange mutant creatures alone. This is true for the golden poisonous horned spider. And the same is true for the lion-headed bear. Who knows how many kinds of mutated creatures there are in the underground ruins that are countless meters underground. But then again, where did the lion-headed bear come from? Linyu was very interested in lion-headed bears. Who doesn't like more gold treasure chests? But the lion-headed bear has only been seen in underground ruins so far. And I have never heard of it anywhere else. Kill the lion-headed bear and explode the gold treasure chest. I don't know how much better it is than the copper treasure chest. The things that are opened are naturally. Wait. The last time I opened the gold treasure chest in Area F, I opened the area map of Area F. So this can't it be opened? You have obtained the area map of Area C of the underground ruins. And the design drawing of the MP5 submachine gun. Submachine gun. Linyu was delighted when the area map of Area C of the underground ruins was opened. After all, this way he no longer had to worry about memorizing the route. He only needed this map to perfectly level this area. But the appearance of the submachine gun made him even more excited. Submachine gun. This thing is really good. Even if a large group of lizardmen come, a submachine gun is a powerful weapon that is a great deterrent. Although it may be less powerful. Relatively speaking, this thing is an artifact that can kill a large area. Linyu glanced at the design drawing, which was almost the same as the M19 pistol. What may be a little more difficult is the bullets. After all, the nitrocellulose is completely gone now. And we still have to find Xinglingfeng. The various materials on hand cannot be used to build it. And although there will definitely be a fierce battle next, I believe that the ballista arrows can deal with it. After all, this is not an open area. As long as the ballista arrows are in a straight line, the penetrating damage is basically untreatable. Let's take a look at the regional map. Linyu opened the system panel, and the regional map of Area C of the underground ruins was immediately revealed on it. And he also discovered that even Area F was displayed here. And the ice lizard cave next to the blocked passage really connected the entire hollow area between Area F and Area C. Although it is indeed a bit far away. And the size of the ice lizard cave is beyond imagination. This map not only completely planned out the two areas, but also marked the areas he had explored in the ice lizard cave. This is convenient for him to review and search at any time. However, Linyu still discovered that the blocked passage seemed to be connected to another area. And that side seemed to be connected to some unknown area. Next time a new underground ruin appears, will that area be opened? The blocked area was more than 10 meters long as shown on the map. It would take a while and a half to dig it out. But Linyu wasn't too interested. What interests him is the other side. That is where we are going now. The map shows that from here, there will be an intersection ahead. The crossroads lead to 3 areas. One leads to a huge room. One leads to a winding place. And the last one is a strange area composed of countless large and small maze-like passages of the highest level. The center of the strange zone is still a huge room. But it is smaller than the one in the first one. Linyu was actually very familiar with this layout. Isn't it the same as before in Area F? One is between the altars. One is between the kitchens. And the other is between the chiefs. But comparing the overall maps of Area F and Area C is obviously much larger than Area F. Moreover, of the 3 passages he did not take before, 2 were dead ends with a large room at the end, while the remaining one led to another area that could not be displayed. Linyu decided to start cleaning up between the altars, regardless of whether there were lizardmen or not. Linyu was very interested in what was there. Are you worshipping? Or is it not the storm-flying lizard? Linyu wanted to know. Black Spot, Green Claw, Little Six, and Red Thread. The 4 of you, stay on guard. Linyu checked his various equipment, and at the same time turned back to block the wooden door with a stone wall. This is also just in case. When the time comes to eat 2 buns with cheese, it will not be fun. After receiving the body of the golden poison horned spider on the ground into the storage space, Lin Yu continued to move forward. Is it spider venom? Don't worry about it for the time being. Besides, is there only that little bit worth dissecting about this little spider? Lin Yu felt that he had to go back to the shelter to study it carefully. The little ice lizards received the new order and scattered. However, they did not encounter the golden poisonous spiny horned spider in front of them. Lin Yu held an alloy explosion-proof shield and an M19 pistol in his hand, and did not relax his vigilance at all. At this time, even a small oversight will lead to unimaginable consequences. It didn't take long for him to follow the map and arrive at the intersection, and walk directly to the altar. Each of the little ice lizards is very quiet. They have been guarding the surroundings according to his orders, and they are quite loyal to their duties. They also know their own importance. The opponent has the strength to hurt Xiaoming, so they are smart enough not to be careless. Soon, Lin Yu, who was walking forward from the passage, finally saw the door between the altars again. Are there any enemies? Lin Yu looked at the wooden door, which was much taller than before, and asked the little ice lizards. After the little ice lizards simultaneously sent out the safety signal, they climbed to the edge of the wooden door. Lin Yu picked up the M19 pistol and opened the door between the altars. A bloody smell suddenly came from inside, and Lin Yu also discovered that the fire inside seemed much brighter than outside, even brighter than the one in Area F before. The area between the altars is also larger than the previous one. And, that's good guy. It's actually a statue of this thing. Lin Yu raised his head and looked into the distance. The center of the altars was still in the shape of a huge disc, and some headless human corpses were surrounding it. A circle is placed over there. The huge statue at the deepest point between the altars told Lin Yu which god of the lizard people was worshipped here. Poison Tianlong. The appearance of an extremely long and huge multi-legged monster insect is lifelike. The closer Lin got, the more he felt as if the stone statue would break at any time, and the things inside would jump out and rush towards him. It has to be said that the lizard people are still good at this. Lin Yu walked up to the huge 10-meter-long stone statue and couldn't help but admire it. He also saw that the number of large jars here was no less than that in Area F before, or even more. The contents inside are of course self-evident. Bones. Human bones. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the stone statue of Du Tianlong, which was almost integrated into the stone wall, and also knew that the god worshipped by the lizard people was not just the storm-flying lizard. Maybe what you see between the next altars is strange rats or giant spiders. The more Lin thought of the scene depicted in the mural, the more he confirmed his suspicion. Now, in the secret realm, the monsters raging on the earth a few decades later are native creatures of this other world. They were transported there by some unknown method, and humans came here in exchange. But why weren't the lizardmen teleported? Could it be that it's because the lizard people are intelligent and can't be teleported? Or is it because they can create crisis for mankind? Lin Yu speculated on various possibilities, but found that there was no evidence for any of them. After all, no one knows what the medium of transmission is. Maybe it's a creature from a higher latitude. He finally came to such an outrageous conclusion. Returning to the center of the entire altar, there are 9 headless corpses placed around the center. Lin Yu looked towards the center, where there was a small box with a strange stone in the center. He walked over and immediately used identification. Rough sapphire. Sapphire? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Is this dark blue translucent stone about the size of a fist actually that gem? Chapter 268. Treat the enemy as cold as absolute zero. You got the rough sapphire. The sound of the system sounded, and Lin Yu had a very good collection. Gemstones originally had quite good properties when they were on Earth, at least in terms of value. Gemstones have always been very easy to buy and can be exchanged for huge wealth. You can even gain a certain status and reputation with this item. Moreover, in some aspects of metallurgical chemistry, gemstones also have considerable room for development. However, this is only true on Earth. In this different world, no matter what kind of gems you have, they can't compare to the food and water that can guarantee you a safe place to eat and drink, or to the various facilities that can improve the quality of life. At least, for others, this is indeed the case. But for Lin Yu, who had plenty of food and water, a huge and sturdy shelter, and a life that was no different from the original one in the electrical age, sapphire was quite good. At least it looks good. Although I don't know why the lizard people sacrifice such a thing. Maybe this thing may be their treasure? Lin Yu liked this thing very much. If he could find something to polish and cut it, seems better. As for the remaining broken box, Lin Yu refused to thank him. Who wants that stuff? However, just as Lin Yu was about to collect the storage space where the headless corpses were stored, a strange vibration suddenly sounded. Immediately, the place where the box was located quickly sank into a pothole. The little ice lizards collectively shouted. I knew that wherever there was this kind of thing, there would definitely be a trap. I bet that the person who designed this kind of mechanism must be a vulgar treasure hunting novel enthusiast. Lin Yu collected the headless people at his feet as quickly as possible. Storage space for corpses. Who knows if I hesitate now? It will be there later. Just like the corpses left by Levick and the others last time. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You get 7 people, 8 cubic meters of storage space. He put it away as quickly as possible. Under the screams of the little ice lizards, Lin Yu discovered that billowing smoke and dust began to rise from where the big pit was. Good guy. Do you dare to go slower? There is just no sound and light effect. Otherwise, who knows what concert will appear next second. Lin Yu had already retreated to the door. He pushed it, and the door could be opened. But he still didn't want to leave for the time being. The weapon in his hand has also changed from the M19 pistol at the beginning to a troll. However, he did not put on the earmuffs immediately, but waited for the development of the situation. What if something comes out? Go! A huge roar suddenly broke out, as if it had been held in for hundreds of years. But this voice seems familiar? Lin Yu was wondering when suddenly, he discovered that in the center of the pothole, smoke no longer came out, and 2 monsters crawled out almost at the same time. Their heads are like lions, mighty and ferocious, and their huge tusks are like swords. The upright body is 4 to 5 meters tall, and the whole body looks more like a giant bear. The roar began to echo continuously between the altars, and immediately, it turned into a scream. You get a gold treasure chest. You get a gold treasure chest. Oh, it's just a lion-headed bear. Why is it shouting so loudly? Who are you trying to scare? Lin Yu put down the alloy tactical crossbow. He expressed disappointment at the strength of the sudden beast. The lizardmen don't think that the lion-headed bear can kill the person who took the gem. You obtained the body of a lion-headed bear X2. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to the lizard people for their gift. Let me tell you that the meat of the lion-headed bear is super delicious. The meat is smooth and fat but not greasy. Whether it is steaks or pieces of meat, it is extremely delicious. Even the fangs are suitable for making something. And not only that, if you kill them, you can get a gold treasure chest. The lion-headed bear is full of treasures. After packing up the lion-headed bear, Lin Yu wanted to burn the altar with fire. The stone statue of Poison Sky Dragon made him uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. And this was the place where the lizard people killed humans and enshrined their heads here. But if it is burned, the smoke and dust will be difficult to deal with. In the end, Lin Yu checked the place where the lion-headed bears came out. And after finding nothing worth taking, he pushed the door out of the altar room. A large piece of rough sapphire, plus 2 gold treasure chests, and the bodies of 2 lion-headed bears. This place is more like a treasure house to him. After returning to the intersection again, he headed straight towards the direction that seemed to be between the kitchens without hesitation. The lizard people would definitely be able to detect the movement between the altars just now, as long as they are not stupid. And since they can use 2 lion-headed bears as a safety net, they can immediately send troops to check. Not to mention, the commotion Xiaoming caused before was not small. And so many lizardmen died there, as well as the lizardmen he killed who seemed to be on patrol, and my grandson Jinxiong, etc. It can also cause other disturbances. Attention lizardmen. Not to mention that the underground ruins are connected. And the stone wall he used to block the door was not safe in front of the lizard man with the iron pickaxe. Lin Yu quickened his pace. The little ice lizards continued to be vigilant around them. Their speed was much faster than Lin Yu. And Lin Yu also made full use of this, allowing Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian to rush to the front. No matter what happens, their extremely sharp and powerful crisis perception can give him the greatest help. It was not that there was no situation at all in the passage. And Lin Yu soon encountered the patrolling copper treasure chest. Well, it was a lizard man. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. A total of 11 copper treasure chests. And it's not just that. Don't kill me! Don't! You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. Yes. Not bad. Lin Yu said. I don't like others ordering me to do this or that. If you say I won't kill you, I won't kill you. Then everyone has seen what I said on the World Channel. If you run away and go to the World Channel, what will Lin say? If it goes no further than this and brags and talks big words, wouldn't I become a laughing stock? Lin, you kicked this guy. Why didn't he want to regret it when he hooked up with the lizard man just now? Treat this kind of thing as cold as absolute zero. Lin, you did not pity them. Pity them. And they will make him pity. I was just forced. It's not what you think. I didn't do anything. It's all the lizard people's fault. Etc. If you believe them, they will immediately join the lizard people and smile. A shot in your stomach. These people are rotten to the core. There is nothing wrong with choosing the easiest path. But there is something to be said for helping others do harm. The more Lin thought about those lizard men who had almost ambushed him in the wasteland, all holding iron guns and knives, he felt a chill. The gang before was not so bold, and they did not dare to run to the ground with stone guns and stone swords to ambush people. Now, not only do they dare to do so, but they may even become more aggressive in the future. Continuing to move forward, he stepped over the corpses. He continued to move forward according to the instructions on the area map, and met 5 more lizard men. But this time, he did not encounter the beggar. It seems like there aren't that many in this area. 2. If there were really beggars everywhere, then the human race would be exterminated. They all try to find the most comfortable position to lie down, which will lead to the worst death in the end. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yu sat down. He took out water and food and gave some to the little ice lizards. The battle is a battle, and you have to rest. Moreover, this whole day has come to night again. If he fights hungry this night, even if he is in a suppressive fighting position, it will affect a lot of things, such as judgment, such as attention, etc. These are the experiences that Lin Yu gradually gained during his more than 20 days of survival. Looking back on the various discomforts and difficulties encountered at the beginning, Lin Yu is now very different from then. The large amount of supplies stored, as well as the understanding of the laws of disasters and the construction of anti-disaster methods, as well as his stronger body and stronger combat ability, all make him mentally strong now. It can be said that half of his current self-confidence comes from his heart and half comes from the development of almost reflexive combat literacy. Somebody is coming! Lin Yu heard some subtle noises before the little ice lizards issued a warning. It was the sound of human speech, and it was not quiet. He looked in the direction of the passage he came from. Are the enemies coming? After quickly packing up and equipping the weapons as quickly as possible, Lin Yu pointed the sniper rifle in that direction, put on the night vision goggles, and looked into the distance in the scope. After a while, a figure quickly appeared in the scope. Immediately afterwards, the second and third figures also came out. 3 people. Are they survivors or beggars? Lin Yu took a deep breath while waiting for their approach. The light was too dim and everyone was dressed similarly, so he had to wait until they got closer to find out. Wait. There seemed to be 2 lizardmen a few meters behind them. Lin Yu picked up the gun, knowing that these people were probably really begging for life. So, the scope was aimed at the head of one of the men, and his hand touched the trigger. At this time, the voices of several people were clearly conveyed. Ha ha. Have you seen the building they built on World Channel? Lin Yu wants to kill us all? Be careful not to show off your braggadocio. What can he do alone? It's a joke. How many times does he count? I can kill him 7 or 8 times with this little explosive in my hand. Sonny! Don't eat it. If you eat again, be careful if the big brother from the Qinglong people thinks you eat too much and they will throw it at you. Don't worry about me. Is my eating delaying my fight? Are you jealous of the Qinglong people? They think highly of me and gave me the title of captain. They also asked me to take you to the refuge village to collect the goods. Are you not convinced? Don't be ridiculous. Okay. Your captain is just a dog leading the way. What's the difference between my grandson and the neon one? Is it an extra watermelon or an extra date for you? Yes. But having said that, if we capture Lin Yu and give it to the Qinglong people, what reward will we get? Will we be given a position to command other people? More awesome than any captain? It's really possible. But why don't those 2 Azure Dragon Masters behind us leave in front of us? It's so safe here. If there's any danger, I'll throw this thing out of my hand and blow it up. Ha. Blow it up. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent roar, followed by a large ball of fire that exploded instantly. The 3 people who were still talking just now had almost no time to react before they were completely engulfed by the explosion. After the explosion, they were completely turned into pieces. The two lizardmen behind them, who were affected by the shock wave of the explosion, also fell to the ground at the same time. But soon they were shot in the head, and the dogs were restrained. Lin Yu waited for a while, and when the smoke cleared, he finally walked to the area and put away the 2 copper treasure boxes. He looked at the 3 dead pieces of trash that had been blown apart by the explosive, and wanted to spit. This is truly a true act of rape. Master Qilong, you really treat yourself like a dog, don't you think? Moreover, they really took the lizardmen to attack the refuge village. How hopeless are these people? Smelling the smell of gunpowder in the passage, Lin Yu squatted down and pocketed the storage space for the 3 of them. The power of the explosive is not very strong. If you get close, you may be in danger. If you are more than 30 or 40 meters away, you will be shocked by the shock wave like the lizard man, and there will be no harm. If not, these 3 people would have been turned into pieces. He had just heard the conversation between the 3 of them, and then decided to give them a try by hitting the bombs in their hands with bullets. Otherwise, he could actually send them away with 3 crossbow arrows without any problem. As for the power of explosive explosions, Lin Yu had a certain understanding by this time. Too weak. If it is an explosive of this level, it will be quite good if it can affect the range of 5 to 6 meters if it is used to death. It is more of a deterrent than a lethal weapon. As for shocking weapons, Lin Yu was not short of them. He looked at the 2 extra packs of gunpowder and explosives in the storage space and felt that he could improve them a little. He had enough sulfur, but not saltpeter. Where did these lizardmen get saltpeter? Puff! Puff! The little ice lizard suddenly shouted. Lin Yu knew that after hearing the explosion, the lizard people should also take action. However, this is also a good opportunity for him. Originally, the purpose of this time was to let the lizard people know what death is. The sniper rifle was aimed in another direction. Lin Yu looked at the nervous expressions of the little ice lizards and knew that there must be a lot of people coming. However, in front of a sniper rifle with a strengthened magazine, no matter how many people come, there is no fear. In the scope, a large group of black shadows also appeared in the opposite direction at the same time. Lin Yu knew that this time he could give the lizard people and the beggars an unforgettable setback. The sound of explosions and the smell of gunpowder are coming from here. I'm afraid the lizard men have attacked the survivors. Everyone, get ready to fight now. At this time, a voice suddenly came from over there. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Brother Xing, pay attention. There is a black figure lying on the ground in front of you. Everyone is ready to fight. Brother Xing? Lin Yu understood. No wonder the voice was so familiar. Xing Lingfeng, the shadow lying on the ground is me. Lin Yu shouted in that direction. Chapter 269 Retreat? There is no retreat in my dictionary. Xing Lingfeng's scalp was numb. This is something that has never happened before when entering this underground ruins. Although he had thought about countless possibilities, he had also thought about what special situations he would encounter after arriving at this lizardman's home ground. But the only thing he didn't expect was that he would meet Lin Yu this time. How could it be such a coincidence? He now felt a little disbelieving in his atheism. Lin Yu, the ally he wanted to fully support, had already let all the survivors know about this man's determination in his speech not long ago. At the same time, it also revealed what today's survivors are most horrified and afraid of. The catastrophic things that have happened. Some survivors, for their own selfish interests and in order to no longer have to deal with disasters, exchange some profit means with the lizard people to obtain something. Save. Survive in this huge underground. But what they gave the lizard people were advanced weapons and working tools. No one can sit idly by and ignore this. With the assistance of these people, an extremely terrifying number of lizard people have greatly improved their productivity and attack power. And for the survivors who still have to fight against disasters, this is something even more terrifying than those disasters. Therefore, Xing Lingfeng contacted Lin Yu immediately and expressed his intention to form an alliance with Lin Yu as the leader, and then contact the leaders of other refuge villages to form a huge anti-lizard alliance under the leadership of Lin Yu, who can wipe out Area F of the underground ruins. This alliance will quickly achieve great results, and at the same time, it will also be able to have more say in this different world. Xing Lingfeng never thought that the opportunity for Lin Yu to become a real savior was actually given by those garbage people who surrendered to the lizard people. Savior. This world lacks a savior. The entire human race has been brought to this strange world by that inexplicable force for nearly a month. In this month, almost more than half of the human race has fallen asleep here. or died of hunger and thirst, or died of disasters, or died of accidents, or died of mutated creatures, or died of lizardmen, either died while exploring secret realms or exploring underground ruins. The number of humans is greatly reduced. Although this trend has eased to a certain extent since the last disaster, who knows when the next big elimination will be? At that time, Xinglingfeng felt that he must find such a leader who could lead the progress of the entire human race, allow humans to live better in this other world, and even allow all humans to return to the earth. And this leader is exactly that. Lin Yu, who is able to single-handedly defy the crowd and achieve the first place in the world rankings that can best demonstrate his comprehensive strength, survival skills, and status, is undoubtedly the most suitable person in the world, the best candidate for the role of savior. You must know that those who can be ranked within 1,000 on this world's ranking list are all survivors' unions with several dozens or hundreds of people in the refuge village. If it were before, Xinglingfeng would probably think that this Lin Yu might have some kind of cheating method to be able to dominate the world from the first group rankings, and even reach the top of the world rankings. Location. But after seeing Lin Yu riding a white dragon with his own eyes, he easily defeated the 400 to 500 crazy survivors of Leek until they were unable to fight back. Even if there was no ancient gate in the secret realm, all of them could be beaten. After annihilating the strength, he no longer doubted it. Lin Yu has enough strength to surpass all survivors. In fact, any survivor is nothing in front of him. And this person will also become the most suitable spokesperson to lead the entire human race, and lead the entire human race to continue to survive tenaciously in this embarrassing alien world and create glory again. Xinglingfeng has a lot to think about, but he also knew that he couldn't rush. I had previously learned from Xingyu that Lin Yu had rejected the proposal of Ming Yutong, their former leader, not to become the leader there. You must know that it is a refuge village with more than 100 people, and it has the prestige of the third master Ming Yutong. If Lin Yu takes over, then in time, all the Tang people in the entire other world may be reunited and reunite in this world. Create a prosperous world. When he sent a private message to Lin Yu and wanted to form an alliance with him, Xingyu's deeper purpose was not revealed. Lin Yu was too defensive. He didn't want to be rejected immediately by Lin Yu because his purpose was too obvious. In Xinglingfeng's view, Lin Yu liked to be alone too much, and was even more aloof than everyone he had ever seen. Such people must be pursued slowly, and cannot be obtained by rushing for quick success. Lin Yu? Everyone, put down your weapons. Lin Yu is a treasure of mankind, and no one under his command will disobey him. Lin Yu must not be allowed to feel any hostility. Moreover, he didn't want to be Lin Yu's enemy at all. Xinglingfeng was almost certain that even if Lin Yu didn't have the white dragon by his side, he would be able to wipe out their group of 40 people in a very short time. After all, thermal weapons are no joke. No matter how strong the cold weapon is, it is useless in front of the hot weapon. Not to mention, Lin Yu's cold weapon is also the sixth thief. The tactical crossbow alone is enough for an average person to drink a pot. Boss? Lin Yu? Really? Well, Lin Yu, we put down our weapons. It was a coincidence that we met here. I didn't expect you to be in Area C as well. Lin Yu didn't know what this famous leader of survivors, who commanded a refuge village of more than 100 people, had been thinking about for such a long time. At this moment, he did not relax any vigilance. What survivors encounter in such narrow passages is not a good thing. Whenever someone's thoughts change, it's normal for them to get angry. This is a different world. Everything that happens is normal. I didn't expect it either. Lin Yu glanced at the system panel as quickly as possible. Xinglingfeng had sent him a message before, and he understood why this group of people appeared here. Leader or something. Why are these people so idle? If you want to be the leader of the alliance, just go it alone. Why do you have to involve me in everything? Lin Yu said no. Sisterly does not support, does not oppose, does not participate, does not interfere. If you want to play, go and play by yourself. I'm not interested in alliance leaders or the like. At this time, he also saw the difference between Xinglingfeng and the third master Ming Yutong. Although Ming Yutong died, the plan he came up with after his death really made him have to consider whether he should accept the identity of the ruler. As for Xinglingfeng, Lin Yu wanted to reject it directly without thinking. Well, Lin Yu, we are also destined. Well, after the people in our refuge village saw your speech, everyone understood the seriousness of the situation we were about to face. So we only prepared briefly. I contacted you and went directly to the underground ruins, said Feng Peng next to Xinglingfeng. They were at least dozens of meters away from Lin Yu now. Lin Yu's tone didn't seem very friendly now. He was still the same extremely defensive person.
Oh, really? Chief Xing, if you come over there, have you seen the lizard people?
Lin Yu felt that if the other party had already gone in that direction and completely penetrated that side, then there was no need for him to go there again. After all, there was no need. And tonight, he didn't want to directly break through Area C, but to kill as many lizard people as possible, and then teach the lizard people a very painful lesson. Let the lizard people, and those begging for survival, know that from now on, the war has begun. And he, Lin Yu, is the one who lit the fuse of this war. The final result is to completely eliminate the lizard people who threaten mankind and threaten him. Of course, the garbage must also be taken away. Otherwise, who knows what the world would end up like. Xing Lingfeng listened to Lin Yu's words. Although there was no language barrier, he could also hear what this survivor seemed to want to express.
The stone gate of our underground ruins is right next to here, and it hasn't been long since we came down. Lin Yu, if you want to explore there, please feel free to let us go in another direction.
Xing Lingfeng said, and waved to the others. Everyone clung to the wall and made way for a passage. Lin Yu could see it clearly in his night vision device. He stood up and picked up the weapon in his hand.
No, I want to go back here. You can go over there.
Lin Yu didn't want to have a chat with these people. It was too dangerous. At present, at least for now, Lin Yu does not think that these people can make him feel 100% assured.
Really?
The group of people all left the wall and stood in line again. They turned and drew their weapons.
Well, you should pay more attention.
Lin Yu waited. He couldn't leave first, but had to wait for the group to pick up their weapons and go far away before he could slowly retreat. At this time, there was only the little ice lizard around him. Although he could ensure that if there was a conflict, he could react as quickly as possible and at least inflict heavy damage on the opponent. But he couldn't guarantee that he would be absolutely unharmed.
Am I too defensive?
Lin Yu watched them slowly leave from here. Only when no shadows could be seen and no sounds could be heard, Lin Yu released himself from the fighting state. Couldn't help but mutter to himself. He noticed his somewhat neurotic vigilance. After nearly a month in this different world, he felt that he had changed too much. After being attacked by other predators several times, and constantly fighting against the secret realm monsters, lizard men, and beggars, he now feels more and more how difficult this survival game is. And at the same time, he also understands more and more the fragility of life. He didn't want to get hurt, let alone fall into any danger. So he was always on guard and on guard. Later, this kind of precaution and vigilance gradually caused changes in his heart. Living alone for a long time also makes this change become more serious. Lin Yu knew this very well. He didn't want to make himself more extreme. He also wanted to make himself a little normal. But this different world, this survival game, is fundamentally not normal. Lin Yu opened his eyes wide and looked at this extremely deep and mysterious underground ruins. How many people are there like him in the world? Or is he the only one like this? After all, it seems that except for a few, very few people, almost all survivors in the world are trying their best to survive as a group. However, when Lin Yu asked those people to go back there, he was actually thinking about these people. Judging from what he has encountered so far, it seems that the lizardmen and beggars are almost all coming from the opposite direction, not the other side. The reason why he came here first was because he wanted to scatter the people here, kill the attractors and beggars, then go to the large room where they gather and clear the area completely. So far.
Ah!
Suddenly, a burst of screams suddenly sounded from the direction of Xing Lingfeng and the others. Lin Yu turned around sharply. This voice.
Boom!
Suddenly, there was an explosion. Gunpowder explosion? As soon as Lin Yu picked up the sniper rifle, he saw a large black shadow running towards him.
Lin Yu! Run! A bunch of lizard men are coming. They also have bombs.
Xing Lingfeng and his group actually rushed over from there. Extremely panicked, they shouted loudly, making the entire passage noisy. Lin Yu saw dozens of black figures running past him, bringing with them a violent flow of air. And more shouts also broke out from a distance. Lin Yu did not leave. He glanced behind him. Most of Xing Lingfeng and the others had already run away.
Lin Yu! Escape quickly! We are responsible for covering!
Xing Lingfeng, accompanied by Yusi Yuan and Feng Peng, stepped back step by step. They saw Lin Yu, who still hadn't left, and shouted at him eagerly.
Lin Yu! Let's go! Nothing happens to you!
Xing Lingfeng looked at Lin Yu and still didn't move, not understanding why at all. Only a few dozen meters away from them, dozens of lizardmen had already rushed over. They also have black powder bombs in their hands that, although not very powerful, are extremely dangerous.
You guys stay away. I'll come here.
Lin Yu pointed behind him, indicating that the three of them should retreat quickly.
Lin Yu, I know you are strong, but there are too many lizardmen. And, back off.
Lin Yu reaffirmed his judgment and urged again.
But, thank you for your kindness. But,
he saw, not far away, the lizard man who kept shouting the battle cry.
Saw! Saw!
And the humans mixed among them, only a few dozen meters away.
Lin Yu, we want to fight with you.
Yu Siyuan took out the steel gun, which was the most powerful weapon built in their shelter. But after he, Xing Lingfeng and Feng Peng saw the weapons Lin Yu took out, they understood that they were just in the way.
I'll take the Sniper King's gun,
Yu Siyuan exclaimed, and was pulled away by Xing Lingfeng and Feng Peng. Lin Yu glanced at the people behind him and placed a stone in the middle of the passage. The sniper rifle had to be used. No other weapon could injure the incoming lizard man. What he wanted was not to kill him, but to kill him and explode the treasure chest. In this case, dozens of treasure chests cannot be exploded at once. Chapter 270 Poor Technology? He did it on purpose. The three people around him, Xing Lingfeng, were actually very annoying at this moment. But Lin Yu can now understand that these three people are actually good to him. At least when dozens of lizardmen came to attack. Their decision was not to leave directly, but to stay behind and cover his retreat. Even in this life-threatening situation for them. They even said words like,
"Nothing can happen to you."
And these three people, after seeing the sniper rifle in his hand, did not want to leave, but were ready to assist him in fighting at all times. Lin Yu already understood their intentions. But it is true that as long as these people are here, he will not be able to fight in the usual way. After all, the number of treasure chests that would be revealed by destroying a group of lizardmen would be terrifying. And his trick that is 100% sure to explode the treasure chest will also be discovered at the same time. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible.
You guys retreat quickly, if you still want to trade with me in the future.
Lin Yu put his hand on the trigger and removed the silencer. After a roar, a bullet was fired instantly, shooting through the leg of a lizard man. Xing Lingfeng saw a black figure falling down in the distance and knew that Lin Yu's weapon had already worked. As Lin Yu continued to fire bullets, more lizardmen fell over there screaming. The gunshots shook their eardrums, and the three of them were extremely shocked by Lin Yu's extremely advanced weapon. However, it seems that Lin Yu's marksmanship is not very good. The lizard people seem to have missed their vital points. At least from here, they saw the lizardmen rushing over not far away, all holding their legs and screaming. And none of them were shot. Maybe it was this kind of nervousness. Maybe it was because they were there. Maybe it was because the underground ruins were too dark. Maybe it was because the lizard men were running too fast and chaotically. Now, Lin Yu couldn't display his fighting power, and none of his bullets missed. But that's enough. The lizard men would not be stupid enough to rush forward when someone kept shooting. Moreover, the survivors who surrendered to the lizard men were not strong-willed. They dared to rush over after hearing the gunshots. That was really crazy.
Lin Yu, we are at the back to eliminate the danger for you. And this side is left to you.
He immediately pulled Yu Siyuan and the others. And Xing Lingfeng continued to retreat backwards. They are now more like a burden than a help to Lin Yu. And at this moment, as two screams came, they saw two people among the lizard men being punched through the thighs by Lin Yu, and rolled on the ground unable to get up. Xing Lingfeng looked at Lin Yu, who didn't even have the slightest expression on his face. In addition to pressing the trigger, "You are changing the magazine." Wait, does the magazine of a sniper rifle have so many bullets? Xing Lingfeng dragged the two people beside him and retreated tens of meters, while the gunshots in his ears continued. They must go back and see how their team members are doing. If they get separated in this place, they might encounter something. When Lin Yu saw the three people leaving, he did not change his strategy. The sniper rifle bullets continued to fire, and lizards and beggars continued to fall. But Lin Yu aimed every bullet at their non-vital parts. The purpose, of course, is to prevent them from breaking out of the treasure chest. Although one of the treasure chests did explode, the sound of the system could not be heard by anyone other than the survivor himself, and it was not conspicuous in the dim light. After a while, there was finally no lizard man left standing, and Lin Yu discovered that Xing Lingfeng and the other three were not nearby, so there was no need for him to be secretive anymore. The weapon in his hand turned into an alloy tactical crossbow. Lin Yu walked over and killed the beggar first. These people screamed unpleasantly, kept begging for mercy, and didn't pee or poop on the floor, which was quite annoying. And, most importantly, if the lizard man is killed first, then the rest of the group will definitely discover the secret of his ability to explode the treasure chest. If there is no system, it doesn't matter. You can't do much even if you look at it. But the system's built-in groups and world channels will allow these people to reveal their secrets to the world before death. That is absolutely not possible.
So, you must die.
Lin Yu's iron spear kept harvesting. He now has no feelings at all for these people. No sympathy or anything. They were all mixed up with the lizard people. After he issued the warning at that time, this group of people still went their own way and had arms with the lizard people. Just like the 3 people who were killed in the explosion before. This group of people was already rotten. It was obviously too wasteful to use bullets to deal with them. Even though he still had a lot of bullets.
6 people. 6 cubic meters of storage space. That's okay.
Lin Yu finished the work quickly and started to attack the lizard people on the ground. When the treasure box exploded, he also put it into the storage space as quickly as possible. Although Xinglingfeng and the others were already far away, he was still quite cautious. It didn't take long for the last lizard man's scream to disappear. And Lin Yu also deliberately left a copper treasure box here. The sound of footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Yu turned around and saw Xinglingfeng and his party rushing over.
Lin Yu!
Xinglingfeng looked at the ground dripping with blood and the scattered corpses on the ground. And his breathing became rapid. In a short period of time, Lin Yu actually killed so many lizard men? You know, when their group of 45 people just met those lizard men, they collapsed almost instantly. After the other party only threw a black powder bomb, they had no power to fight back. Those who surrendered to the lizard men were even more difficult to deal with. Being of the same kind, they knew how to deal with their own kind. And they could also provide sharp weapons to the lizard men who were originally lagging behind. They could even use tactics to join the lizard men almost instantly. Defeat their formation. This also forced Xinglingfeng and his companions to retreat and leave immediately. They had no guarantee of victory against these lizard men, let alone no injuries. However, all this is nothing in front of Lin Yu. These lizard men, as well as those who advised and fought for the lizard men, were simply knocked down by Lin Yu, and then were killed one by one. This powerful combat quality and calm psychological quality far surpassed all of them. Although it's a bit inaccurate. Xinglingfeng looked at the lizard men and the corpses of several of them. Suddenly his brows twitched. Wait, these gunshot wounds.
I'll deal with it here. Xinglingfeng, you'd better go back to the refuge village. It's getting late,
Lin Yu said and walked forward. For him, the further away from these people the better.
Lin Yu, you be careful. We do have to go back,
Xinglingfeng said low. And the survivors he brought with him also left sparsely from behind. Each of them stared at the body of the lizard man on the ground, extremely surprised. After Lin Yu waited for them to finally leave, he also heard a series of subtle sounds coming from behind. It seemed like lizard men were chasing me. The noise just now was really too loud. Whether it was the sound of the bombs of the lizard men before, the sound of Xinglingfeng and the others escaping later, or the noise he made when he killed the lizard men, no matter which one it was quite loud. In addition, he killed my grandson Jinxiong and the lion-headed bear before. The lizard people are not stupid. They will come over eventually. Lin Yu took out the ballista. No one is paying attention now. And there is no need to hide it. The power of this thing is the most powerful in my hand. After a while, with waves of roars of Saw! Saw! A large group of black lizard men appeared in that direction. Oh! Lin Yu replaced the ballista arrows with burning arrows. You like to gather so much. Then eat something that can penetrate and burn your soul. The crossbow string was tightened, igniting the burning arrows of the crossbow. Lin Yu let the blazing weapon fire out from the crossbow in an instant. Boom! There was a roar, and a stretched flaming arrow rushed towards the group of lizardmen troops, who wanted to attack with overwhelming force. At the same time, the ballista also made a cracking sound. And when the flame ballista arrow hit the group of lizardmen, it also collapsed and shattered. Lin Yu immediately put it away into the storage space, and set up a low wall in the passage. The sniper rifle in his hand began to shoot those lizardmen who were lucky enough to escape from the burning lizardman fireball, turning them into dead corpses. Lin Yu felt more and more that this underground ruins was more like his home field than those of the lizard people. After all, The passage here is narrow and not open. And with the regional map, it is easier for him to use his various weapons reasonably in the passage and adapt to local conditions. Coupled with the fact that he now almost knows how to deal with these green-scaled lizard heads. They are very deadly. And they are also quite flammable. Even if he rushes like a mad dog during a battle, he will still be afraid, timid, shout loudly, and flee, suppressed by absolute superiority in weapons. These lizard men are like paper tigers. Soon, the battle is over, leaving behind scorched corpses or corpses with their heads opened and copper treasure chests scattered all over the ground. The lizard men troops withdrew again. Lin Yu calmly picked up a total of 37 copper treasure boxes. But this time, he did not find the bodies of beggars inside. This was unexpected. Every time before, there seemed to be beggars participating. But this time, there was no such thing. Could it be said that all beggars are afraid? After Lin Yu quickly cleaned up the battlefield, he headed back to his destination. And he didn't go too far when he saw a stone gate in a corner marked on the map. The location of the stone gate seems to be quite hidden, and there are some traces hidden by stones. It seems that this is the stone gate leading to Xinglingfeng and his group near the refuge village. Lin Yu thought about it and erected another stone wall here. Xinglingfeng's group's current combat effectiveness is still quite limited in dealing with the lizard people. Maybe you can win with wisdom and cooperation against 1 or 2 people. But as long as the other party comes in a group, or there are beggars in it, or even throws a big firecracker at them, Xinglingfeng and the others will not be able to resist it at all. Just like before. Weren't they completely driven away by the lizard men? Therefore, Lin Yu did not hope, or for the time being, that Xinglingfeng and the others would not come here again. This place was too dangerous for them. After doing this, Lin Yu picked up the weapon again. The lizard folk still have more to clean up. More. Otherwise, they won't stop for a while. Lin Yu thought this, and walked forward again along the regional map in the system panel. In the refuge village, Xinglingfeng and his group, covered in sweat and with mud on their clothes, leaned against the wall and gasped for air, returning to their refuge village. They are now safe. The stone door of the underground ruins is on the basement level of the main shelter, which also prevents them from being attacked by crazy mutant creatures from the night in another world as night comes. But the disadvantage is that from now on, they must seal the stone gate with metal or something. The lizard people have now become a powerful race that they have never imagined before. They have almost the same metal weapons as them, but they are more numerous and fight frantically, even with humans who surrender to them. Not to mention, they still have shocking weapons and explosives. Perhaps, only Lin Yu, who is skilled in the use of firearms, could suppress these crazy creatures.
Boss, you were a little embarrassed just now.
Uh-huh.
Yuan's face was now covered with sweat. He said that Xinglingfeng was embarrassed. But who of the people in their refuge village who had escaped from death in Sherman wouldn't be embarrassed? The lizardmen pulled them out of their belief that they were powerful in combat, and made them understand what it means to have a better world. An explosive easily caused them to be instantly confused. And then the lizard man's charge caused them to flee in panic. If it weren't for Lin Yu, it's still unknown how many of them would be able to come back tonight. After reading Lin Yu's speech at that time, they were so excited that they rushed to the stone gate. Now it seems like a joke
to have so many people come back. Sigh. When will we be as awesome as Lin Yu?
You inside again. Feng Peng and Hui Yu did not speak. It wasn't that they had nothing to say, but rather they were shocked.
L115A3 sniper rifle. Where did Lin Yu get this thing?
Finally, Feng Peng sighed again.
He is lucky and smart. He knows how to use it. Brother Xing, isn't he really a special soldier? He's not a special soldier. Didn't you see that in the end, he just killed a lizard man with that sniper king? And the others were just wounded?
Yuan grinned, although he didn't know what he had to laugh at Lin Yu.
He's just an ordinary person holding the ultimate weapon. He's just lucky.
At this time, Xinglingfeng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. He walked up to everyone who seemed to be amused by Yuan's words, with a serious look on his face.
Are you really blind? Or are you deliberately blind? Is Lin Yu just lucky? With luck, every bullet can penetrate the bones above the lizard man's thigh and knee, leaving them completely unable to move, and can only lie down screaming on the ground?
Everyone was stunned for a moment.
Boss, what are you talking about? Didn't he just fight blindly?
Yuan was now thinking deeply and fearfully. Wait, it seems like this is really the case?
There are so many lizard men in such a narrow passage.
If I give you a sniper rifle, I believe you can kill at least half of these monsters with a blind shot. Xing Feng said, taking off the hat on his head and holding it tightly in his hands. Lin Yu hit the lizard man on the knee intentionally. Moreover, it was not to show off his sight. He did not kill the lizard man directly, but chose such an inefficient method. Why? Chapter 271 The Journey of Harvesting the Treasure Chest. Returning with a full load. You got a copper treasure chest. You got a copper treasure chest. You get. Lin Yu stepped out after picking up several treasure boxes in Hell's Kitchen, and began to carefully count the total number of treasure boxes harvested this time. Since entering Area C of this underground ruins today, he has experienced several battles, and he has gained a lot from each battle. The number of copper treasure chests was finally fixed at 152 at this time, while there were 3 silver treasure chests, which was not much. A total of 15 beggars were killed, and 21 cubic meters of storage space was obtained, adding in the capacity of the original storage space. Lin Yu now has a rather huge storage space of 84 cubic meters. 84 cubic meters, which is already many times the original volume. If there were no beggars, it would be really difficult for him to collect this capacity. After all, storage space cannot be obtained by opening treasure chests. Just like shelter design drawings and universal upgrade design drawings, they can only be obtained through special channels. Now, it's okay to pretend to be a big guy and come back. Lin Yu stretched his arms and kicked the lizard man's body on the ground. He looked at the body of a beggar lying on the other side with cold eyes. Just now, he obtained important information from this guy's mouth. The main force of the lizard men was near the huge room that he had never been to. There were almost 400 in total. Moreover, there were nearly 100 beggars mixed in, each of them fully armed. This was very good information for Lin Yu. After all, he came to this underground ruins just to kill these lizards and beggars. However, Lin Yu did not want to continue doing this at this moment. I'm a little tired. If I force myself to fight, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted halfway through the fight. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was already very late. If I continue, there will be no problem. But I won't be able to do anything tomorrow. You know, there are still disasters to deal with tomorrow. Lin Yu stood up again and picked up the weapon again. Even if this area is cleared, we can't just relax? Who knows where an enemy might emerge from? The little ice lizards helped a lot in this battle, and they were all very tired. They were all lying on the shoulders of his exoskeleton, and it seemed that it was very difficult to move. The harvest is not small, but of course it is also very tiring. Although there are still many lizard men in the unexplored area, it doesn't matter. We can just come back tomorrow. When the time comes, we will catch them all in one fell swoop. Not even a single piece of shit will be left. After being vigilant all the way, Lin Yu finally returned to the crossroads, but found no trace of the lizard man. However, he suddenly heard some sounds from the altar. He walked over gently, and the little ice lizards on his shoulders tried to get down. But he stopped them. In the night vision device, there are 2 lizard men standing guard next to the wooden door in front. They were standing upright at the moment, holding metal spears in their hands, and even had special wooden armor on their bodies. And here, he also heard strange sounds coming from between the altars, just like what he heard in Area F. Oh ha ha! The lizard man got the silver treasure chest. Lin Yu immediately crawled to the ground and set up his sniper rifle. You got the silver treasure chest. You got the silver treasure chest. 2 system sounds rang in his ears. And then the body of the lizard man, whose brain had been penetrated without making any sound, lay on the ground. Lin Yu walked over gently, put away the 2 treasure boxes, and at the same time put the bodies of the 2 lizard men into the storage space. Assassination. It has to be silent. He gently opened the wooden door, and at the same time, the sounds of a large number of lizard men inside also sounded. Are they performing some weird sacrifice again? Lin Yu looked inside, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. In the dim firelight, a lizard man in black was shouting something in front of the circular platform in the center between the altars, and other lizard men were also surrounding him. Everyone near it looked very angry, raising their arms and shouting something, as if they were going to do something big. And their total number seemed to be more than 200 to 300. In this space, if he resists the door and attacks these guys, it will be very difficult unless he can guarantee that no one will come from behind. But what if we set a fire? Lin Yu thought about it for a while, and concluded that it was feasible. If you set a fire and then block this place, you can indeed wipe out a large number of lizard men at once. The altar is a closed place,
and there is no second way to other places. Even if there is a smoke outlet, it is estimated that he will fall into despair in the flames. But the disadvantage is that it will leave treasure chests all over the place. And it is a question of when the fire goes out, and when it can enter the altar again. It's not okay to leave treasure chests all over the place for the later lizardmen. Although they are all copper treasure chests. There may be some silver treasure chests, and the gold treasure chest left by the priest. But in general, they are all a bit different. But if this opportunity slips away in vain, it will take a lot of time to kill so many lizardmen. And even one of these lizardmen may come to him in a short time. Then what should be done? He thought for a moment.
Black dot. Green claw.
Little six.
Red thread. You guys eat this.
Linyu took out the last few Snickers bars and gave them to them. What he wanted the little guys to do was actually very simple. But it also required spend some energy. But considering their speed, they can definitely do it. When the little ice lizards saw the Snickers bar, they immediately became excited. After each of them ate the extremely sweet energy bar, they immediately felt energetic. Linyu took out 4 torches from the storage space, took out a dagger, cut the bottom of the torches in half, and thinned them a lot.
You will each hold a torch in your mouth later, and then go to the place with the most lizardmen and light them one by one, as fast as you can. Do you hear me? Puff!
The little ice lizards were extremely smart. They immediately understood Lin Yu's intention and nodded quickly. Lin Yu discovered that these 4 little guys seemed to be much smarter than Xiaoming.
Okay, when I open the door, you rush in and make sure all the lizardmen are set on fire.
Lin Yu gently opened the door to some gaps, and the little ice lizards also got in one by one. Almost instantly, they rushed out like the wind. Lin Yu, who was observing from the crack in the door, also saw the flame flowers blooming on the bodies of the lizard people. Chaos and shouts continued to come, but they turned into fireballs and could do nothing. They could only gradually lose their lives in pain and wailing. Some of them thought of running out immediately, but they were blocked by their companions who had turned into fireballs, and there was no way to escape. The little ice lizards came out of the door one after another, and they were all quite excited. Lin Yu didn't have time to listen to the lizard man's screams inside. He directly blocked the wooden door with 2 stone walls. No matter what happens inside, it has nothing to do with him. If the little ice lizards light the fire, then the lizard people will not explode the treasure chest. This is the law of this world. And it is not because of his initiative that it can be like this. In this way, a large number of lizardmen can be killed without leaving any treasure chests behind, which is the best of both worlds. As for his harvest being reduced, there is nothing he can do about it. There are so many treasure chests on hand, and there are no shortage of these too. Lin Yu suddenly became much more relaxed this time. In this way, he could also give a huge blow to the lizard people and the beggars. And at the same time, he could also vent for Xiaoming. After walking all the way back to the crossroads, Lin Yu returned to the wooden door. After collecting the stone wall there, he walked out with a weapon in hand. In the distance, there were waves of saw, saw sounds. Moreover, there was the sound of people talking. Oh! A combination of treasure chest plus storage space. Lin Yu picked up the sniper rifle. Returning to the shelter again, Lin Yu wrapped the stone door with metal this time, completely cutting off the passage of the lizard people or beggars inside. He looked back at Xiaoming, who was lying prone next to him, waiting for his return, and Xiao Bai, who seemed to be inseparable from him, as well as the little ice lizards who were still sleeping. And he completely relaxed. Finally, it's safe. In other words, it's finally back to normal. Compared to the underground ruins that looked like a ghost cave, the safest place is inside the shelter. He took a deep breath.
Xiaoming, how are you feeling?
Lin Yu walked to Xiaoming, who was still unable to move and could only lie on the sheepskin on the ground. The bandage had been soaked with dark red. Lin Yu took out the emergency medicine kit, cut the gauze with surgical scissors, and observed it for a while.
I'm recovering well, but I still can't move around,
he said, and wiped off the blood on Xiaoming's wound again, and disinfected it with alcohol and iodine. Later, after bandaging it again, I breathed a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any big problem with Xiaoming, provided that it doesn't run away to fight again. Guh. Xiaoming rubbed his head against Lin Yu's arm, and Lin Yu also stretched out his hand to soothe his little head for a while. This little guy is so desperate. Those lizard men are indeed too powerful for it. After all, there are beggars over there who advise the lizard men and even take the initiative to attack.
Gah!
Xiaobai saw that Lin Yu was covered in dust and blood. He came over and checked carefully for a long time. After confirming that Lin Yu didn't even have a scratch, Xiaobai felt relieved.
It's okay. It's okay. These are the blood of those lizards and beggars. Xiaobai, don't worry.
Lin Yu comforted Xiaobai and took off his exoskeleton and bone armor. The clothes on his body were almost soaked with sweat and smelled stinky. And they also smelled of blood and sweat. Lin Yu walked to the bathroom, threw his clothes into the washing machine he had just returned, and took a good bath again. It's a pity that there is no water here. Otherwise it could be more comfortable. Lin Yu felt that the next time he went to the secret realm, he could look for a water here, a bathtub, etc. Enjoyment is something that arises when people are not satisfied with the current situation. If possible, Lin Yu would like to have a complete set of air heaters, water heaters, bathtubs, etc. if he can find them. Anyway, there is enough water now. So it doesn't matter if you wave as much as you want. There was a washing machine, but there was no washing powder. Lin Yu got some water and ordered cleaning. That was all he could do for now.
Gawa.
Xiaobai ran up and shouted at Lin Yu.
Hungry? Gawa. Well, let's eat something delicious today.
Lin Yu took out the body of the lion-headed bear from the storage space.
Here, let's have a big party later. A feast of lion heads and bears.
The lion-headed bear's meat was cut into small pieces with an extremely sharp dagger, and under Lin Yu's control, it was slowly marinated by the flavor of the seasoning. After skewering the iron sticks, Lin Yu placed them one by one on the barbecue stove. Soon, the oil blossoms appeared, and the fragrant smell was slowly dyed with a layer of fragrance under the charcoal fire. Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizard all enjoyed this meal quite happily, especially Xiaoming. And even Lin Yu had never seen this guy eat so much, as if it was not injured at all, although the body is still wrapped in bandages. This person's eating speed is not slow at all. It didn't take long for the meat of a whole lion-headed bear to be cooked clean by these foodies. Fortunately, the oven was big enough and his hands were nimble. Otherwise it would have been difficult to finish roasting hundreds of kilograms of meat. But after eating and drinking, it was almost midnight. Xiaoming ate a lot and seemed not to be affected by the injury at all, while the little ice lizards also ate their food with their bellies in the air, each of them very satisfied. Xiaobai seemed to have something on his mind. He didn't eat as much as before, but kept helping Lin Yu cut and marinate the meat. Lin Yu could see that Xiaobai still seemed worried about Xiaoming's injury. Although Xiaoming had recovered quickly at present, he didn't know what would happen to him tomorrow.
It's okay. Xiaobai, I'll sleep next to Xiaoming today. If anything happens, I'll know immediately.
After comforting Xiaobai, Lin Yu went back to the basement to take a look. Xiaoming was already fast asleep. Lin Yu placed the bed next to Xiaoming and reassured Xiaobai to go back. After the little ice lizards were sent upstairs, Lin Yu turned off the lights in the basement. Speaking of which, the last time I slept in the basement seemed to be before the first disaster. At that time, because the fire was too strong, he could only run to the basement to escape the heat. But it was also because of this that he was able to simply get over the first disaster. Next, tomorrow, there will be a second disaster. This disaster is completely different from the previous ones. Category 5 hurricane plus thunderstorms. The intensity is even higher than ever before. But this kind of disaster is actually only a disaster that breaks out
on the ground,
unless extremely special circumstances occur. It will not affect the underground at all. If it is a general shelter, you only need to build an underground shelter, then waterproof it, pack up all valuables, and you can easily cope with it. But nowadays, everyone basically gathers together in the refuge village, and many even use iron shelters. And there are even some high-rise buildings. The survivors each have a lot of belongings and other important things. That's why this disaster has become so difficult. However, perhaps this disaster is also one of the main reasons for the emergence of those begging for survival. After some of them escaped disaster in the underground ruins last time, more people discovered this cheating method. And some people don't want to work hard because of this.
Speaking of which, it seems it's time for the rankings to come out.
Lin Yu opened the system panel. Chapter 272 Important Tools are damaged. Crisis is coming. In the early morning, after Lin Yu woke up, he did not turn on the light immediately. Xiaoming was still asleep. Breathing slowly, he looked at it with a flashlight and found that the injury was in excellent condition. So he felt relieved. It seems that the vitality of ice lizards is quite strong. After being so seriously injured, it only needs a good meal to recover to such a state, which is quite impressive. There was no need to worry too much about Xiaoming's injury. Lin Yu used a flashlight and walked straight upstairs. Xiaobai has bin waiting at the stairs for a long time. And he seems to be caring about Xiaoming. The reason why I didn't come down was probably because I was afraid of too much noise. Xiaobai is getting bigger and bigger now. Lin Yu estimated that it should be about 3.5 meters tall now. But including its 2-meter-long tail, it would be much larger. Moreover, Xiaobai's growth has obviously accelerated since the last time he shed his skin. Will it have a third evolution? Lin Yu expressed great expectations for this. After all, in this world where strength is king, the stronger you are and the more methods you have, the higher your chance of survival and your winning rate when fighting the enemy will be. However, if Xiaobai really turned into a huge creature more than 10 meters long, it would not be easy to handle. He would really have to take this guy to find a new place to live.
Xiaobai. Xiaoming is fine. You slept soundly. You have a good rest.
Lin Yu saw from the window that the outside was gray and white, and he didn't know what time it was. Speaking of which, there are hurricanes and thunderstorms. Will they start brewing half a day in advance like before? As soon as he thought this, Lin Yu heard bursts of wind, coming from an unknown place in the shelter, and it gradually became louder.
No way. Just start when I say start.
Lin Yu walked to the window and looked out the window carefully. It was not that there was insufficient light in the sky because he got up too early, but there were a lot of scrolls in the sky, enough to cover the sky. Huge clouds all over the sky. These clouds were crazy and violent, constantly flowing through the sky, just like the turbulent water in a large river.
Good guy. This is really going to be a big one.
Lin Yu returned to the living room. There are still important things to do today. Opening the system panel, he looked at the statistics on the survival point panel without any expectation. End calendar. 26th day. Successful daily settlement of survival points. Survival points plus 7,202. Yesterday's remaining survival points, 15,447. Total survival points, 22,649. Much more. The number of 20,000 did make Lin Yu a little worried. How can I spend all this stuff at once? Does it have to be thrown into the lottery? The survival point originally allowed survivors to purchase tools, food, water, etc. that were necessary for survival in the survival point mall. But for Lin Yu, he had all these things, and even more. In the entire survival point mall, what Lin Yu could like was the shelter design drawings and the universal upgrade design drawings. But he can collect these two things from other survivors, and there is no need to buy them from the survival point mall. And at this moment, the sound that the system always reminds the day before a disaster came out. Congratulations. You won first place in this group ranking. Airdrop rewards will be distributed. Please pay attention to check them. First again? Too unchallenging. Lin Yu opened the ranking list and couldn't believe it. This was a large group of 100,000 people. Am I number 1 again? 1. Lin Yu 7202 points. 2. Xinglingfeng, Refuge Village, 5,001 points. 3. Drake, Refuge Village, 4,825 points. 4. Draxler, Refuge Village, 4,788 points. 5. Feiyue, Refuge Village, 4,221 points. Good guy. Is the gap too high, and these people can't catch up? Before, Xinglingfeng and the others were only leading by less than 1,000 points. But now they have widened the gap. 2,000 points is not bad. Could it be said that he was crushed this time? Lin Yu thought about it carefully and found that this conclusion was wrong. Although this system of 100% opening of treasure chests looks very strong, it actually just guarantees that every time you fight monsters, a treasure chest will definitely explode. If your fighting ability is not good, then you can kill those ordinary bugs and explode some wooden treasure boxes. If you encounter a lizardman like this, you can only run away. Not to mention those faster mutant creatures. As for giant creatures, don't even think about it. If you encounter one, you will die. Lin Yu recalled that at the beginning. If he had chosen to avoid fighting the mutated sheep that bumped into his shelter, he would probably have dozens of centimeters of dirt on his head by now. Indeed, this trick will only play a greater role on the strong. And specifically, it's just an auxiliary. If you want to make a living with this treasure chest that has no idea what is hidden inside, then it is completely useless. Alloy tactical crossbows, sniper rifles, and spray guns. Which of these things can be obtained from the treasure chest? Only by using it rationally, and using your own wisdom can you make your way in this different world. This hook that is 100% sure to explode the treasure chest is actually a double-edged sword. This thing must be hidden at all costs. Otherwise it will be remembered by billions of other people. Even Fei Yu, who is now very close to him, probably won't have any good ideas about his refuge. Think about it. If someone finally wins him through fighting, what will happen next? 996 blessing? Sorry. This is 007's blessing. Get up at midnight and get off work at midnight. Until he died of exhaustion. He probably kept fighting the mutated creatures. Want to rest? Lin Yu did not have any ill intentions towards all human beings. But he understood that now that everyone had insufficient food, clothing, and warmth, and their lives were not good, a cheat like his that could explode treasure chests would definitely be used to the maximum extent possible. Moreover, I will squeeze him dry to the maximum extent.
You still have to continue to pay attention. Take a look at the detailed scores, so you can know where you are falling short.
Lin Yu muttered to himself and immediately clicked on his detailed rating. Comprehensive score, 7,202. Shelter rating, 3,312. Material score, 2,654. Bonus points for the number of people in the shelter, 0. Disaster resistance bonus points, 1236. Oh! Sure enough. The score of the shelter has gone up. And so has the score of the supplies. But the disaster resistance aspect is still a little bit behind. Lin Yu remembered that the last time it seemed to be a little over 1,000. This thing seemed to be a comprehensive consideration. Congratulations. You have become the first in the world rankings. Airdrop rewards will be distributed. Please pay attention to check. This. Lin Yu Gang wanted to see if he would be replaced at the top of the world rankings. But he received another notification from the system. This is really no suspense again and again. Lin Yu looked at the rankings. 1. Lin Yu 7202 points. 2. Lily Callahao, Refuge Village, 5,033 points. 3. Jia Yunjan, Refuge Village, 5,020 points. 4. Xing Lingfeng, Refuge Village, 5,001 points. 5. Casbel, Refuge Village, 4,999 points. What's happening? Everyone is a little too lazy. However, there were 3 people from the Tang dynasty among the top 5. And Lin Yu felt happy from the bottom of his heart. This proves that the people of Tang State are still very adaptable. From the 6th to the 15th place, there are even 8 names from the Tang dynasty. Well, he has strong cohesion and few things to do. He is also hardworking, brave and intelligent. He is born with all kinds of talents. He is really awesome. Lin Yu thought about it now. If he didn't have this treasure chest. Maybe. No. Probably not. Lin Yu knew himself very well, and didn't like to get together with others, let alone engage in complicated interpersonal matters with others. It is probably impossible to get together with others to create a refuge village. And if you think about it carefully, if you didn't have a 100% chance of exploding the treasure box, you might become a well-known master of killing bugs. And then after the secret realm is opened, you will become a dedicated secret realm collecting maniac. And after the underground ruins shaman appears, you will also become a little lizard hunter. It seems to be no different from now. Lin Yu felt that his behavioral habits and trends, regardless of whether he had this problem or not, would continue in the current direction. The difference was whether his life was as good as it is now. That's all. Lin Yu did not go to see how the chat in the world channel or group was going, but came outside the window again and looked at the sky. I just said there are 2 airdrops. So there is a platinum treasure chest and a gold treasure chest, coupled with the platinum treasure chest obtained by killing Du Tian long before. The next unboxing session will become more interesting. After finding a change of clothes and putting them on, Lin Yu opened the door. The howling wind quickly blew him back.
What the hell is this wind?
Lin Yu was surprised by the suddenness of the strong wind. And he was also surprised by the violence of the wind. He put on his wind goggles and went out again. The howling wind pinned him against the door without giving him any chance to breathe. Lin Yu took out the excellent iron spear and smashed it on the ground, barely holding on to his body. He looked up into the sky. 2 black spots were almost at the same height, gradually falling from the sky. However, they seemed to be affected by the strong wind, being blown eastward and westward. And the wide parachute was also blown out of balance from time to time. In the end, one of them was really blown by the wind and hit directly downwards. Boom! There was a roar instantly. And the wooden box actually hit the smelting furnace directly, and immediately fell apart. The parachute was cut and torn by the scattered wood pieces, and was blown up by the strong wind and flew into the air again. And in its place, only a shining golden treasure box was left. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh at the horror of nature. If people were there, they would probably be blown to pieces by such a sudden disaster. It even reminded him of a movie series, Death Comes. There are various death situations in that series of movies, and many of them are very clever. But it would probably be more interesting if that movie came to this different world to draw materials for a new series.
It seems that we need to add some counterweight.
To deal with strong winds, there must be corresponding methods. Sitting in the corner, Lin Yu put on the exoskeleton. At the same time, he placed 2 iron blocks on the exoskeleton and tied them with cloth, wire or the like. After adding weight, although the movement is a bit worse, at least it will not be blown away by the wind. He looked up again and looked at the other parachute, which had been blown directly to the woods by the strong wind. Lin Yu walked to the gold treasure box and found that it was quite strong, so he picked it up directly. After that, he went straight to the woods. Unfortunately, the airdrop parachute successfully hung between the branches of the tallest tree. It is difficult to get it back by ordinary methods. But Lin Yu is no ordinary person. The various things he owns are also not that ordinary. Back in the shelter, Lin Yu directly carried the diamond chainsaw out.
If you want to be rich, first cut down the trees.
The chainsaw was extremely heavy, but it was nothing in front of Lin Yu, who was wearing an exoskeleton. There was a roar, and just a few seconds later, the big tree collapsed. You obtained wood X100? Oh! Lin Yu expressed that he was not surprised at all, and was not very happy about it. At present, the use of wood in the shelter is really pitiful. Basically, he has no use for this material at all. But it's better than nothing. And something is better than nothing. Lin Yu continued to chop down trees. But he also discovered that, as he accelerated the pace of chopping down trees, the parachute would also be hung in another direction by the strong wind.
It's not over yet.
Lin Yu felt that it was too much effort, so he simply cut down the small forest completely. Boom! The heavy wooden box fell to the ground, and Lin Yu directly picked up the fire axe and smashed the tattered SHL into pieces. However, it was also at this time. Boom! A muffled sound sounded around him, and Lin Yu searched around in confusion, but found nothing.
What sound?
The only answer he received was the sound of the howling wind and the sound of crackling wooden boxes flying around. Lin Yu shook his head, looked at the platinum treasure chest that he had spent a lot of effort to get, and stretched out his hand. You got a platinum chest. Alright. I got it. Lin Yu just took a step forward when a bang sounded again. At the same time, he also felt something hit him from his back to his shoulder. When I looked again, a metal object fell to the ground again. This is... Boom! Another sound. Lin Yu didn't need to guess now. He already knew what happened. Picked up the metal object and put it into the storage space. You obtained the power controller damaged, X1. The exoskeleton actually broke at this time. Lin Yu untied the straps one by one, hugged an iron block, and looked at the tattered exoskeleton in his hands. It seems that after the power controller exploded, the precision electric push rod was also burned out. And finally some miscellaneous parts at the connection part were also broken.
The whole thing is ruined. It seems that even the repair value has been lost.
Lin Yu frowned and put it into the storage space. Without the exoskeleton, Lin Yu could only use the excellent iron spear as support and move back to the shelter bit by bit. The wind was howling outside, and at this moment, sparse raindrops began to hit the glass like broken threads.
Gawa.
Xiaobai looked at the owner who finally came back after going out, not knowing what happened.
Xiaobai. Some bad news.
Lin Yu took out the exoskeleton from the storage space.
Next, if we don't have the right parts to get another one, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us.
Chapter 273 I am not that strong. But you are too bad. The violent wind roared continuously. The strong wind seemed to tear everything apart, constantly shaking everything in this other world violently. Lin Yu was in the warehouse, constantly rummaging for things. He still had some hard aluminum alloys, but he couldn't find the precision electric actuators or power controllers at all. When he was making the robot dog before, he had used up both of these, so if he wanted to use it again, he would have to make it again, or disassemble it from those electrical appliances. He would definitely not be able to repair it, especially the power controller. Less than half of it has been burned out. Putting the power controller on the high-precision research workbench and decomposing it into a design drawing, Lin Yu found that making this thing didn't seem to be very difficult. It only required a few things to make it. And it was quite easy to find. Soon, a white light lit up in the basement. And then fell quickly. You get Power Controller X1. One thing is done. He looked at the design of the exoskeleton again. Primary exoskeleton, body, arms, legs, steps, connecting joints, active joints, elbow joint components, duraluminum alloy rubber X1, precision electric push rod. The battery pack was also broken, badly burned, and the power cords were broken one by one. But these two things were okay. It seems that the only big problem left is a precision electric actuator. But after breaking it down, Lin Yu found that there were many things in the design that he couldn't find.
It seems that I have to go to the group to buy it. Or go to the secret realm. Wait! Can Feiyue and the others help?
Lin Yu thought about the person who controlled the person, and felt that it was a bit bad for him to be so unwilling to agree to it. But if he directly asked the person to find it, the other party would probably not go. No! He quickly stopped this line of thinking, opening the system panel and clicking on the friend list. He thought about it, and first asked Xing Lingfeng directly.
Precision electric actuator? This one really doesn't exist.
As usual, Xing Lingfeng answered his question almost instantly.
Thank you. Please tell me if you find it.
He was about to ask Xia Feihong and the others again, but Xing Lingfeng received another message.
By the way, Lin Yu, thank you so much for yesterday. Without you, more than 40 of us would probably be right there.
Xing Lingfeng's message was conveyed, but Lin Yu thought it was nothing. However, the opponent's combat effectiveness was indeed lower than he imagined. There are indeed many problems here. There is currently no good way for the survivors to deal with the heavily armed lizardmen. Of course, this is also caused by the fact that many survivors are unaware of the lizard people's weaknesses.
That's nothing. It's very interesting. Lin Yu, you are very powerful. I think you are really strong.
The sudden compliment from the other party made Lin Yu feel a little uncomfortable. What's going on here? If you hadn't been in the way yesterday, I would have killed those guys much more easily. However, this group of people is really weak. He thought again of the lizardman army that had gathered between the altars yesterday and seemed ready to attack, but was burned down by him with a fire. There are too many lizardmen. There seem to be more of them than survivors. If those beggars arm this extremely large lizardman race with all weapons, then they will go out in groups and attack the refuge villages everywhere. Lin Yu recalled the time when he was almost caught in the wilderness. It seems that relying on him alone to deal with the lizard people is still not enough. In other words, what he can do alone is too limited.
Xing Lingfeng, I think it's not that I'm strong, but that your fighting ability is a bit weak.
Lin Yu felt that although his words were somewhat devoid of emotional intelligence, he was indeed telling the truth. It was up to the other party whether he could listen to it or not. On the other side, after Xing Lingfeng had just directed the survivors in the refuge village to put various materials, food, water, etc. into the basement and prepared the final waterproofing measures, he was able to concentrate on exchanging information with Lin Yu. Yu Ziyuan and the others were also resting nearby. Everyone was quite tired. It was too windy outside, and they really couldn't do anything more. The last message from Lin Yu also made Xing Lingfeng laugh bitterly.
Boss, what's wrong?
Yu Ziyuan asked immediately when he saw Xing Lingfeng like this. Feng Peng and Hui Yu also looked over. Xing Lingfeng sighed and shook his head.
Lin Yu said that our combat effectiveness is somewhat poor. Oh? Damn it. Isn't this Lin Yu too crazy? He has a fool. He is really awesome. You are right. We are really too crazy,
Yu Ziyuan said halfway, and immediately changed the subject. Change. If someone else said that to them, they would definitely curse and then talk to each other. But if Lin Yu said this, they had no objection. Compared to Lin Yu, their combat effectiveness is indeed lower. For example, no need to give an example. Just take last night. 40 of the most powerful people in the refuge village went out together. They originally wanted to go to the underground ruins to teach them a lesson. The lizard man responded to Lin Yu's initiative with action. As a result, those lizard men were fooled by a bomb. If it weren't for Lin Yu's help, they would probably all be gone now. Not a single one would be left.
He's right.
Xing Lingfeng's eyes were blank.
What he said is indeed the truth. Our combat effectiveness is too weak. Not only are we very different from Lin Yu in terms of weapons, but also in terms of combat literacy, mentality, tactics, etc. They are all too far behind him. Now I still say the same thing. Give any one of us that sniper rifle, Can you hit the enemy's legs and knees accurately with every bullet?
Everyone shook their heads. Come on. They can't even guarantee one shot. Sharpshooters are fed by bullets. And fighting willpower cannot be cultivated in a short period of time. And Lin Yu told them what it means, that there are people above people, and there is heaven in the sky. Their long bows and steel guns were a joke in front of Lin Yu. Don't talk about anything else. What was the result last time Levick and the others attacked Lin Yu's refuge? Lin Yu didn't even use hot weapons such as sniper rifles and pistols, and let those people lead him directly. He could only cry for his father and mother, and could only run away. The mad dog-like appearance before instantly collapsed on the ground. You know, there were more than 500 people armed with him.
Lin Yu has many secrets, and he is also powerful beyond our imagination. What the other party showed us when dealing with the lizard people was his calmness when he suppressed dozens or even more lizard people by himself. I thought, maybe if there were hundreds of lizard men, he could kill them easily. If we weren't there, maybe he would be faster,
Xing Lingfeng said, pushing his hair back. The others looked at each other. Indeed, they were like a nuisance in the underground ruins yesterday.
What if, wait, Lin Yu said something very important.
Xing Lingfeng originally wanted to continue to sigh, but suddenly found that Lin Yu sent him a rather long text.
Brother Xing, what did he send?
Feng Peng and others immediately became energetic. The important words from Lin Yu last time were about lightning rods and how to survive this disaster. Although he has not yet survived this disaster and cannot test whether Lin Yu's statement is correct, his proposal has benefited almost the entire group of survivors. If this disaster is really survived by then what Lin Yu did will be a great salvation for the survival and continuation of the entire human race.
What he sent is how to deal with the lizard people, as well as various key points. You all remember it. What? No way. Can those things be dealt with now? Lin Yu won't let each of us have a submachine gun. Right. Where can we find it?
Everyone became lively and talked about anything. The lizard men are completely different now from the past. And even if they are the same as before, it will be difficult to deal with them in large numbers. What method can Lin Yu use? At this moment, everyone had everything on their minds, and they were all waiting for the message Xing Lingfeng was about to convey.
The current situation. The lizard people have been supplied with weapons and tools by the beggars, which is completely different from the past. They are cruel and easy to kill, have huge numbers and stronger attack power, and are crazy when fighting. In addition, the beggars with help, they become more dangerous,
Xing Lingfeng said, and everyone listened carefully. Indeed, Lin Yu summed it up quite well. The current situation is that the lizard people are an extremely dangerous group. In the past, when they encountered these low civilized races in the underground ruins, they wanted to laugh when they saw the stone guns and stone spears in their hands. They were often chased away by a group of people. Those monsters run. But now, when the weapons were equal and the other party even had explosives, the positions were completely reversed. Until Lin Yu turned the tide last night, they were almost forced into a desperate situation.
But even so, the weakness of the lizard people is also obvious. They are extremely afraid of fire. If you attack them with weapons carrying flames, especially long-range weapons, you will easily knock them down and turn them into a ball. Fireballs. This method is especially effective when they gather together. What? Is that kind of monster so afraid of fire? Speaking of which, last time we got a lizard man into a corner, and it burned down after knocking over a bunch of torches. Damn it. I thought, it's ice. Aren't lizards cold-blooded animals?
Everyone started discussing among themselves, but then fell silent again as Xing Lingfeng's words began.
In addition, the power of lizard men's bombs is very low, and they only make louder sounds. When facing a group of lizard men attacks, priority should be given to targeting those at the front to throw bombs, as well as the beggars in the team. Pay attention and try to stay as far apart as possible. Range attack. Finally,
if you encounter a lizard man on the ground during the day, keep moving, or look for a place where the ground is not dirt, and try not to act alone. These are what I want to tell you, and I hope you will do this if you can. Send it to the world channel like last time. The survivors cannot be destroyed in the hands of these aliens.
After Xing Lingfeng finished reading the words conveyed by Lin Yu, everyone fell silent. Yes, human beings were collectively transported to this different world. They were originally short of food and clothing. Before the disaster struck, they had to do everything possible to find supplies and build shelters. At the same time, they had to face the threat of mutated creatures. Nowadays, in order to face the disaster more easily. Some people have chosen a behavior that loses human dignity and loses their personality. They act as bulls and horses for those lizard people, and they act as helpers for the tigers, and in turn deal with the survivors. These people even gave the lizard people weapons and tools. Even the bombs might have been provided by that group of people. They, like them, will be the most terrifying enemies of the survivors who are trying to survive in the future. Lin Yu's words were very clear, and after experiencing the shock last night, everyone here also understood how complicated and dangerous the current situation would be. Double disaster, as well as the threat of underground lizard people. If you don't want to sit still and wait for death, you must take the initiative. The lizard people are more powerful than we thought, but they are not as powerful as we thought. Everyone, although there is no test yet, I believe what Lin Yu said. After this disaster, we must annihilate the lizard people and the beggars. The main target is the living. Otherwise, a refuge village like ours may not be able to withstand a lizard man's charge. After Xinglingfeng said this, he walked to the center of everyone. Everyone, let's start reinforcing the refuge village now. After this disaster, we also need to change our existing strategy. At the same time, he sent the information conveyed by Lin Yu to the World Channel. No, Lin Yu didn't care at all. He searched a lot in the Trading Mall and Survival Point Mall. There is no such thing as a precision electric actuator. On the trading panel, when he asked for 2 bottles of wine, no one quoted him. Not even the lion opened his mouth. They were all a group of survivors asking him questions related to the lizard people. As for those friends, they all said no. So Fei Yu came over and asked, "Let's go to the secret realm to see if there is any." Everyone else would just shake their heads. Without the exoskeleton, it is actually quite deadly. Before this thing came about, he didn't have much strength to use those heavy weapons. Even when wielding an excellent iron spear, he would be unable to do so during a long battle. The exoskeleton can easily allow a person to gain much greater strength than before, avoid fatigue to the greatest extent, and also reduce unnecessary physical output, under boring and large amounts of labor. The auxiliary capabilities of this thing almost invincible. But the disadvantage is that it makes people rely on it easily, and even makes people feel anxious after losing it. It seems that I rely too much on the exoskeleton. After Lin Yu continued to have no results, he had to accept this fact. He calmed down for about half an hour and finally figured it out. He looked at the sniper rifle, M800 spray gun, M9 pistol, steel repeating crossbow, and alloy tactical crossbow. It seems like these things don't require much effort. He felt that he might have really fallen into a limiting cycle of thinking. Some things don't seem that complicated. There are robot dogs for mining, and thermal weapons for fighting. There is xiaobai for flying, and there is a car for driving. It seems that there is no need to rely on exoskeleton. Chapter 274, The Savior of Mankind? Good guy. The wind howled. Not long after, sparse raindrops hit the glass horizontally. The lighting rods have been installed, and the walls have been installed. Next, we just need to wait for the disaster to strike. Lin Yu looked outside, unable to go out now. Even if I go out, I can't do much. But it's a good opportunity to continue hunting lizardmen. Who makes them have to provoke? Last night, it wasn't like he didn't hear any movement from inside the underground ruins door. So many lizardmen were killed at once, and even the altar room was completely burned down. The 200 to 300 lizardmen inside were all trapped inside, and no one could escape. Their hatred for him now only increased. In fact, Lin Yu felt that after his speech on the World Channel, and after he had just told Xinglingfeng and others how to deal with the lizard people, and informed all the survivors of the threat of begging for survival, he might become a member of the lizard people and the whole group in the future. The goal of the beggar. Actually, it doesn't matter. Whatever lizard men or beggars. Just come. Come and kill one. Come and kill a pair. Hundreds or thousands. Lin Yu said that he welcomes my copper treasure box and storage space to be delivered to his door. Although he had just lost his exoskeleton, he did not lose his combat effectiveness. Instead, he can take this opportunity to test how far he has progressed with the current mortal body of an ordinary person. Lin Yu took a deep breath after opening the metal shield of the stone door of the underground ruins. He checked Xiaoming's injuries again, changed his dressing, and left enough food in the shelter before entering the underground ruins with Black Spot, Green Claw, Xiao Liuzi and Red Thread. No! What do I mean by Lin Yu? Do we have to kill all the lizard people? Can't we live in harmony? I don't think the lizard people are that scary. Look, they haven't hurt many survivors. Right. Just tell me, why do you have to live and die? Luffies. I advocate that everyone coexist peacefully. Lin Yu is seeking public benefit for himself. Just because of personal hatred. He wants to take all of us with him to kill the lizard people and those poor people who have no choice. How dare he? Lin Yu is the biggest enemy of our survivors. He gets first place every time so that others don't have a chance. His behavior is completely unfair. I encourage everyone to kill Lin Yu. Thank you for the invitation. I'm in Lin Yu's group. I just finished trading with him. This man is a devil and greedy. He actually wants to exchange a stone for 10L of my water. Look at it. Ha. Good guy. All the monsters and ghosts are out now. Don't run away from the people upstairs. I wrote down your names one by one. There is no one who is not a beggar. Especially the one above who is pretending to be 13. Lin Yu's stones give you 10 liters of water? Did you get kicked in the head by a lizard? Is Lin Yu really short of water? I am in Lin Yu's group. And I wonder who doesn't know that Lin Yu is water all over the world. It's the most. He cares about your water? Come on. Show me the evidence. If you want to beat me, what do you mean? Ha. Grumpy brother. These people stop talking after you finish speaking. This is really solid. What are these beggars calling for here? I think we should focus on marking these people from now on and get a bounty. As long as we catch these big bosses from the lizard people. How about getting resource rewards? Agree. Really? Have you all got the method to deal with the lizard people now? I'll add one more thing. Kill the beggars first. These gangsters! They dare to jump around in the world channel. They are really courageous. Lin Yu is someone's ability to get first place. We didn't say anything about the second or third place. Who are you beggars? Such people become the leaders of the common destiny of mankind all over the world. I, Lily Karahao's refuge village, declare a unilateral alliance with Lin Yu. From now on, if Lin Yu needs it, we will use all the refuge village's troops. Kill the lizards and beggars. Anyone who wants to threaten Lin Yu is going against our refuge village. We are from Jia Yunjan's refuge village. And we have also unilaterally formed an alliance with Lin Yu to advance and retreat together. At Lily Karaho, I, Xingling Feng, had I not accidentally met Lin Yu and been rescued by him last night, dozens of us would have died at the hands of the lizards and beggars. We also unilaterally applied for an alliance with Lin Yu yesterday. At Lily Karaho at Jia Yunjan at Xingling Feng. The second, third, and fourth ones, plus me, I, Casbar, also unilaterally formed an alliance with Lin Yu. Although I am also dissatisfied with Lin Yu. But here in terms of aspect, I think we must advance and retreat together. The lizardmen and the beggars attacked our refuge village last night. Although we killed more than 10 people in the end. 6 people on our side were also killed. This is absolutely unacceptable. Things to tolerate. Lin Yu's disaster survival guide 2 days ago was of great help to us. Although it has not yet been verified. There are disaster resistance researchers in our team who have affirmed Lin Yu's method. The beggars have become a big threat to us, and we must eliminate them first. I, Lily Karahao, have never served anyone in my life. And Lin Yu is the first one. Guys, let's temporarily form an alliance together. Although we don't know where we are in this different world. We are all threatened by the lizard people. And this is not something we can ignore. When Lin Yu approves my friend application, I will talk to him about the alliance. In addition, I will warn everyone who sells his soul for his own safety around the lizard people. What you have done has harmed the common interests of all mankind. The aliens must be eliminated. And we have no understanding at all. From now on, you don't have much time before you die in our hands. Lin Yu frowned. What's the situation? After replacing the troll with new bullets, kicking the body of the lizard man that had been blown to pieces, and picking up the treasure box next to it, he originally wanted to open the system panel and see who could bid on the transaction panel. He offered a precision electric actuator, but found that in the background. Xingling Feng had sent him dozens of messages in succession. What emergency has arisen? After Lin Yu opened it, he discovered something that he thought was a bit absurd. Actually, what kind of alliance did they form? These people are so idle. The news conveyed by Xingling Feng was that led by Lily Karahao, who was ranked second in the world rankings, plus Jia Yunjan, Xingling Feng and Caspar. The strongmen ranked second to fifth in the rankings were interacting with each other on the world channel. After the exchange, they communicated privately in a short period of time. Finally, Xingling Feng came as the representative to present the general situation of the alliance application to Lin Yu. If this alliance can be established, he will be the leader and he will give orders. And the other 4 families will follow the orders to deal with the lizards and beggars. At present, these 4 people have reached an agreement to form an alliance. Now they are waiting for him to nod. And the alliance will be officially formed. In Xingling Feng's words, the benefits of this alliance are indeed too many. Lin Yu didn't know what kind of ecstasy soup this Xingling Feng had given to the other people, or that these people were all confused now. If he became the leader, he would be able to command the leaders of the 4 most powerful refuge villages in the world. And their survivors launched a powerful and extremely effective counterattack against the lizard men. And this counterattack will also be the prelude to a decisive battle between the entire human race and the entire survivors against the lizards and beggars. It will also be a battle that can save the entire human race that has fallen into a great crisis. The beginning of the life and death of the race.
Good guy. This big hat has been slapped on at once. If I don't obey, then I will be the center of the entire human race. As long as I don't agree. Then if there is a backlash from the lizards and beggars, then the entire human race will be punished. Human beings might even spit on me.
Lin Yu figured this out almost instantly. If you agree, then you will be the leader of some of the strongest people recognized by all channels in the world. Soon, hundreds of people will respond, and more people will join. At the same time, it will also tell almost all survivors in the world that he is the leader of this world, the savior of mankind. But what if you don't agree? That is to evade this responsibility. As the #1 survivor in the world, he should be at the forefront of everything. And he was the one who proposed the lizard people and the beggars. What will happen if he shrinks back at this moment? Lin Yu once again expressed his admiration for this group of people. Good guy. I haven't seen much of his true abilities. He was chased from behind by dozens of lizard men until he was howling like a ghost. Every one of them was a genius in their scheming and tricks. Solution. That means not supporting, not opposing, not encouraging, not rejecting. In short, it's a
red herring. This is the most helpless method, but it is also the most effective method. Apart from that, it is true that all other roads are blocked by this group of people. Lin Yu stood up. Just now, Black Spot and the others barked several times in the other direction. I'm afraid it's the lizard men coming to seek revenge again. Lin Yu finally looked at the system panel and sent a message to Xingling Feng.
I will consider this, but dealing with the lizards and beggars is more important. They have gone crazy now. I am currently in the underground ruins. Xingling Feng, please pay attention to the lizards, who may appear on the ground at any time. Don't come down yet. The underground is in chaos now,
he said, picking up the sniper rifle he had just placed on the ground again. He killed 32 lizardmen and 1 beggar along the way from the shelter. These monsters had really red eyes, and seemed to be completely angered by him. Just like what the beggar who rushed over said at the end.
You are the biggest threat to us people.
The lizard man seemed to understand how dangerous a person he was. And he did not want to capture him alive, or what's going on. It seems like he's always ready to kill people when he comes up. When they meet, he just throws iron spears and spears at them. A lot of them. Of course, in Lin Yu's view, these are nothing. Although the alloy explosion-proof shield cannot be lifted without an exoskeleton, it does not mean that it cannot be used. When Lin Yu encountered these lizardmen throwing, he directly chose to take out the alloy explosion-proof shield from the storage space and let his body lean against it. In this way, this rather heavy shield could also be what he supports, can also give him the greatest protection. After that, use the M19 to burst fire from behind the shield. Or directly use the spray to sieve the lizard men who rush forward as just now. Lin Yu is already extremely skilled in this operation. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Yu continued to move forward from this dead end, and finally reached the end of the fork in the road that my grandson Jinxiong had taken him to before. When I pushed open the door in front of me, it was still the same as usual, with strange patterns composed of circles and lines drawn on it. Xia Luzi and the others shook their heads to indicate that there were no enemies, and Lin Yu opened the wooden door. A familiar smell came. The dust was mixed with a slight smell of blood, as well as the smell of decay and so on. The smell of death. It should be described like this. Lin Yu looked into the neat and square room, and also used the torch in his hand to completely light up the extinguished torch on the wall. After the light came on, the layout of the entire room and the contents inside were clearly displayed.
Between the altars?
Lin Yu was very familiar with this kind of room, with a ring altar in the middle, and a stone carving at the deepest part of the room. There are large clay pots all around, and you don't have to guess what they contain. But this time, it was completely different from the previous ones. There is only one altar in Area F, which is dedicated to a monster named
Storm-Flying Lizard.
And this Area C seems to be a bit more upscale than Area F. In addition to the Du Tianlong, there is also such a small altar.
Who would have thought that the lizard people would even worship such an object together?
Lin Yu walked over and stood in front of the small stone statue, which was only as high as his knees. Strange rats. Or just call them giant rats. The size is between a small pig and a large dog, with blood-red eyes and an extremely large number of them. But its attack power is weak, and its speed is not that fast. At that time, the little ice lizard was so fierce that he could even kill a large group of them by himself. This was also the first monster Lin Yu encountered in the secret realm.
Now that we have this, what about the others?
Lin Yu walked around the area, especially where the altar was, but found nothing. The previous one that enshrined the storm-flying lizard also had nothing. It was not like the poison sky dragon altar that gave back a large piece of rough sapphire. There was nothing in the strange rat altar. Lin Yu asked the little ice lizards to feel it, but it was still the same. He went out happily and returned to the main road. Then, he went straight to the second road that he had not explored yesterday. And at the end of the road was another wooden door.
Okay, let me wait and see. Is the blood-sucking bug enshrined inside it the same as before?
Lin Yu thought of the blood-sucking bugs that had killed Curran and his gang of looters in the hotel under the Tokyo Tower. They were all cooked by the fire, he said. And even the mother bodies inside were burned. Came out. And finally, he obtained a huge insect SH.L. Having said that, the insect SH.L seems to be somewhat similar to Du Tianlong's. Aren't these two together? With this thought in mind, he opened the wooden door in front of him. Behind the wooden door, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that there was someone between the altars. Chapter 275 Fight Until It Hurts. And you will be rewarded 100-fold. In the dim light, the figure always had his back turned to him. This figure stood in the center of the room, which was obviously between the altars, where the circular altar was located. The figure was thin and stood upright. Even with night vision goggles, Lin Yu could not see his true appearance clearly. Is he a beggar? Or is it a survivor? Lin Yu never put down the spray gun in his hand. Within this distance of tens of meters, any attack the other party wanted to make would be in vain. The premise is that the other party really has the intention to attack. Lin Yu looked at his hands. One hand was hanging by his leg, while the other hand seemed to be in front of him, and could not be seen clearly. This person.
Puff. Pew. Pew.
The black dot and the red line rushed out directly, and then circled in front of the man several times.
This dead person?
Lin Yu's tense nerves instantly relaxed a little. The black dots and red lines did not send any warning. It seemed that the result was really like this. He walked over slowly, and the spray gun in his hand finally blocked the man's back. Still no movement. Lin Yu turned around quickly and stared directly at that person's face.
My grandson Jinxiong?
Lin Yu took a breath. This guy. What is the taste? Lin Yu suddenly smelled a strange smell. And this smell was quite familiar to him. Sulfur, etc. Gunpowder. Bah. A sound suddenly reached Lin Yu's ears at this moment. He found that he seemed to have stepped on something. And the thing was bursting with sparks, and quickly headed towards the body of my grandson Jinxiong.
Get away!
Lin Yu retreated suddenly, and at the same time took out the alloy explosion-proof shield from the storage space, and put on the earmuffs directly. The little ice lizards were obviously faster. They turned into 4 white lights, and hid behind Lin Yu at the same time after he hid in the alloy explosion-proof shield. Almost at the same time. Boom! An explosion suddenly erupted. And at the same time, a huge shock wave directly stood Lin Yu on the alloy explosion-proof shield on the ground. Lin Yu's left arm was covered with a mechanical arm. The shield did not fly up due to the shock wave, but it was released due to the huge force. Smoke and dust rose up, accompanied by the strong smell of gunpowder. Even though Lin Yu was wearing earmuffs, he felt the loud noise caused by the powerful explosion. The shaking sound continued to make extremely uncomfortable echoes in this not-too-big space. Lin Yu endured the discomfort and grabbed 4 small ice lizards and brought them to the wooden door. But as soon as he pushed the wooden door open, he found a group of shadows rushing over from the other side of the passage. Good guy. You are waiting for me here, right? Lin Yu immediately dodged and hid behind the door. At the same time, he filled the spray gun with bullets and took out the sniper rifle. Really? Every time I go to this underground ruins, it's like playing a gun battle game. Lin Yu took a deep breath. And soon as the first lizard man rushed in, Lin Yu's trolls also exploded in an instant. Boom! The lizard man and the wooden door were turned into pieces. But Lin Yu did not stop. He immediately changed direction and fired a second bullet at the wooden door. Amid the screams, Lin Yu couldn't care less about the system's beeps. These lizard men, no matter what the copper treasure chest or not, were all taken away by me one by one. The smoke did not dissipate, and Lin Yu immediately stepped aside. The lizard man has long-range weapons, and he doesn't want to be slapped in the face by these guys. Sure enough, there was a violent sound of tearing the air, and dozens of iron spears and iron guns rushed into the space from the shattered wooden door. Lin Yu came up with a plan, and after letting out an exaggerated scream, he immediately took out the ballista and pointed it at the door. And as soon as more than a dozen lizardmen stepped into the room, they were thrown backwards by the roaring ballista arrows, and screamed one after another. Lin Yu had retreated to the deepest place between the altars. He used the stone statue of a vampire monster worshipped here as a support point, and set up a sniper rifle. Under the night vision goggles, he could already see several lizardmen approaching the door on their stomachs. And he also saw the beggars approaching with weapons. A beggar? Then eliminate it as soon as possible. Bullets. Ruthless. The bullets in the magazine poured out, but not a single round was emptied. Soon, Lin Yu emptied one magazine and replaced it with a new one. The screams of the lizard men and the screams of the beggars kept ringing out. But Lin Yu calmly pressed the trigger. In the night vision device, no matter whether the lizard man or the beggar wanted to rush over or stand up and try to escape, they could not stop Lin Yu's bullets. However, there were also some smart ones who hid beside their companions and the exploded treasure chests in an attempt to avoid Lin Yu's attack. But it was of no use. The little ice lizards are no joke. When the lizardmen beggar coalition threw spears and spears at that time, they had already rushed out, harassing and attacking the enemy directly from the rear, ensuring that at least no beggars escaped. They can all walk on the roof of the cave, and they only need a short bite to deal with beggars. But Lin Yu also targeted the beggars first, and did not let any of them appear alive. They are the most dangerous, and the ones most likely to expose his secrets. Puff puff puff. The little ice lizards called twice in the passage, telling Lin Yu that all the enemies had been wiped out. He quickly stepped forward to collect the treasure box while checking the situation in the passage. Although the battle just now did not last long. From the beginning, whether it was a lizard man or a beggar, they seemed to have planned something. He reconnected the head and body of my grandson Jin Xiong, who was killed by him yesterday, and placed it between the small altars. As long as someone runs inside and steps on the mechanism on the ground, then the body of my grandson Jin Xiong will be there's a big explosion. When the time comes, the lizards and beggars lurking in the distance will rush here to check what is going on here. But these bastards didn't expect that the opponent was him. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You get 6 beggars, 7 cubic meters of storage space, and 26 copper treasure chests. But the number of lizard men is almost 50. In other words, in the chaos of the battle, almost half of the lizard men were killed by the little ice lizards. To make up for the knife. It doesn't matter. If possible, Lin Yu really wanted Xiao Ming and Xiao Bai to come and let them kill these lizard men, which would save him money and effort. All I got was a copper treasure chest, so there was nothing pity about it. In addition, after entering the underground ruins this time, the number of copper treasure boxes in my hand has almost reached 400. At that time, we managed to open dozens of them. And this was so many. It was simply outrageous. Lin Yu really doesn't like the copper treasure chest now, although he doesn't know what others think. At least for him, the contents inside are a very limited help to him. If it's a silver treasure chest, it's worth opening. A gold treasure chest is naturally better. Platinum treasure chest. The more the merrier. Nature is the best. After the search was completed, Lin Yu immediately led the little ice lizards out of this dead end. The main road outside was quiet again, restoring the original style of the underground ruins. After experiencing this battle, Lin Yu did not return to the shelter, but continued to move forward. He didn't want to go back unless all the lizard men in Area C were wiped out this time. Provoke me? You have got the wrong person. Want to make me a thorn in your side? Kill me and then quickly? Sorry. We will retaliate tooth for tooth. Eye for eye. 100% repayment. Originally, when he appeared at the ancient gate of the underground ruins this time, he planned to take a short stroll, and then focus more on the other world and the secret realm. After all, Compared to this underground ruins, he was able to build his own large-scale refuge in another world. And in the secret realm, he could also find more resources and items to enrich his refuge, all living and production needs. But this was completely disrupted by the lizard people who accepted the beggars. Now, even if he didn't go to these lizard people, the lizard people would come to him, even after he issued a warning and killed 300 to 400 lizard men in just one night. The other party's unwillingness to die became even stronger. And this battle just now is the most direct manifestation of it. He also found that the number of beggars participating was also larger.
No matter what, we must let these guys know how powerful this place is today.
Lin Yu and the little ice lizards continued to move forward, and he blocked the passage to another underground ruins area with a stone wall, and then came to the wooden door again. After packing the weapons again, Lin Yu put a Snickers bar in his mouth. I have to say that without the exoskeleton, no matter what I do, it seems to take a lot of effort. Just like holding a weapon. It feels completely different from before. The Snickers bar is too sweet, and the chocolate flavor in your mouth is quite overpowering. After Lin Yu finally forced himself to eat something that he would never eat on Earth, he immediately opened the wooden door again. It's time to keep fighting. Lin Yu has no idea how many lizards and beggars there are inside. But since he has arrived here, he must completely destroy this place. After letting the little ice lizards eat some lion-headed bear meat pats each, Lin Yu took them straight to the altar. Yesterday, the place was burned into H.L. I wonder how it will be today. As he moved forward, he soon saw the stone wall he had placed yesterday to block the inside. However, a huge hole had been cut into the stone wall, and an extremely unpleasant burning smell came from inside. The little ice lizards shook their heads. There were no enemies inside, and Lin Yu had no intention of continuing to explore inside. Who wanted to see how many lizard man corpses were on the ground? He returned to the crossroads again, and this time, he headed for the fork in the road he had not been to yesterday. Yesterday, he had already visited the kitchen on the other side. He didn't miss any other places except this one. Sure enough, less than a minute after walking from here, the little ice lizard sounded a warning, and Lin Yu immediately entered a fighting state.
It's coming so fast!
Lin Yu heard the roar of
Saw! Saw!
He didn't know how these monsters knew that their accomplices had been killed, but they kept approaching here. After the ballista was ready, Lin Yu set up the sniper rifle at the same time. In order to ensure that there are no beggars among this group of attacking enemies, Lin Yu has now changed his tactics and decided that if he encounters a lizard man attack in the future, unless there are very few cases where he is suppressed into the house like just now, he will directly give it to these people in the future. Break the enemy's legs first. Spare magazines were placed next to the sniper rifle, and Lin Yu asked the little ice lizards to guard the rear to prevent him from being sandwiched between two cheeses. If that were the case, that would be bad. In the night vision goggles, the enemies at the end of the passage had already rushed over, and Lin Yu also saw the beggars mixed in among them. Although they were not many in number, they were indeed troublesome enough. He took a deep breath and pointed the scope at the head of one of the beggars.
Lin Yu didn't agree?
Lily Karahao was quite surprised. Isn't this proposal attractive enough?
It seems so. Lin Yu has always been a lone wolf type of survivor. The last time he faced the Levic army, although he expressed his gratitude to our more than 10 refuge villages for the support, he didn't seem to let him down at all. The purpose of our participation in the war was to defeat the legion of more than 500 people by ourselves. Lin Yu wanted to be a warrior more than to cooperate, or to be a leader. In other words, he wanted to be a warrior, a separate, special being bound by rules and other people. After Xing Feng sent this paragraph to Lily Karahao, he also shook his head. It seems that he is still a little too impatient. Lin Yu is not stupid. He is very smart. Even too smart. This person also doesn't like communicating with others, or cooperating with others, with a large amount of resources. Xing Feng would not want to cooperate with others if it were him. After all, there will be too much going on. Who leads whom? Who keeps his word? Who does more and who does less? What to do when a conflict occurs? What about quarrels? Fights or even more serious matters? The reason why the refuge village was established was because people continued to gather in compliance with the prestige of the strong. In this world, the vast majority of people are accustomed to being managed rather than managing others. This is a fixed mindset and a limitation of thinking. There are even people who have psychological symptoms similar to social phobia. They just want to live their own lives and manage their own 1/3 of an acre of land.
instead of exploring a different world with a lot of people. Generally speaking, such people's chances of survival in this cruel place are not very high.
Lin Yu is a very interesting person. Xingling Feng, thank you for conveying it.
Lily Karahao was at this end of the screen, not too surprised by Lin Yu's current rejection. Compared with her own speech on the World Channel, she is actually much smarter. At that time, although she was the first one to recommend Lin Yu as the leader and establish the so-called Lizard Extermination Alliance, this was just something that was in line with the current trend. So someone was bound to say it. And the first person to say this will naturally occupy a certain position in Lin Yu's heart. Although until now, the system has not opened up a complete transaction and communication mode between everyone in the different world like the open world channel. But this day, I am afraid it will not be too late.
I'm looking forward to it. The strongest person in the world,
she said. The corners of her mouth curved upward. Chapter 276, The Moment of Collapse. Lin Yu skillfully placed an armor-piercing arrow on the alloy tactical crossbow and reloaded various guns. Leaning against the corner, his breathing gradually calmed down. Picking up a bottle of water, Lin Yu drank it all, then raised his eyes and looked around. The corpses of 47 lizardmen lay here, and among them were the corpses of 4 beggars. I just collected 12 copper treasure chests, and the remaining 30 or so were given to the little ice lizards. Also, to save energy, you gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You get a total of 4 cubic meters is better than nothing. Lin Yu didn't feel any pity for these beggars, hanging out with the lizard people, and still naively thinking that he is safe even after he warned him. That would be really stupid. Combat power? When there are so many people, you think you are invincible in this small space. Are you having trouble turning your head? Besides, whether it was last night or today, after he had killed so many of their people, he could still resist, and so on. Maybe they don't know this? Lin Yu thought about it more. It seemed that he wiped out these gangsters every time, so they didn't have any chance to report the news. I see. You got a silver treasure chest. Oh ha. When Lin Yu walked out of the pile of corpses, he unexpectedly found that he didn't return empty-handed. It would be nice to have a silver treasure chest. When he put it into the storage space, he found that he already had a total of 91 cubic meters of storage space.
If the bodies of Lerwick's gang can be left behind, do we have to add 200 to this number now? By the way, Lerwick's gang still has more than 300 left. I remember running away. What happened to them after they went to the secret realm?
Lin Yu suddenly remembered this matter. Leva gathered more than 500 people. He killed the other 200, and the remaining 300 or so people ran into the ancient gate of the secret realm. What did these people do after that? At that time, he did see a few corpses of Levick and his accomplices. But those were the corpses, and none of the others were seen. Could it be that they were all eaten by Du Tianlong? Or was it killed by the storm-flying lizard or something else? That should at least leave a shadow. Strangeness. The little ice lizards were now a little tired after the battle. After confirming that there were no enemies around, they immediately told Lin Yu about the incident. Lin Yu nodded, opened the system panel, and contacted Xingling Feng and other friends again. Now that he thinks about this matter now, he will always feel a little uncomfortable if he doesn't solve it for a while.
If you have any information about Levesque, or anyone under his command, please tell me. As an information fee, I will provide you with a bottle of wine.
After saying this, he stood up again, ignoring the friend requests from Lily Kalaheo, Jia Yunjan and Kazbar. He closed the system panel. Now is not about things like Alliance Leader. We need to take a closer look. There are countless lizards and beggars in the underground ruins who want his life. How can he have time to care about the savior or the leader of the Alliance? Muscle ache. My spirit gradually felt tired, and my concentration tended to be distracted. It seems that after relying on exoskeletons all the time, the backlash from the sequelae is really not that small. Usually when I wear the exoskeleton all day long to fight, collect or build, etc., I don't feel any worries about my muscles at all. If there is any shortcoming, it is that when doing one thing repeatedly, it is easy to, it just makes the spirit tired. In addition, after relying on it, you will naturally not be able to exercise your muscles. After all, you have been doing various labor-saving movements. You don't need to pay much at all to get extremely generous rewards. After rubbing his shoulders for a while, Lin Yu picked up the alloy tactical crossbow again. It's time to continue.
Puff!
The little ice lizards seemed to have had enough rest. After eating the lion-headed bear steak, they all recovered a lot. But Lin Yu also knew that they couldn't hold on for too long. If fighting continued, they wouldn't feel very tired. But if they fought once, and for a while like now, they would get more and more tired. It's getting more and more exhausting. Even more exhausting than continuing to fight.
Let's go! Let's finish it quickly,
Lin Yu said, and walked forward. In the regional map, the main road he was taking had spiderweb-like small roads, like those in Area F. And he definitely couldn't enter these small roads. The little ice lizards received Lin Yu's order, leaving only Xiao Liuzi. And the other three went to various small roads. From time to time, the lizard man's screams came from inside. But Lin Yu didn't feel anything about them. Since you want to hide inside and play sneak attacks, don't blame anyone when you are attacked. This journey was quite peaceful. Lin Yu quickly passed through this complicated area and led the little ice lizards to the vicinity of the huge room.
I threw a bomb last time. I guess I can't escape this time,
Lin Yu said, and asked Xiao Liuzi to go to the gate to conduct reconnaissance. And he picked up the night vision goggles and observed carefully. There are indeed two enemies at the door of the room. And these two enemies are fully armed at this time, with extremely nervous looks on their faces. Lin Yu frowned. A beggar. He was actually sent by the lizard people to look at the gate. In the past, this kind of work had always been done by the lizard men themselves. Now it seems that the beggars are not as valued as he imagined, and they do not necessarily have to shine in the fighting team to become his reserve. Transport personnel in physical space. Xiao Liuzi moved very quickly. In the night vision device, it flashed like a white light, and the two beggars, who were chatting in low voices, each let out a low roar and fell to the ground. Almost as soon as they fell to the ground, Lin Yu fired armor-piercing arrows with his alloy tactical crossbow, completely making them give up their last moments of struggle.
Are the defenses so loose?
Lin Yu looked at the area map. This room was much larger than the previous one, but only two lizardmen were placed. Lin Yu thought about it and immediately understood something. He took out the ballista and put a giant ballista arrow on it, aiming it at the center of the wooden door. Lin Yu quickly fired it. Boom! As the ballista arrow hit the wooden door, a huge roar sounded almost at the same time. Lin Yu, who had expected it, hid behind the alloy explosion-proof shield to withstand the shock wave this time. After the sound of dust flying and rocks flying gradually disappeared, bursts of sounds that only lizards could make came from the direction of the door. Gradually it spread. Knew it. Since absorbing the beggars, the lizardmen really know how to use tactics. Before, they used the body of my grandson Masao as bait between the altars of blood-sucking insects, and put bombs inside to play tricks. Then they made a fuss about the gate. It seems that they set it up in such a way that as long as he opens the door, a device that will definitely explode right at the door. This is not the original tactic of the lizard people at all, but what the beggars came up with. They are too familiar with the behavioral patterns of their own people, so they continuously create such traps. Sure enough, the biggest enemy of mankind is not the lizard people, but our own humans who are also humans. Lin Yu raised his sniper rifle again. With the existence of beggars, there is no way to kill the lizardmen directly. You can only make them incapacitated first, and then kill them slowly. When the dust cleared, the lizard people who came to review the victory also revealed their shadows from inside. Lin Yu had already prepared a sniper rifle to welcome their review. As the first scream sounded, and then the screams gradually became one, just like the small puddles formed by raindrops on the ground. And the small pools quickly gathered into a piece of water. The gate was flooded extremely quickly.
What do you mean by that?
Sharpshooters are fed bullets.
Right.
He put on a new magazine again and kept pressing the trigger with his finger. Under his fire, not a single lizard man could stand up again. Likewise, no beggar can breathe another breath. The bullet accurately hit the heads of the three beggars who ran out, giving them an advantage. The lizard people are not stupid. Or in other words, these guys also understand that their companions ran out one by one and lay on the ground wailing, while those humans died miserably. Those coming from outside must be someone not easy to mess with. They stopped coming out, and in the passage, there were only the wails of the lizard men Lin Yu had just hit.
Come on! You guys! As fast as you can!
Lin Yu finally decided to let the little ice lizards give the fallen lizard men a fatal blow. One is to prevent the treasure chest from being exposed to the occasional beggar peeking over here, and the other is for his own safety. The lizard man can plant a bomb on the door, so naturally he may throw something out when he wants to rush in, so he has to guard against it. Lin Yu waited quietly. The screams of the lizard people on the ground gradually became smaller, and finally disappeared completely. The little ice lizards ran back, but they still screamed,
Puff, puff, peep, sounding very urgent. I know. You don't have to call me that to understand how many lizardmen there are.
Linyu comforted the little ice lizards, but they kept shaking their heads. What's the situation? Linyu really didn't understand this time. The little ice lizards kept looking in the direction of the door, and their voices became more and more urgent. Linyu frowned. Something's wrong. Bomb? Even if it is a bomb, the little ice lizards will not do this. Moreover, they seemed unable to sense the threat of bombs. He had guessed the bomb on the door just now, and the little ice lizards didn't show any signs of it. What exactly is that? He guessed while retreating to the rear. No matter what you say now, this is an extremely dangerous signal. Linyu and the little ice lizards immediately retreated to the rear. And at the same time, he also smelled a strange fishy smell. The fishy smell seemed to burst out suddenly, pouring out from the direction of the door. And Linyu also heard strange sounds coming from one after another.
This feels like it is made when someone steps on mud. Good guy. What is this?
Linyu was still guessing when suddenly several huge black shadows emerged from the door and crawled towards him immediately. The black shadow was only 2 or 3 meters long. Under the flickering firelight, Linyu could roughly see what this thing looked like.
A combination of a tortoise and a crocodile?
The three-headed monster with the head of a crocodile, and its big mouth was crawling toward him carrying a hard turtle SHL. The speed was not as slow as expected, and it was quite heavy. That is to say, there is a constant odor coming from these things, and the way they move is like crawling and dragging their front legs backwards. Linyu placed the stone wall 3 levels in a row and immediately ran to the rear. Sniper rifles and M19s are out of the question, and iron spears are out of the question. In this narrow place, you can use spray guns to try to block them, but only if he has the courage to approach them, and the speed is not slow. But the turtle crocodile has rough skin and thick flesh, and may even have strange abilities, or burn it with fire. Linyu kept retreating, and even started running in the end. He heard the sound of the stone wall being smashed and toppled to the ground behind him. He knew that the only thing he could do was to retreat, all the way to the intersection. Linyu also distanced himself. He knew that what he had to do next might determine whether he could simply kill these monsters. After completely blocking the road leading to the kitchen and altar with a stone wall, he immediately took out his life-saving treasure, barrels of gasoline. Linyu would carry 2 barrels of this thing wherever he went, just in case of emergency, and now was a good time to use this thing. The sound of the 3 monsters was close enough. Linyu immediately blocked the road on that side with a stone wall. At the same time, he opened the caps of the 2 barrels of gasoline and dumped them on the ground. The pungent smell of gasoline quickly filled the space. Linyu immediately pinched his nose and took a few steps back. No matter how mutated, they are still carbon-based organisms. As long as it is a carbon-based creature, there is no one who is not afraid of fire. A large amount of gasoline leaked, and Linyu immediately took a few steps back, retreated to the passage leading to his shelter, and once again completely sealed the place with the last stone wall. Now, except for the space above which is less than 2 meters, the entire intersection has been blocked. Similar to the character, well, he quickly retreated dozens of meters and used stones to create a stone wall. This is also the last thing left on his body made of stone. An alloy anti-explosion shield was placed behind the stone wall. After the rain ignited the flaming arrows on the alloy tactical crossbow in his hand, he waited for that moment to come. Soon, the sound of the stone wall being smashed was heard, and Linyu immediately aimed a flaming arrow at the wall. As expected, the monsters immediately smashed the stone wall into pieces and appeared in front of him again. At this moment, there was quite a lot of gasoline on their bodies and feet, and this was the answer Linyu wanted.
Let's go!
While shooting the flaming arrow, Linyu immediately lowered his head and hugged 4 small ice lizards at the same time. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and at the same time, there were the screams of those monsters. After Linyu waited for the shock wave to hit, he immediately ran towards the shelter without looking back. Behind him, the sound of rumbling began to come continuously, and at the same time, small stones and a lot of dust continued to come from overhead. Before he did this, he had already prepared for the worst.
Run!
The underground ruins are about to collapse. Chapter 277 Unsolvable Doubts. The underground ruins are about to collapse. Rumbling sounds came from all directions like thunder, and Linyu leaned against the wall and kept running forward. In order not to increase his burden, the little ice lizards kept running in front of him to explore the path. Pass through the wooden gate. crossed the main road. 1, 2.
Almost there.
The surrounding stone walls kept cracking and falling apart, and some fell to the ground from time to time. Linyu didn't know why the power of the explosion could collapse the seemingly fragile underground ruins, but he knew that if you run too slowly, you will. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of explosions came from not far ahead, and smoke and dust billowed. Linyu wore goggles to prevent his eyes from being hit by the flying stones, but he discovered that the fork in the road in front of him led to the shelter. The road in that direction has been completely blocked by rocks. What? Seeing that the road was completely blocked, he looked back again, only to find that a large number of stones had fallen behind him. Good guy. What kind of crappy project is this? How dare you talk about the underground ruins? There is no way back, so we can only rush forward. Ahead, yes. There is an ice lizard cave ahead. The little ice lizards seemed to understand this very well, and they rushed towards the ice lizard cave as quickly as possible. Linyu gritted his teeth and ran at full speed, and finally slid directly into the passage of the ice lizard cave. After getting into it, the little ice lizards quickly took him from here to the inside of the ice lizard cave. The moss exuding a blue shimmer completely illuminated the area. Linyu came here again, and also saw the little ice lizards, who came to welcome him. Huge vibrations continued to sound in the distance behind me, but there was only a slight shaking here. There was no risk of collapse or similar, and there were no gravel or anything falling. After feeling a sense of security for a moment, Linyu relaxed completely. But there are too many little ice lizards. Right now, Linyu was almost lying on his back, resting among the gravel, surrounded by little ice lizards that kept chirping. Even after Black Spot and Xiao Liuzi were mixed among them, Linyu couldn't tell them apart at all. Puff! Suddenly, 4 little ice lizards stood up from a large pile of little ice lizards and ran to the entrance of the cave. Soon, other little ice lizards also swarmed in. Linyu turned around and saw. They suddenly sprayed out an extremely terrifying cold air towards the passage. Linyu also immediately felt that the temperature of the ice lizard cave had dropped a lot, and he quickly wrapped the mutated sheep's skin in the storage space around himself. And as the ice wall at the door quickly formed, Linyu also understood what they were going to do. After sensing the crisis, Black Spot and the others led the other little ice lizards to block the entrance with an ice wall. Even if the cave would not be affected by the collapse of the underground ruins, they could nip it in the bud. Wrapped in sheepskin, Linyu waited for a while before realizing that the temperature had returned to normal. He also took advantage of this moment to take out all the bread from the storage space. When the little ice lizards surrounding him saw bread, they immediately became excited and seemed to have equated Linyu with bread in their hearts. Linyu watched the gang of snackers fighting for bread, and then glanced at Black Spot, Green Claw, Xiao Liuzi and Hong Xian, who had calm expressions and showed no interest at all. He found that he could quickly distinguish which 4 were following him. Taking out the bread one by one, Linyu found a comfortable place and laid down again on the sheepskin, breathing the fresh air here and looking at the moss all around with a dreamlike blue light. Linyu suddenly felt that this place was actually pretty good. Of course, he still prefers his own sanctuary. How to go back? The previous bursts of roaring gradually became smaller and even disappeared completely. This also proved that Area C of the underground ruins had completely collapsed, and there was no compressed space at all. The way back is now completely blocked. So what should we do next? He looked in another direction. Over there is the entrance to Area F of the underground ruins, and it seems that it is not blocked by the little ice lizards now. Otherwise, go to Area F and see if there is any access. Linyu didn't want to disturb the eating of the little ice lizards, so he stood up again. After resting for a while and feeling somewhat refreshed, Linyu moved around a bit and then headed straight for the passage in Area F. It can be considered a familiar road. He has traveled a lot from here, even without using the regional map. Linyu had arrived at Area F from the ice lizard cave. It was quiet in the passage. No sound at all. Linyu took out the alloy tactical crossbow again to be on guard, and the Black Spots and others around him also followed.
Are there any enemies nearby?
The little ice lizards had no reaction, and Linyu felt relieved. He opened the area map again and looked at Area C. It turned out that almost everything from the intersection, as the center was blocked by rocks and the like. Not to mention that the road in the direction of the refuge was also completely blocked. If the only thing that was relatively complete was probably the huge room that he couldn't enter in the end, it would be extremely difficult to go back.
That was indeed a bit reckless.
Linyu couldn't help but sigh when the 3 turtle crocodiles were chasing him. He really had no way to subdue them. Burning them with gasoline was indeed a method he came up with out of desperation. His speed is not much faster than the three monsters, and they seem to have similar long-distance attack methods. If he had not done anything at that time, then maybe he would have suffered from some unacceptable situation. Lin Yu shook his head. Things had already happened, and there was no point in regretting it now. First, we need to return to the shelter first, and then we can talk about the rest.
Then, the plan is to find the underground ruins of the stone gate in Area F.
Lin Yu took a step forward. No matter what you think, if you don't do it and verify it, nothing will be accomplished. Stone doors in underground ruins may appear anywhere, and these stone doors may lead to any place in this different world. Although Lin Yu didn't want to walk a long way back to the shelter, but judging from the current situation, even if he didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. Now, just hope that the open stone door of the underground ruins can at least lead to the wasteland. There was silence in the long passage. Lin Yu could only hear his own footsteps and heartbeat. He found that it seemed as if something like an extinction spell had been released here, and not even a shadow of a lizard man was found. Could it be said that after he broke through Area F, there was a rule that neither lizard men nor mutant creatures could enter? However, Lin Yu's doubts were cleared as the little ice lizards turned the 5 golden poisonous spiny horned spiders into small ice cubes and smashed them on the ground.
It turns out there are still living things.
Lin Yu took out their venom and put it in his bag. The storage space is quite large, and it is no problem to store these things. But then again, what did these golden poisonous spiny horned spiders originally eat? Lin Yu thought about these messy things and walked all the way from this road to the fork in the road. Go right here. Walk forward for a while, and then go up a flight of stairs, and you will arrive at the location where the stone door to the underground ruins was opened for the first time. Lin Yu almost didn't hesitate and immediately walked in that direction. However, when he reached the end, he only saw a bare wall and no stone door. Weird. What happened? Lin Yu suddenly felt that something was wrong. How many zones are there in the underground ruins? There are still billions of people left in the entire human race. Even if they are all turned into refuge villages, there will still be at least tens of millions more refuge villages. And these tens of millions of refuge villages should have tens of millions of underground ruins and stone gates. If you look at the number and distribution of these stone gates discovered now, then something is very wrong. Unless there are tens of millions of underground ruins partitions. Otherwise, he should be able to see dozens, or even more stone gates on the way here. But it seems that this kind of thing has never happened at all since the first underground ruin Sherman appeared, and the underground ruins appeared. In fact, since then, I haven't encountered many survivors. What's going on? Could it be that not everyone can enter the underground ruins? Or are there really so many divisions in the underground ruins? Judging from the size of the underground ruins, it is indeed possible. Lin Yu returned the same way, and quickly came to a wooden door along the passage. He opened the wooden door, and carefully inspected every aspect of the cave. I searched carefully between the kitchen and the altar, and found nothing that looked like a stone door. Not even a lizard man was found. This gave Lin Yu the illusion that he was in a dream instead of reality. This is incredible. With many doubts, he came to the huge room again. This was also the last area in Area F that he had not carefully inspected. However, there was nothing. There are still some blood stains on the ground, and the bodies that were here before are long gone. The surroundings were empty, except for the huge murals, telling him that this place was not an illusion.
Where are all the lizard people? Where are the stone gates of the underground ruins?
The number of weird things kept increasing, making Lin Yu even more confused. Could it be said that after stepping through this place, the stone gate will no longer open? The lizard men didn't come because they were killed so many? Lin Yu looked at the 2 huge circles in the center of the room. Last time, he remembered that he had made a slight disguise in order not to be discovered by others, covering it with rocks or something. But now, it has returned to its original appearance. He took out a piece of iron and placed it on a circle, while standing on another circle. This is also the correct way to open the huge and empty underground bone space. As a burst of smoke and dust rose, the 2 stinging sound of rocks grinding reached Ollie, and the entrance to the bone space was finally opened. However, at this moment, several metal spears suddenly flew out from inside. The little ice lizards instantly turned into 4 rays of silver light and rushed inside. And then several screams sounded at the same time. And it's not over yet. The screams kept coming, and kept coming. Lin Yu even heard some human voices. And the battle between the little ice lizards did not end quickly. Lizardmen. And beggars. Are they actually hiding here? Why? He did not go inside to fight with the little ice lizards. In this space, walking from top to bottom, he would become a target. Even if a lizard man or beggar saw it, he would definitely give him a fatal blow. But to deal with these small ice lizards, who are not too big and are so agile that they can be crushed, the lizards and beggars have absolutely no way to deal with them. As the last scream fell, and the little ice lizards covered in blood returned to the top again, Lin Yu also confirmed that there was no longer any life underground. He took out a few pieces of meat steak to reward the little ice lizards, while he picked up the spray gun and slowly walked down the steps. The torches illuminated the corpses in the ground. Their death conditions were indeed miserable. Anyone who could survive the attack of the little ice lizards for one round could actually be considered a boss. Lin Yu crossed the corpse all the way, and soon reached the bottom. There was not a single beggar on the stairs. And all these people were so stupid that they ran to the pile of bones at the bottom. But for the little ice lizards, who have a keen sense of smell and a red eye for killing, they will die wherever they go. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space. You get, 19 cubic meters of storage space. Wait, is it already more than 100 cubic meters? Lin Yu was delighted with this harvest. Who would have thought that he could find so many lizards and beggars in this place? I originally thought that there were no more of them here, but I was quite surprised to find them in this secret place. Lin Yu checked around and confirmed that there was no one left alive. Just as he was about to leave, he found that the little ice lizards ran into the pile of bones underground, looking for something. What's wrong? He walked over, only to find that the little ice lizards found a wonderful thing under a piece of cloth. Ruby? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Such a huge ruby? The bright red translucent gemstone in front of you is extremely eye-catching. And it also has an extremely distinctive feature that is almost the same size as the previous rough sapphire. Even their shapes seem to be similar. It's just that the rough sapphire is currently in the shelter. It seems that we can only compare it after we return. Sapphire. Then ruby. Wait! It seems that I got a diamond here before? What are these gems for? Lin Yu felt more and more strange that these mysteries were coming one after another. However, he has no time to explore and solve mysteries now. He still has to find a way back to the shelter first. With this in mind, Lin Yu returned all the way and returned to the ice lizard cave. Chapter 278 Miracle. Lin Yu was in the tent, lying on the wooden bed, listening to the sound of gurgling water outside. He never thought that he would be able to welcome the night in the underground ruins. Or to be more specific, it is ushering in night, and the coming disaster in this ice lizard cave. Lin Yu also wanted to go from Area F to what seemed to be another passage, but found that it was even blocked by a huge boulder, making it impossible to pass. The roads are blocked. After returning to the ice lizard cave from Area F, Lin Yu tried another method. After letting Black Spot and the others communicate with the little ice lizards living here, Lin Yu was able to use a diamond iron pick to open the solid ice. Then, he also used the diamond iron pick to dig forward for a while, but finally found that without the help of the exoskeleton, it was impossible for him to transport such a huge amount of earth and stone and restore the passage to its original state. The amount is really too much. It should still be daytime outside, but if we start digging from now on and find our own shelter, I'm afraid it won't be until tomorrow before we can find it. Right. The storage space is a little over 100 cubic meters, which cannot hold many sandstone bricks, even if it is transported to Area F in one trip. The remaining time is not enough. Unless Xiaobai and Xiaoming discover something is wrong, and they pull away the bricks and stones in order to find him. Not a single ancient door in the secret realm appeared. At least, that was the case in Area F. Wait, can we let the black spots inform them? After all of Area C collapsed, even the one behind the door should have a reaction. Right? Do you want to try it? Lin Yu stood up immediately. You can't just lie down like this. Gotta save yourself. It's not my character to lie flat. Lin Yu did not put the tent away immediately. The little ice lizard seemed to be very interested in the tent and kept crawling on and around it. So he let them crawl. Black Spot, Green Claw, Little Six, and Red Line. You guys should eat something to replenish your strength first. We have to save ourselves. The little ice lizards under him immediately became energetic, and they followed Lin Yu to the dug ice cave. You guys, if you can, open the passage to our shelter and notify Xiaobai and Xiaoming, Lin Yu said, and secretly gave them some Snickers bars, and stuffed them directly in their mouths.
Puff!
The little ice lizards were very energetic. Although they were very tired after fighting for most of the day, they took a good rest in the river and ate a lot. And their spirits were restored. Quite a few. After hearing Lin Yu's order, they immediately looked for the gap in the passage dug by Lin Yu, and immediately used their front and rear legs together, and their little claws forcefully drilled out passages that could accommodate them one by one. Lin Yu did not stop here. He found that although the masonry on the top of the passage had been smashed down, the main structure was not damaged, and there were many gaps between the masonry. If the little ice lizards can notify Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming, then if they both work hard together, maybe we can really create a channel. Lin Yu picked up the diamond pickaxe and started hammering hard. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Yu also forgot how many times he had collected the masonry fragments blocking the passage into the storage space, and how many times he had thrown those masonry fragments into the open space of Area F. The little ice lizards never came back. No matter which one. The buried place in Area C of the underground ruins has been cleared by him to the fork leading to the shelter. Although it is still some distance away from the stone door of the underground ruins of the shelter, it is still very close.
Puff! Puff!
Suddenly, just as Lin Yu was putting a huge stone into the storage space, a voice he desperately needed to hear suddenly sounded.
Xiao Liuzi!
Lin Yu was delighted to see Xiao Liuzi, covered in dust, suddenly emerge from a gap. Xiao Liuzi came to his side immediately, seeming quite tired.
Come on! Drink some water and eat something.
Lin Yu quickly prepared food and drink for the little guy, and then even Black Spot, and the three of them ran back one after another.
Have you contacted Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming?
He put down the food and water again and asked quickly. Several little ice lizards heard their master talking about Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming. They nodded sharply and started to eat. Lin Yu noticed that there were some blood stains on their little claws. It seemed that this journey was not easy. However, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming are coming. So,
bang!
At this moment, Lin Yu also heard a muffled sound in the distance, which happened to be coming from the direction of the shelter. Then, the muffled sound came again. Are you coming? Lin Yu picked up the diamond pickaxe again and began to chisel hard at the large stone. The storage space was quickly filled, and he returned to Area F to put down the large amount of things. He repeated this several times, but his physical strength soon became unable to keep up. What can be packed into 100 cubic meters is also very limited, and the same is true for human physical strength. Fighting does not require a lot of physical strength, but this kind of repetitive mechanical work consumes far more physical strength than fighting. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and persisted. He took a moment to look at the system panel. There are still 5 hours before the disaster breaks out. At this point, he didn't want to face the moment of disaster in this underground ruins. Who knows what the rain is like outside? Is Quang Lei so noisy that it makes people want to go crazy? Are the storms starting to get more outrageous? Lin Yu did not open the chat function on the system panel to check. Disaster? You still have to witness with your own eyes just how horrific it is. In this way, we can be prepared before the next disaster comes. You get a silver treasure chest. You got a copper treasure chest. You get... Lin Yu? What did I do? Suddenly, Din's system information prompts told him that there were now a lot of treasure boxes related to him. Obviously nothing was killed. You got a gold treasure chest. You got a gold treasure chest. You got a gold treasure chest. As 3 notifications for the acquisition of the golden treasure box rang out at the last moment, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the collapse of Area C of the underground ruins he caused eventually led to collective hypoxia in the huge room, and finally led to the death of the lizard man and the 3 turtle crocodiles? It seems, is this possible? Lin Yu pondered for a long time, and it seemed that this was the only thing that could explain the sudden arrival of 128 copper treasure boxes, 3 silver treasure boxes, and 4 gold treasure boxes. But, it's useless, Lin Yu said. I am anxious to go home now. No one can take away so many treasure boxes for the time being, so I will just leave them there for now. It's not like there's no chance to collect it in the future. Right? Lin Yu once again turned his attention to the huge project in front of him. Gotta hurry. Xiao Bai and Xiao Ming are here to help. If you work harder, you can complete it. He wielded the diamond pickaxe again and struck the boulder blocking the road. A black shadow pushed away the heavy thing pressing on him. He clenched the breathing mask in his hand and opened his eyes wide. There was darkness all around. You couldn't see your fingers with your hands out, and everything was soaked in darkness like ink. He could only hear the sound of water dripping from somewhere. holding the respirator with his hand. His rapid breathing finally recovered after he adapted for a while. The other hand summoned the torch in the storage space. But the torch was extinguished almost instantly. His heart trembled, and his heart beat rapidly.
No oxygen.
He carried the oxygen tube, which was not heavy under him, behind his back, and stood up unsteadily. Something heavy hit his feet, and he bent down and touched it. This outline is undoubtedly that of a human corpse. Corpse. They were all corpses that died of lack of oxygen. He covered his breathing mask. I recalled something that happened at some point. The door of the huge room exploded, but the intruder outside was still alive. When the lizard man sent 3 smelly monsters to chase him, he thought the matter would be over soon. However, as a huge roar rushed in from outside, violent vibrations also occurred. After that, the torches were extinguished one after another, and the lizard men and people went crazy one by one. Everyone was sucking air frantically, and some were fighting with the lizard men, or between the lizard men and the lizard men. The dead kept appearing, and when the fire of life was gradually extinguished, he suddenly remembered that he had opened a set of oxygen tanks for diving in the treasure chest. So he ran to the corner and pretended to be dead, taking advantage of the increasingly dim light of the fire. The oxygen tube is pressed underneath me. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. Storage space. What else is this thing used for? He had seen that the oxygen in the compressed oxygen tank could allow him to breathe for about an hour and a half. What can 1.5 hours do? Now, it only takes about an hour. If he still cannot get out of here after an hour, then it is still a word of death.
Damn it! Which bastard is he?
He kicked hard enough to hit another body on the ground. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space.
What's the use of storage space? Damn, wait! This is...
All items in the original storage space will be automatically merged into your storage space.
Damn it! You even have an oxygen tank. Ha ha ha! There is no end to the road.
You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space.
Wait a minute. There's a flashlight in the storage space? There's a flashlight?
A bright white light flashed, and the sudden light made him squint his eyes. He listened to his slow breathing and found another human body. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space.
Ha ha. There is food in here. And water. Wait. What's going on? What's going on? Am I dreaming?
Under the light of the flashlight, shining copper treasure boxes were placed next to the corpses of the lizard people, as if it made him feel like he was in a dream. He knew that he could get the treasure chest by killing the lizard men, but he also knows that things like explosion rate are very important. For ordinary people, it takes 7, 8 or more than 10 people to explode a treasure chest. And this is not guaranteed. But now, every lizard man has a treasure box beside him. Not only are there a large number of copper treasure boxes, there are even silver and gold treasure boxes. 100% explosion rate. Why? Could it be said that suffocation can make all lizardmen burst out of the treasure chest 100%? Or is this a probability? Abnormal probability? I survived a catastrophe. Is that why this happened? He bit his lips tightly, feeling that his mouth was dry and his brain began to become confused. In the end, however, desire overcomes confusion, and he picks up one of the treasure chests. You got a copper treasure chest. It's a real copper treasure chest. He placed the copper treasure chest on the ground again and opened it. You got 4L of drinking water. What? 4L of drinking water? This copper treasure chest actually contains such a thing? I took a flashlight and looked at the oxygen tank's pointer. I could still breathe for 70 minutes. He looked at the oxygen tube he had just obtained from the corpse. Can be used for 6 hours. As long as you find a passage, you can get out of this underground ruins. And then, he looked at the treasure chest again and swallowed. Pick up the copper treasure chests one by one.
102 copper treasure boxes.
After a while, he finally picked up all the treasure boxes and couldn't help but sigh.
102.
He couldn't help but roar again. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. His feet touched a corpse, and soon the sound of the system came again. Added 1 cubic meter of storage space. The light of his flashlight scanned the surroundings, and he saw another shining spot of light next to a corpse. Walked over. You gain 2 cubic meters of storage space.
Ha ha ha. What the HL? Ha ha.
He laughed wildly, but tightly covered the breathing mask on his mouth. No, you can't be so excited. He calmed down again and walked to the innermost part of the room. He looked up at the weird mural and snorted. He reached out to the lizard man who died next to the two stone chairs. You got a silver treasure chest. You got a gold treasure chest. His heart was beating violently again, and he felt that the blood vessels on the top of his head were beating along with it. Silver treasure chest. He remembered that in the refuge village before, dozens of people gathered around a tiger-spotted shadow deer, and they had to kill many of them to get one like this. But now, they got such one so easily. As for the golden treasure chest, I heard that only people like Lin Yu would get it. Wait, Lin Yu? He suddenly thought. Was it Lin Yu who had just come to attack? After all, only that kind of madman would attack the lizard people so crazily. No, Lin Yu had issued a warning to everyone on the world channel before, and the second to fourth people in the world rankings also followed suit. Could it be them? Or, no. It's time to stop thinking about it. Time is precious. Although he knew that even if the outside was completely blocked, there was a way to get out of this huge room and then to the safer upper floor. But if you don't seize the time, everything you say will be in vain. He quickly stood up and searched around the ground again. After collecting storage spaces one after another, he finally focused his attention on the two circular patterns in the middle of the house. Dragging a lizard man's body and placing it on one of them, he stood on the other. With the sound of stones being crushed, a hidden hole appeared in the corner of the room. He quickly ran over, and as soon as he got inside, the hole closed. Chapter 279: The Secret of Evolution. Gawu! Xiaobai's huge claws opened up the masonry in front of him, revealing the true face of the boulder blocking the road. And Xiaoming immediately hit that place with a heavy blow. The dragon's tail, as hard as steel, swept across, and a crack was actually blasted out of the boulder. Xiaobai stepped forward and sprayed an extremely large amount of ice mist there. The cracks in the boulder continued to increase, and with a small blow from the hard exoskeleton on the back of the hand, it suddenly shattered. Boom! They suddenly heard a sound coming from a place not too far away. Ga? Xiaobai! The voice was not loud, but in the ears of the two giant dragons, it was like thunder. It's the master. They immediately accelerated the speed of destroying the masonry and boulders blocking the road ahead. The master was right in front of them. After a while, as the last stone was smashed by Xiaoming, the figure of the owner Lin Yu was finally revealed from over there. Ga! Ga! Xiaobai and Xiaoming were so happy that they finally saw their master again. Xiaobai! Xiaoming! Ha ha! You two are too fierce. Wait! Xiaoming! Why have you changed your appearance? Lin Yu suddenly discovered that the Xiaoming in front of him was completely different from the previous Xiaoming. It is gray-brown all over, and its height is still a little short of Xiaobai's. But its muscles are extremely developed, especially its legs and tail, and it is even much stronger than Xiaobai. Moreover, its arms, legs, back, and tail have a thick layer of external bone armor, which seems to be quite strong. There are even two crescent-like horns growing diagonally above its head. However, it does not have wings. But judging from the muscles all over its body, this thing is definitely not slow. Lin Yu looked at the greatly changed Xiaoming and couldn't believe it for a moment. How has it evolved? When? Moreover, the system did not remind me. Congratulations. You and your pet have developed a strong emotional bond. And your pet has developed the second stage of bond evolution. Please confirm pet information. Pet race, explosive dragon. Pet name, Xiaoming. Status, adult body. Description, a rare mutant creature with extremely terrifying power, running rampant on the earth and plains, and is the well-deserved king of the ground. Ability, explosive rush. The extremely sharp claws and teeth will be blessed with terrifying speed, causing extreme force to launch a crazy impact on the prey. Blade storm. The claws are violently swung and then slash the airflow to create a vacuum. With continuous slashing, the vacuum will be torn apart and produce a small storm to a certain extent, which will cause great trauma to the enemy. Tail dragon cart. With the blessing of explosive power, the tail covered with outer bone armor can make small and medium-sized enemies split into several pieces. Even large enemies cannot withstand this terrifying blow and faint. Natural talent, brave fighting and fury. The more powerful the opponent, the stronger the fighting power, and the greater the attack power. The sound of the system is really timely. However, Xiaoming's panel description is a bit too wild and violent. He feels like a killing machine. It seems that this person will also have great potential in the future. While feeling pleased with Xiaoming's changes, Lin Yu also guessed some ways to upgrade and evolve the little ice lizards. Tied down evolution. This method of evolution went beyond Lin Yu's original understanding, After all, although the creatures on the earth will also evolve, these changes will only occur after an extremely long period of time, when adaptation to the environment and survival have reached a certain level. And this change will also be extremely long. And it is not like Xiaobai and the others, who have a huge change that is almost completely different from the original, or even beyond imagination. The body size changes from small to large, and the shape and form also undergo considerable changes. In fact, even if the ice lizards are originally the same race, they will have different evolutionary directions in the future. What's even more amazing is that this evolution seems to occur only after the emotional connection between the two parties has deepened to a certain extent. During this period, it seems that they need to accumulate a lot of combat experience required for evolution. Or in other words, experience in killing enemies. Just like Xiaobai killed so many strange rats, mutated sheep, tiger-spotted shadow deer, and the like at the beginning. Xiaoming killed a lot of strange rats, and the like on the island, all after killing quite a lot of enemies. In this way, they have transformed from small ice lizards into larger creatures, with more significant changes every day. After experiencing many battles, they have a deeper emotional connection between master and servant. As the bond deepened, evolution occurred again. This kind of evolution has surpassed the common sense of Lin Yu, who was originally on the earth, and also surpassed the cognition of all humans. However, Lin Yu felt that it was possible that no one could imagine or understand this situation. He recalled that when he first had a live broadcast, everyone saw that Xiaobai started out as a small ice lizard. Later, someone saw Xiaobai's evolved appearance in the underground ruins. When it came to the battle with Levick, Xing Lingfeng and his gang saw Xiaobai's form again when he became a flying dragon. But from the world channel and group chats, Lin Yu had never found anyone completely and directly connecting the little ice lizard, the little dinosaur, and the flying dragon. So far, unless someone has tamed wild mutant creatures like him, and successfully established a master-servant relationship, and developed a bonding relationship. Otherwise, evolution will generally not be imagined by anyone. After all, it has only been less than a month since the beginning. Who would have thought that a small creature would have such a big change? Tai evolution is very powerful. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his increasingly powerful companions. Xiaobai evolved from a small ice lizard to a snow shadow hunting lizard, and then evolved into a silver flash ice dragon. The first evolution occurred due to long time together, and the second evolution occurred in order to protect Xiaobai after he fought bravely to kill the enemy due to his high fever at that time. Xiaoming evolved from a small ice lizard to an explosive salamander hunter lizard, and then evolved into an explosive battle dragon not long ago. The first time it was very sudden. It was the evolution that broke out immediately after officially becoming his pet. And the second time, it was probably after fighting together for a long time. And he was seriously injured after fighting the lizard man yesterday. The evolution that resulted from the emotional ties he created after his careful bandaging and treatment. And it's not just evolution. This incredibly magical creature also has a process called sloughing. After molting, their combat effectiveness and strength will be greatly improved. Xiaobai is changed from a small flying dragon that can only fly short distances to a giant dragon with huge wings that can fly long distances and long periods of time. The change is not small. Lin Yu is now looking forward to more and more what kind of improvement Xiaoming will have when shedding his skin. The master and servant met again. Lin Yu had many complicated feelings in his heart at this moment. But at this moment, he also knew that he could not stay in Area C for much longer. The structure here is very unstable, and we don't know when it will collapse again.
Okay, let's go back to the shelter first. Thanks to you this time.
Lin Yu hugged Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the four little ice lizards, and then headed towards the exit. Along the way, gravel and bricks were everywhere. Lin Yu moved forward at the fastest speed, while paying attention to Xiaobai and Xiaoming. The closer he got to the shelter, the more excited Lin became. Finally able to come back. Boom! That is, when he was less than 10 meters away from the stone door of the shelter. Bursts of roaring sound suddenly erupted behind him. Lin Yu felt like he was selling his skin. I knew it. This is simply a must-have tacky plot in this situation.
Charge!
Lin Yu roared. And at the same time, he felt himself being picked up by Xiaobai instantly. And in the blink of an eye he was in front of Shermin. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoming also came to the door carrying the little ice lizards. There were bursts of banging sounds from behind the door. Lin Yu jumped off Xiaobai's arm and returned to the shelter without even looking behind him. Soon, Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards all rushed out one by one. and the passage behind him almost collapsed under the waves of distant shaking. Lin Yu didn't want to see a lot of dust entering the shelter, so he closed the stone door directly.
Finally, back!
Lin Yu sat down on the ground. He could hardly lift his arms. He was exhausted from hammering those boulders with a diamond pickaxe for a long time. Fortunately, I didn't give up. It was still business as usual in the basement. But as Lin Yu relaxed, he also heard the rumbling and continuous thunder coming from outside the shelter, as well as the sound of pouring rain hitting the windows, and the howling wind. Then it continued to reach my ears.
The inside of this cave and the outside of the cave seemed to be similar. They are all quite noisy.
Although he was exhausted, Lin Yu still struggled to get up and return to the first floor. There was lightning and thunder outside, and through the glass, the heavy rain that hit the window had turned into mist, completely blurring the vision. The flashes of light and violent thunder also made the entire shelter quite noisy. Lin Yu glanced at Xiaobai and Xiaoming. They seemed to be quite adaptable and didn't have any big reaction.
Is everything okay?
Lin Yu was surprised at the adaptability of these two guys and looked at the window for a long time. But indeed, if you get used to it, it's really not a big deal. The lighting rods outside have been set up long ago. The intercontinental missile launch vehicle has also been wrapped with stone walls, and lightning rods have been set up. As for other buildings, they have also been protected. And even the greenhouses have been drained. Unless this disaster reaches an extremely horrific level. Otherwise, this shelter will become an unsinkable ark standing on this wasteland as usual. Lin Yu returned to the living room and laid down on the sofa. He placed 2 pieces of sheepskin next to the sofa, and Xiaobai and Xiaoming also laid down on the sheepskin. Their current size was no longer able to move around in various rooms, which made Lin Yu feel that he really needed to prepare a larger rest and space for these 2 little guys, and even the black spots that were about to evolve. Room for entertaining.
There's still less than 3.5 hours.
Lin Yu looked at the time. Now there is lightning and thunder outside, and the sky is as dark as day. You can't get out anyway. And even if something happens outside, you can't do much. But that doesn't mean he has nothing to do. After resting for a while, Lin Yu walked into the kitchen and filled his stomach first. He walked to the kitchen, washed the rice for cooking first, cut some bacon and put it into the pot, then cut the lion-headed bear meat into shreds, fried a meal of shredded pork, chicken feathers and vegetables, and cut some onions and mutated mutton. After the operation, he made himself a bowl of vegetable soup. In this slightly cold weather, there is nothing better than a bowl of soup to warm you up. Lin Yu brought tables and chairs and placed the dining room in the living room.
Let's eat! Let's eat! I haven't had such a rich meal in a long time.
Lin Yu sighed and picked up the chopsticks. In this world, how many people can eat such sumptuous meals like him? Lin Yu picked up the soup bowl and took a sip of the hot soup first. Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the other little ice lizards turned their attention to the meat and started to fight for it one by one. After drinking the hot soup, my body became a little warmer. The wind was howling outside, and the thunder and lightning was roaring, as if it was the end of the world. The style of painting inside this huge shelter on the wasteland is completely different from the painting style of the scenery outside. A bite of meat, a bite of vegetables, a bite of rice. Lin Yu finally felt a little full, and took out a bottle of low-alcohol wine from the warehouse. Picking up the goblet, pouring some, and putting some ice cubes in the ice machine. Lin Yu swung the wine glass, and once again stood in front of the window that was beaten by rain and fog. He looked back at Xiaobai and the others, who were still fighting over the remaining food. Smiling and shaking his head, he remembered one more thing. Suddenly, the system information was received, and there were more than 100 copper treasure boxes, silver treasure boxes, and gold treasure boxes. When the new stone door of the underground ruins opens tomorrow, shouldn't we look for a passage leading to Area C? Then clean up the bricks there, and then put the treasure box into our pocket? Although there were indeed too many copper treasure chests. So many that he almost couldn't muster the energy to open them. But since it has exploded, it should be picked up. It's a treasure chest after all. Even if you keep it, you can't just throw it away, right? Not to mention there are 4 gold treasure chests inside.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. We should have a good rest today.
Lin Yu took a sip of the cold wine, and felt the unique aroma of grapes, and the spicy taste of the wine blooming in his mouth. Still not used to it, Lin Yu felt that this thing was really not as good as the drink. But, Xiaobai and Xiaoming had just poured a little bit each of them. But they passed out and slept soundly. It seems like your drinking capacity is pretty good? After slowly drinking the remaining wine, Lin Yu reopened the system panel. I looked at the time and saw that there was still nearly half an hour before the disaster officially started. So, it seems that the system notification is about to come. Chapter 280, the fourth disaster begins. Warning. The fourth disaster. Thunderstorms and hurricanes are coming. Warning. The fourth disaster. Thunderstorms and hurricanes are coming. This disaster will last for 12 hours. The hurricane will gradually increase from level 5 to level 1. And the density and intensity of thunderstorms will also increase at the same time. Super large hurricane groups will appear everywhere. Once you go out and get involved, there is no chance of survival. All secret realms will be closed at the same time. And those who stay inside will be forcibly kicked out of the secret realms. Refresh again after the disaster is over. More system functions will be enabled after this disaster. Wish everyone get through this difficult time. The next disaster warning will be issued in 72 hours. On the system panel, the warning notice was dazzling. At the same time, Lin Yu had already felt that the sound of wind, rain and the roar of thunder and lightning outside had become louder. Lying on the sofa, Lin Yu did not fall asleep. Xiaobai and the others were sleeping soundly. And streaks of thunder light shone into the room from the window, which was extremely dazzling. Lin Yu walked over there again and directly covered the window with a wooden wall. Fortunately, I didn't open a lot of windows before. Otherwise it would have been a bit difficult. Lin Yu returned to the sofa again, thinking a lot. For some reason, he didn't feel sleepy at all now. He didn't know if it was because he had been lying in the ice lizard cave for too long.
How are the people in other shelters doing?
The weather outside is extremely bad. If every shelter has a lightning rod and a strong shelter, it will not be difficult to survive this disaster. Speaking of this disaster, Lin Yu now has a new understanding after actually experiencing it. Is this disaster terrible? Horrible. Category 5 hurricanes can destroy any weak buildings, and can also send heavy objects, such as cars flying high into the sky. At the same time, it can also bring extremely large amounts of precipitation. The thunderstorm became the protagonist of this disaster, releasing endless electricity into the entire other world. The wind is howling, the rain is pouring, and the thunder and lightning are raging. It doesn't seem so scary when you think about it. Isn't this extreme weather? Although hurricanes are scary, they can be easily survived if they don't use wooden shelters. Stone shelters will not be easily blown into the sky. And if yours is a wooden shelter, then if you get an underground shelter in advance and put all important things underground, then even if the hurricane reaches 5 level, if the shelter is swept away, then as long as the underground is waterproofed, there will basically be no problem in surviving this hurricane. The same goes for thunderstorms. No matter what. As long as the thunderstorm doesn't hit anything accurately, there is no need to be so afraid. In addition, if there is a lightning rod, it will make things easier. Unless the shelter is an iron shelter. Getting a Faraday cage would be too much. As for the heavy rain caused by the hurricane, Lin Yu looked at it now and found that it didn't seem to be that big. It was just that the raindrops were relatively heavy. The water accumulation and the light currently appear to be less than a dozen centimeters deep. The system just said that this disaster will last for 12 hours. Which is indeed not a long time. In Lin Yu's view. As long as others follow his previous anti-disaster strategy to fight against this disaster, there is basically no big problem if they survive it safely. Of course, if someone has a better method, it would be better. Lin Yu opened the system panel. He looked towards the group. It was very lively inside. Too lively. Lin Yu looked at the upper right corner, where the number displayed was 91,225 people. The number of people was not much smaller than the last time he saw this number. He stared at this number for a while, and found that there was almost no downward decreasing trend. It seems that the disaster caused by the system this time has no power at all in this group at least. He looked at the world channel again. There was almost no information like help there. Everyone was chatting happily about random things, as if this disaster had never started or happened. Lin Yu watched the screen for a while. The group of people chatted about how to build a shelter, but there wasn't much useful information. So he looked at the group again. Good guys. There are still 91,225 people. I looked at the time. It was almost an hour ago. System. Are you anxious? Lin Yu looked at the announcement again and felt that it was a joke. It is estimated that more than half of the current survivors are facing the disaster comfortably, and a small half of them have gone to the underground ruins. Of course, there will also be some beggars huddled in the small rooms provided by the lizard people like rats in the ditch, begging for life. No matter what. The current disaster in the system seems to be a bit of a joke. With the wisdom of smart human beings, there are always ways to deal with disasters. From the panic and helplessness at the beginning, with no solution, to the current sharp decrease in the number of deaths and the smooth passage of time. How long did it take? Just 1 month. Linyu felt that unless the system caused a triple disaster next time, otherwise, the troops would really come to cover up the water and the earth. Anyway, there was a disaster forecast, and there was at least 3 days to fully prepare. He stood up gently, went to the ice machine, and filled some ice cubes into the cup. This time he put 2 green tea bags in it, and then added water. The wind was howling outside. Thunder and lightning flashed. He brought the sofa over and sat in front of the window. Linyu drank iced green tea and had no intention of sleeping. Although he was very tired during the day, he somehow didn't want to sleep like this. Looking back on the various experiences during the day, whether it was exploration, fighting, cave collapse, or even self-rescue later, everything made him feel how insignificant a person is. To deal with the lizardmen, they had an extremely terrifying number. And they also had the help of the beggars, who were colluding with each other. They also had attacks from turtle crocodiles that he had never seen before. Whether it was the explosion trick between the small altars or the main force, explosives were installed on the door of the room, which forced him to realize again that the lizard man was not something he could kill alone. The reason why the cave collapsed was indeed because he was unable to face the impact of the 3 strange monsters. So he had to retreat step by step, and finally use that move as a last resort. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the end. But if there is a group of people around to fight with him, be it lizard men, beggars, or turtle crocodiles, how many rounds can they last if they focus their fire attacks? The more Lin thought of this, he looked at the private message from Feiyu in the system panel. Dominating people. He was a little moved. The other party's proposal to dominate people actually did no harm to him at all. It can even be understood that this is an honorary title. But this honorary position also has the power to almost command more than 100 people to obey him and perform various tasks for him. For example, he can ask these people to collect various parts used in manufacturing robots. Or he can ask them to collect various alloys. He can even let these people specialize in mining basic resources such as stone or wood. Or, he could have these people fully armed and enter the underground ruins under his guidance, giving the lizards and beggars a huge blow. And the price he paid was just to give these people food and clothing. The relationship is simple. To search for resources in the secret realm, to mine vegetables, to attack lizardmen. All he needs to do is say a word, and then he will give corresponding rewards based on the size of the results, such as fresh vegetables, fruits, various foods, wine, etc. It is said that they are controlling people, but in fact, they are more like lords who issue tasks. And these people complete the tasks, and then earn what they want, so that they can live a better and more nourishing life. It seems that it is really possible. Linyu had no choice but to admire that third master Ming Yutong. Before he died, he was able to come up with such a clever trick, which successfully made him a lone wolf who originally didn't want to get involved with others. Very interested in this matter. This not only ensures the power he possesses, but also ensures that after third master leaves, this huge refuge village will not end up being eliminated in this other world, because there is no strong leader to lead the team. At least they kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Linyu glanced at the time. Too late. It's better not to talk to Feiyu now. After drinking the iced tea, Linyu walked back to the bedroom. He opened his eyes wide, and was thinking about something in the dark bedroom. He suddenly remembered that when Area C collapsed, wouldn't there be still people in the underground ruins? It doesn't matter if you are begging for a living. But if you are a beggar, it would be a big sin. Linyu searched in the group and the world channel. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and Xiaobai walked in unsteadily. He suddenly lay down on the carpet in the bedroom, and soon started snoring again. This little guy. Linyu did not disturb it, but continued to search. After a while, he closed the system panel again. No. At least, none were in Area C at that time. Although some people have talked about some shaking sensations in the underground ruins, it is true that except for Area C, there is no damage in other areas. After feeling a little relieved, Linyu also felt waves of sleepiness coming from him. This day was indeed quite tiring. There were many things that I had no time to do, let alone the means to do, because of the lizards and beggars in the underground ruins. If I have enough time, I really want to build a shelter properly. Thinking like this, listening to the thunderstorm and the roar of the wind outside, Lin Yu opened the quilt and got into it. One night passed. The strong wind was still howling, but the heavy rain had stopped unconsciously. The thunder was rolling, but it was not as violent as last night. Lin Yu was still asleep. Xiaobai yawned, stood up, stared at his master's sleeping face for a while, then gently walked out of the room, and went outside to kick Xiaoming, who was about to pass out.
Go?
Xiaoming opened his eyes halfway, then closed them again. It was still very sleepy, especially when the wind and thunder outside continued, making it even more want to give itself up to sleep. This shelter is so safe that even if there is a disaster outside, it does not have to worry about its sleep being disturbed.
Gawu!
Xiaobai kicked him again and glared, and then Xiaoming stood up unsteadily.
Go?
It still didn't understand why Xiaobai called it Gawu. Xiaobai walked to the front, went down to the basement, and came to the innermost temporary bedroom. Xiaoming's eyes widened, and he saw a stone gate that appeared there at some point.
Ga!
Xiaobai pushed open the stone door, and inside, a group of lizardmen seemed to be gathering here. Xiaoming's eyes flashed red, and it rushed in instantly.
What time is it?
Lin Yu yawned, stretched and stood up from the bed.
What? It's already this time? Staying up late is really not a good habit.
Lin Yu didn't expect that he would sleep until past 12 o'clock. He stayed up too late last night, and the glass of wine was really refreshing. He actually slept until the disaster was completely over. The thunder and wind sounds outside have long since disappeared, and the sound of rain has completely disappeared. He walked to the window and found that the sun was shining brightly outside, and it was as if nothing had happened. Pushing open the door of the shelter, Lin Yu was surprised to find that there was not much water outside, but there was still more than half a meter of water in the drainage channel. Looking at the clear and transparent water, Lin Yu suddenly had some strange thoughts. Rainwater is drinkable. Oh! Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Good guy. This is the first time. You can drink it when it rains. This is simply outrageous. It was clear that rain and snow were corrosive before, but it's not so this time. That's a good thing. At least, it allows the survivors, who are struggling to find water sources, to obtain some water resources in a short time. No matter how much. They can also take care of some things. If you can make some puddles or something like before, you can collect more water. You get rainwater X39L. After collecting a lot of rainwater easily, Lin Yu immediately made a water storage tank and placed it outside the shelter, throwing the water inside. Then, he went to the greenhouse and the outward part of the drainage channel, collected more than 200 liters, and put them into the water storage tank. In the process, he also inspected various parts of the shelter a little bit, except for a part of the wall that collapsed due to unknown reasons, and 2 large holes were blown out of the membranes of the second and third greenhouses among the 3 greenhouses. The other buildings did not appear to have suffered any damage at all. This is also because he used enough stone walls to cover all the buildings outside, and the overall buildings are mostly made of stone, so at least nothing was blown away. As for the thunderstorm, it did leave some marks on the lightning rod on the roof of his warehouse, but the damage to the warehouse was almost completely invisible. The ground was not as slippery as expected. Lin Yu walked outside the gate of the wall and walked around for a while. He found several new small ponds, which were full of rainwater that could be used. He was not polite and collected them all into the storage space. After going back and forth several times, he took out 3 large water storage tanks and filled them with rainwater one by one. Although he won't drink this water, he can at least use it to flush the toilet or take a shower. It's not corrosive anyway, right? After finishing his work, Lin Yu stretched his arms and suddenly remembered something. Xiaobai. Where have they gone? Chapter 281 Platinum Treasure Chest. Get at you.
Ga!
Xiaobai, who had a lot of blood on his body, nodded to Lin Yu and told his master that his guess was right. Lin Yu looked at the corpses on the ground, and his eyebrows could not help but beat. He looked at Xiaoming again, who had blood all over his body. He seemed to be hungry. He was looking at his hands, and his tail was wagging.
So you two took advantage of my sleep to clear out the area of the underground ruins. Right.
Lin Yu confirmed it one last time. Both dragons nodded. Lin Yu looked at the 17 corpses of beggars on the ground, as well as a half-dead lizard man in black clothes, and had already figured out the whole thing. These two have really done some great things. After he had poured out the rainwater, he remembered that he had not seen Xiaobai and Xiaoming. So he went back to the shelter to search around. He happened to see two little guys running out of the stone door of the underground ruins. And they also made a lot of them. The corpse of a beggar, plus a half-dead lizardman priest. Of course, the blood on them is also eye-catching. But Linyu never thought that it was their blood. Who could open a hole in these two terrifying creatures? I, Linyu, would like to call me the strongest. After all, the combination of Xiaobai's ice spray, his almost weird and wonderful speed, and Xiaoming's extremely violent impact. Be it a lizardman or a beggar. As long as there is still the psychological existence of fear, then it will definitely be completely unable to resist due to the cooperation of these two guys, and eventually collapse. Now, these corpses in front of them, as well as the lizardman priest Xiaobai and the others captured, are the best manifestations. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. Linyu quickly clicked on the highlights on these corpses, and he immediately gained a total of 18 cubic meters of storage space. Moreover, there are a lot of supplies in these storage spaces, although most of them are useless. Linyu still found something very good.
There are actually cheese and dozens of eggs? Can the eggs hatch into chicks?
Linyu felt that he had some other ideas. Now, he already has 128 cubic meters of storage space, which is a huge change compared to before. If this 128 cubic meters of storage space can be used rationally, you can really do a lot of things. But only if he has time.
Finish these things first, and then contact Fei Yu,
Linyu thought, and walked to the lizardman priest who had his eyes wide open, but was seriously injured and could not move at all. An iron spear appeared in his hand, and without any expression, Linyu penetrated it directly through its throat. You got a gold treasure chest. This is not surprising.
Okay, Xiaobai and Xiaoming, move these corpses back to the underground ruins. Let's...
Linyu looked at the newly appeared stone gate of underground ruins, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, today is still the 7th day. Even if it is a disaster, it is still the 7th day. How come a new underground ruin stone gate appeared? He ran out of the spare bedroom and looked at the stone door of the underground ruins that was still at the emergency exit yesterday, and found that it was still there. What's the situation? He ran back immediately. And what the H? I was the stone door in front of him. Could it be that? Linyu immediately opened the system panel and looked at the bulletin board. The system will be upgraded soon. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded, and Linyu was completely awakened by this voice. Upgrade? Want to upgrade again? Upgrade progress 49%. Upgrade progress 74%. Upgrade completed. The system is upgraded to the official version 4.0. End of the 4th disaster. As of the end of this disaster, the remaining surviving population in the world, 246,871, 2447 people. Please note that after this system is upgraded to the official version 4.0, various previous functions will be extensively updated. Update Content 1. The varieties and types of mutated creatures have increased significantly, and they are more aggressive. And the number of giant creatures has increased. Update Content 2. The rules of the underground ruins gate have changed, retaining the original stone gate with a fixed location that is updated every 7 days. And the special ruins location stone gate will be refreshed every 2 days. Update 3. The system will merge groups again to reach the standard of 200,000 people. Update Content 4. The system opens the world commodity trading market, replacing the original trading panel. At the same time, the trading panel will also undergo an interface upgrade to facilitate reading and searching. Update Content 5. The door to the secret realm will be refreshed in 7-day units. At the same time, the door to the special secret realm will appear randomly and unlimited times, and the entry and exit time limit is shortened to 1 day. Update Content 6. Resource points will be randomly refreshed in the wild, and the number and variety will increase. Update Content 7. Manufacturing, commodity trading and exchange, appraisal, etc. will all consume survival points. If the survival points are negative, death penalty will be imposed according to the system rules. Update 8. The next disaster will be a triple disaster. Again, death here is real death. Good luck to all mankind. Linyu looked like an old man on the subway looking at his cell phone. What is this? Is this updated to 4.0? Moreover, the amount of information is extremely huge, and the updated content is even more than every previous update. Linyu looked at the remaining population, and then at the last time, and found that this time only more than 30 million people were eliminated. This magnitude is smaller than at the end of the last disaster. These people who were screened out became stronger and smarter each time. However, the system may also be anxious. It directly contributes to the next disaster.
The triple disaster is okay. But will there be an 8th or 9th disaster in the future? The system will become increasingly unplayable.
Lin Yu's comment on this was that the system was too stretched. If you want to eliminate people, just say you are eliminating people. You have to cause several disasters to test mankind. In fact, it is not necessary. Even if there are more rapes like those begging for survival, the survivors will not be able to bear it. Compared with the disaster, the human heart is much more terrifying. Lin Yu looked at the more than 30 million people who lost their lives after this disaster and was also guessing. How many of them really died due to disasters? How many of them were beggars who were killed? And how many died because of beggars? As for the reason for the extra underground ruins, the stone gate was also found out from the announcement. And this means that it will be refreshed every 2 days. God is so annoying. This system really understands what the most acute contradiction is now. There is a life and death conflict between the Lizardman Survival Alliance and the majority of survivors. Opening up so many more exits means that there will be more battles in this area. The Lizardmen and beggars are already quite aggressive now, and they will probably take the initiative to attack the survivors through these extra exits in the future. The more Lin thought of this, he looked at Xiaobai and Xiaoming who had been waiting for his order. He put on the robot hand, dragged the body of the lizard priest, and pushed open the stone door of the underground ruins. Xiaobai and Xiaoming also dragged a large number of corpses of beggars into this space together. Lin Yu finally threw the corpse into one of the small rooms in the underground ruins, and Xiaobai and Xiaoming also threw the corpses of the beggars in. I have to say that these two little guys are quite smart. If they were that stupid, they might just go out by themselves and come back empty-handed. They can bring back the corpse of a beggar who has been killed so that he can collect storage space. And they can also bring back a lizardman priest who can open a gold treasure chest, which proves that they are extremely smart and have long observed his usual behavior and made the most correct choice. The corpses were piled together. Lin Yu got some gasoline on them, but did not light them immediately. He directly opened the gold treasure chest he had just obtained. You have obtained the Z1 area map of the underground ruins. Zone Z1? Forget about Z. Here's another one. Sure enough, there are not only 26 English letters in the underground ruins. Maybe the number is beyond imagination. Then, why should this thing be called an underground ruins? All lizardmen live there. Isn't it inappropriate to call it a ruins? Lin Yu thought about something else and looked at the regional map he had just obtained. Doesn't seem big? He went into battle lightly, and under the leadership of the two ferocious dragons, Xiaobai and Xiaoming, he ran almost the whole way around the area. The final destination is naturally the huge room. Along the way, he really saw quite a lot of dead lizard people, with all kinds of strange shapes. They were probably all the work of Xiaoming. Finally arriving in the huge room, Lin Yu found that the battle inside seemed to have been extremely fierce. At least, he saw nearly 100 lizardman corpses, dozens of explosion marks, and scenes of masonry walls and roofs being blown to pieces. He glanced at Xiaobai and Xiaoming. No wonder these two guys were so dirty. That's why. Looking at the wall in the room, Lin Yu used the photo function provided by the system to take a picture of it before observing it carefully, and then moved closer to observe it carefully. Just like the previous painting, it seems to be a comic strip that tells the entire incident. The general content is quite different from the previous picture. This time, what was depicted on the mural was a scene that Lin Yu had not expected. The construction process of underground ruins. Or in other words, the formation process of underground ruins is described in a surreal way. In the first picture, the lizard people expelled and enslaved the orcs with a pair of huge ears on their heads that he had seen on the previous mural, and let them set up kilns to bake bricks. And there seemed to be an extremely large number of orcs. And they were all coerced by the lizard men with weapons, and would be killed if they resisted at all. The second picture is much simpler. It describes the process of the orcs being forced by the lizard men to dig underground ruins and underground passages. The third picture shows the process of them using bricks to build the entire underground ruins. Lin Yu looked at the last picture. What is painted there is the story of the lizard men dedicating some of these orcs to the storm lizards as food. At this point, Lin Yu also understood the meaning of the bones piled up in the secret space of Area F last time. Although the four pictures are independent, they are connected to each other. What completely connects them is the two full moons in the sky. Of course, the lizard people did not forget to add all kinds of monsters to the entire mural. No matter it was the poisonous dragon or the giant beetle. No one was left behind. Moreover, Lin Yu also discovered quite a few creatures that he had never seen in the secret realm. For example, there are green monsters that can disguise themselves as plants. And there are locust-like things that fly in groups in the sky. He used the system's camera to take photos of them all at close range, and decided to remember them one by one. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Although you can rely on Xiao Bai's perception in the secret realm, you must also pay attention to monsters that suddenly appear like Du Tianlong last time, and cannot be killed in a short period of time without thinking. Sometimes, just by being careless or not paying attention, you can plunge yourself into an absolute crisis in an instant. After taking a closer look to make sure there was nothing that could be missed, Lin Yu walked to the two circular patterns in the center of the room. As usual, he used a stone to hold down one of them, and stood on top of the other. With the sound of crushing stones, Lin Yu quickly noticed that there had been a change in this room.
Huh? It's not underground this time.
Lin Yu looked at the extra passage on the wall on the right, and couldn't help but be surprised. He walked over, and soon after passing through a rather spacious passage, he came to a space almost the same size as the large room just now. And here, the situation is the same as the one he saw last time in the hidden space of Area F. There are an extremely large number of bones here, and they are all in human shape. Lin Yu was very sure that these were the remains of the orc with a pair of huge ears. There was a circular platform in the center of the space. Lin Yu stepped forward and found a pattern painted on it. The content of the pattern is very simple. Just two circles. And there is a large circle of something shining underneath. There are some small crosses next to the two circles. There is no doubt that these are the two moons. As for these shining things, Lin Yu thought of a possibility. Diamonds, rubies, sapphires. These three things were all things he collected from various underground ruins. And they were all quite large. Even, it completely fits the characteristic of sparkling. So, does this mean that these gems should be placed in a circle under the two moons? Lin Yu counted the large circle. There were 12 in total. 12 kinds of gems. It seems that there is only one conclusion at present. Lin Yu thought for a while, and decided not to delve into it for the time being, and quickly explored the place thoroughly. After walking around the large room, he soon heard the system's reward sound. World announcement. World announcement. It has been detected that survivors have unlocked the entire map of the Z1 area of the underground ruins. It has been detected that survivors have unlocked the entire map of the Z1 area of the underground ruins. The system will issue first pass rewards to this survivor according to the rules. The reward this time is Platinum Treasure Chest X1. Chapter 282, an opportunity for qualitative change.
What happened? We are still digesting the disaster here. When we were summing up, someone actually stepped into the underground ruins again? Such efficiency! It only took less than half a day. Could it be that the disaster outside was too boring? So I went to the underground ruins to kill lizards and beggars. By the way, shouldn't the beggars be trembling? Speaking of beggars, we caught about 10 of them yesterday. What do you think they were doing with the lizard people at that time? Good guys. They were drinking and having a good time. They were just like a family. If they didn't look like us. Almost. I thought they were a new species of lizard people. Beggars deserve to die. Our refuge village was preparing for a disaster yesterday. As a result, a group of lizard men, led by several beggars, rushed into the refuge village and killed more than a dozen of us. We and the beggars are at odds with each other. The beggars are indeed disgusting. Lin Yu is right. They are really a huge threat. I think we need to join forces and form a big alliance to catch all the beggars. Sure. But then again, who do you think is this big guy who has speed past the Z1 area in a short time? Should we place a bet? Anyway, the World Mall is now open, and whoever loses by then will win. It's okay to trade directly with anyone who knows. Well, I bet it's Lin Yu. My dear, this is a bit too much of a bet. Are you kidding me? Well, I'll bet my life too. Lin Yu. Same as above. Same as above plus 10,086. What's the point of you all betting that it's Lin Yu? After all, there is no other person who is so awesome. I declare that Lin Yu is the best in the world. Broken sound. Lin Yu is number 1 in the world. How can he admit it with a monster like you? Stop licking. What if you get tired of licking the boss? Next time it will be a triple disaster. And you have to rely on the boss to stay alive.
At this moment, the World Channel was abuzz with excitement and excitement. Originally, everyone was talking about the system update, the emergence of the World Trading Platform. the rules of the new secret realm and underground ruins, the roar of what seemed to be a giant creature, and various other things. All kinds of things and problems. But the system notification completely interrupted everything. The underground ruins that just appeared in Area Z1 were destroyed in an instant. This alone is enough to make people excited. And who passed so quickly through this maze that was like H.L. to others, full of heavily armed and bomb-wielding lizardmen and beggars who assisted them. Everyone had an extremely certain idea. Conclusion. This is definitely what Lin Yu did. There is no second possibility. There was a consensus among all. And no one raised any objections. Only that person can. Only he can do it. In other words, no one else could think of picking the second person. Lin Yu, unknowingly, has become a symbol. A symbol. After ranking first in the world rankings for 2 consecutive times, not many people question Lin Yu's so-called moisture in the first place. Especially, given his almost overwhelming advantage. The high score of the second place seemed a bit pitiful. After all, Lin Yu's score did not include any survivor's score. And everyone else was a refuge village. If there is one more survivor to survive together, there will be 20 extra points. If there are 100 people, it will be 2,000 points. Who among the second to fourth places such as Lily Carahao, Jia Yunjan, Xing Lingfeng, and Caspar dare to say that their refuge village does not have more than 100 people. Lin Yu's efforts alone are worth so many people. Even if there are no more survivors to hit points, we can still lead by nearly 2,000 points. This Lin Yu is so terrifying. Everyone is guessing. What other miracles can Lin Yu create? How many things are there that he can't do? Now, Lin Yu didn't have time to read what the group and the world channel said. His eyes were just staring at the huge platinum treasure chest in front of him. Platinum treasure chest. Lin Yu couldn't help but become excited. Platinum treasure chests. The more the merrier. Although he no longer looked down on the copper treasure box, Lin Yu still valued the silver treasure box and above. After all, what comes out is definitely good stuff. Quickly pocketing it, Lin Yu and Xiao Bai Xiaoming immediately left the area. There are no longer lizardmen here. And there is no reason to stay any longer. Moreover, he did not want to stay in this place where he did not want to be on this 7th day. There are a lot of things to do outside. So where can I have free time to hang out? I don't know if the cowboy is busy or not. But Lin Yu feels that he is probably busier than most survivors in the world. Soon, he and his 2 companions walked out of the underground ruins and returned to the shelter again. Gawu, Xiao Bai called out. And Lin Yu discovered that the little ice lizards with feet covered in mud seemed to have just ran back from outside. Have you gone to collect vegetables? Lin Yu asked. And the little ice lizards nodded repeatedly. I see. Lin Yu walked directly to the greenhouse. Lifting the cover of greenhouse number 1. He walked inside and found that it was as humid and hot as ever. And the baskets on the ground were already filled with various ripe vegetables and fruits. Putting them away one by one, Lin Yu walked over to devil chili pepper again. This thing has always been bearing a lot of fruit. And even if you don't harvest it, it won't be a big deal. You get 4 kilograms of devil pepper. The harvest is pretty good. Although it cannot be eaten. It may be used sometime. Just like last time. The key to defeating the giant beast, the bull snake dragon, is to use the terrifying power of devil's pepper to open a breakthrough. Who knows where we will encounter giant creatures again in the end? Let's keep it for now. Lin Yu continued to walk to the number 2 greenhouse. There was a large gash in the center of greenhouse number 2. Lin Yu walked over and found that the damage there was not small. Later, some of the tomatoes and cucumbers planted there were uprooted, and the soilless cultivation kit was moved by the strong wind. Lin Yu cleaned up carefully and found that the damage was not as big as imagined. He straightened the soilless cultivation set, removed all the wilted or broken cucumber and tomato seedlings, and then put the entire greenhouse away. Instead of repairing this broken greenhouse, it would be better to just rebuild one. When he came to the survival e-commerce mall, he bought 2 greenhouses without blinking an eye. After spending 800 points, he placed one of them in the original position of the greenhouse again. Soon, the complete and flawless greenhouse membrane reappeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes. And the original broken one was used by Lin Yu to recycle the survival point and exchanged it for 10 survival points. After cleaning up the various vegetables collected by the little ice lizards in the greenhouse, Lin Yu finally came to the number 3 greenhouse. The area that was damaged by the strong wind was near the gate, but it didn't have much impact. There was nothing inside, just some water, but Lin Yu replaced it as a whole and replaced the round inside. Lettuce, carrots, and green peppers are included in the storage space. Although the trip didn't take long, He did feel something. Plastic greenhouses are simply too fragile. Maybe he was lucky that the hurricane did not pass directly through the middle of his shelter. Otherwise the damage would definitely be more than this.
The sturdiness of the greenhouse is a problem, and the current total planting volume is really not large.
Lin Yu is quite dissatisfied with this aspect. And he also has a lot of ideas. He really wanted to find that kind of huge glass greenhouse. That kind of giant planting base that was stronger and larger in area. And the existing plastic greenhouses, let alone anything else, would have been different if he hadn't used walls and covered by barbed wire. I'm afraid it really won't be able to survive this disaster. Moreover, the current production is indeed a problem. He looked at all the fruits and vegetables in the storage space and found that there were not as many as he thought. If he wants to satisfy himself, there is absolutely no problem. But if he trades more than 200 kilograms of things, I am afraid it can only satisfy a refugee village to live tightly for a few days. The world market has opened. How many people want nutritious and extremely precious vegetables and fruits? Lin Yu knew without guessing that these things of his would become faster and harder currency. However, these hard currencies cannot make too many waves at present. After all, the quantity is too small.
It seems that more planting sites and more seeds are needed.
The little ice lizards are already reliable in collecting. If the site is larger and the total number of plants is larger, I believe they can be busy. Returning to the main shelter again, Lin Yu started cooking and quickly made a barbecue. Barbecue is easy to make if you have prepared it beforehand. And with the combination of a luxurious oven, you can produce barbecue with the most efficiency. After letting Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the others have a good meal, Lin Yu looked at the time and found that it was already afternoon and was getting late. Taking a deep breath, he decided it was time to move on to the next step. It has to be done sooner or later. But taking an early step can bring your current life and current advantages one step closer. Although it is true that this is a bit
on the right track.
No matter how he thinks about it, he has not lost anything. No matter what the third master Ming Yutong planned, Lin Yu now had the confidence to take the initiative completely in his own hands. Instead of being passive and being held in the hands of others and being tied up in everything he did, Lin Yu sent the message. And Su Fei Yu responded immediately.
Lin Yu, what's wrong? By the way, we found some alloys in the secret realm 2 days ago and want to exchange them for some vegetables.
Lin Yu thought to himself, this guy is still the same.
That's easy to talk about. Fei Yu, I'm looking for you this time because of what you said last time about dominating people.
Lin Yu was ready. This time is an opportunity for a qualitative leap and a key to a higher level. Not only must he grasp it, but he must also use this matter to lay a more solid foundation for survival in this different world.
Dominator! Lin Yu, I'm ready.
Fei Yu over there suddenly became excited. He knew that deciding the future of this refuge village might happen in the next moment. However, he always maintained a pessimistic attitude. Lin Yu is a lone ranger. To put it more bluntly, he is a lone wolf. The lone wolf is arrogant and unsocial, and does not want to be associated with anything. He prefers to be alone and fight the whole world alone. In this different world, Lin Yu is a special case. Or in other words, he is an alien. If the lone wolf style of survival is the mainstream in the early stage, then if it continues to be like this after experiencing the first disaster, then it will be judged as alien. And it can even be said that it is not easy to use your brain. After all, facing this cruel alien world, joining a group to keep warm should be a safer and more practical approach. And this is indeed the case. Fei Yu dare not say that the whole world except Lin Yu is still surviving alone. But he probably not much different. The more people there are, the more powerful they are. The more people there are, the more powerful they are. Mutated creatures that could not be dealt with alone before were nothing in front of a group of people. In the past, when exploring the secret realm, it was extremely easy for a person to be besieged and killed by monsters. However, with the cooperation of a group of people, the battle can be simplified and more people can be collected. With more things, you can explore a wider area. In the past, in the face of disasters, what one person could do was extremely limited. Whether it was food or disaster response, it was extremely difficult. But with a group of people helping each other, this kind of thing will become easier. It's so simple. But Lin Yu, a lone wolf, made everyone look at him sideways, made everyone dumbfounded, and made everyone feel that the greatest truth of survival was like a joke in front of this man. He lives better than anyone else. He has more supplies than any refuge village. And his fighting power is stronger than anyone else. even if they were as powerful as giant creatures, even if they were as numerous as the Lervic Legion, even if they were as dangerous as lizards and beggars. They were as worthless as a chicken or a dog in front of Lin Yu. The third master once said at that time that whoever captures Lin Yu will gain the initiative in the direction of human survival or destruction in the future. Lin Yu is destined to be the leader of all mankind, leading all mankind to return to the earth and become the greatest one. But the third master also said that Lin Yu was not easy to win over. Even Lin Yu didn't want to take care of the more than 100 of them. Before the third master's death, he could only maintain a normal trading partnership. The third master finally left him a strategy before his death. Let Lin Yu be the ruler of this refuge village. The fundamental thing is to let Lin Yu become an employer and issue tasks. And their entire refuge village must complete this task in exchange for the reward of success. These rewards are the countless resources Lin Yu possesses. If it goes well, this will be the first step for this refuge village to take off. But since he said this, Fei Yue waited for many days. He felt that there was no hope. How could Lin Yu agree? This is equivalent to creating an unbreakable connection between this lone wolf and the world.
Fei Yue, I've thought about it. I'm willing to be the ruler of your shelter, but I have a request.
Fei Yue couldn't help but feel his scalp numb when he saw the text that suddenly appeared on the chat panel. What? Did he agree? He agreed. When Fei Yue told others about this, everyone cheered. However, what is the requirement? Chapter 283, The Ruler of the Refuge Village.
The request is very simple.
Lin Yu had already thought about it. The most important link between this so-called dominant person and the refuge village is nothing else but trust. If trust can be maintained, then nothing is a problem. He issued a mission, and Fei Yue led the villagers in the refuge village to complete the mission and obtain the rewards he promised. For example, if he wanted a precision electric actuator, then Fei Yue and the others would look for this thing specifically. The more rewards they found, the more rewards he would give. It was considered that everyone got what they needed. But as this situation increases, if there is no trust constraint, disadvantages will soon come. When they are satisfied with fruits and vegetables, these people will want something else. And if they find less and he gives less, then conflicts and frictions will also arise. Therefore, there is a very necessary thing to restrain this matter.
Tell me, Lin Yu, we are very happy that you can agree.
More than happy now? Fei Yue and all the surrounding villagers were eager to dance.
That is, we agreed not to betray each other.
After Lin Yu finished speaking, he also waited for the other party's answer. Don't betray. It's easy to say, but so hard to do. In this different world, there are no legal restrictions or moral norms. If you do something excessive, as long as you feel comfortable with it, there will be no problems. In this world, people will become crazy and more aggressive because of this. Similarly, they will also use all the good things that humans have, such as feelings, friendship, trust, alliances, etc. They were torn into pieces one by one and finally thrown into the garbage. The appearance of beggars is the best proof. Think about it. What would happen if there was a betrayal between him and Fei Yue's refuge village? For him, it is the most troublesome and difficult thing, because this group of people knows and communicates with him more. The harm they will do to him will be greater. Physically, Lin Yu didn't think there was anything they could do. But mentally, it was really a lifetime.
We collectively swear that we will never betray you. As evidence,
I will give you the list, photos, and general situation of all the survivors here. I will also give you detailed information on the number of buildings and existing items in the entire refuge village. The list, the map that has been developed, all kinds of information that I have, and everything that I think is important will be handed over to you. And there will never be any concealment.
Fei Yue immediately revealed his trump card. Since Lin Yu wanted the basis and guarantee of trust, he had no need to hide it. Although he is just a
controller.
In fact, Lin Yu can be directly regarded as the supreme leader of this refuge village. As long as Lin Yu is willing to agree, then the refuge village will have nothing to hide and tell him everything he wants to know. This is also the basis of trust. And it is also the legacy left by the third master Ming Yutong.
That's perfect.
Lin Yu immediately understood what was going on. The opponent seemed to have prepared this move for a long time. And it was probably the third master Ming Yutong's plan. I have to say that this old man is really powerful and can really calculate every step. However, this hit him. Anyone else would have been eaten to death by the old man. Lin Yu knew in his heart that this was a wrestling process between him and the deceased old man. He was currently at a slight disadvantage. Although he didn't have much to lose even if he was at a disadvantage. He didn't want to always be manipulated by others. Who wants to be plotted to get to the next step? Sure enough, it is still very difficult for him to communicate with other people in a different world. Lin Yu soon received several consecutive messages from Fei Yu.
Compared with last time, after another disaster, our refuge village has also undergone considerable changes. Now there are 154 people in our refuge village, including 97 young adults, 8 elderly people, and the rest are minors among the children. The male-to-female ratio is about 6:4. Among the foods, there is an abundance of meat, and there is still a lot of water left after this disaster, which is enough for us to consume for about half a month. Individual survivors sent us distress messages. It is conservatively estimated that the population of our refuge village will exceed 200 in the next 10 days. Also, these are the tables of the names and ages of all of us. Group photo, photo.jpg. As mentioned last time, I, Fei Yu, am the leader of this refuge village. I am responsible for all normal operations of the entire refuge village, including hunting, collecting supplies, exploring secret realms, attacking and defending underground ruins, and allocating various talents. Maintain relatively independent and autonomous. Afterwards, we will specifically collect various supplies and materials needed by the ruler according to the ruler's request. Of course, we will exchange these things for the various materials promised by the ruler to ensure the survival of the entire refuge village. Normal needs and needs. In addition, this is a list of our existing material reserves and other things, as well as photos of detailed descriptions of the maps we have developed, as well as photos taken when detecting underground ruins, etc. Please receive them as well.
Lin Yu soon discovered that a large number of photos, quantity figures of items, etc. were conveyed to him. It was as if these had been prepared a long time ago and had been waiting for this moment to appear, smoothly and without any mistakes.
Good guy. How long have you been preparing for this?
Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the third master Meng Yutong really thought about it for a long time before finally deciding everything. When he decides to become the dominant person, everything will happen as smoothly as it does now. This old fox.
This serves as proof of trust and will not betray. Now I accept it. Since the connection has been established now, there is no need to be polite. Fei Yu, as the ruler, I need your power now to help me. Looking for something.
As a dominant person, he does not need to establish prestige, because now his status is enough for Fei Yu and the others to obey his orders. Moreover, it is not that he begged these people to be the dominant person, but the other party asked for it. Therefore, he now occupies the active position and will never let his advantage be reversed.
This is a supreme honor, to dominate people. We are ready.
Fei Yu replied immediately.
Lin Yu nodded. It seemed that things were going smoothly. He walked to the underground warehouse, came to the 3-headed robot dog, and looked at the existing parts and equipment. After thinking for a while, he replied to Fei Yu,
What I need is a sensor, a reducer, and a precision electric push rod. Every time I find one, I will give you 2 kilograms of vegetables or fruits. You can choose the variety by yourself. New ones are added.
There are 3 varieties of carrots, green peppers and lettuce. Of course, if you want anything else, you can ask me.
Lin Yu looked at the 3 robot dogs again. There was no doubt that they were very useful. He even feels that if used properly, these robot dogs will bring him great convenience in production and life. Lin Yu had already fully felt this when he went to the sulfur mine to mine ore last time. The robots will do what they want to do that would otherwise require a large number of humans. And they will continue to do so until the power runs out. There are no complaints. No food or drink. Just a simple recharge. And you can do a lot of things for him. But 3-headed robot dogs are far from enough. Mining, transportation, patrolling, etc. And even things that have not yet been done in the future all require a large number of robot dogs to do. If you do these things yourself, it will take a lot of time. During this time, he could obviously do other things. Whether it was building a shelter, exploring secret realms, or going to underground ruins to eliminate lizards and beggars. Which one would be better than doing those things?
We happen to have these 3, but not many. There are 4 sensors, 3 reducers, and 4 precision electric actuators. So, Dominator, can we really replace 20 kilograms of fruits and vegetables?
Fei Yu over there was also a little confused. These are all unimportant rags and stuff. nothing they don't have. Moreover, every time you find one, you can get 2 kilograms of any vegetables and fruits, which is not a great deal. At present, there is still a huge shortage of vegetables in the shelter. Although there is sufficient water now, it is still not known how long it will take to grow and eat self-produced vegetables. Lin Yu can exchange these things he needs for a total of 20 kilograms of vegetables and fruits. 10 kilograms, although not much, is actually quite good. It is a dream to allow the villagers in the refuge village to eat these things, which are rich in a variety of nutrients necessary for the human body. Okay, you can choose your own vegetables and fruits. But I also remind you that watermelon is quite heavy. You can discuss it yourself whether it is suitable. After you decide, you can directly name the transaction with me. Lin Yu was quite excited when he heard the good news. This was the first time he issued a task after becoming a dominator, and he achieved good results in a very short time. No one has paid attention to his previous transactions on the trading panel. They were all sarcastic, ridiculing, or asking questions. However, Fei Yu even reaped rewards immediately. The contrast is simply too obvious. It seems kind of fun to dominate people. This time, Fei Yu had chose lettuce, leeks and carrots as exchange materials, taking various nutritional aspects into consideration. When Lin Yu looked at Fei Yu now, he felt that he was not a leader, as he said, and as Third Master Ming Yutong said, but he had quite a lot of magnanimity. This person is honest and obedient, has his own ideas, and can completely repeat and strictly implement the words of the Third Master Ming Yutong. Before he agreed to dominate, Fei Yu did not stalk or push endlessly, but gave himself a lot of space. As evidence of trust, Fei Yu also gave enough. Whether it's a map or something else, sincerity is quite enough. Soon, Fei Yu's proprietary transaction was sent. Lin Yu also immediately gave him the right amount of vegetables. Transaction successful. You lost 5 kilograms of lettuce, 12 kilograms of carrots, and 3 kilograms of leeks. You have obtained Sensor X4, Reducer X3, Precision Electric Actuator X4. Oh, everything is ready. Robot dogs. Build 3 first. Autonomous Patrol Robot, any alloy 15/5. Sensor 3/1. Controller 3/1. Drive System March 1st. Actuator Motor. Reducer. Driver. Driver Power Supply. Metal Shaft Arm. Gear and Gear Box 3-1. Integrated Circuit Board 3-1. Signal Transmission Component 3/1. Multifunction Adapter 3/1. LCD Screen and its components 3/1. After confirming the materials of the robot dog again, Lin Yu went to the warehouse, prepared the corresponding things, and immediately chose to manufacture it. You got the Autonomous Patrol Robot X3. After this operation, with a flash of white light, various materials were combined instantly, and 3 robot dogs with shining metallic lights appeared in front of Lin Yu. Very good. Next step. If you want robot dogs to become experts at mining, you must arm them with something else. Multi-purpose robotic arm, claw rod, lifting and rotating mechanism, power unit and connecting rod rotating mechanism, duralumin alloy 9/3, driving arm, oil cylinder 3-1, air cylinder 3-1, rack 3-1, cam 3/1, guide device, control parts, duralumin alloy 15/5, precision electric push rod 3-1, power controller 3/1, computer console 3/1. The 3 robotic arms are then upgraded together, with the robot dog using the universal upgrade blueprint. Okay, now we have 3 more mine operators, so we have to move on to the next step. Lin Yu moved his shoulders. It's time to recreate that. The thing that collapsed on its own while cutting down trees outside. Exoskeleton. Although it is said that you cannot rely on it, it is quite uncomfortable when it is not available. From the time the cave collapsed until now, Lin Yu, who originally thought he didn't have to rely on an exoskeleton, had some changes in his thinking. Indeed, if you completely rely on it, no matter fighting or working, it will not take much effort. It can even be said that in the secret realm, you will not feel tired when you shuttle back and forth in the underground ruins to fight and explore several times. But the disadvantage is the inertia, problem caused by severe dependence. Without the exoskeleton, he becomes fragile. In the final analysis, why did Area C of the underground ruins force him to almost be trapped in it? The reason is that without the exoskeleton, he thought he could deal with the lizard-sucking people. And he did force them into the big room at the end.
But the result? The lizard man only released 3 turtle crocodiles before he had to retreat, and finally resorted to the last resort of gasoline cans. Otherwise, the 3 turtle crocodiles will chase behind the door, just like the poison dragon that time, and then maybe destroy the shelter that was finally built. Exoskeletons really cannot be relied upon. But that doesn't mean it can't be used. Linyu didn't want to recall the time when he could only carry sand and gravel in one go when digging big rocks.
You can't live without it. But it doesn't seem like it can't be transformed?
Chapter 284 Armor Upgrade. Continuous Upgrade. Primary Exoskeleton Body. Arms. Legs. Steps. Connecting joints. Active joints. Elbow joint components. Duraluminum alloy rubber X1. Precision electric push rod. The complex materials were gathered together, and after a flash of white light, the combination turned into something with a weird shape and many straps and joints. You get Junior Exoskeleton. Seeing his old friend appear again, Linyu couldn't help but get excited. The importance of the exoskeleton is self-evident. After losing it last time, I was indeed quite uncomfortable with it. He was even forced into a desperate situation because of this. From Linyu's current point of view, this thing cannot be relied upon too much. But it cannot be eliminated. Use it appropriately when fighting. But when carrying heavy objects or doing other strenuous work, you still have to use it. Human physical strength and energy are both limited. After all, in another world, no one has become a Superman, has infinite strength, and cannot spit fire or water. The only way to invent or discover more energy-saving survival tools is to path to take. But it's true that you can't waste yourself just because you have these. Linyu looked at the simple exoskeleton and the various accessories on it, and finally found a lithium battery, 10 units of zinc alloy, and some fiberglass on top of it from the warehouse. Should I upgrade the primary exoskeleton to the intermediate exoskeleton 2 Malawing Quatches? Requires universal upgrade design drawing X3. 2 Malawing Quatches? Hey guys, have you upgraded directly to the enhanced version of the mid-level exoskeleton? However, this is better. He actually had some opinions on the primary part of the original exoskeleton. After all, the word junior in this junior exoskeleton seems low no matter how you look at it. Who doesn't want to have a prefix like excellent, or legendary, or epic on their equipment? Although it doesn't use these words.
Intermediate 2 Malawing Quatches
is pretty good. You get the intermediate exoskeleton 2 Malawing Quatches. A white light lit up again, and the exoskeleton in front of Linyu also changed significantly. It is thicker now, with a lot more metal parts on it, as if it is covered with a layer of armor. The whole thing is regular and upright, extremely strong, and has a sense of design. The battery has been upgraded from the previous battery pack to a lithium battery with a larger capacity and more powerful kinetic energy. The joints and pedals are made of fiberglass instead of the original cotton, making them relatively more flexible and stronger. Compared with the original one, the current one looks much better. Linyu immediately put on the exoskeleton, and immediately felt a completely different feeling from before.
Emma, this is as flexible as if it grew out of her own body. And the kinetic energy seems to be several times stronger.
Linyu tried to lift a broken freezer next to the warehouse, and it turned out to be surprisingly easy. Couldn't help but let out a sigh. Not only that, the flexibility is also higher than before. The motor driven by the lithium battery makes it a weapon that combines strength, agility, and flexibility.
It seems that now, whether it's carrying or fighting, I'm stronger than before. The only thing holding my crotch down now is the bone armor.
Linyu took off his bone armor and placed it on the ground. Although the bone armor was strong, it seemed unable to keep up with the upgrades of weapons in the hands of the lizard men. Its strength can originally prevent attacks from stone guns and stone swords. If it encounters an opponent holding a steel gun and steel knife, it will probably be chopped to pieces in a single step. Linyu felt that it also needed to be upgraded.
Upgrading, alloy and metal ones don't seem to work. This thing is very light to wear. If it is made of steel or the like, it will become very heavy, and the movement will be limited. Wait, can I use that one?
Linyu walked to the warehouse outside and looked at something he had never used. The insect beetle. Although the huge insect armor is not very beautiful, it is quite hard. At least much stronger than bone armor. This thing was obtained when he killed the female vampire worm in the secret realm. At that time, this thing was invulnerable, which really surprised him. When it was finally burned to death by the fire, the insect beetle finally survived. And then he put it in the warehouse without moving. Can this insect armor be upgraded to bone armor? Linyu picked up a piece of insect beetle and was about to place it on the bone armor when he glanced at another thing not far away that had been gathering dust for a while. Poisonous sky dragon armor. Good guy. You forgot about this thing. Lin Yu had no interest in Zhongjia anymore. After all, Zhongjia's big insect was just a kid compared to Du Tianlong. When Du Tianlong had this carapace, he wasn't even afraid of fire. If it weren't for the cooperation between him and Xiaobai and the continuous attacks, Du Tianlong would be really difficult to deal with. He removed a piece of Du Tianlong's carapace and placed it on the bone armor. And the system sound also sounded at the same time. Upgrading the bone armor to Tianlong armor requires intermediate universal upgrade design drawing X1. Lin Yu? What the H.L.? Need intermediate universal upgrade design drawings? Are there any intermediate level universal upgrade design drawings? Lin Yu looked at the universal upgrade design he originally owned and thought it was a bit of a joke. This thing is divided into intermediate and elementary levels. He immediately clicked on the survival point mall, wanting to see how many survival points it would cost to get the intermediate universal upgrade design. But he searched around.
No! I'm in a hurry to upgrade. It's okay if you tell me there's no one.
No matter it is the survival point mall, the world mall, or even in the groups and world channels, there is no mention of
intermediate universal upgrade design diagram
at all. It seems that it is temporarily impossible to upgrade to the dragon armor. It seems that you have to wait and see if you can get this thing by opening the treasure chest. Lin Yu could only do the next best thing and put the insect armor on top of the bone armor. Upgrading the bone armor to blood belly insect armor requires universal upgrade design drawing X1. Fortunately, I don't need an intermediate one, so I'll just upgrade. Lin Yu immediately chose to upgrade this time, although it cannot be upgraded to the powerful heavenly dragon armor just by the name. This blood belly insect armor seems to be pretty good too. You obtain the blood belly beetle X1. Lin Yu saw that the gray-white bone armor on the ground turned into a yellow-brown insect armor with a harder texture, tighter connections, and stronger texture.
This thing is a bit ugly.
Lin Yu looked at the color that was similar to Ollie color and was a little dissatisfied. The SH.L poison sky dragon is crimson, which makes it look quite domineering, while the blood belly worm is colored by Ollie. It is also a worm, so the difference is a bit big, I think. Lin Yu couldn't help but took Du Tianlong's giant armor over and compared it with the blood belly insect armor, and seemed even more disappointed. But without the intermediate universal upgrade blueprint, there was nothing he could do. Just when he was about to pick up the blood belly insect armor, his foot touched the poisonous sky dragon giant armor that was placed aside. As a result, it rolled around twice and fell on top of the blood belly insect armor. Upgrading the blood belly insect armor to the heavenly dragon armor requires universal upgrade design drawing X2. Lin Yu's second time? What's the situation? This time, there is no need for an
intermediate universal upgrade design drawing.
For this upgrade, just an ordinary one will suffice. On what basis is this determined? There was a question mark in Lin Yu's heart. If the poisonous dragon armor hadn't accidentally rolled onto the blood belly insect armor, he really wouldn't have been able to find out about it.
Wait a minute. This means that it's not enough to directly upgrade the bone armor to the heavenly dragon armor. It's too much of a leap. But it's okay to upgrade to the blood belly insect armor and then upgrade to the heavenly dragon armor. Right. Or does it mean that the bone armor belongs to there is a fundamental gap between animal bone armor and insect armor? So why use an intermediate universal upgrade design?
Lin Yu guessed at various possibilities. He picked up the crimson heavenly dragon armor on the ground and found that its thickness was similar to the original bone armor, but it was inexplicably not as heavy as expected, and instead was extremely light. And after putting it on, he also found that the armor was breathable and fit well. And even if he hit it with a superior iron spear, it would only leave a shallow mark.
I remember this thing was originally fireproof.
Lin Yu thought of the scene when he fought with Du Tianlong. If he hadn't used an explosion in the end, Du Tianlong wouldn't have been killed by him in the end. So, how about appraising the strength of this Tianlong armor? Dragon armor, made of the extremely hard poison dragon SH.L. It is strong, breathable, lightweight, waterproof, anti-corrosion, fireproof, and anti-penetration by ordinary bullets. It is strong and has excellent durability. Ah, this. Isn't it just a
necessary for home travel
advertising slogan? Just looking at the appearance and these characteristics, this thing is almost linked to an artifact. Lin Yu tried to put the
intermediate exoskeleton 2 Malawing Quatches
on it, and found that it fit perfectly.
That's right. The defense is up right now. It's really good.
Lin Yu expressed that he was very satisfied. Now he seems to have no shortcomings in defense. Wait, can he change his helmet like that? Taking out the bulletproof infantry helmet that he had been using before, Lin Yu followed the previous steps and quickly obtained the blood belly worm helmet, which was then upgraded to the Tianlong battle helmet. The characteristics of the Tianlong battle helmet are exactly the same as those of the Tianlong battle armor, and the overall appearance is also much sharper. There are antlers-like spikes on both sides of the upper and diagonal sides of the helmet. The other parts are extremely smooth and cover all the other parts. All important parts of the head except the face. And it also comes with a mask. If you put it on, only a pair of eyes and breathing holes will be exposed. And it will show an aura like an ancient armor. Lin Yu tried to put the battle helmet on his head, and found that it was just as breathable and comfortable. And he was even more satisfied. This wave of blood is profitable. Wearing this suit to fight the enemy, just looking at the appearance is enough to shock you. And it also has many advantages, which is really good. But then again, if he hadn't become the ruler of Fei Yu's refuge village, it might not have been that simple to own a robot dog and successfully create an exoskeleton so quickly. And without this opportunity, it would be impossible to upgrade armor and helmets. He felt that it was necessary to give Fei Yu the next task. Alloys are simply not enough anymore. I've been using it a lot recently, and I basically use a certain amount when making various things. So I've used up all the various alloys I finally obtained little by little. The only alloys he had in hand now were steel, which he least wanted to use. The steel was obtained by dismantling the Tokyo Tower at that time. But this thing was of little use no matter where it was used. And because it would rust, Lin Yu did not want it to become the main body of the shelter. If used, it might be used in wall construction or something. After all, this steel has too many shortcomings and too few advantages. For example, he would never dare to use steel as raw materials for the medium-sized food preservation cold storage and small food processing plants that have not been built due to lack of alloys. So for now, he is still quite lacking in various alloys. Zinc alloy, hard aluminum alloy, etc. I really want to collect as much as I want. As for titanium alloy, Lin Yu looked at the abandoned smelting furnace at the door and the iron titanium ore piled in the corner of the warehouse, and shook his head. He didn't have the fuel needed for the smelting furnace, and he didn't have a clue how to turn titanium ore into titanium alloy. At present, this aspect is stuck and there is no way to move forward. Unless you know someone who is a big shot in smelting, you won't be able to do anything even if you want to do it for a while. If titanium alloy can really be produced, he can also replace the shotgun with a cannon, and truly bring the current technology into the high-tech category. Think about it. What kind of titanium alloy shelters? What kind of titanium alloy thermal weapons? What kind of titanium alloy walls? Tools? Various buildings? If there's any kind of rocket ship, let it be made of titanium alloy. No! We still need to collect some alloys, and cover the medium-sized food preservation cold storage and small food processing factory first. It won't work if we drag them all around. Lin Yu immediately contacted Fei Yu again. Fei Yu, when you go to the secret realm, look for more alloys and the like. 2 units of alloys can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of vegetables. Is that okay? After the message was sent, Lin Yu did not wait for Fei Yu's immediate reply. Maybe he has entered the secret realm. He opened the World Trading Mall and browsed around. There really are people selling alloys. After the system upgraded the trading panel to the World Trading Mall, one obvious change was that the variety and quantity of things sold increased exponentially. He also discovered that the people selling water were really more than just a few. It seems that after this disaster, everyone has a large amount of water resources. However, Lin Yu also discovered that what many people were selling was not rainwater, but underground river water or even pure water. It seemed that, except for the group he was in, other groups were not as short of water as imagined. There are really a lot of people selling alloys, and there are all kinds of varieties. Lin Yu searched and used some vegetable resources to quote some prices that were more suitable, and a deal was quickly reached. You have obtained stainless steel X3, manganese steel X4, bronze X2, white copper X11, duralumin alloy X3, zinc alloy X2. Not many in quantity but many in variety. Lin Yu was not satisfied, but the remaining prices were either inflated or ridiculously high. He places his resources on the trading board. Vegetables, fruits, red wine and whiskey. Exchange for alloys. And just like before, it is also in the form of a quotation. Lin Yu felt that he needed to know whether there were people around the world who needed these things more than those in his original group. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he looked back at a big guy in the warehouse.
What can I exchange for a private jet?
Chapter 285. Lin Yu is too far ahead of us this time. You lost 8 bottles of wine, 5 bottles of whiskey, 10 kilograms of carrots, 12 kilograms of lettuce, 5 kilograms of onions, and 10 kilograms of tomatoes. You have obtained duralumin alloy X155, zinc alloy X120, stainless steel X49, manganese steel X29, and white copper X44. In front of Lin Yu, the various alloys that occupied most of the warehouse shone with metallic light, and he looked at this harvest with great satisfaction. The order he just placed on the World Trading Mall caused a huge sensation. In almost half an hour, Lin Yu received tens of thousands of offers. This is completely different from being in a group. Moreover, Lin Yu also noticed that the quotations from the 3 leaders of the refuge villages, Lily Karahao, Jia Yunjan and Casbel, were indeed the highest. Is this an investment for the next alliance to make him the leader? They are asking for directions now. Lin Yu didn't care about this. You do whatever you want. Do whatever you want here. I accepted the alloy. And the others were considered other things. And they couldn't be separated. Anyway, these people need these wine and vegetables. Right? Of course. Lin Yu also gave other refuge villages some opportunities in exchange for a lot of needed alloys.
Now, it seems that we can start making something that has never been made.
Lin Yu looked at the system panel. Small food processing factory. Assembly line set, alloy X60. Food processor, alloy X40. Material decomposer, alloy X55. Food sorting equipment, alloy X22. Mold processing machine, alloy X25. Factory roof exterior wall, iron block / alloy X40. The material is sufficient. He walked to a relatively spacious place and immediately used the blueprint. A small food processing plant. In its current description, means a canning plant. The biggest function of this thing is to allow food to be preserved for a long time. And this is exactly what Lin Yu urgently needs. He really has quite a lot of various meats on hand to store. And there are also a lot of vegetables. But in order to save space, he usually puts the meat in the freezers, while the vegetables can be sold. Sell them all. After all, they can't be kept for long. But if it can be made into cans, even if the shelf life can be extended by a month, it will be much better than now. Right? Lin Yu didn't want to eat any frozen food, so he would make cans for them later. As a large amount of alloy disappeared from the storage space, Lin Yu immediately discovered that in front of him, a huge metal building with a height of more than 4 meters and a length of nearly 20 meters appeared in front of him.
Small food processing factory? Isn't it a large one?
Lin Yu became a little excited. The factory in front of him was much larger than he imagined. What would it look like inside? Pushing open the door and walking inside, Lin Yu quickly discovered that a large number of machines obscured his sight. Assembly lines, food processing equipment, material decomposition equipment, food sorting equipment, mold processing and concealers. There are many of them. Moreover, each one does not look too small. If there are enough materials, I am afraid that a considerable number of cans can be made. They all shone silvery white. Extremely new. And much better than he had imagined. Lin Yu stepped forward and gently touched the various machines belonging to his processing plant, feeling a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction in his heart. After entering a different world, he suddenly became the director of a factory. How can this be justified? Lin Yu was already imagining the scene after the factory officially started operations. The meat is broken down into small pieces and put into iron cans made by the mold processor, and then heated and processed by food processing equipment to mature. After being encapsulated by the encapsulator, the piles of cans pass through the assembly line and finally become what he can emergency food for long-term storage. So, why not try it first? But soon, Lin Yu realized a problem. No power. How about connecting a gasoline generator? No. Wait. This uses a lot of electricity. At present, my own generators are still small diesel and gasoline engines, which may not be enough to carry them. It seems that we have to find a new method. Lin Yu walked out of the processing plant and returned to the warehouse. He opened the system panel again, came to the World Trade Mall, and placed the private jet on it. Auctioneer, Lin Yu. Auction item, Cirrus SR-22 GTS small private jet. Required, medium and large power generation equipment. Seller's note, if you are the one. After doing this, Lin Yu returned to the shelter. This plane has always been useless. It's a pity to throw it away if it's tasteless. He can't fly a plane. And he doesn't have the fuel and other things needed for a plane. The function of this thing is more like a decoration. It's not much in size, but it takes up a lot of space. Considering rust and other problems, this thing can only continue to depreciate in value. Moreover, if you want to fly, Xiaobai can fly much more flexibly than this thing. Even the flight time and distance are estimated to be about the same. And there is no need to waste fuel. And the safety is much higher. Not to mention, flying in the sky riding a dragon is not better than flying a plane. As long as he put on a helmet and became familiar with the rapid airflow, Xiaobai could hardly see the benefit of an airplane on his back. It can be said that with Xiaobai, even if he can fly a plane, he will not fly around with this thing. In other words, this thing is not strictly needed. It only takes up space. And you have to prepare for it separately when disaster strikes. It's really not necessary. Therefore, Lin Yu finally decided to exchange this small plane for something he needed more. At present, what is more needed is obviously the power generation device. Small gasoline generators can only power small and medium-sized household appliances. But if you want to use a small food processing plant, you will need larger power generation equipment. Therefore, Lin Yu finally decided to exchange this private jet for a medium to large power generation device. Now, it depends on whether anyone owns such a thing and is willing to take it. After all, power generation devices are an extremely important part of human beings' entry into the original technological life. Unless you have more than one on hand. Generally speaking, they may not be easily available. Lin Yu took the sofa by the window back to the living room and sat on it. It was already approaching dusk outside, so there was probably no way to do anything. But there is still a lot of work that he has not done yet. Just like,
open the treasure chests. Just open them all in one go. Otherwise they will drive me crazy.
He finally decided to open all the treasure chests in one go, regardless of the mess, and concentrate on opening the treasure chests. Otherwise, he would suffer from late-stage procrastination. Patients will one day overflow their warehouses or drive themselves crazy. There are 389 copper treasure chests, 4 silver treasure chests, 4 gold treasure chests, and 3 platinum treasure chests. It won't do to keep piling up anymore. What's more, there are more than 100 copper treasure chests, silver treasure chests, and gold treasure chests in the collapsed ruins. And we still have to find time to collect them. If you keep putting it off, when will it end?
No. Open the copper treasure chest first. Did I misunderstand something? Airplane? Lin Yu has a private, human, airplane. I love you. This is so outrageous. Family members, what kind of immortal is Lin Yu? Next time he will pay. I won't be surprised if an intercontinental rocket launch vehicle comes out. Let me tell you, there are many types of private jets, but being able to find the Cirrus SR-22 GTS is quite impressive. And I saw the photos of the aircraft that Lin Yu uploaded, and they are quite well preserved. I also played with airplanes before, but larger ones, such as Bombardier and Hawker Beechcraft. But I have never driven this Cirrus model. Lin Yu was able to find such a new Cirrus SR-22 GTS in the secret realm. It is indeed, it's just good luck. It's a pity that I don't have a power generation device. Otherwise, I would definitely take it over. The boss upstairs is awesome. I've only seen this thing at an exhibition before. But Lin Yu actually wants to take out this good thing and replace it with a power generation device? Let's not talk about the power generation device. If I have this kind of private jet, definitely use it yourself. Who doesn't want to fly into the sky? Especially the sky in this other world. Think about it. Who has touched the clouds in this other world? And who has touched every inch of the air in this sky? I really know that there is one. Come on. Put this picture away and think about whether your face will hurt next time you look down on Lin Yu. DragonKnight.jpg. Lin Yu is really awesome. He actually has a flying dragon that can soar into the sky. Bosniopi Lulu. Good guy. How many levels are we behind Lin Yu now? We are still on the first level. He is in the Oort cloud, the outermost layer of the solar system. Right? I don't have a flying dragon. But I really want this plane. It's hard to find what Lin Yu wants. Unless you open the box to get the power generation device. Wait. Who would be stupid enough to do it without using electricity? Going to fly a plane? Maybe? But I don't think anyone has made an offer yet. So I'll wait and see. I'm asking Lin Yu if he wants anything else. I saw him collecting alloys before. And I sent him a quotation for 200 zinc alloys. He's also a big shot. Compared to the number 1 in our group. He's really weak.
Lin Yu deserves to be the #1 in the world. I feel the same way. I used to think Lily Carahao was awesome, and she was indeed the second best in the world. But when Lily Carahao knelt down and licked Lin Yu, it really broke my defense. More than that, Lily Carahao said, aren't the other 3 the same? I think the bottom 5 also seem to want to form an alliance with Lin Yu. But no matter what they say, it seems that Lin Yu doesn't care. The cool character design. I love it.
On the World Channel, Lin Yu used his private plane to exchange information about power generation devices, which surprised everyone so much that they couldn't help but wonder. Originally, Lin Yu was the most powerful survivor in the world. Whether he was building a shelter or exploring a secret place, or he was a tough lizard man and a beggar, he impressed everyone. But no one thought that Lin Yu could actually have a private jet. If you don't have the guts and courage to get this thing, it has a huge storage space, and you are very lucky. It will be extremely difficult to get it. Moreover, as long as you find fuel and can fly, then in this alien world where there is nothing, a plane can gain almost infinite convenience. The price is very simple, but very difficult. The simple thing is that Lin Yu only needs power generation devices, medium or large. The difficult thing was that Lin Yu actually wanted a power generation device, medium or large. Some people don't know how to use this thing, and some people don't have it. You know, there is nothing in this world, compared with the electrical age that humans originally lived in. They are simply centuries behind. Torches are used for lighting. It would be good if you can find a flashlight if you are exhausted. None of the other types are related to
electricity.
It can be said that today is a primitive society. Human beings have finally extended science and technology to the convenient modern society, and then returned to primitive society in this different world. It's really ironic. However, Lin Yu seems to want to live this kind of electric life. Or in other words, he already has an electric life, but he needs to use this medium and large power generation device to improve the quality of life stronger and better. Compared with others, this is like heaven and earth. Will anyone make a quote? Everyone is talking, looking forward to, and waiting. The person who gets the private jet will get the second possible opportunity to fly high in another world. And Lin Yu may use the power generation device to create a new miracle again. You have obtained drinking water 4LX29, dried noodles X12, regional map X113, bacon, 10 sets of individual soldier rations, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 19 bags of compressed biscuits, 122 Snickers bars, 8 dehydrated vegetable bags, 1 kilogram of dry kelp, 4 sets of jackets, 2 sets of quick-drying clothes, 3 hats, 10 anti-wear gloves pair, 18 pairs of socks, outdoor belts 2 pieces, 3 pairs of anti-cut gloves, 13 bottles of anti-wolf spray, 24 candles, 2 sets of solar stoves, 10 L of gasoline, 1 10L of diesel, 5 L of disinfecting alcohol, 30 kilograms of barbecue charcoal, 5 lighters, 120 boxes of matches, 110 A batteries. Number 7 battery. Lin Yu patiently opened all the 389 copper treasure boxes. And apart from the regional map, the items that were opened were all small and large gadgets. Whether it was food, clothes,
shoes and socks, various labor protection supplies, or even some tools, they were not all that useful to Lin Yu. He has so many of these things that he doesn't have to worry about throwing some away. However, among these things, there may indeed be some things that are quite precious to others. Lin Yu put all the things into the storage space one by one, and began to pile them up in the basement warehouse, putting them where they should be, and classifying them. After a lot of effort, he finally finished packing and then looked at the silver treasure chest, gold treasure chest and platinum treasure chest. There are 4 silver treasure chests, 4 gold treasure chests, and 3 platinum treasure chests. So,
Gawu! Ga!
At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly broke into the shelter from outside and called to Lin Yu. And this voice was quite familiar to Lin Yu.
Warning! Are there enemies outside?
Chapter 286 Heavy Armor Lin Yu. Fighting. Since arriving in another world, Lin Yu found that this kind of trouble occurred almost every day and never stopped at all. From the small bugs and lizards on the ground at the beginning, to the mutated sheep, tiger-spotted shadow deer, and spotted wolves, to the various monsters in the secret realm, the predators, Levik's legion, to the last lizards and beggars. Lin Yu discovered that 28 days after he came to this world, the opponents he fought with changed again and again. His situation during the battle, from the difficulty at the beginning to the present, can be described as
easy and freehand.
Weapons range from iron spears to steel repeating crossbows, and later to M19 pistols, sniper rifles, M800 spray guns, and ballistae. And gradually there were more choices. The companions around him include Xiaobai, who was still a little ice lizard at the beginning. Later, Xiaobai evolved and welcomed Xiaoming and the others. Finally, both Xiaobai and Xiaoming evolved into giant dragons. And the other little ice lizards also gradually developed. This trend, it can be said that his combat effectiveness has increased exponentially. As his combat effectiveness increased, his mentality also grew more. When a battle occurs, his mind will think about how to deal with the enemy in front of him as quickly as possible, and clearly judge the battle situation and the advantages and disadvantages of both the enemy and ourselves. This kind of thing is something that he, as an ordinary person, cannot have. But after a long period of fighting and countless bloody battles, he gradually possessed, mastered, and utilized abilities that were like
conditioned reflexes.
At this moment, it was going to be night, and the enemy was coming. Xiaobai's warning came in time. Enemy. Who else? If mutated creatures come at night, Xiaobai won't even take care of them. After all, those things pose no threat to him at all, and they can't even enter the shelter. And at night in this different world, the only thing that can make Xiaobai sound the alarm is the lizard man. Lin Yu put on the Tianlong armor and immediately strapped the intermediate exoskeleton 2 Malawang quatches to the outside. He also put on his helmet and mask at the same time. At the same time, he also put the mechanical arm on his left hand, loaded the steel repeating crossbow and alloy tactical crossbow with armor-piercing incendiary arrows, and the M19 pistol, sniper rifle and spray gun were also ready. The heavily armored Lin Yu pushed open the door of the shelter. It wasn't completely dark outside yet, and there was still a little bit of light from the setting sun, shining at one end of the wasteland. He immediately went to the roof, and Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards also followed him to the roof of the shelter. Looking around, he found a large black shadow that had surrounded the entire shelter. They were only a few dozen meters away from the outermost edge of the shelter wall. At this moment, they all raised the metal spears in their hands and made a sound of saw, saw. The sound was continuous and loud, like a ghost crying or a wolf howling. It was constantly echoing in the wilderness and was extremely unpleasant to hear. Lin Yu looked at the darkness around him, took out his night vision goggles, and observed carefully for a while. 1, 2, 4. 4 lizardmen priests wearing black clothes and helmets nestled at the rear of the 4 directions. They were each protected by 2 lizardmen holding huge shields, and the defense was quite tight. The total number of the entire lizardman legion is over 500 to 600. Moreover, it seems that there are more lizardmen still hiding underground, with only some spear points exposed on the ground. They don't seem to be in a hurry to attack, but are gathering their teams and waiting for the battle to begin. Want to win with quantity? Lin Yu took this time to observe again. He found that the lizard warriors were about 3 or 4 meters apart from each other. The overall formation was very loose. They were all wearing some wooden armor and the like, and they were indeed holding steel guns. But what about the beggars who provide them with these weapons? No. Lin Yu looked around for a long time, but couldn't find their shadow anywhere. The lizard man won't play with them anymore? Or, at this moment, dozens of humans wearing various wooden armors also came to the priests. After a while, 4 huge black figures also emerged from the ground.
That's a lion-headed bear. Wait, there's another black shadow coming out over there. It seems to be a turtle crocodile?
Lin Yu also discovered that the number of lizardmen had doubled unknowingly. He raised the sniper rifle in his hand and pointed it at the head of a turtle crocodile. The battle can begin. There is no need to wait any longer. This group of lizardmen and beggars were really courageous in besieging his refuge. Then, let them come and go without any return. Call out. The bullet burst out and instantly hit a turtle crocodile in the eye. And the second bullet immediately hit the leg of the lizard man next to it. The 2 screams of the turtle crocodile and the lizard man suddenly sounded. The turtle crocodile even continued to howl because of the severe pain caused by this blow. He even accidentally pushed the 2 lizard men next to him to the ground and stepped on them. It was a mess. Saw! Saw! The originally neat team and the lizard people who had formed this formation instantly panicked. With almost no one around, they didn't even know what was going on. They wanted to regroup immediately, but Lin Yu didn't. I don't want them to be so peaceful. Bullets were fired one after another, and each beggar was hit in the leg and fell to the ground screaming. At the same time, Lin Yu's little ice lizards, led by Black Spot and the others, 2A group also rushed towards the beggars that Lin Yu wanted to eliminate first. As screams rang out, the lizardman's team was obviously in chaos. Some of them even rushed directly to the outer wall of the shelter. But soon another scream came out. Very smooth. Lin Yu pulled the trigger, fighting calmly as before. Although he couldn't kill the lizard man directly, it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything.
There are traps outside.
The vanguard of the lizard men got stuck in the trap, and most of them were seriously injured. But Lin Yu also discovered that there were more ladders on the wall, and the lizard people also followed the ladders and even climbed onto the wall.
I've expected this a long time ago. Xiao Bai.
The giant dragon beside him spread its wings, and with a fierce airflow, a silvery white light flew up instantly, and the next second it circled the wall at an extremely fast speed. The lizard men who climbed onto the wall had their heads cut off at the waist before they even had time to scream. Xiao Bai didn't stop. He swooped down at a low altitude and simply cut off those ladders and the lizards on them with his sharp claws. After Xiao Bai finished doing this, he flew back to the roof easily, waiting for Lin Yu's next order. Lizardmen use ladders? The only people who can provide them with ladders are beggars.
Well done. Let's start.
Lin Yu's eyes were cold, and at the same time, his finger pressed the trigger again. Taking advantage of this moment, he directly knocked down a lizard man holding a huge shield this time. And the black-clothed priest beside him also became less protective due to this sudden change. Lin Yu smashed its leg with one shot, and then broke the leg of the other shield-wielding lizard man beside it again. Don't just pop the treasure chest casually. He now knew exactly what the lizard folk were thinking. When the treasure chest explodes, these monsters will snatch it away as soon as possible. Those lizardmen lurking underground are prepared for this. If he directly blows off the heads of lion-headed bears and turtle crocodiles, or blows off the heads of lizardman priests, then the gold and silver treasure chests that explode will be easily taken away by the lizard men beside them or underground. Moreover, the explosion of the treasure chest is 100% impossible for those beggars to discover. This was also the most fundamental reason why he couldn't immediately attack the 4 lizardman priests and use a strategy to capture the king first. It's not a pity if the treasure chest is gone. It's a pity if someone else picks it up. If someone discovered the 100% treasure chest explosion system, it would be an even bigger mistake. There were no more lizardmen climbing the walls, but they still surrounded the sanctuary. But it can be seen that after Xiao Bai's attack, they no longer had the initial momentum, and they slowly became chaotic under the attacks caused by the little ice lizards. Screams, roars, and low roars continued to be heard from the originally menacing lizardman army, while their companions continued to fall. They no longer had the calmness they had before. Fear continued to spread among them, and at the same time, they gradually lost their will to fight, as the number of lizard men on this land continued to decrease. Before he knew it, night finally fell on this wasteland, and Lin Yu also accelerated his sniping speed. The magazine of the sniper rifle was changed again and again, and the bullets even made the barrel hot. Lin Yu calmly fired bullets into the legs of key targets to create a state in which they could not escape. The little ice lizards also worked together, with clear goals, to kill the beggars one by one. Lin Yu discovered that some lizard people had burrowed into the soil again, but the lion-headed bears were driven forward by the lizard people.
Xiao Ming, kill a large number of lizard men, and save the lion-headed bears and turtle crocodiles,
he ordered quickly. At this moment, the lizardman's legion has completely fallen into chaos. It is the time for heavyweight players, like Xiao Ming, to come on stage. At the same time, Lin Yu also put on a new magazine again. He took a deep breath. In my ears, in addition to the screams of the lizard people, there was another sound in the sky. This sound ranges from far to near, and the number is huge.
Xiao Bai, kill everyone who joins in the fun. Leave no one behind. Gah!
Xiao Bai instantly flew into the sky and attacked directly towards the surging mutant creatures flying from the distant sky.
Time is of the essence, and these lizard men are pretty good at picking the time.
Lin Yu took a deep breath. He knew that it would be impossible for this battle to end normally. Night is the home of mutant creatures, and lizard people happen to have a characteristic that mutant creatures cannot approach. More mutated creatures will arrive, and he can only retreat to his shelter. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, and the others probably won't last too long. Fighting at night is not a good choice for him and his friends. The lizard people seem to have taken advantage of this and besieged them. Of course, this may also be the suggestion of those begging for survival. He pressed the trigger faster. The focus is on destroying the mobility of turtle crocodiles and lion-headed bears, and also providing some assistance for Xiaoming's rampage among these lizard crowds. From time to time, Xiaoming opened the door again, threw the two lion-headed bears directly into the wall, and then threw the lizardman priest and turtle crocodile in one after another. Lin Yu jumped off the ground and harvested them quickly. You got a gold treasure chest. You got a gold treasure chest. You get 11 gold treasure chests were recorded in one go. When Xiaoming saw that his master Lin Yu had killed those, he rushed directly to the place where the lizardmen were the most, and hit them with his giant fist. The battle continued, and at an extremely fast speed. The lizardman's advantage turned into Lin Yu's overwhelming advantage. Facing his counterattack, the lizardman's troops were completely vulnerable. Unconsciously, the night became deeper. The battle finally came to an end. Lin Yu returned to the sanctuary with the bodies of the 4 lion-headed bears, feeling quite satisfied. What could be more delicious than this meat? Currently no. Mutated mutton is just that. And strange pig meat is also inferior. This time, I would like to thank the lizard people for sending me the treasure chest and the lion-headed bear. Xiaoming, who was extremely excited, followed him in, and Xiao Bai also fell from the air and returned to the living room. Lin Yu sent them to the bathroom one by one and asked them to wash away the blood of lizards and monsters with water, and then let them return to the living room to rest. The lizardmen invested quite a lot of troops, but it was still not enough. Lin Yu had no way of knowing how many corpses of lizard men and corpses of beggars were lying outside now. If you want to confirm, you have to wait until tomorrow. Wait until a late night of mutant craziness has passed before checking back. Lin Yu saw Xiao Bai's fight against the flying monsters in the night sky, and also saw that even if he was stronger than Xiao Bai, he could not completely eliminate the flying monsters that surged towards him. Although Xiaoming was able to walk among the lizardmen outside without fear of any enemy, he was unable to deal with the lizardmen hiding underground. They also made him unable to attack several times, causing him to be helpless and furious. Not to mention the little ice lizards. Only speed can prevent them from being hurt. But in terms of killing enemies, only beggars can be bullied by them. Lin Yu himself was actually not much better. The night blocked his sight, and it also prevented him from leaving the shelter, let alone rushing out to fight the enemy at will. The existence of the beggar made it impossible for him to directly explode the heads of the lizard men to obtain the treasure chests. And even if they were exploded, the lizard men hiding under the ground would quickly take away the treasure chests. The battle that could have been fought evenly. But just because the lizard man chose to start the battle at a time when it was about to enter the night, his original great advantage was wiped out. To be honest, he still admires these lizard men. Of course, he also admires the beggars, who can come up with such tactics for the lizard men.
Sure enough, beggars are the biggest threat.
Lin Yu once again affirmed the status and influence of the beggars. Lizard men are better than one person, but they have no brains. But with the help of beggars, it's a different matter.
Forget it. Don't think about it for now. Just focus on opening the remaining treasure chests. First of all, it's the silver treasure chest.
Lin Yu put away a large number of treasure boxes shining with silver light and took a deep breath. Chapter 287, Unpacking the Box and Getting Soft. You obtained X1 small solar power generation device, X2 medium-sized area map fragments, X1 sleeping bag, X1 gas mask, and X1 repeating crossbow design. In front of Lin Yu, for silver treasure boxes quickly disappeared after he took out the contents. Some of these are very useful, but some can only collect dust first. What can a sleeping bag or something do? For the time being, Lin Yu couldn't see what use this thing could have besides taking up space. Set aside first. He looked at the golden treasure chest, including the ones he just opened. He now has 15 gold treasure chests. To be honest, this time is the most gold treasure chests he has opened since he came to this different world until now.
Maybe something big will come out. Let's try it first.
Although I'm actually not afraid now. He has 128 cubic meters of storage space. And there will be more if the bodies of those begging for survival are received tomorrow morning. Unless it is a medium-sized soilless cultivation set like last time. There is no need to worry about not being able to fit it in. However, it would actually be better if a soilless cultivation kit was developed. What Lin Yu needs now is to expand the scale of vegetable production. A little more is actually better. But if it doesn't work, it won't matter if he goes out again. After this battle, Lin Yu felt that the night seemed not as dangerous as he imagined. Being outside for a long time may lead to a crisis. But going out quickly in a short period of time is not a big problem. The Tianlong armor and mask he currently wears can block the damage done to him by the flying mutant creatures he has seen so far. And even worse. Shall Bai. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu began to open the gold treasure chests one by one. You have obtained G3 Assault Rifle Design Drawing X1. Medium-sized Soilless Cultivation Set X6. Long-grain Fragrant Rice 100 kg Package X1. Large Off-Road Vehicle Design Drawing. After Lin Yu saw the words, medium-sized Soilless Cultivation Set, he almost immediately started moving it. He didn't even take off the Tianlong battle armor. So he directly put on the Tianlong battle helmet, grabbed a few treasure boxes and rushed out. He placed 6 Soilless Cultivation sets in the open space in front of the previous greenhouse, with 2 in a horizontal row and divided into 3 parts. Afterwards, after placing it, he immediately ran back to the shelter. He had only been running out for more than a minute when an unknown number of moths or something else swooped towards them, saying they had no attack power or anything. They were so numerous that they were annoying. Lin Yu didn't like this kind of bug. After running back to the shelter, he found that 2 more were left on the armor. As a result, Black Spot and Xiao Liuzi ate them one by one. High-protein chicken flavor? Lin Yu said he didn't quite understand. However, he didn't have time to sigh. Design drawing of G3 Assault Rifle. This thing is a good thing. Wait. It seems that a design drawing of a submachine gun was made before? He searched in the design drawing column and saw the label. MP5 Submachine Gun Design Drawing. MP5 Submachine Gun Design Drawing. Gun Body, Barrel, Grip, Slide, Alloy X3. Plastic Block X1. Firing Mechanism. Firing Mechanism, Firer Spring. Recoil Spring. Hammer. Hammer Lever. Trigger. Magazine. Resistor, Alloy X4. G3 Assault Rifle Design Drawing. Gun Body, Barrel, Grip, Slide, Alloy X5. Firing Mechanism. Firing Mechanism, Firer Spring. Recoil Spring. Hammer. Hammer Lever. Trigger. Magazine. Sear Alloy X6. Iron Block X1. These 2 types of guns are basically made of alloys. Lin Yu also has plastic blocks and iron blocks, and it is very easy to make them. Assault rifles and submachine guns. It seems that we will have more choices in combat in the future. There is still a lot of alloy left, and it is also hard aluminum alloy and zinc alloy. The material is sufficient, so Lin Yu did not hesitate to choose to manufacture it immediately. You got MP5 Submachine Gun X1. You got the G3 Assault Rifle. Almost instantly, 2 guns shining with metallic light appeared on the ground. Lin Yu first picked up the G3 Assault Rifle, which was nearly 1 meter long, and found that the barrel was shorter. The stock was telescopic, and it was equipped with a bracket, but it was not equipped with a scope. He gave it a try and found that it was quite handy. The biggest difference between this gun and the previous sniper rifle is that it can fire continuously. Ejecting the magazine, there are 30 brand new bullets inside, which is much more than the magazine of the upgraded sniper rifle. G3 Assault Rifle, suitable for medium and long-range attacks, with an effective range of 400 meters. It is more powerful and more accurate, almost like an assault rifle that can fire continuously. The identification of the system told Lin Yu how to use it. Looks like you don't have to use the sniper rifle so hard next time. This thing shoots up much faster than a sniper rifle. Surface killing weapons +1. After taking out a bullet, Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench, broke it down into design drawings, and quickly produced nearly 1,000 bullets using various materials. After doing this, he did not forget to upgrade the G3's magazine, so that the total bullet capacity reached a terrifying level of 50 rounds. Lin Yu continued to make upgraded magazines, producing more than 10 at once. After quickly loading the bullets, he took out the M19 pistol. It seems that the pistol is not suitable for continued use. Lin Yu did not throw it away, but continued to put it in the storage space. It didn't take up that much space anyway. After doing this, he started to move on to the next step, picking up the MP5 submachine gun. Lin Yu was surprised to find that this thing was quite light. He could even hold the handle of the gun with one hand without the help of an exoskeleton without any effort. MP5 submachine gun, extremely fast firing rate, extremely high accuracy in semi-automatic and automatic shooting, small recoil, can be held with one hand, suitable for mid to short range assaults. Good guy. It's true. Lin Yu couldn't put it down, so he thought about it and made another one. Just like before, I pulled out the bullets and made nearly 2,000 rounds of bullets. Then I upgraded the magazine to a capacity of 60 rounds and made more than a dozen, which were also filled with bullets. Surface killing weapons plus 2. A feeling of satisfaction could not help but spread. Now, when dealing with lizard men, they can enjoy the ultimate happiness. When the new underground ruins are open tomorrow, Lin Yu feels that he can give the lizards and beggars inside a little nightmare.
The design drawings of the large off-road vehicles, put them aside for now. There are cars but no roads.
It seems that road construction must be put on the agenda. For various reasons. The road has never been built. This is true whether it is going to the sulfur mine or the bird mine. A lot of materials have already been gathered. And if necessary, he can lay a few hundred meters of pavement on the ground at a very fast speed.
Procrastination must be cured. Road paving and infrastructure construction must begin early tomorrow morning.
At this time, Lin Yu considered again. Should he also build a road between him and Fei Yu's refuge? Opening the system panel, he looked at the regional map. The regional map has changed much more than before. After a large number of regional map fragments were opened from the copper treasure chest and silver treasure chest, he also received a map of the area currently being developed by their shelter sent by Fei Yu. It was originally a hand-drawn map that was photographed. But Lin Yu discovered at this time that those maps were actually fully reflected in his own map of the area. He quickly found the location of his shelter on the map of this area. For some reason, it was covered with a light blue mark and was still located in the southernmost part of the entire map. As for Fei Yu and the others, their shelter is also easy to find. The only 2 light blue plots on this map are located in the northeast, almost separated by dozens of regional plots from him, even further than the natural sulfur mine. If the road is to be built, it should be built to the natural sulfur mine first, then extend from there to Xia Feihong and Lu Kai's refuge, and finally go straight to Fei Yu's refuge. What is needed is not just a little bit of resources and time. But if you take your time, it shouldn't take too long. After all, in this different world, building roads and building houses is not as strenuous as it was on Earth. It only requires enough materials and enough time to not be disturbed. Lin Yu looked at the entire map, and finally looked at the refuge village of Xia Feihong and Lu Kai. Speaking of which, it seems that Lu Kai's refuge village is not even in the top 5 in the group rankings this time. Lin Yu opened the bulletin board and checked, and surprisingly found that they were not among the top 10. They were ranked among the top 20 in the group rankings. But as a result, their shelter was not included. But if the group is not ranked in the top 20, then there will be no place in the world channel. What happened? Didn't you follow? Lin Yu recalled that the last time Lu Kai came to his shelter, he had seen that their weapons were made of alloy, and there were a lot of survivors in the shelter village, so they would not be unable to move forward. 20 people. Right. What happened? Could it be said that he was affected by this disaster? Lin Yu opened the group panel with questions. The total number of people in the group has reached 200,000, which is the result of the merger after this system upgrade. The total number of people in the upper right corner is 199,881, which is really a lot. Lin Yu ignored the number and opened the friends bar. He was just about to find Lu Kai directly and ask them what was going on over there. But suddenly he found that there was someone missing from his friend list. Xia Feihong? Where is Xia Feihong? Have you deleted me as a friend? Lin Yu searched the group again with doubts. However, a black head suddenly appeared in front of him. Died? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Xia Feihong actually. Lin Yu immediately returned to his friend list, and then discovered that Lu Kai's avatar was also missing. What's the situation? Lin Yu recalled that he had asked Lu Kai about parts a few days ago. He looked for Lu Kai's name again, and was relieved when he found that his profile picture was on.
Lu Kai, I need some alloys. Do you have them over there?
He felt that asking directly would not work, so he wanted to test his tone first. However, Lin Yu waited for a while, and finally did not get any reply. Maybe busy? Still, Lin Yu shook his head, and decided to let it go first. Since there was no reply from Fei Yu, he decided to get down to business first. He took out the lighting combination set, and the system also made a sound. Lamp combination. You can choose the installation location directly on the shelter panel. Oh, that would be convenient. Lin Yu thought this while opening the shelter panel, and then followed the operating instructions to successfully install the lamp combination on the ground. Underground and alloy shelter. The lighting set is not the kind of luxurious crystal lamp, but LED energy-saving lamps that are more energy-saving and not so dim. Moreover, each room has at least one lamp, and there will be 3 in particularly large rooms. 4 lights. Because there were 2 sets, Lin Yu was not polite and installed them both on the ground and in the basement one by one. Of course, the main switch is also directly connected to the small solar power generation device that has been useless before. The electricity there can be supplied to these light bulbs, and there will be some surplus. In this way, the shelter has finally entered the electrical age in terms of lighting, putting the light bulbs that he had randomly connected before into the storage space. Lin Yu also lay on the sofa, and was able to continue the work at hand under the bright light of the light bulbs.
The small household wind power generation kit must be installed tomorrow. You can put it away first. As for the other, micro-robot design? What can the micro-robot do?
Lin Yu clicked on the micro-robot design drawing. Micro-robots, alloys, micro-circuit board chips, cameras, controllable systems, micro-sensors. It seems not easy to build. There are not many materials required. But other than alloy, they are not easy to find. And what can this thing do? Micro-robot, fixed micro-robot. Its appearance can imitate stones, trees, flowers and plants, and is equipped with various micro-sensors that can detect infrared radiation from the human body, ground vibration when walking, magnetic field changes caused by the movement of metal objects, etc., and transmit the signals to the Central Command Center for command. The center can control weapons in the defense zone to automatically launch attacks. Lin Yu? This is high technology. At first, he thought it was the kind of micro-robot used for surgery. But he didn't expect it to be used for camouflage and defense. If it can really be built, a so-called command center must be built before it can be effective. Lin Yu thought about it and decided to put it aside for now. He didn't have many materials at hand, and he couldn't make it even if he wanted to. Still have to collect it. He decided to continue exploring the secret realm tomorrow to see if he had any luck in getting some.
Finally, there are only 4 platinum treasure chests left.
Lin Yu felt sleepy coming over him, closed his eyes, and decided to take a rest. At the same time, in another corner of the world.
No! No! No!
The figure muttered to himself. He pulled the weapon out of the lizard man's body, but still found no sign of the treasure chest being exploded.
I also destroyed this cave. Why is there no treasure chest here? Could it be that it's not the collapse of the cave that will 100% reveal the treasure chest? But some other reason? Other reasons. Could it be that someone can do it?
Chapter 288 The Second Giant Creature. Kill it! Opening his eyes slightly, Lin Yu looked around. He found that he originally wanted to lie down on the sofa for a while. But unexpectedly, he actually fell asleep right here. He yawned and stood up from the sofa. Xiaobai and Xiaoming were not around, and none of the little ice lizards seemed to be in the shelter. Did Xiaobai and the others go to the underground ruins to slay lizard men? Lin Yu thought this, walked to the basement and took a look, and actually saw a new underground ruin stone door next to the warehouse, where the food was stored. There are some footprints next to them. Obviously those of Xiaobai and Xiaoming. Lin Yu nodded. That's fine. After they are cleared, he will go for a walk, open the map there, and get the platinum treasure chest directly. Of course, you can also get the Lizardman Priest, Beggar's treasure chest and storage space, which is perfect. Lin Yu returned to the ground and opened the door. This morning I still have to. At this moment, a gust of howling wind suddenly hit. He closed the door almost reflexively, tapped his left foot on the ground at the same time, jumped to the side and landed, then rolled continuously, and was several meters away from the door in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, there was a huge vibration and a huge roar at the door. The stone shelter door, which was filled with a thick iron plate inside, was blown directly into the room by the loud impact. And a huge head also came into the shelter at the same time. Lin Yu looked back at the huge head of the purple-skinned monster, couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air, and immediately threw 3 devil peppers in that direction. When the monster saw the red fruit rolling towards him, it wrapped its extremely long tongue into its mouth. At this time, Lin Yu had already rushed into the basement as fast as he could. The roar of the monster upstairs sounded again. Lin Yu did not hesitate and rushed directly to one of the 3 emergency passages. He sprinted again and got out of the door hidden in the grass. Roaring sounds continued, and at the same time waves of ground shaking were also conveyed. Lin Yu looked up at the dozens of meters tall monster with a neck of at least 20 meters long, a caterpillar-like head, and 4 giant legs 2 to 3 meters thick, and his scalp felt numb. Giant creature. When he opened the door just now, his body was really one step faster than his brain. And he made the fastest and correct choice in that thunderous moment. It can be said that without the conditioned reflex caused by the muscle memory accumulated in the previous battle, I would have been swallowed by the monster that suddenly rushed through the door. Lin Yu completely concealed his body between the grass and the door. There were many things blocking the view. Unless this giant creature had a very sharp nose, it would be impossible for it to see him. He took a deep breath, put on the heavenly dragon armor and the heavenly dragon armor, and also put on the exoskeleton. During this period, he had been thinking about a problem. Why did this thing come to this shelter? Not normal. Lin Yu remembered that when the system was upgraded last time, he said that more giant creatures would be added. But the giant creatures here were eliminated last time. So why didn't they even make a sound? Even Xiaobai and Xiaoming didn't respond? Could it be that when it came here, Xiaobai and Xiaoming had already entered the stone gate of the underground ruins?
It came at the right time, or rather, it was planned.
Using the grass as a cover, Lin Yu looked back at the wall of the shelter. He didn't know who had splashed a large area with blood that had turned dark red. And there were several groups of bodies that looked like corpses next to the shelter. As things, the corpse had shrunk into a ball and was leaning against the walls on both sides of the door. There were also some fragments, which were probably torn apart by the giant creature. Is the person who did these things a lizard man? When I think about it, there seems to be no other possibility. It is possible for them to emerge from the ground unnoticed and take advantage of the darkness to come and do this as quickly as possible without being discovered by Xiaobai and Xiaoming. In other words, when they were doing this, Xiaobai and Xiaoming had already entered the stone gate of the underground ruins? In any case, this should be the fundamental reason why the giant creature came. Looking at the monster again, Lin Yu prepared the various weapons at hand. Firearms are probably useless, but they're better than nothing. I just took out a barrel of gasoline from the warehouse. It should be useful, but the amount is too small.
She looks uglier than last time,
Lin Yu muttered after preparing himself. He complained again as he looked at the giant creature that was swinging its extremely long neck crazily and making an extremely unpleasant roar. The bug head is okay. Lin Yu discovered that this monster that had entered the sanctuary wall at some point had trampled on one of his greenhouses, and after eating 3 devil peppers, it was now acting quite strangely. Boom! There was another explosion, and Lin Yu watched helplessly as the monster trampled the edge of another greenhouse to pieces. And the entire greenhouse was crumbling because of this, and was not far from collapse. Although other buildings were not damaged, if this thing is left here for a long time, it will probably be a matter of time before it is hit and stepped on.
It's your uncle's fault.
Lin Yu cursed and rushed towards the gate as fast as he could. At this moment, the monster was still shaking its head crazily under the mental and physical attacks of Devil Pepper. There was no chance to see this little ant running past him at high speed. This was the effect Lin Yu wanted. Soon, Lin Yu touched the wall and went straight to the warehouse, and put the ATV in the warehouse into the storage space. After that, he immediately came outside the shelter, and at the same time, he also found that there were almost no corpses left on the ground after the battle last night. There are an extremely large number of footprints and traces of various mutant creatures outside, proving that this place seemed to have been quite popular as a buffet for mutant creatures last night. Lin Yu looked around and saw that there were no mutant creatures or lizard men. However, he did not risk going to the land. Instead, he hid behind the alloy gate, took a look at the giant creature with a sniper rifle, and immediately pressed the trigger. Call out. The bullet flew out and directly hit the connection between the hind legs and torso of the giant creature. Moreover, a spark burst out.
Does this also have a SHL?
Lin Yu looked at the huge body covered with long hair and frowned. The bullets from the sniper rifle did not penetrate the opponent's armor, and did not even cause pain to make him turn back. Sure enough, giant creatures were much more difficult to deal with than other types of enemies they had encountered before. Fortunately, there are not many of them. Lin Yu glanced at the shelter. The wall of the main shelter that had been knocked open by the giant creature also had some damage. Fortunately, there were no decorations placed at the door. The wall had been basically knocked out of sight. Xiaobai and Xiaoming, it would be nice if they were here. Even if there is a small ice lizard, it can help him deal with this difficult enemy, or at least attract its attention. Lin Yu thought about it, and immediately made a ballista. The previous one fell apart in the underground ruins to deal with the turtle crocodiles. Fortunately, it didn't require anything special, so it was easy to make. After setting up the crossbow carriage and remaking a crossbow arrow, Lin Yu aimed it behind the giant creature that was still delirious from the spiciness of the devil's pepper. Boom! Press the trigger with your foot, and the huge metal crossbow bolts out instantly. And a moment later, it also successfully hit the giant creature's tail. Good! After an extremely unpleasant sound that made people feel goosebumps sounded, Lin Yu immediately took out the ATV. The monster turned around, spread its legs, and came straight to the little ant. The limbs, which were like pillars but extremely dry, moved forward, covering a distance of nearly 10 meters in one step. Lin Yu didn't want to be trampled to death, so he put away the crossbow and jumped on the ATV, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight forward. After driving forward for nearly 100 meters, Lin Yu immediately turned back and put down the crossbow. The arrow just hit the monster, causing it to suffer some damage, but it seemed to be effective. Lin Yu placed the crossbow on the ground, and then placed the burning arrow on the crossbow. Moreover, he made a new ballista, and the two ballistas aimed at the giant creature that was coming out of the shelter and chasing here while twisting its neck. Lin Yu waited until it took a few steps forward and completely moved out of the shelter, then stepped on the triggers of the two ballistas at the same time. At the same time that the flaming crossbow arrows burst out, Lin Yu put the crossbow back into the car as quickly as possible and continued to drive forward. He looked back and saw that the giant creature, howling louder and more frequently, had two flaming ballista arrows stuck in its abdomen, which had already started to ignite part of its body, and it was becoming more and more violent. It works! The giant creature twisted its neck in pain and continued to walk towards him with staggering steps. Lin Yu was not greedy and started playing kite tactics while driving his car. It didn't take long before a giant creature with a lot of burning or non-burning ballista arrows inserted into its body. Blood continued to flow out of its body. Finally, it was exhausted and fell to the ground crookedly. After a while, it was gradually covered with blood, devoured by more intense flames. Lin Yu did not get off the ATV. He saw some places on the ground emitting bursts of metallic flashes. Lizardmen are here again. However, they seemed to have no intention of coming out. Instead, they stayed underground and seemed to be observing the development of the situation. Lin Yu drove closer to the giant creature that had gradually stopped struggling. Nearby, Lin Yu saw dozens of gun tips with metallic flashes lurking underground.
This is what these bastards are targeting!
Lin Yu was ready. Congratulations. You killed a giant creature bone worm. Get a platinum chest. Congratulations. You are the second survivor in the world to kill a giant creature, and will soon receive an airdrop reward. Coming! A huge treasure chest instantly appeared not far from the burning giant creature. And at the same time, dozens of lizardmen emerged from the soil in all directions. Lin Yu did not immediately grab the treasure chest. Instead, he used steel repeating crossbows, alloy tactical crossbows, etc., and fired a burning arrow from each of them as soon as they came out. Screams came from everywhere as the fireball ignited and spread across the wasteland. Lin Yu increased the accelerator and rushed directly to the location of the treasure chest, ignoring the prompt from the system that he had killed the lizard man and obtained the copper treasure chest. My hand touched the platinum treasure chest. At the same time, 7 or 8 lizard men on the ground nearby also ran out of the soil at the same time.
Tu Xingsuan! You guys?
You got a platinum chest. The treasure chest is obtained. And then, these are the lizard people. Lin Yu had a brand new weapon in his hand. The MP5 submachine gun I just got. Raising the gun, Lin Yu aimed at the lizard men who were rushing towards him and clicked. In such a short distance, it is useless no matter how many lizard men there are, let alone only 8. You got a copper treasure chest x8. 8 copper treasure chests obtained. Lin Yu quickly finished collecting the copper treasure box, then stepped on the accelerator and went straight to the place where the fireballs were burning just now to collect the copper treasure box. Although this thing is annoying to operate and has no good features, it is also for him. To the lizard people, these copper treasure chests are extremely precious things. Moreover, Lin Yu did not want to experience having the fruits of victory snatched away by a lizard man again. I didn't expect it before, but now that I know it, I will never allow it again. The ATV was racing across the wasteland, and Lin Yu also placed the MP5 equipped with the infrared sight on the M19 pistol next to the steering wheel, stopping from time to harvest the lizard men who came out again. The number of copper treasure boxes continues to rise, and the number of lizard men on the ground is also increasing. Lin Yu is skillfully changing magazines and shooting, and his adaptability to MP5 is also constantly improving. And at the beginning of the 3rd magazine, he had already learned the new skill of burst shooting. I have to say, the infrared sight YYDS. Lin Yu couldn't help but get excited. This was the first time he used such a
base kill
weapon at close range. When we finally killed a small group of lizardmen who had just emerged, suddenly more than 10 white figures emerged from the direction of the shelter. And then, they penetrated into the holes of those weapons shining with metallic light at extremely fast speeds. Under the surface, from time to time, more screams came from inside, and the blood of the lizard men quickly overflowed from inside. A huge white figure soared into the sky, and at the same time, another silver-gray figure flashed out from the direction of the shelter, blasting dozens of lizardmen coming out of the acid rain lake into pieces. It's finally here. Lin Yu drove the car to collect the iron guns and spears one by one, and finally put away a copper treasure box and drove the car to the shelter. Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards also followed after the wasteland fell into calm again. Back in the shelter, he finally looked at the sky and saw a white parachute tied to a wooden box, falling slowly. The airdrop reward has arrived. He put the weapons in his hands into the storage space, and when he took off his mask, he also saw a large area of things in the courtyard. The corpses of 15 beggars and 3 half-dead lizardman priests. Hey guys, it's another good harvest day. I just finished opening the treasure chest I have on hand. Does this add to it? Lin Yu said that he needed to expand his refuge some more. The warehouse seems to be running out of space. Chapter 289, Heat Countermeasures. Iced tea and iced watermelon in air-conditioned room.
Get 19 cubic meters of storage space.
Putting away the storage spaces on the beggars, Lin Yu expressed that he was very satisfied with Xiaobai and his team's harvest this time. There is always storage space available, which is a good thing. Moreover, as the beggars in the underground ruins are being killed quickly and in large numbers, it can also serve as a reminder to the remaining stubborn ones. Lin Yu, am really moving. If he continues to hang out with the lizard people, it will cause harm to the rest of humanity. Well, there is no need to apologize or anything like that. I will send you off to the west as soon as I come up. After collecting the 3 gold treasure chests, Lin Yu asked Xiaobai and Xiaoming to throw these corpses, together with the corpses that had been placed here in the morning, next to the giant creature that had just burned, the bone insect beast, and burn them together. He also looked outside. Yesterday, he did kill a lot of beggars. Little Ice Lizard, Little White, and Xiaoming also killed a lot of beggars and lizardmen. But the corpses of those enemies had disappeared at this moment. Gone. I don't know if it was dragged away by the mutated creatures in the wasteland, or if it was eaten by the giant creature, the bone insect beast. But, having said that, this time it seems to be related to the lizard people.
It seems that they can be connected together.
Lin Yu cleaned around the shelter again, looked at the system time, and found that it was less than 8 o'clock in the morning. However, the group and the world channel have become a paradise for blowing his rainbow farts. They are all surprised and excited that he killed the second giant creature. Lin Yu glanced at it and closed it. Boring. These people. It would be more interesting to think about this surprise attack. Lin Yu glanced at the huge fire and black smoke column outside, and then looked at the door frame of the shelter that had completely lost its appearance. Just in time. Let's take this opportunity to replace it with an alloy one. You have obtained the alloy shelter door. Please install it to the appropriate location on the shelter panel interface. Lin Yu followed the instructions of the system and embedded this extremely thick and strong-looking alloy door into the door frame of the shelter on the shelter interface. The operation is silky smooth, just like before.
The system is indeed convenient. But if the system is suddenly gone, will the survivors who are accustomed to the convenience of the system instantly lose all the advantages they have established so far against mutant creatures and lizard men?
Lin Yu thought about this and tidied up the outer wall of the shelter a little more, finally restoring it to like new. It was still quite early, and the underground ruins had already been cleaned up by Xiaobai and Xiaoming, so there was no need to worry about it for a while. However, it wouldn't work just to leave it like that, so we should seal it with a metal wall first to avoid future troubles. He went to the greenhouse again and checked. Fortunately, only 2 were broken, and I don't know if it was just good luck, but the soilless cultivation set inside was not stepped on.
Replace? Don't leave a broken one.
Lin Yu immediately spent 800 survival points to buy 2 greenhouses to replace the original ones. This time it was indeed a blessing. If it had not been like this, the losses would have been beyond imagination. As for the fence, there were also a few areas that were damaged and collapsed. But it didn't matter. Lin Yu decided to enlarge the entire fence after finishing other things, and also use the previous high-level fence design drawings. build a huge city wall. And the material of the city wall, Linyu decided to use a mixture of iron and stone, super thickened, and double the thorns. If there is a city wall, if some giant creature comes, even a kick will hurt for a long time. Then, there are traps for it inside and out, the kind that are hidden by fire. If you step on it, you will die instantly. And if you touch it, you will be seriously injured. Only, not enough material. There is a shortage of stone now. Arriving at the basement warehouse, Linyu came to the stone gate of the underground ruins, followed by Xiaobai and Xiaoming.
Xiaobai, have you finished exploring the underground ruins this time?
Linyu looked at the door and suddenly felt a little impulsive. Go in and take a look, it's not a big deal.
Gaw.
Xiaobai shook his head, which was beyond Linyu's expectation. The two of you took the little ice lizards inside and made trouble for so long before finally coming out. They caught more than a dozen beggars and brought over 3 lizardman priests. But the exploration hasn't been completed yet? Is the area of this underground ruins actually extremely large? Linyu glanced at the stone door of the underground ruins, and finally took out some iron blocks to create a wall, completely blocking it, and completely cutting off the way for anything inside to get out. The stone is no longer guaranteed. The lizard people can destroy the stone wall with iron picks. We have learned the lesson from the last time, and cannot make this mistake again. After Linyu confirmed the firmness of the iron wall again, he took Xiaobai and the others back to the top. He got some food and drink for Xiaobai and them, while he sat back on the sofa and started thinking. To be honest, this series of events from last night to today is really scary to think about. At night, lizardmen and beggars came to besiege the shelter. Then after a big battle, Xiaobai, Xiaoming and the others actually went directly to the underground ruins in the morning, and even took all the little ice lizards with them. What followed were the giant creatures and the lizard people who were ambushing near the giant creatures. If there is a hypothesis that can explain this series of things, it must be like this. The lizardmen led their legions to siege the sanctuary last night, and the result was an obvious failure. And that seems to be their purpose. A large number of corpses were used to attract the giant creature bone insect beast that was originally unknown where it was, and made a layout. Afterwards, perhaps they used some bait to attract Xiaobai and the others from the shelter to the underground ruins, and took this opportunity to support Xiaobai and the others. Then, at this time, under the cover of night, some corpses were placed on the wall of the shelter, and some blood was smeared on them, so that the giant bone insect beast had to be attracted here. Next, he set up an ambush around the shelter and waited for the result of the battle between the bone worm beast and him. If he wins, take the opportunity to steal the treasure chest. If he loses, take the opportunity to kidnap him. Roughly, that's it. Linyu stood up, took some ice cubes from the cup, put 2 more tea bags in, and poured some water into it. After taking a sip, he walked to the window. It can be said that if his conjecture is to be followed, then the lizard man really worked hard this time. His combat power and weapons have been improved this time. When he deals with this bone insect beast, he can kill it without letting Xiaobai, Xiaoming, and the little ice lizards appear. If not, the lizard man's plan might succeed.
It's all linked together. If I didn't do a good job in any link, they have all been captured by the lizards. And when I finally killed the giant creature, if I hadn't been quick, I'm afraid the treasure chest would have been taken away. These lizards people, it's okay.
Indeed, the siege last night, the attack of giant creatures the next day, and the lizard man ambush. Even if he made a mistake, he would be in a desperate situation at this moment. The lizard man knew how powerful Xiaobai and Xiaoming were, so he lured them away and let him deal with the giant creatures and ambushes on his own. It has to be said that these monsters were really thoughtful and meticulous in their thinking. In other words, it was those beggars who put all their cleverness into this. In the eyes of the lizard man, even if he finally kills the giant creature, the treasure chest will be snatched away by the lizard man troops ambushing underground and around him. Linyu thought about these things and took a sip of iced tea. A drop of sweat flowed from his forehead and fell to the ground. By the way, the temperature seems to be a little higher than before. He fanned himself with his hands, but still felt heat coming from all directions. When he opened the door and walked outside, he quickly felt a much higher heat than before. What's going on? Isn't it the first day before this round of disaster? Linyu glanced at the sun in the sky, feeling even more dazzling and hot. Could it be said that this disaster is related to the high temperature? Or is it just a psychological effect? Linyu returned to the house, turned on the ice machine, and then walked to the basement and took out the 4 air conditioners and outdoor air conditioners that he had collected before. Hot? Don't be afraid. Just turn on the air conditioner. The way to deal with the heat is to turn up the air conditioner. Air conditioning is the crystallization of human wisdom. As the greatest invention of life since the electrical age. Just the word, air conditioner, gives people a refreshing feeling that penetrates the bone marrow. Air-conditioned room. A cup of iced tea. And a watermelon. This is simply heaven. After wiping away his sweat again, Linyu loaded the 4 air conditioners into the storage space and placed them on the first floor. If it's installed, it's time for the system to come out again. Right? For air conditioning installation, please operate in the shelter-related interface in the system panel. Look, it really came out. However, he did not install all 4 air conditioners. Instead, he used a high-precision research workbench to decompose one of them into a design drawing. For air conditioners are obviously not enough. After all, the ones with the number of air conditioners are 2 and 1 larger. Even if a room is full, it is really useless to have more. And the area of his shelter is really too big. These 4 are not enough for fun. Therefore, without exploring the secret realm, and without encountering a home appliance mall by chance like last time, it is obviously a better choice to disassemble one of them. You have obtained the air conditioner and air conditioner outdoor unit design drawings. Linyu took a look and found to his surprise that the various components of the air conditioner were not as difficult to obtain as imagined.
Let's see, the piping system can be made of copper, fiberglass, or even various alloys? Most of the valves on the pipeline can be made of brass. Wait, in the indoor and outdoor units, the heat exchanger fins are actually made of aluminum. This one is not available, but I remember it seems to be sold in the Survival Point Mall. As for the outer L of the outdoor unit, the inner wall bracket, and the internal fixing plate of the indoor unit, they are all made of steel. There is plenty of steel. Are the casings, filters, impellers, etc. of the indoor unit made of plastic?
Looking at the requirements for various materials, Linyu only found that he did not have aluminum, but there were some duralumin alloys.
Huh? Do I still have that many survival points?
Linyu looked at the balance of survival points and realized that it was a bit too much. There are now 32,004 survival points. I spent a lot on buying greenhouses yesterday and today, but there are still so many left. To be honest, Linyu didn't want this, but there were only so many survival points. And if he didn't spend them, there would be more and more.
I really don't know how to spend it. Aluminum block costs 100 survival points per unit. It's too cheap. By the way, if we get some lead blocks, there won't be enough material for bullets.
Linyu did some shopping and found that the materials were almost collected. He also took out some other insignificant gadgets that he originally had in the warehouse. Soon, with a flash of white light, there were 5 new air conditioners on the ground. 5 units, plus the previous 3 units, are barely enough. Get 1 for the living room, bedroom and the place where the little ice lizards stay on the ground. And 1 for the temporary bedroom, workshop, food warehouse, and water warehouse in the basement. For at the top and bottom should be enough. For the time being, Linyu controlled the system panel and quickly installed these air conditioners without any effort. Having said that, the system is really convenient. Linyu sighed again, sitting on the sofa. I clicked on the remote control. As a pleasant sound sounded, the air conditioner started successfully. After looking at the dusty thermometer on the wall, he decided to lower the temperature first.
35 degrees. So early in the morning is a bit too much. Then just go to 23 degrees. If that doesn't work, just 17 degrees.
There was plenty of gasoline and generators, and Linyu didn't care about emissions issues. He was the only one using the air conditioner in this different world, so the impact it could have was very limited. This is not the Earth, and 1 or 2 air conditioners can't do anything. If we consider other issues now, there is something wrong. As the room temperature gradually dropped, Linyu felt much more comfortable, and his irritability gradually subsided. I took out a large watermelon from the storage space and cut it calmly, then put it in the refrigerator for a while. After it was cut, it was truly the highest enjoyment. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ice Lizard seemed to like this cool environment very much. They all ran into the living room and laid down directly on the floor, giving up the sheepskin mats. It seems that it is really hot. He glanced at the thermometer again.
25 degrees. That's fine.
Linyu picked up the iced tea, took a big sip, and couldn't help but burped. What to do next? When the weather is hot, people tend to be lazy and sleepy, especially in such a comfortable air-conditioned room. However, it is not Lin Yu's character to lie down. He opened the alloy door, and a wave of heat rushed over him. But he did not stop, but went directly to the warehouse and took out the asphalt and asphalt pavement placed here.
Start from the shelter gate and extend to the road beyond the gate. Let's use asphalt first. Asphalt is not a good choice on such a hot day.
He had obtained the design drawings of the asphalt road before. What he had to do now was to collect the materials and then pave it in one go according to the method given by the system. If you want to be rich, build roads first. But for Lin Yu, he had only one purpose in building roads. Convenient. Now that I have a car, and I want to get a large off-road vehicle in the future, road construction becomes a must. The ground beneath my feet was slowly paved with asphalt, and at the same time it became smoother and smoother. It extended from the gate of the shelter building to the gate of the outer wall. After that, Lin Yu stood on the road again and continued to repair it. This is also the first road in another world. Chapter 290, The First Road in Another World. Under the scorching sun, Lin Yu patiently paved the road piece by piece, quickly consuming the materials. A road about 5 meters wide extended straight south from the gate of the shelter. After walking forward for nearly 50 meters, it turned left again. The specifications of a unit of road are 5 meters wide and 5 meters long. To lay it on the ground, Lin Yu only needs to constantly use the design drawings and use the saved materials. The sun was very poisonous and the temperature was rising. When the asphalt was used, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief after using up the last bit of material.
It actually paved almost 2 kilometers of road, which is pretty good.
Sitting in the car, Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his face, looking at the straight road leading to the refuge. A sense of accomplishment instantly came over him. If there are enough materials, it will no longer be far away to build a passage to the bird mine, the natural sulfur mine, or even Feiyua's shelter.
It seems that we should collect some materials for road construction next. Or would it be better to just go for a walk in the secret realm?
The weather in this other world is getting hotter and hotter, and it feels like I have suddenly entered a steamer. He drove back to the shelter, then walked to the greenhouse and opened some vents to allow air to circulate and to reduce the uncomfortable high temperature inside. All kinds of fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse were wilting at this time, and they seemed to be quite uncomfortable with being exposed to the sun. It seems necessary to get something like a sunshade net, although we don't have one yet. Wiping the sweat from his face again, Lin Yu looked up at the sun and opened the door of the shelter. At the same time, a cold wind blew in his face, making him instantly feel more comfortable. It's still comfortable in the shelter. By the way, the temperature outside is a bit scary. Before noon, the temperature seems to have gone straight to 40 degrees, which is ridiculously hot. Could it be said that this disaster is related to heat? This is not impossible. After all, from the beginning to the present, when a disaster, especially a gradual disaster, occurs, there will almost always be some signs 1 day or 2 days before the disaster, and they will all grow from small to large, eventually transitioning into a formal disaster. This was true for the blizzard at that time, as well as the last hurricane and heavy rain. However, the warning of disaster has not yet begun, and the system is so anxious that it has to raise the temperature first. But it is okay, and it's almost 40 degrees now. How many days will it still be like this? Lin Yu imagined for a moment. Maybe it was like running 50 or 60 degrees. That would really be a disaster. Heat disaster? High temperature and scorching heat are indeed one of them. But there seems to be nothing else that can be thought of. High temperatures and scorching heat can cause heat stroke in survivors, especially the dangerous state of almost certain death, caused by lack of electrolytes after continuous hard work in hot weather. This disaster is a triple disaster. If the high temperature and heat can account for one, then the remaining two should be the same as the last two, and they should be disasters that cooperate with each other. What disasters can be combined with intense heat? Droughts, wildfires, hurricanes. But a hurricane has already passed. According to the nature of the system, this disaster should not be the same as in the past. So is it drought and wildfires? No, these two are not a disaster. Lin Yu walked into the living room while analyzing the possible disasters. Xiaobai and Xiaoming were both lying on the ground and asleep at the moment, and the temperature in the room was really cold. He took the remote control and looked at it. Good guy. Who adjusted it to 17 degrees? I guess it's Xiaobai. This little guy is very smart. He can still do this kind of thing easily. His brain works very well in places like this. After looking at his sleeping friends, Lin Yu finally did not adjust the ridiculous temperature back. This seemed to be the most comfortable temperature for them. In the caves of the underground ruins, their groups live in that cool, even somewhat cold place. The temperature is a little cold for humans, but for them, it's just right. Let them sleep and rest first. Then they will have a lot of tossing in the underground ruins. After resting until they are hungry, and then wake up, there will be a lot of things for them to do in the afternoon. A new round of disaster cycle has begun. In the first 3 days, we must obtain as much materials as possible, and then start construction immediately after the disaster forecast is released. Of course, the roads still need to be built, and the speed needs to be faster. This thing is related to a very fundamental travel issue. Crossing his arms, Lin Yu closed the door to the living room and returned to the bedroom. The temperature outside was too high, and he didn't want to go to the underground ruins. He wanted to build a shelter or something, but he was currently short of a lot of materials. If he wanted to do something, there seemed to be only one way to go.
In the secret realm, it is necessary to collect supplies. There are too many things needed to build roads.
However, before that, Lin Yu decided to contact Fei Yu and Lu Kai first. Opening the system panel, he directly clicked on the private chat, only to find that Fei Yu had replied.
Master, something happened here yesterday. A giant creature suddenly approached the shelter. As a result, a large number of mutant creatures were driven over. They were busy guarding the shelter, so they didn't have time to reply. We did find some alloy. 11 zinc alloys. If you still need them, please tell me immediately.
Although Fei Yu's reply was short, the amount of information was quite large. When he was looking for Fei Yu, he didn't go out to do anything. Instead, he encountered a giant creature approaching the refuge village, and drove a large number of mutated creatures near the refuge village. So they had to defend themselves. As for the alloy, I even found 11, which is pretty good. 22 kilograms of vegetables were ready, and Lin Yu contacted him.
I want all the alloys. Fei Yu, what do the giant creatures you encountered in the refuge village look like? How was the loss?
Although he is just a controller and is only responsible for issuing tasks, and what happens in Fei Yu's refuge village actually has nothing to do with him, it is still appropriate to ask.
Okay, Dominator. I will make a designated deal with you immediately. Yesterday, the giant creature went southwest of us. It seemed to be chasing a group of lizard men, and as a result, it killed a group of various mutated creatures near the refuge village. They were driven close to the shelter, and they ran rampant and caused some commotion. Unfortunately, 3 of our companions were seriously injured. They just died of their injuries this morning. Dominate people. That giant creature is dozens of meters tall. It has an extremely long neck, a head like a big insect, and 4 huge bony legs.
Fei Yu's message was sent immediately. There seems to be quite a lot of information in it.
Master, I know that you killed the first giant creature last time, and now you have killed the second giant creature again. You have a strength that even we can't achieve even if we look up to you. At this moment, Fei Yu and our entire refuge village, we have a gracious request. If possible, we would like to ask you to kill that giant creature. If you agree, then please feel free to ask for anything we have.
Fei Yu didn't wait for Lin Yu's answer before raising another matter. Someone in the refuge village died because of this giant creature. Fei Yu and his refuge village wanted to beg him to kill the giant creature, on condition that he kill it as he pleased. The giant creature Fei Yu described seems a bit familiar?
Wait a minute. Did Fei Yu say that the lizard men are being chased in the southwest direction?
Lin Yu immediately looked at the regional map. There is no doubt that his refuge is to the southwest of Fei Yu's refuge village. If you are chasing the lizard people. So, it seems that these 2 pieces of information have completely confirmed his previous inferences. The giant creature was indeed brought here by these lizard people.
Is this the giant creature you're talking about?
Lin Yu sent over the photo of the
giant creature bone insect beast
that he knew how to take.
Dominator! That's it! That's it! I'm sure!
Fei Yu seemed extremely excited.
Oh! I killed it! It was the one that was burned just now, and the system also reported it.
Lin Yu said lightly, and sent a photo of the corpse of the giant creature that had just been burned. At this moment, in Fei Yu's refuge village, a large group of people had just finished today's lunch with a sad mood, and no one spoke. Dullness and silence enveloped every one of the 150 people in the entire refuge village. 3 people died, which no one wanted to see. Moreover, After nearly a month of gradually adapting to this different world, the survivors have become extremely careful in manufacturing, hunting, reconnaissance, etc., and they no longer die as soon as they say it was at the beginning. But despite being so careful, he still encountered the weird giant creature chasing a group of lizard men. He was trampled like ants and seriously injured, and eventually died. Everyone was silent. But after the leader Fei, you received the message from the leader Lin Yu. A series of shocked expressions confused everyone else.
Chief, what's wrong?
Luo Fei asked next to him.
What? How? How is this possible? Our weapons can't do anything to it. The result?
Fei Yu suddenly sat on the ground, extremely shocked. At this moment, everyone else was confused. What is going on with the leader? What are you talking about? What do you want to express? How is it possible? Fei Yu had turned his head, looked at everyone, and took a deep breath. He finally recovered from his extremely shocked state. But he still couldn't accept this shocking fact.
The giant creature that the Dominator killed in the morning was the same one yesterday. What? Impossible. How could that kind of giant creature be possible? Is it so powerful to control people?
Everyone felt their scalps numb for a moment, and a wave of complex emotions rushed out instantly, and the refuge village couldn't help but fall into a commotion.
It's true. I sent you the picture. When the system broadcast the message that Lin Yu killed the giant creature, I thought it was the one from yesterday, but I didn't expect it to be true.
Fei Yu interrupted the shocked people, clenching his fists tightly with both hands. They had tried every means to attack the giant creature yesterday, but in the end, no matter whether it was bows, arrows, or iron spears, they couldn't hurt it even one bit. After spending a lot of effort, they were able to rescue 3 seriously injured companions. Many of them were slightly injured by the large group of mutated creatures that followed. But Lin Yu actually killed the terrifying monster in an understatement. Everyone in the refuge village received the picture sent by the leader, and they all immediately understood how powerful the ruler Lin Yu was. Together, more than 100 of them could not stop the giant creature for even half a step. But Lin Yu burned it to ashes in a blazing fire. If this unimaginable power were placed on anyone, they might think it was an exaggeration. But now that they have seen the great achievements that Lin Yu has achieved, no one does not feel that this person is the most powerful in the world, and his strength has far exceeded all other survivors. They were now silent again. But this time, it was Lin Yu's natural performance after his brain was greatly shocked, and he felt that no gift could describe Lin Yu's power. It is what is called
jaw-dropping.
If there are still some people in this refuge village who are confused and outrageous about the policy of this refuge village. After the third master Meng Yutong left, he established Fei Yu as the leader, and then set up Lin Yu to dominate the people. So now, after they have personally felt the huge gap in strength, no one does not admire and worship Lin Yu.
Master, whatever you want. We have it. If we don't have it, we will look for it. All of us in the refuge village want to return this kindness to you.
At this moment, Fei Yu replied to Lin Yu with great excitement. No matter what it is, as long as Lin Yu wants it, they will never refuse.
I don't want anything. I sent the transaction just now. Please check it. In addition, the refuge village lost 3 survivors. This is something no one wants to see. Fei Yu, I'm counting on you over there.
After Lin Yu sent this message, he was silent for a while. He killed the giant creature boneworm, and it was just in self-defense. The other party rushed to the shelter. He had no reason to make this situation become more and more serious. He also had no reason to allow himself to be bullied and not fight back. Killing giant creatures was something he had to do. But he never thought that this would avenge the survivors in a remote refuge village. As for what kind of reward he would like, he had not thought about it. If this incident can make the survivors in the refuge village dominated by him become more loyal, it is more worthwhile than any material reward.
By the way, have you had any contact with Lu Kai and his shelter? Xia Feihong died, and Lu Kai also quit my friends, and he hasn't replied yet.
Lin Yu thought of this and asked Fei Yu who might have some news.
What? Xia Feihong is dead? Lu Kai. Leader Lu Kai is no longer in my friend list. What the hell is going on? Wait. Speaking of which, I had talked about something with Lu Kai before. At that time, he once told us that lizard people seem to be able to communicate or something. And he once invited me to go to the underground ruins to catch a lizard person. But I refused. I don't know anything else.
Lizard people? Can we communicate? Lin Yu thought of a possibility. Could it be that Lu Kai and the others? Chapter 291 I unboxed the top weapon. Platinum chest. I have actually saved 5. Lin Yu knew that he could no longer save money. He originally wanted to wait for Xiaobai and the others to wake up and go directly to the secret realm for a tour, but decided to open these 5 platinum treasure chests now.
Perhaps we can develop some better weapons. Or we can launch an intercontinental missile launch vehicle like the one before. Wouldn't it be great?
Lin Yu decided to satisfy his need for shelter first before exploring more unknowns. Lin Yu took out 5 treasure boxes shining with dazzling light from the storage space and walked outside the shelter. The platinum treasure chest is prone to opening extremely large objects, so it cannot be opened casually in the shelter. Otherwise it will easily burst. In addition to 6 platinum treasure chests, he also received an airdrop reward, which was rewarded by the system for killing the second giant creature. After he put the parachute away, he put it in the yard without moving. He had forgotten about it when he glanced here just now. The last time the giant creature was killed, the system airdropped a wooden box. When opened, what was inside was a copy of all things. Lin Yu had kept this magical object in the storage space without moving it, and he did not want to use it unless necessary. After all, if you copy any gadget and use it casually, it will lose its meaning.
Let's open it first.
Lin Yu had a fire axe in his hand. The fire axe was swung down, and the wooden box was opened. It turned out that it was not a treasure box inside. Instead, it was a pile of light blue ones, similar to blueprints or something like that.
This is...
You have obtained the Intermediate Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X10. This. It's actually this. When he was upgrading his armor before, he was prompted to use the Intermediate Universal Upgrade Blueprint, but he couldn't find it anywhere. He upgraded it once with insect armor, and finally got the extremely strong Tian Long armor. I didn't expect it to be sent from the system so quickly. Etc. It seems that this thing cannot be obtained casually. The previous all things copy coupons, and this time's Intermediate Universal Upgrade Design drawings are not things that can be produced in the treasure box. They are rewards that the system will only give when killing giant creatures. These rewards are precious things that cannot be exchanged for survival points or items.
If I take the initiative to kill these giant creatures, and then get the platinum treasure chest, and then get the rewards from the system, will this method work?
Lin Yu suddenly felt that he had found a way to get rich quickly, kill giant creatures, get platinum treasure chests and system airdrops. It didn't seem to be much of a problem for him. Moreover, it could also completely eliminate the huge hidden danger of giant creatures. That way, there would be no more lizardmen driving and luring giant creatures to attack his sanctuary.
It seems feasible. Now Xiaobai's flying ability is enough to support extremely long distances. If, for example, a refuge village is infested by giant creatures, I can pick up the cruel mission and then fly there with Xiaobai and directly attack the giant creatures.
Get the platinum treasure chest, and then return to the shelter to receive the airdrop.
Getting rich is a matter of course. Is there any simplest way to obtain platinum treasure chests and system airdrop rewards? Why don't you go back and check the world channel to see if there are any related needs? Lin Yu thought so, and opened the first platinum treasure chest. You got light killing Nightwalk suit X1. Did you get a set of clothes? The platinum treasure chest yields clothes. No way. What the HL? Lin Yu was so confused that he picked up the so-called light extinguishing night suit in the treasure box, and suddenly understood something.
This dress, why is it so dark?
The simple night suit in my hand, consisting of a top, trousers, shoes and a hood. When I looked at it, I felt like my eyes were being sucked into a black hole, and I couldn't feel any luster at all. Lin Yu looked at the brightly shining sun in the sky in confusion, and then at the terrifyingly dark night suit in his hand.
There's really no reflection at all, right? It's such a light extinguishing. Then let's check it out and see if it's true. Light killing night suit, a night suit specially designed for lurking, assassinating, and traveling at night. Each square centimeter has about 1 billion carbon nanotubes tightly arranged in bundles, which can almost capture and absorb light on the surface. 99.96% of the light. This artifact, if you put it on, wouldn't it be possible to completely hide your appearance in the middle of the night, in dark corners, and in underground ruins? Think about it. Wearing this thing, you can move in the wilderness late at night, or you can pass by under the eyes of the lizard people. Seems quite promising.
If we can get something with that special smell of a lizard man, I guess we can do a lot of things at night.
The first platinum treasure chest yielded unexpected goodies, which also made Lin Yu quite excited. What will happen next? You have obtained a medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array. This is Photovoltaic Power Generation Array. Photovoltaic array is composed of photovoltaic modules, solar cell arrays, connected in series and parallel. It uses solar energy to generate electricity. After connecting to the controller, the power can be put into the battery or used in various applications through an off-grid inverter. On top of electrical appliances, another device that generates electricity? Moreover, this is solar energy. If it is combined with a previous small household wind power generation kit, it seems that there is no need to consider a gasoline generator for daily power supply. If you choose to install a medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array or a small household wind power generation package, please select the shelter related in the system panel before building. Sure enough, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything about this at all. The system had corresponding convenient methods. Linyu returned to the shelter. Since he had this choice, there was no need for him to continue to bask in the sun outside. A medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array has been installed. You have installed the household small wind power generation kit X2. You have installed a small solar power generation package. There are currently 2 small solar power generation packages, which have been integrated into medium-sized photovoltaic power generation installations. The power generation system can be freely switched to photovoltaic array power generation, wind power generation, and gasoline power generation. Please choose freely in the system panel. Oh, can you still choose by yourself? Linyu walked to an empty room on the first floor and found that several complex devices in the corner were connected through various lines. And there was also a palm-sized rectangular display light. It was currently red and seemed to be turned off. Mean. This is probably what the system just said about
Connecting the controller, off-grid inverter,
battery and so on. So, try switching to photovoltaic array power generation? The sun is so bright outside now, and it would be too wasteful if it is not used effectively. You have converted from gasoline generator power generation to medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array. After the system prompted, the display light soon changed from red to green. The power in the house briefly stopped and then turned on again. Linyu walked out of the shelter and looked at the large solar panels on the roof of the shelter that reflected the sun's rays. He nodded with satisfaction. The strong sunlight during the day can provide enough power for the shelter. And after night comes, the excess power in the battery will be continuously supplied to the battery. In case of extreme weather such as rain, snow, and cloudy weather, you can also use wind power to generate electricity. Or use the gasoline generator that you have always used to continuously supply power to the shelter. Anyway, no matter what, there should be no shortage of electricity for the shelter. Whether it is air conditioners, freezers, or ordinary lighting or small appliances, you should no longer have to worry about the problem of power shortage. But Linyu also knew very well that this medium-sized photovoltaic power generation array could not be used as power supply for food processing plants.
Let's see if my plane can be sold. Oh, someone actually made an offer.
Linyu Kai opened the World Trading Mall and saw the one and only quotation. I have a 1000 kilowatts diesel generator set, but it has been damaged. If you want, we can discuss it in detail.
1000 kilowatts diesel generator set? There really is one. The seller. I remember he was the one who said that with this power, even a few small factories wouldn't be afraid of it.
Linyu's eyes lit up. How could an airplane compare? On this? Broken? What does this have to do with it? It's enough to just draw an exploded design drawing from a high-precision research workbench. And then go find the materials. Right? But this diesel is a new problem. He had plenty of gasoline, but diesel was hard to find. Ask the first few people? Linyu approved the friend applications of Lily Karahao, Jia Yunjan and Kaspar. But I still asked Xinglingfeng first.
Xinglingfeng, do you have diesel there?
As usual, there was a quick reply.
Linyu, we have diesel. How much do you want?
Oh, I really got what I needed today. It would be much easier if I had diesel. He immediately ran to the medium-sized warehouse outside, put the private jet into the storage space, and immediately agreed to the transaction. You lost your Cirrus SR-22 GTS small private jet. You have obtained a 1000 kilowatts Conway diesel generator damaged, X1. At the same time, Linyu also took out this huge thing, which occupied almost 70 cubic meters, from the storage space and placed it on the ground.
This looks really mighty.
Linyu couldn't help but admire the huge machine in front of him, which was nearly 2 meters tall, about 4 meters long and about 2 meters wide. Although it's all rusty, And it looks like it's missing something in many places. And it's even damaged in some places. It still looks pretty good overall. Lin Yu took out a high-precision research workbench and touched it to this huge machine. You have obtained the design drawing of a large diesel generator, 1000 kilowatts. Okay. Let's take a look at what parts are needed. Large diesel generator, 1000 kilowatts unit chassis, alloy X5. Large generator X1. Air switch, alloy X1. Plastic/fiberglass X2. Control box, alloy core. Lower tank, brass X10. Good. Most of them can be built. And engines are also available. But there are really no large generators.
It seems that there is no such thing as being able to do it overnight. We still have to find important parts.
Although it cannot be used immediately, it is still good luck to only have one missing.
Gawu.
Xiaobai walked out of the shelter and immediately stepped back. The temperature was too high. It looked at its owner, who was thinking about something in the warehouse, with confusion, and called him back inside.
Xiaobai. Wait a moment.
2 platinum treasure chests have just been opened. But this matter is not over yet. If we just let it go, who knows when it will be finished. Procrastination will become more and more serious. In particular, this platinum treasure chest is likely to contain important items or equipment that he has not obtained before. And it may even be able to unlock some items that are currently in urgent need. Continue. There are 3 more. You get mechanical replaceable legs X2. Replacement legs? Replaceable leg prostheses. Legs and feet that are almost identical to human beings and are manufactured using precision machinery. They can be connected to the injured leg and controlled by a chip to allow them to walk normally. This can't be used for the time being, although it looks very high-tech. I have feet and legs, so I don't want this thing. And I don't want to have to use it in the future. Lin Yu took out 2 bright red objects and found that they looked more like armor than mechanical prosthesis.
You still don't need it. So put it aside first.
Lin Yu decided not to worry about this thing for now and continued to drive. He looked like,
please reform me.
He didn't have a clue yet, so he might as well do that first. You get the integrated forging workshop X1. You obtain Katyusha rocket launcher, one-time use X1. In front of Lin Yu, 2 huge guys suddenly appeared.
Integrated forging workshop, Katyusha rocket launcher? Good guy. What's going on here?
Lin Yu looked at the 2 things in front of him and fell into deep thought. Integrated forging workshop. What does this thing mean that it can forge weapons? It's really amazing to be able to open this. But being able to fire a Katyusha rocket launcher is quite impressive.
Are you asking me to destroy another world? It's an intercontinental missile launcher.
And it's Katyusha's. Do you think I have too few weapons? By the way, up close, it's quite scary.
Lin Yu looked at the 16 rockets equipped on the green truck next to him and couldn't help but exclaimed. Katyusha rocket launcher. Disposable. It uses a truck as the chassis and installs 8 rail-type launchers to form a mobile rocket launcher system. It can carry 16 M13 solid fuel rockets and has a combat range of 8,500 meters. Maximum range 385 kilometers. If the intercontinental missile launch vehicle is used to kill enemies at extremely long distances, then the Katyusha is a weapon used to attack enemies at short to medium distances. Effective combat range of 8.5 kilometers. Covering bombing of 16 rocket launchers. If we find the lizard man's lair, we will definitely defeat him in an instant. Regardless of the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of lizard men. It is estimated that under the coverage of this firepower, what will be left behind in the end will definitely be just a pile of residue.
However, it can only be used once. And it is the kind of weapon that cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary.
Lin Yu took a deep breath. In the future, if you need this thing, you must take action when it's time to take action. Chapter 292. Me and my way of survival.
Dominator, you said you want asphalt roads and asphalt roads. Did I hear you correctly?
Fei Yu looked at the
purchasing list
passed by Lin Yu on the other side of the screen and couldn't help but wonder. Why does Lin Yu want this? Does he want to pave the way? But what can be done by paving the way? There are no cars or anything like that here.
If there is such a road in a secret place you are going to, I will accept it. You can choose any fruits and vegetables.
Fei Yu saw Lin Yu being so insistent and said nothing. As the leader of a refuge village dominated by him, Fei Yu knew what to say and what not to say. Third Master Ming Yutong once said that Lin Yu's brain circuit does not need everyone to understand. If he becomes the ruler of this refuge village, then if he wants something there, he can just try to collect it and satisfy it as much as possible. There is no harm in this kind of thing. On the contrary, it is an important opportunity for the development of their refuge village. While meeting Lin Yu's various needs, Lin Yu will also allocate a large amount of resources to this refuge village. And at the same time, the living standards of the survivors in this refuge village will continue to improve. With the continuous supply of resources, the development of this refuge village in all aspects will soon exceed that of other refuge villages. The population will continue to increase, and there will be more and more resources. In this different world, if you have people, you can almost have everything. And with resources, this advantage will be further expanded. Although the refuge village is dominated by Lin Yu, it is independent in all aspects. Lin Yu will not care about how they develop, nor what happens in their refuge village. Whether he was hunting mutated creatures, exploring secret realms, facing lizardmen, or even the appearance of giant creatures, Lin Yu would not take the initiative to interfere or offer help. But Lin Yu would collect the things they collected that he wanted and exchange them for various materials. Eventually, as material needs continue to be met, the size of this refuge village will become larger and larger, and its strength will become stronger and stronger. And this time, they finally ranked 5th among a group of 100,000 people, which also proves their progress. At least, before Lin Yu became the dominant person in the refuge village, their survival point score could not even enter the top 20.
Master, we understand. We will go to the secret realm to collect as much as possible. If you have anything else you want, we can collect it.
Fei Yu have followed San's teachings. By adhering to this approach, Lin Yu will become stronger and stronger, and their refuge village will become stronger and stronger. Win-win. Third Master said that so far, relying on the strong to make oneself stronger at the same time is the only way out for their refuge village. This is the so-called
win-win.
Third Master also said it. It sounds beautiful for both parties to work hard to find a balance, gain benefits, avoid disputes, and make everyone happy.
The so-called balance point means that both sides are uncomfortable, which will lead to greater conflicts in the long run. Concession and giving can only be done by brave and noble people. But humans are not like this. How could humans be such ideal creatures? Human beings are naturally selfish, greedy, lazy, stupid, vain, jealous, willful, egotistical, cunning, and pretentious. Human nature is ugly. That's why in this different world, they were at odds with each other from the beginning, and fell into competition and conflict from the beginning. There are no legal restrictions or moral restrictions here. Human beings no longer trust each other, and no longer have the delicate balance that was originally maintained on the earth in the past. In this different world, the negative side of human nature has been maximized, and as a result, humans have fallen into struggle, pain, and even slipped into the abyss of eternal destruction. Collapse. Order has never been so collapsed. The predators and wandering survivors at the beginning, and the beggars who colluded with the lizard people later, were all like this. Humanity, after these disasters again and again, has made great strides towards extinction. The Third Master is very pessimistic and even despairs of all this. But, even so, he still firmly believes that mankind will not eventually perish, because human beings are also naturally brave, confident, intelligent, hardworking, upright, fearless, humble, kind, honest, sincere and selfless. Human nature is beautiful. After the continuous outbreak of disasters, human beings have gradually broken away from the confusion and chaos of the past and found a way out. Some people are no longer silent. Some are starting to share how to survive disasters. Some are killing giant creatures. And some are constantly using their abilities to lead the entire human race towards a future full of hope. Even after several disasters, the human population no longer declines significantly, and lizard people and beggars are constantly being wiped out. Third Master said this when he finally left. Humanity needs a savior. That person may be Lin Yu, but maybe it's not him. But so far, Lin Yu should at least be that one. Humans are animals that can grow, and Lin Yu naturally does the same. There is still hope for everything. Fei Yu pondered. The current win-win situation is still maintained. They could get Lin Yu's resources, and Lin Yu could get all the materials he wanted. And until Lin Yu has no desires, this relationship will continue. But the length of this period is also closely related to the subsequent development of their refuge village. If they develop well, they will explore more secret realms or underground ruins, kill more mutant creatures, and their equipment will continue to be updated. after their productivity has developed greatly, they can do more things. On the contrary, Lin Yu might find another refuge village, and they would become dispensable.
Everyone, let's explore the secret realm in a moment. Pay special attention to exploration and reconnaissance. Our target is the roads on the ground. This is what the ruler wants this time. Do you understand?
Fei Yu was ready to go, said the men who went to the secret realm. No one questioned why Lin Yu wanted such a thing. For them, being able to exchange for what they wanted was an urgent need. Soon, a team of 60 people set off in a mighty manner. Fei Yu arranged for the remaining people to defend themselves in the refuge village, hunt and collect food, and then followed them towards the newly appeared ancient gate of the secret realm. On the other hand, after Lin Yu released the mission, he opened the door again and walked out of the shelter, coming to the integrated forging workshop placed aside.
Forging weapons? Isn't this what I wanted before?
He looked at the furnace, as well as the anvil, workbench, and various tools, all of which were what he imagined to be in a medieval-looking blacksmithing and forging workshop. However, there seems to be something different. He took out a steel gun he had obtained in a secret realm a long time ago. Under the rough appearance, there is a sense of roughness and wildness made by hand that cannot be replaced by mechanical production.
You need coal and charcoal to burn, and then you just need to build it according to your idea.
Lin Yu glanced at the explanation briefly, and it seemed that it was not as complicated as he imagined. However, the weather now is not a good time to play blacksmithing.
Click! Click!
Lin Yu raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. That's outside the shelter door. Chapter 293 Conspiracy? In the face of strength. This is nothing. At this moment, bursts of clicking sounds were coming from the direction outside the shelter. Lin Yu instantly took out the MP5 submachine gun from the storage space, put on the Tianlong battle armor, and put on the Tianlong battle helmet. The armor wrapped him heavily and gave him some sense of security. He immediately rushed outside the shelter, and the chaotic, rhythmless sound also came from the right side of his sight. What is that sound? Lin Yu looked to the right. In that direction, there was a wooden door entangled with vines and wrapped in blue bricks. The secret ancient gate? At this moment, it is making louder noises.
Gawu!
Xiaobai suddenly rushed out from the gate of the shelter, and Xiaoming followed closely. The two of them immediately came to the ancient door of the secret realm, opened their arms, and were instantly ready for battle. Lin Yu also rushed over. What was on the other side of the door? At the same time, the movement of the stone door also expanded further, as if something was violently pulling on the handle of the door over there. Boom! Boom! The sound of pulling changed into the sound of collision, and it got louder and louder. Lin Yu asked Xiaobai and Xiaoming to prepare behind the door, while he stood on Xiaobai's back. The sound of the door slamming became heavier, as if many things were hitting it at the same time. Lin Yu held the spray gun in his hand and listened to the sound, but felt more and more something was wrong. What exactly is this?
Xiaobai! What's behind the door? A monster?
It was at this moment that a huge vibration hit the door, and the wooden door was completely destroyed with a loud noise. Smoke and dust flew up instantly, and at the same time, an extremely large amount of icy mist also rushed out of Xiaobai's belly. The icy mist immediately covered the ancient gate of the secret realm, as well as the things rushing out of the thick smoke. With a layer of frost, a silver-gray figure rushed out, and then a roar sounded. Lin Yu was surprised to see that Xiao Ming was swinging his arms towards the ice-covered monster at an unparalleled speed, and launched a frantic bombardment with his extremely sharp claws. Its speed exceeded Lin Yu's imagination. Lin Yu could even observe with the naked eye the afterimages of it throwing hundreds of punches in a very short period of time. And the monsters being bombarded were also covered in flesh and blood in front of this terrifying force. His sight was also covered by the ice mist, blood mist, and flesh and blood. At the same time, the roars became notes like thunder in the blood rain. The battle ended quickly, as Xiaoming lowered his arms. The dust and mist in front of him finally disappeared. What was left on the wasteland ground was a monster like a giant python, with almost half of its body reduced to pieces, and only its body trembling slightly. It still has a complete head under its extremely hard SHL, proving its identity.
Poison Tianlong?
Lin Yu looked at the tattered giant monster in front of him. He really didn't expect that this monster could break the door the second time. But why did it rush over? Obviously this time, he did not go to the secret realm to provoke this thing. Xiaoming seemed to have entered a buffering time after the violent output, and now he was sitting directly on the ground breathing heavily. Xiaoming did not kill it directly, but took a breath.
Then you're welcome.
Lin Yu took out a bucket of gasoline and was about to burn it to get the treasure chest. Suddenly, Xiaobai let out a
caw.
Immediately afterwards, a group of gray-green things poured out from the destroyed door. Lizard man? Lin Yu moved faster, and the bullets from his MP5 rained down on the lizard man like a torrential rain. When he stopped to change the magazine, Xiaobai went over and killed several of them with one claw. Lizard man? After a sudden meal, the lizard man continued to fall. Lin Yu finally held an MP5 in each hand and launched a crazy burst mode on the lizard man, while a large number of lizardmen fell to the ground. Copper treasure chests were constantly being exploded. Lin Yu and Xiaobai cooperated tacitly and killed nearly 100 lizardmen who rushed out.
Gawa.
Xiaobai finally announced the end of this unexpected incident with a roar of victory, and at the same time announced that the lizardman's conspiracy had once again gone bankrupt. Lin Yu quickly put away the copper treasure boxes scattered on the ground and checked again to see if there was any fish that had slipped through the net. At this moment, Xiaobai and Xiaoming each let out a low roar, and the little ice lizards, who were originally in the shelter, also rushed out. Under the command of the 4 black dots, Xia, Lizzie, and the others, they dispersed and rushed. I entered the underground lizard crowd where some clues had appeared at some point. Lin Yu took a breath of cold air. He immediately took out the ATV from the storage space and got on it immediately. Really? There is really no ambiguity at all on the ground. The lizard men are now really large scale and organized to attack him, and they are using all kinds of strategies and endless tricks. And as the lizardmen's screams continue to be heard from all over the wasteland underground, their conspiracy seemed to have failed again this time. What on earth are these monsters? Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. He looked back at the ancient secret door that had opened a big hole and seemed unable to be closed. It seems that the lizard people may not know when they sent troops to pass through the ancient gate to the secret realm and provoke Poison Tianlong from there. It seemed that they wanted to use Poison Tianlong's attack to attack his refuge, and at the same time, they also equipped the surroundings with weapons. There was an ambush hidden underground similar to the giant creature boneworm last time. However, no matter which one it is, there is no threat at all. No matter the poison sky dragon or the lizardman legion, they are still underground ambushes. No one is alive now.
Gawu.
After Xiaobai finally confirmed that there were no more enemies, Lin Yu got out of the car with confidence and boldness this time, and poured gasoline on the dying Du Tianlong. You got a platinum chest. Hey guys. I just finished opening the platinum treasure chest. Here comes another one. The flame burned fiercely, and then gradually extinguished. Lin Yu walked over and peeled off Du Tianlong's outer SHL. He still lacks a pair of leg armor. If it can be used, then the SHL of the poisonous sky dragon will have a new use.
However, this door is a problem.
Lin Yu looked at the ancient secret door that had been destroyed like this for the first time. The last time the ancient door to the secret realm was destroyed was also done by Du Tianlong. But Du Tianlong did not smash the door into pieces like this time. Lin Yu always thought that this ancient secret door was indestructible because its appearance was extremely unscientific. After this thing crosses over, it can shuttle survivors and anything from another world to the Earth decades away from modern times. It is very similar to the random door in a cartoon that Lin Yu once watched when he was a child. What it should represent is a black technology that distorts time and space that humans may not be able to create within hundreds of years. But the door of this black technology is now broken into pieces, and only a big hole is left where it originally was. If it is not blocked, there will be a bridge between the secret realm and the other world, allowing the monsters in the secret realm to pass through this passage and come to the other world, etc. Isn't this a good thing? At least, it seems to be a good thing for him. After all, there is no treasure chest when he kills the monsters in the secret realm. But after they run into this world, they can get the treasure chest.
It seems that I have found an unexpected way to make a fortune and at the same time eliminate monsters on the earth.
Lin Yu was extremely excited now. Chapter 294 Monster Clearance. Treasure Box Collector.
Xiaobai. Xiaoming. After you two enter the secret realm, immediately go everywhere to find where there are more enemies, and then try your best to lead them to the place where the ancient door is broken. And then when you come out of it, go to run away from both sides of the door. Is that clear? Gaw. Gaw.
The two behemoths nodded immediately, understood Lin Yu's tactics, and then went straight into the breach of the ancient gate of the secret realm. Lin Yu shook his arms. It's time to get busy again. Originally, I wanted to search the secret realm for various materials and supplies. But it is obvious that after the ancient gate of the secret realm is destroyed this time, it will be a good opportunity to lure more monsters to another world, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. There is no doubt that the secret realm is the Earth a few decades from now. No matter how he looked at it, those collapsed buildings, dilapidated items, and all kinds of familiar things that seemed to have been covered in dust for countless years told him that that was the Earth, the former home of mankind. In this secret realm, there are countless sleeping treasures, and there are also countless ferocious and terrifying monsters. These monsters have been included in the lizard man's murals and the stone statues enshrined in the altar they built. It can be proved that they were originally creatures of this other world, but for some reason they thrived in the secret realm. But no matter how they entered the secret realm, Lin Yu's idea was to eliminate them all and purify the Earth back to its original appearance. Compared to other worlds where water resources and various resources are extremely scarce, the secret realm, the former home of mankind, is a soil more suitable for human habitation and survival. Therefore, Lin Yu decided to take this opportunity to introduce as many mutant creatures as there were into the different world, and then kill them all. He immediately set up a trap in front of the breach in the ancient gate. However, the wooden one probably won't be too powerful, so why not upgrade it? 2 iron blocks were put in, and information came from the system soon. Upgrading to an iron spike trap requires a universal upgrade design diagram. Upgrade? Lin Yu did not hesitate, although traps are of little use to him nowadays, as long as they can be upgraded. They are meaningful. The new iron spike trap requires 2 stones and 2 iron blocks each to make a trap 3 meters long and wide. There were not enough stones on hand, so Lin Yu directly put the wine on hand and put it on the market, and quickly exchanged it for 1,000 units of stones. Once the stones are in place, all that needs to be done is simple. An iron thorn trap was immediately born right in front of the breach in the ancient gate. The trap is about 2 meters deep, with countless iron thorns dotted like nails, and the gaps are not dense. It looks quite scary. If a large number of monsters step on it, it will not be easy to escape, as long as one body is unbalanced. There is absolutely no way to escape harm. It can be said that as long as you step inside, you will either die or be seriously injured. Lin Yu also quickly built 50 such traps, and quickly arranged them directly in front except on both sides of the door. As for the flying ones, let's ignore them for now. Xiaobai is the king in the sky. Just let Xiaobai catch the flying ones one by one later. After that, Lin Yu used the remaining stones on hand to pile up a stone wall to surround the trap. Next, he looked up at the increasingly hot sun above his head, opened the world mall, searched, and sure enough he found someone selling beach umbrellas. The price is only 2 kilograms of vegetables. For Lin Yu, this was too cheap. 2 kilograms of vegetables? Is this thing still called a thing? Lin Yu did not hesitate to spend a small price in exchange for a beach umbrella, then climbed up the side wall and took out the beach umbrella from the storage space. The beach umbrella was quite large. Lin Yu inserted it directly on the edge of the fence, and then sat directly on the fence under the umbrella. At this volume, he took out various weapons and skillfully loaded the ammunition. The MP5 submachine gun fires at medium and short distances. The flying one snipe with sniper rifles, and the sprayers wait at close range. It's no big deal. Moreover, when the monsters in the secret realm are driven or lured out of the ancient gate, it is estimated that most of them will be sieved by the iron spike traps. Therefore, the monsters that can insist on rushing next to him are probably not. There is no way to avoid the impact of modern thermal weapons. Of course, Lin Yu was not careless. There was a small army of 20 little ice lizards, each led by Black Spot, Green Claw, Little Six and Red Line. He asked Black Spot and Green Claw to lead 8 little lizards to guard the shelter, while the remaining Little Six and Red Line, where he is the one who leads the rest and is responsible for guarding the wilderness. Xiaobai and Xiaoming have entered the secret realm, and there are no special guards around them. This task is left to the little ice lizards led by Xiaoluzi and Hongxian. If those cunning lizard men come out to cause trouble while he is fighting, he will lose sight of one thing and lose control of the battle. As Xiaoluzi and Hongxian arrived with the little ice lizards and took precautions around the wall, the final preparations were completely completed. All you have to do after that is wait. There was a large glass in his hand, filled with ice cubes and 2 fruit tea bags. Lin Yu poured a bottle of water into it, waited for a while, and successfully made a large glass, cooling iced tea, taking out some biscuits that he had unpacked before. Lin Yu waited leisurely for the battle to begin. With parasols and iced tea, Lin Yu felt relieved from the heat. It would be even more beautiful if there was a small electric fan or air cooler. It didn't take long, as Xiaoming's figure flashed out from the opening of the ancient door, and then came directly to the side of the ancient door. Almost instantly, a large black shadow rushed out.
Good guy. This amount.
Lin Yu took a big sip of iced tea and picked up the MP5 in his hand. After the monsters rushed out of the trap, there was almost no suspense at all, and they fell directly into the nearly 500 square meters of terrifying iron thorn H.L. Screams and howls instantly became the main notes in this H.L. The monsters couldn't control their inertia at all when they rushed out. They were lured by Xiaoming to the breach in the ancient gate and couldn't stop the gate. The needle-pricking H.L. that was more than 2 meters deep also left them nowhere to escape. The number that rushed out was in the hundreds. Among them were strange rats, blood-sucking insects, horned spiders, and some insect monsters that Lin Yu had never seen before. Even a small giant beetle broke in. Lin Yu raised his spray gun and hit the giant beetle with iron thorns embedded in half of its body. It rushed towards his head and blasted half of it away. You killed the earth-swallowing giant armor. You got a gold treasure chest. Oh! Golden treasure chest. The MP5 in Lin Yu's hand shot at the struggling monsters in the trap one by one. And the treasure chest that burst out again made him even more excited. It didn't take long for nearly 100 treasure chests to appear in this trap. Is there anything more exciting than this in the world? Chapter 295. This wave is a win. A steady stream of monsters rushed into the trap. And after Xiaobai flew out of it, more storm-flying lizards also rushed in. But these storm-flying lizards soon fell to the ground under the attack of Xiaobai hovering in the air. At some point, there were many more lizardmen on the ground. But they were also screaming and dying under the attack of the little ice lizards under the command of Xia Lizzie and Hong Xian. This place has turned into A.H.L. where Lin Yu's party unilaterally killed. And this group of iron spike traps surrounded by walls has been covered with a layer of corpses of monsters of all sizes. And the number is still increasing. Lin Yu even saw that several tentacle monsters were also attracted. And he was so unceremonious that he directly served more than 10 burning arrows in a row. Soon they were also on fire. And several unlucky ones beside them, the ghosts were also ignited by the fire. And finally the tentacle monsters turned into balls of fire and burned. For a time, there was thick smoke billowing here. And screams, roars and roars, that could not be described in words continued to be heard. After continuing for a while, the screams here finally subsided. And the wilderness fell into calm again. The traps and the wasteland are littered with the corpses of monsters and lizardmen. Lin Yu and his friends didn't even sweat much. And there wasn't even the slightest bit of damage on their bodies. Lin Yu waited for a while, and finally came to the ancient gate of the secret realm. He completely wrapped it with an iron wall made of iron blocks, and made several layers of it. Only then did he finally draw a conclusion to this battle. Pause.
Clean the battlefield.
Lin Yu rubbed his hands excitedly. This wave is not a loss. Using only a few means, he easily killed so many monsters. And he looked into the trap pit that was almost filled with treasure boxes. Whether they were copper treasure boxes, silver treasure boxes, or gold treasure boxes, they were all shining brightly in the sun. After destroying many monsters and getting treasure chests, this wave is considered a win. A big win.
Gah!
Xiaobai flew back and erupted a huge amount of ice mist into the trap pit. The corpses of the monsters that were still burning and smoking just now were also covered with a layer of white frost. The temperature also dropped rapidly. Lin Yu put the stone wall down on the trap, stepped on the stone wall to the place where the corpses were the densest and the treasure boxes were the densest, and picked up the treasure boxes one by one. This process didn't last long. It's not that there aren't many treasure chests, but Lin Yu's hands are fast enough, and he has Xiaobai's help.
Good guy. There are 122 copper treasure boxes, 8 silver treasure boxes, and 1 gold treasure box. This is really a big harvest, and it took very little time and effort.
Lin Yu retreated happily and returned the stone wall to its original position. The corpses of these monsters in the pit are just thrown here. The traps are ignored, and the walls are surrounding them. If any mutant creature or lizard man wants to enter, there is no way to stop them. Let them fly into the flames.
Gawu.
Xiaobai flew to Lin Yu's side. Xiaoming also ran over. And the little ice lizards also came together, each one looking at Lin Yu.
Are you hungry? Let's go have a big meal.
Lin Yu greeted his friends, and was suddenly picked up by Xiaoming and returned to the shelter.
They go! Go! WY!
Fei Yu and his subordinates in the refuge village couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that the densely packed monsters that had almost surrounded them just now suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? Originally, after entering the secret realm not long ago, their collecting trip went smoothly at first. In this obviously medium-developed city, the most indispensable thing is the road surface. When Lin Yu, the Dominator, wanted asphalt roads and asphalt roads, he really didn't understand what the Dominator was thinking. But since they wanted them, and would pay them a suitable price, it would be stupid not to collect them. After all, it is too easy to collect, which is also the main purpose of entering this secret realm. After many times of experience, each of them now has almost 3 cubic meters of space in their hands. Especially Fei Yu and several deputies have almost 10 cubic meters of storage space in their hands. There are a lot of things collected here. In addition to completing the task of collecting road surfaces, they also want to collect more precious and scarce materials. For example, the alloys that Lin Yu has been collecting. If they find any factory or encounter any station, they can collect them carefully in case Lin Yu needs them later. Even if Lin Yu doesn't need it, they can build their own refuge village to make their shelter safer and more secure. Just like Lin Yu's refuge. After a simple initial exploration, search, reconnaissance and groping along the way, they entered the urban center of this mysterious city. But what they didn't expect was that they were surrounded by a group of monsters without knowing it. Monsters that looked like mice, but were as big as dogs posed no threat to them. Using the gun shield array, they could easily kill these invading enemies. But the giant spiders, unknown reptiles, and extremely disgusting-looking tentacle monsters that followed made it impossible for them to deal with them one by one. Just at the moment of life and death, there were suddenly several explosions and a loud roar, and the group of monsters that had surrounded them and almost completely trapped them disappeared. In the end, what happened?
Brother Yu, I just saw a flying white shadow flying over in the sky. And then the explosion we heard just now also followed there. Is it related to this?
Lu, his subordinate Yi said suddenly.
Flying white shadow?
Fei Yu wiped the sweat from his face and was stunned.
I saw it too. Boss, I think it looks a bit like the giant dragon that dominates people.
Another person also said.
Impossible.
Fei Yu shook his head. How could it be possible? Although what he thought of just now was Lin Yu's flying dragon. But how could Lin Yu's flying dragon come here by such a coincidence?
Let's go take a look,
a bold subordinate suggested. Fei Yu glanced at the direction where the sound disappeared and shook his head again.
Avoid the difficult village first. This time we were a little underestimating the enemy and were greedy. So we were surrounded. We retreated all the way and tried our best to collect everything we could grab on the roadside. Storage space. Retreat to the ancient gate of the secret realm.
The subordinates all nodded immediately. Although this refuge village had a ruler, there was still a leader named Fei Yu. It is true that Fei Yu is immature and sometimes has no ideas. But everyone can feel that the leader is also constantly growing. At least, much stronger than at the beginning. The opportunity seems to have started when Lin Yu became the dominant person. A group of people set out in great numbers, being careful all the way. It didn't take long before they finally returned to the refuge village. However, in the secret realm, there was also a group of people who happened to be in a building near the gap where the flying dragon and the giant dragon passed through.
This ancient secret door seems to have been broken through. And have you seen the appearance of those 2 giant dragons? Aren't they Lin Yu's giant dragons?
The extremely tall female leader, wearing a long robe, put down the telescope in his hand, with an incomprehensible smile on his face.
Lin Yu, you seem to have too many secrets.
Chapter 296. His painting style seems different from everyone else. The scorching sun and suffocating heat ravaged the earth. The flowers and plants were dried and wilted in the sun. And the mutated creatures were digging holes of various sizes in various places in the other world to crawl in, or looking for caves to escape the heat. People in various refuge villages had to escape the uncomfortable weather in basements, or even underground ruins, or secret realms, because of the sudden arrival of the scorching heat. In the bedroom of the shelter, Lin Yu was blowing the air conditioner at 20 degrees. So comfortable that he was half lying on the sofa. The drink in his hand was changed from iced tea to ice coke. He drank several large sips in succession, feeling the refreshing sensation of the cold bubbles in his mouth, and burped again. Cool? Lin Yu made a general summary of his enjoyment after the battle. I eliminated the monsters in the secret realm, obtained a large number of treasure chests, and tried a new combat method. Not only that, he also killed Poison Sky Dragon, obtain the platinum treasure chest, and also foil the lizard man's conspiracy. It should be said that it is another conspiracy. This morning was quite fulfilling and very meaningful. He gained a lot here, but it dealt a big blow to the lizard people. Linyu felt that these guys should be thinking of the next strategy to deal with his shelter, or notify more lizard people to attack. Linyu has always felt that although the number of lizard men is extremely large, and they are distributed over a wide area, their information is not as completely interconnected as imagined. It can even be said that the lizard men should be divided into so-called countries, or even lower-level tribes, just like the humans on the original Earth. Maybe, with such low productivity, maybe the tribes are not as few as tens of thousands. Maybe the number is beyond imagination. But now Linyu can be sure that all the lizard men who are attacking him should be instigated by those begging for survival. The number of lizard men who attacked him depended on the number of beggars. Now, unless one side disappears completely, chaotic battles like the recent ones will continue. Linyu took another sip of ice coke. This thing was just opened from the silver treasure chest. 6 2-liter bottles were opened at once, and half of them were normal, and half were zero-proof and sugar-free. This was just in time for the sudden sweltering heat. Just drinking coke was still not enough. So Linyu directly took out a large handful of steaming kebabs from the storage space. I can eat skewers and drink ice cream in an air-conditioned room. If only I could have some peanuts and edamame. That would be great.
Then again, it was always around 30 degrees before. And now it's 41 degrees. It's almost like a joke.
Linyu once again felt that this disaster would still be closely related to the high temperature. Otherwise, the popularity is really outrageous. Since arriving in this different world, the temperature has always been at a relatively comfortable level, except for the first snowstorm, which was really freezing. The rest of the time it was always around 30 degrees. But since this morning, the temperature has been trending upward. Before entering the shelter just now, he glanced at the number on the thermometer hanging outside, and it had already reached 40 degrees. Linyu didn't know whether this seemingly scary temperature was today's highest temperature, or whether tomorrow's temperature would be even more outrageous. But what is certain is that if the sunshade net is not found, then his vegetable production may directly drop to zero in these 2 days. It was so hot inside the greenhouse that the various crops inside were already in a semi-dead state due to the multiple effects of the extremely high temperature and high humidity environment caused by the light refraction and reflection of the greenhouse film. For this reason, before entering the shelter, he had to use stones to make walls and seal the greenhouses directly to prevent further losses. But he didn't want to experience the high temperature and humidity there again.
Sunshade net. At present, no one is selling it in the entire world trading channel. It seems that you can only get it by opening treasure chests or going to secret realms.
At present, this thing is indeed the most lacking. When he once visited a high-tech greenhouse, he saw the staff inside using an electric roller screen machine to cover the entire greenhouse with a sunshade net. It didn't take long for the temperature inside the greenhouse to drop. Coupled with the function of the fans and water curtains around the greenhouse, the temperature inside is quite comfortable, and can even lower the temperature by nearly 15 or 6 degrees, which is quite convenient. However, that kind of greenhouse is made of extremely thick plexiglass and steel frames. There is a huge difference between the one made of iron and plastic and the one made of iron and plastic. He didn't ask for a fan, water curtain, or rolling screen machine. Linyu just wanted a simple sunshade net. But he didn't see any of them sold in the World Mall or the Survival Point Mall.
Fortunately, I have a lot of boxes on hand. Maybe I can open it?
He drank the rest of the coke in one gulp. Xiaobai and the others were still staying in the living room at this moment. They seemed to be addicted to the cold temperature of 17 degrees, and had no intention of moving at all. By the way, creatures like ice lizards seemed to be quite afraid of heat. The battle ended so quickly, which had a lot to do with Xiaobai, and the others helped later. They all seemed to want to end it quickly, and go back to the house to blow on the air conditioner. It was really interesting. Almost like humans. Almost half of the day was spent in construction and fighting. I really didn't expect that it would become so busy from the first day of this disaster cycle. A lot of things seemed not to be done. Paving the road. Unable to continue due to insufficient material. I don't want to go to the underground ruins, because it's too troublesome. It was for the same reason in the secret realm. And he didn't know whether the ancient gate was broken or whether it was stable or unstable. So he would wait and see for the time being. Now, it's really time to go and have a look at the natural sulfur or mountain. It's been many days since I was attacked by a lizard man. Thinking of this, Linyu left the comfortable sofa and came to the workroom. where he put the 6 robot dogs that had been charging here into the storage space. Although saltpeter has not been seen yet, there is still so much sulfur mine left, so we can't let the lizard men get all in trouble. Pushing open the door of the living room, a gust of cold wind instantly enveloped it. Inside, Xiaobai and Xiaoming were lying comfortably on the sheepskins, shouting to each other in low voices, as if they were communicating something.
Xiaoming, leave the little ice lizards to continue guarding in the shelter. Xiaobai, let's go out together.
After Lin Yu gave the order, Xiaobai immediately stood up, and Xiaoming and the others immediately stood up and watched him and Xiaobai go out.
Gawa.
Xiaobai left the air-conditioned room, a little reluctant to leave, but he also knew that the master's orders came first.
Xiaobai, we are going to the natural sulfur or mountain. Are you ready?
The door of the shelter was opened, and steaming heat rushed in.
Gawu.
Xiaobai spread his wings, and Lin Yu also rode on its back. As the wings flapped violently, the wind blew, and soon Lin Yu and Xiaobai were flying high into the sky together. Chapter 297, Follow Your Words? Get precious design drawings. A small black shadow was projected on the vast wilderness, quickly passing over patches of grass swaying in the wind. Not long after, the black shadow slowly grew larger, revealing the shape of a dragon with huge wings. The giant dragon floated down, and the survivor on the dragon's back looked at the lonely shelter in front of him, quickly got off the dragon's back, and walked over.
There is no shelter, and there has been no sign of anyone there for a long time.
The temperature was too high, so Lin Yu did not let Xiaobai, a little guy who was afraid of the heat, fly too far. Instead, he let him stop at a place not too far away from his refuge. Wouldn't it be great to take a break and get the shelter design drawings by the way? The map here had not been opened before, and Lin Yu did not expect that there was actually a shelter here. When he saw it while observing from the air, he asked Xiaobai to stop and replenish water. After giving Xiaobai a 4L bucket of water, Lin Yu looked at the stone shelter in front of him. The exterior is rough and worn, with cracks in many places, and only a few steps away from the shelter, a skull is tilted and half buried in the soil. It is surrounded by dream poison grass blooming in different colors, giving people a sense of desperate beauty. Lin Yu shook his head, but in my heart, there was no big disturbance. After nearly 30 days of surviving in another world, he had seen too many deaths. Death gradually changed its flavor, and even turned into a string of numbers that kept disappearing in the upper right corner of the group, becoming less emotional and sad than before. Life is cruel. If you cannot adapt, you will be eliminated. This is an extreme world where the weak can eat the strong, whether it is due to lack of food and water, attacks by mutant creatures or lizard men, or death due to disease or wound infection. Everyone will eventually become like this skull and become the center of this wasteland, a small part of this different world.
Gawu.
Xiaobai finished drinking the water, poured some of the remaining water on his head, and entered the shelter with the owner, who opened the half-broken stone door. Although the temperature here is also very high, it is finally a little sheltered, which makes it a little better. Moreover, the space inside is also slightly larger.
I used 3 shelter design drawings, and then built the upper and lower floors. If this survivor hadn't died, he should have been a pretty capable person.
The shelter is not small, with 2 floors above and below ground, and unlike what was imagined, there are a lot of items in it. In addition to furniture such as tables, chairs, benches, and beds, there are also items such as pots and pans, weapons and the like are all made of metal. And there are many swords and guns, but they are all made of copper. There were 2 bags of flour stored in the basement, completely untouched, and dozens of pieces of dried meat hanging. The system determined that they were completely edible. Then, he also found some baguettes as hard as wooden stakes, and some instant noodles. 2 4-liter buckets of water that were completely unopened. Lin Yu also put all these into the storage space. After walking around among the shelves in the basement, he unexpectedly found a treasure chest.
Treasure box? Wait, this treasure box doesn't seem to be a treasure box.
Lin Yu pulled the wooden treasure box at his feet off the shelf. It is very similar in style to the wooden treasure chest in my impression, but it is a little less detailed and much larger than it. There was even a lock on it. Good guy. Are there any copycats of this thing? It turns out that the survivors in the shelter are not only strong, but also quite interesting. Lin Yu couldn't help but want to complain about what was inside. As for building a fake wooden box, he took out 2 daggers, inserted them between the lock and the box and pried them hard. With a crisp sound, the lock shattered.
Gawa.
Xiaobai was also confused by the box. It came close to its owner and became confused when it saw that the lid of the box was lifted, and there was only an empty square thing inside. Picking up the A4 paper-sized thing with a black leather exterior, Lin Yu immediately knew what it was, and couldn't help but laugh.
Notebook? Did you make a mistake? It's okay to put a notebook in the treasure chest.
He originally thought that there might be something very important in this treasure box. But in the end, there was such a notebook, which really made people speechless. However, you are here, so there is no harm in taking a look. Lin Yu opened the heavy notebook, and several blue things suddenly fell out.
Is this a design drawing for a shelter? Wait, there's another design drawing. It's actually a design drawing for a glass greenhouse.
You have obtained Shelter Design Drawings X3. You have obtained the design drawing of a large glass greenhouse. Awesome. Does this count as following your words? Lin Yu suddenly became excited. Unexpectedly, the thing I had been dreaming about for a long time did not open the treasure box or find it in the secret realm. But I found it in this deserted shelter. Not only did I find it, but it was actually a large one. Identify it? Design drawing of large glass greenhouse. A greenhouse using glass as lighting material is a type of greenhouse. Among cultivation facilities, glass greenhouse has the longest service life and is suitable for various regions and various climatic conditions. Use below. It can build a greenhouse with a length of nearly 100 meters and a width of 10 meters. It has its own electric heating system, temperature and humidity monitoring system, micro sprinkler tape for micro sprinkler irrigation, steel cable curtain machine, sunshade net, and supporting fans and water curtains. Wait, the shed comes with movable guide rails and fiberglass countertops. Emma, what a super creature this is. Everything you want is there, and everything is covered. But, large glass greenhouse design drawing, concrete X20 cubic, thickened glass / plexiglass X500, steel / alloy X170, fiberglass X90, plastic X1 drive system X1 drive power supply X1 integrated circuit board X1, temperature and humidity detection system, alloy X2, controller X1, integrated circuit board, fan water curtain cooling system X20, aluminum alloy X20, stainless steel X20, motor X20, rotor X20, wire X20. This long list of material requirements is indeed difficult to overcome. There are a lot of alloys in glass, as well as fiberglass and a lot of various electronic accessories, etc., which are extremely difficult to find. Moreover, this thing is not something that is extremely urgently needed by ordinary survivors. Right? No wonder the original owner of this shelter kept this blueprint in his diary and didn't use it. Wait, that's not right. Can't it also be placed directly on your own system panel? Why does it have to be kept in the diary? Seem to have discovered a blind spot? Lin Yu thought for a moment and focused his gaze on the dense writing between the notebooks.
It's actually a diary? Who the serious person writes a diary? Huh? Wait, there seems to be something wrong with what is written in this diary.
Chapter 298, Who is a serious person who keeps a diary? End calendar. Third day. You can obtain treasure chests by killing mutated creatures. This is simply impossible on Earth. But it actually happens in this world. Not to mention the so-called system and the so-called coming disaster. It all feels like being in some game. This morning, I happened to kill a monster that had a lizard-like head but walked upright. It seemed to be stuck between two trees that were very close to each other at that time. I did it without hesitation and used the stone gun in hand. It actually revealed a copper treasure chest. After opening it, there was a design drawing of a copper knife, this large notebook, and a water pen. Really? I can't even drink water. So what can I do if I prescribe this thing? Keep a diary? Who is a serious person who keeps a diary? However, I was really thirsty and couldn't sleep at night. So I wrote that although I still had 2 apples, they didn't seem to have much moisture and were a little shriveled. Does anyone want this? By the way, if I am really dying of thirst, whoever picks up this diary can let that person know that I am dying of thirst. Right? By the way, who is Lin Yu? He actually sold water for 2 days in a row. Where did he get his water? I really don't know what to write. In the evening, Lin Yu asked for stones. I still have some. Can you change some water? End calendar. 4th day. The disaster warning is here. It says there is going to be a blizzard. Can you drink it if the blizzard melts? Lin Yu made a deal with me yesterday. If it weren't for the 200 milliliters of water he gave me, I might have died of thirst. Of course, I gave him the 2 apples, and he seemed quite happy to take them. Is 200 milliliters of water enough for me to drink for 2 or 3 days? Maybe it will last until there is a blizzard. How much water must a person drink a day? If it doesn't work, I'll just drink urine. But did Apple lose money? I also want to eat apples. During the day, someone added me as a friend. His name was Du Ping. Du Ping gave me some opinions and suggestions on survival. But many of them were things I knew before. But Du Ping should be a good person. Whether it's Lin Yu or Du Ping, anyone who meets Tangua in this different world will feel a sense of intimacy. These two people seem to be good. I killed dozens of bugs at noon, and they were all surrounding the body of the lizard-like animal, or lizard man, decomposing it. As a result, I got 5 wooden treasure chests, 4 bottles of water, and a piece of bread. I was really lucky. But it seems that Apple has suffered even more losses. I will have to hide this kind of thing next time I trade with others. End calendar. 7th day. The blizzard is coming. Or in other words, the disaster is coming. In my opinion, the first disaster was quite simple. As long as you have a strong shelter, enough food, heating tools, a lot of firewood, and good ventilation, it will be easy to survive. Fortunately, I have all of these. The wooden treasure chest 3 days ago was obviously a good start. I then used the corpses of mutated creatures to attract more bugs. Even if the probability was low, I could still get some wooden treasure chests by killing so many. This is indeed the case. I have obtained 30 wooden treasure chests from that day to today. The water and food provided are enough for me to last until the 10th day. Not to mention that there is a coal mine and copper mine not far from the shelter. Mine, where stones and iron can also be produced. I seem to be lucky. I looked at the rankings in the morning, and I was able to rank 5th in a group of 10,000 people. It seemed that I was already ahead of others. I was really awesome. By the way, Lin Yu is indeed number 1. I guessed it right. I had a lot of communication with Du Ping in the past 2 days. He and I exchanged a lot of things. I exchanged copper and iron blocks for various design drawings in his hand. Stupid people. Design drawings are obviously more important than these things. Look at Lin Yu. He has realized this a long time ago. But others don't seem to have. By the way, the system plays the top 3 videos and then makes them disappear after reading, which is a bit excessive. I still don't understand how to do Lin Yu's trap. I miss my wife and my stupid son. The system said that at least someone related to her will come over. It is probably impossible for my wife to be with her. But I can raise my son. Son, Daddy will make a fortune for you. By the way, my dad can come too. But he's not very healthy. They were able to bring a total of 6 days worth of water and food. And life seemed more promising. I actually wrote so many words. Also drunk. End calendar. 8th day. Damn. What kind of different world? System. I call you an immortal. My son is not my son. And my dad is not my dad either. Is it my neighbor Uncle Wang who was sent here? What a hacking joke. The system is just a paternity testing machine. Right? Ah? What is my whole life? What the H, I am I? Let me die. End calendar. 9th day. Uncle Wang Nyobi. Uncle Wang used to practice martial arts when he was young and could not get close to hundreds of people. Before the teleportation, he was also the god of fitness equipment in our community. His muscles all over his body were simply scary. He successfully adapted to a different world in just 1 day and taught me more knowledge about survival in the wild. I used to have a very good relationship with him. Today, when I was about to give up on myself, he beat me and then told me that he would not let me die. So, I made peace with him. Then throughout the afternoon, I followed the old man and was responsible for covering and collecting treasure boxes. I have to say that the old man's brains and skills are much better than mine. By the way, there is an airdrop for the first place. I also want an airdrop. I will try my best to get the first place when I rank next time. Du Ping has been contacting me in the past few days, inviting me to join their refuge village, saying that it is the mainstream. But I don't want to go because of social fear. End calendar. 13th day. Tomorrow will be the second disaster earthquake. The old man was quite capable. He built a steel frame bed, an almost completely enclosed stone house, and reinforced the original shelter. It seemed that he would be able to survive this disaster. Lin Yu was first again. What's going on with this guy? He's too strong. However, our shelter is ranked 4th this time, rising 1 place. And after many stronger survivors entered this group. Uncle Wang. No. My dad is really awesome. Duping hasn't given up inviting me yet. He's already in second place. Why should he recruit new survivors? This person is really strange. Dozens of people in my friends list have told me that Duping also invited them. Does he think first? I also wonder if it's okay. By the way, the old man took me to a nearby plot of land today and found a shelter. When I put it away, there was actually a design drawing of the shelter. In addition to the ones that can be obtained in the Survival Point Mall. I now have two. How about expanding the living space? My dad said that we should build a basement that would be warm in winter and cool in summer. But we should do it after the earthquake. End calendar. 18th day. Unconsciously, more than half a month has passed. And half of the people in the friend list have died. My dad told me that survival of the fittest is normal. The third disaster was a double disaster of acid rain and flooding. And another wave of elimination was needed. The underground ruins were far worse than the secret realm. There was nothing there. But my dad and I were really interested in hunting those lizard men. And I didn't know until the third day that the one I killed was the lizard man. They are quite easy to explode the treasure chest. I wonder if it is because of the misconception of killing too many lizard men. By the way, I have been hearing thumping noises at night recently. And they said they were giant creatures. The upper and lower floors of the shelter, using 3 shelter design drawings, suddenly became very spacious. By the way, the transactions with Lin Yu are increasing. I really want to join his refuge. This man is a great person. For sure. Completely different from Dupin. The old man said that Duping was not a good person, and he was a good judge of people. Although I think Duping just wants to be first. End calendar. 21st day. My dad is too strong. Acid rain and floods are nothing to him. The acid rain floods were raging outside. But we were safe in the shelter. At that time, they said a lot of blocked words. Now the old man and I feel that they were all talking about whether underground ruins can avoid disasters. But that kind of place is full of lizard people. By the way, I saw a few survivors and lizardmen together in Area D back then. Did I see it wrong? The old man said it was impossible. How could a person degenerate like that? Duping didn't contact me yesterday. And he didn't contact me today either. Is he dead? He also disappeared from my friends list. What happened? But I searched and his profile picture is still there. Which is really strange. By the way, Lin Yu once again ranked first. What's going on with this guy? Ranking first in the world is okay. It was so noisy outside. My father and I both saw that giant creature yesterday. It felt like a dinosaur. It looked like a patchwork of various animal parts. Weird and terrifying. Can anyone kill it? It's too dangerous. End calendar. 22nd day. My dad is dead. I have never been so sad. Yesterday I had a high fever. And so did the old man. The high fever came too suddenly and was incomprehensible. Then I woke up this afternoon. I was alive. But the old man was dead. What a joke. What a joke. End calendar. 24th day. The fourth disaster is coming. I have survived until now. But my dad is gone. I buried the old man in an open space not far behind the house. But I found in the morning that his body was gone. Damn it. What the H.L. is this place? Yesterday I heard that Lin Yu killed that giant creature. Well, he has always been so strong. I am used to it. Duping sent me messages every few days. Although I was curious about where he went. I didn't want to pay attention to him at all. But he said something very concerning. It won't be long before a team of more than 500 people led by a man named Lerwick will pass by my shelter. And they will have no choice but to join. Their target is Lin Yu. Why did Dupin tell me this? End calendar. 25th day. Lerwick's gang did not come to my shelter. And even if they did, I didn't know because I stayed in the underground ruins all day. I heard that Lerwick and the others were killed by Lin Yu alone. I don't know if it's true or not. In the afternoon, Dupin found my shelter. I don't know how he found it. But he did find it. He asked me to pack my things and leave with him. I will not leave. If I leave, I will also go to find Lin Yu. Or Fei Yu. Xing Lingfeng and others' refuge. I don't want to be with Duping. Because, last night, I saw with my own eyes Duping and a group of lizard men in the underground ruins. The diary ends abruptly here. There is a lot of content, and it is very messy. From the third day after having this diary, the owner of this diary has been recording what happened on that day every day. During these 22 days of recording, Lin Yu gradually discovered a fact that made his scalp tingle. Specifically, it was something completely contrary to what he remembered. Dupin is still alive. This guy is actually still alive? Why? Wasn't this person killed by him in the secret realm? Was it that time in the secret realm of the seaside buildings in Tuo that he had his head exploded? Lin Yu quickly opened the system panel, searched and entered Du Ping's name in the group. However, when this colorful avatar came out soon, Lin Yu couldn't help but his eyes widened instantly. Du Ping is actually still alive. Why? Can you survive if your head is exploded? Cold sweat covered Lin Yu's forehead. No matter how you think about it, it is absolutely impossible for a dead person to be alive. After all, although this strange world is weird and wonderful, there is no ambiguity about life and death.
It's strange. I obviously killed him with my own hands. Wait, after I killed him, I didn't really check whether he was dead, but I just felt that he was dead. After all, he still had storage space left at that time.
Lin Yu couldn't understand. No matter how you think about it now, this Du Ping should be killed by him. Especially since Du Ping died by being pierced into the head by his crossbow arrow. But why does Du Ping's name still appear in this diary? In this diary, Du Ping's name disappeared on the 18th day. And that was indeed the day he killed Du Ping. On the 24th day, Du Ping contacted the owner of the diary again and brought news about Lurwick. Even in the diary on the 25th day, the owner of the diary recorded the fact that he had seen Du Ping in the underground ruins. In the end, this person was even approached by Du Ping. Lin Yu closed the diary, his thoughts confused. Originally, he thought the survivor who wrote this diary was a bit boring at first. But now, he no longer thinks so. Du Ping was alive. After being killed by him, he went into hiding for a week and ran to the underground ruins to be with the lizard people. Du Ping even knew that Lurwick was going to pass by this refuge of survivors. In other words, Du Ping also had some collusion with Lurwick. Has Du Ping become a beggar? What is he now? Putting the diary into the storage space, Lin Yu and Xiaobai walked out of the shelter again. He glanced at the skeleton again. Are those the remains of survivors from this shelter? Or is it someone else's? You obtained the shelter design drawing X4. Lin Yu also put away the empty shelter in front of him. The remaining shelves and various furniture were also put away into the storage space and placed in the survival point mall and replaced by a survival point. There is no point in staying here anymore. Together with Xiaobai, who didn't feel much about it, he flew high into the sky again, flying towards the natural sulfur or mountain. Chapter 299 New Tactics. Robot Dog YYDS. The vast, undulating wasteland is almost entirely covered with patches of withered yellow grass and poisonous grass with blooming flowers. Under the hot sunshine, the natural sulfur or mountain formed by huge rocks is quite conspicuous. However, if you look closely, you will find that there are hundreds of humans among the ore mountains, waving iron pickaxes to knock on these stones that contain a large amount of ore, sweating profusely. And among these humans, there were some lizard men covered in green scales walking around with weapons. There were constant tinkling sounds around the ore mountain. The flying dragon brushed across the sky, its black shadow passing over the edge of the ore mountain, and then gradually lowered, arriving at a solitary large rock hundreds of meters away. It was hidden in the shadow of the rock, and the temperature was slightly lower, which made it feel a little better. Looking down at the owner holding the telescope, the dragon roared softly, "Xiaobai, there are indeed many enemies, and the sun is a bit too poisonous. But we don't need to appear in this battle. No, it should be said that we don't need to appear in the front. Gawa." Xiaobai didn't understand what the master was talking about. Why didn't he need to appear? How to fight? Here, use this. Xiaobai was even more confused when he saw his master taking out 6 robot dogs that shone with silvery white light and then placing them in a row. But when it saw its master making 12 weapons that could emit ammunition to kill enemies, it suddenly understood something. Gawu! Just put the M19 pistol as a module on the robot dogs, and then upgrade them. White lights flashed before his eyes, and Xiaobai suddenly realized that the metal monsters in front of him seemed to be different from before. Okay, the pistol is equipped. Let me take a look. Oh, it really has a bullet compartment and an automatic loading device, as expected of a defensive robot. Then a robot dog can give 100 rounds of bullets. Wait, actually it also comes with an automatic aiming device. The setting is quite simple. So, let's edit it first to make the robot dog regard us as its own. And then... Xiaobai watched his master muttering to himself while messing with the things called robot dogs, one by one, and felt that he had nothing to do. It couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound of banging rocks in the distance, and accidentally touched the big rock next to it. As a result, the edges of its wings were burned by the hot temperature above, and it couldn't help but let out a low roar.
The settings are complete. Then let them set off. The two of us can't stand here stupidly. Xiao Bai. Come on. I just made an underground shelter here.
Xiao Bai saw an entrance suddenly appeared on the ground. But he was somewhat used to it. When he watched the robot dog starting from the same place and heading in the direction of the stones, he suddenly found that there was another little black one in the owner's hand. Guy. It remembered that this was what the owner had used when he and it attacked the enemies hiding underneath.
Use drones to monitor how the robot dogs are doing. If it doesn't work, we can still go out and see in time.
Xiao Bai followed the owner into the underground. Although the place was not spacious, it instantly became cooler after the owner placed a large piece of ice in the corner. Xiao Bai used ice spray on the piece of ice again, which also made it larger, and the temperature of the 40 square meters of space dropped some. And as the master took out the glass and barbecue, Xiao Bai also understood what was going to happen next.
Gah!
Eat meat skewers. Drink iced drinks and enjoy.
Oh! It was pretty fast. Those lizards and beggars saw the robot dogs, but they didn't attack. But we are different.
Xiao Bai saw that in the screen in the owner's hand. 6 little metal guys had dispersed. And then they charged at the lizards and beggars who approached them and launched indiscriminate attacks. The surroundings were quiet, and Xiao Bai also heard the small bang 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 sound coming from outside, as well as the screams of lizard men and beggars, and the smell of a lot of blood.
It's not bad. Basically, it's just one gun. It's very cost-effective. By the way, this thing was originally a defense robot, but I turned it into a mining machine.
Xiao Bai leaned over again and looked at the small screen in the owner's hand. The lizards and beggars are now in a mess. Anyone who comes within 100 meters of these robot dogs will be shot immediately. Even if someone takes out a weapon and wants to attack, he will be killed by other robot dogs in a very short time, leaving no room for counterattack.
However, there are no weaknesses, and whether it is a lizard man or a beggar, he will discover this weakness sooner or later. But it doesn't matter.
The 6 heads were dispatched all at once for this reason. Xiao Bai didn't nod or shake his head, and seemed to understand, until he saw dozens of lizard men emerging from the ground on the screen. After trying to catch one of the robot dogs, he was instantly killed by 5 other robot dogs. After sitting it, I understood the master's thoughts.
Gawu.
Xiao Bai lay lazily next to the ice cubes, enjoying its favorite temperature, and ate the kebabs and steaks handed over by Linyu. It wanted to go out to help before, but now it no longer wants to leave this comfortable place. There is a robot dog to deal with the enemies outside, so there is no need for it to appear. After drinking up the ice coke handed over by the owner, Xiao Bai burped with satisfaction, squinted his eyes and relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, it finally opened its eyes and found that the ice cubes around it had not melted much, and that its owner, Linyu, was no longer in the shelter.
Gawa.
Xiao Bai immediately stood up and rushed out of the underground shelter. The hot temperature outside made it feel uncomfortable, but it couldn't care so much. It spread its wings directly and rushed towards the ore mountain direction.
Xiao Bai.
Have a good rest.
I'll call you when I'm done.
After it circled and landed on the ground, the owner, who seemed very excited, suddenly told it this.
Gawu.
Xiao Bai looked around and found that the corpses of the lizard men had been gathered together and burned, and those of the beggars had been dug into a big pit by their owners and buried. The robot dogs that fought before are now mining again, and they seem to have mined a lot of natural sulfur ore.
This trip is right. I know that the lizard people will definitely come back to steal the mines. Xiao Bai, let's go back to the shelter over there to have a rest, and wait a while to see if the lizard people will come back.
The master said and walked towards the shelter again, and Xiao Bai looked back at the working robot dogs, and finally turned around and followed. On the wasteland, only the working robot dog is left. Black smoke pillars shot straight into the sky. They kept hitting the rocks, and the only sound left in the wasteland was the sound of them hitting the rocks. Chapter 300: The Biggest Threat. Under the scorching sun, the robot dogs worked tirelessly to collect natural sulfur ore, and the ore under their feet was constantly piling up. Linyu sped 6 shelter design drawings, and once again built a large warehouse underground. Although it is of no use for the time being, more ores need to be collected. After all, there is nothing left. After previous rounds of development by giant creatures, he and the lizard people, the total amount of ore here was also constantly declining. Linyu estimated that only about a quarter was left. The total amount of ore in the ore mountain is not large, compared with the kind that can be mined for decades and hundreds of years on Earth. It is simply too small. Although I don't know that the situation here is common in other worlds. But the more I feel that if there are too few ore points, it will not be a good thing for the entire human race. He is indeed the survivor who is ahead of everyone. He even has a large number of thermal weapons. And this sulfur is about to come in handy. But this does not mean that others will not be able to use this thing in the future. If minerals are too scarce, that is indeed a big problem. It is true that various resources on the Earth are becoming increasingly scarce due to human exploitation. But the reserves are still quite huge.
Currently, the most common thing in the other world is iron. But it doesn't seem like there are that many.
Lin Yu concluded and finally drank the iced Coke in the cup. The next thing to do is simple and laborious transportation. Just like before, Lin Yu quickly put the natural sulfur ore into the storage space, made shells and wooden baskets to store them, and stacked them in the shelter. This continued for a while, until the spaces in the 6 shelters were filled. And he finally stopped. The power of the robot dogs was about to run out. Lin Yu walked over and put these little guys, who had done a lot today, into the storage space. I looked at the time and saw that the sun would set in just an hour and a half. But there's one thing that hasn't been done.
Xiao Bai, we have to go to another place. After we go there, we will return to the shelter. Gah.
After Lin Yu reinforced and covered these newly created shelters, Xiao Bai also spread his wings, and Lin Yu immediately rode on its back. I happened to run out of shelter blueprints on hand. This trip was not in vain. Not only did they eliminate many lizard men, they also killed a large number of beggars.
87 cubic meters. That's a lot.
Lin Yu expressed satisfaction with the substantial increase in storage space, including the original. He now has 234 cubic meters of storage space. This number has once again exceeded the limit. Now, if possible, he would like to go to the secret realm to see if anything can be collected. With the total area of his current storage space, it would be no problem to get a big truck back. Indeed, when flying here, Lin Yu did consider the fact that the lizard people would come back, and his mind immediately started spinning, and he thought of using a robot dog equipped with weapons to attack these annoying monsters. The fact was exactly what he thought. The lizard man led nearly 100 beggars in this place to steal the resources he had obtained by killing giant creatures. They have done it again, and it is expected to happen again in the future. After establishing a shelter under the big rock, he immediately modified the robot dogs. They were originally modular technological products, but were successfully upgraded into armed mining robots with the help of the M19 pistol and the universal upgrade blueprint. The program design is still as simple as before. Plus, it has a built-in aiming system. After equipping 2 guns, there is also a magazine with a large capacity, and it can even be loaded automatically. It feels like I was born for this. This thing is not actually a guard robot. It is actually a war robot. If the identification of friend and foe was not set up, Lin Yu felt that the robot dog might be the most terrifying enemy of mankind. Making them doesn't actually require much material, but their effects are real. If used properly, they can do a very good job, whether it is mining, guarding, or as a victory weapon to kill the enemy as just now. Even if the modular components are more advanced, they can do better. For example, if the M19s on them are replaced with sniper rifles, the battle will become simpler and more brutal. If the movement speed can be accelerated, then equipped with sprayers, they will become battle fortresses, terrifying weapons for close-range massacre. Equipped with diamond iron picks, or mechanical hands, they will become experts at mining and collecting. Then equip them around shelters, or even guard mines, anywhere they can go.
It is true that if it is used properly, it will be no problem whether it is a lizard man or a mutant creature. But it is true that it is not good to rely too much on it.
Lin Yu lay prone next to Xiao Bai's broad wings. He looked towards the vast wilderness, and the scenery on the ground was constantly changing. At the same time, he also discovered that their location on the regional map was close enough to Lu Kai's refuge. Another thing to do this time is to go to Lu Kai's refuge. It was not far from the natural sulfur or mountain. The reason why I wanted to go there to see it was because I had lost contact with Lu Kai and his group's refuge village. Xia Feihong died at some point, and Lu Kai was not among his friends, and even blacklisted him as an important trading partner who had done a lot of bartering with him in the early days. This fact was really too abnormal. If they were all wiped out, then the remaining Lu Kai should have some contact with him. However, the fact is that the other party not only ignored him, but even deleted him as a friend and blacklisted him. Recalling what Feiyu said before, Lu Kai once said that he
can communicate with lizard people.
This also gave him a guess. Could it be said that Lu Kai has become a beggar? Not likely. After all, Lu Kai had claimed to be a retired Special Forces soldier before, and he was also the leader of a refuge village of more than 100 people. If he had become a beggar so easily, that would be a big deal.
No matter what, let's go to his refuge village first. Lin Yu looked at the constantly moving scenery on the ground,
and finally saw a group of buildings in front of him surrounded by a circular wall. One side of this refuge village was covered with a small patch of lush woods that he was very familiar with.
Here we are. Xiaobai. Gawu.
Xiaobai spiraled down and finally landed next to the small forest. Lin Yu unexpectedly discovered that the triangular wall he had placed here before was still there, and the one he had put in place for one night, the stone coffin,
is also intact in its original place.
Gah!
Just when Lin Yu was about to take out his binoculars and look at the situation in the refuge village, Xiaobai suddenly roared at the stone coffin. Lin Yu raised the MP5 submachine gun in his hand almost instantly. Xiaobai's warnings have never failed. But now,
Don't kill me. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Don't kill me.
A man covered in black emerged from the stone coffin. Not only was he smelly, but his whole body seemed to be covered with weeds and tree roots. If this guy was lying on the ground, Lin Yu felt that there was no Xiaobai around him, and he would never be able to find him.
Who are you?
Lin Yu felt strange. How could this guy be in that stone coffin? Wandering survivor?
Uncle, you have a lot of...
Huh?
Lin Yu?
The man suddenly widened his eyes, stared at Lin Yu, and suddenly knelt down.
Lin Yu, you are finally here. You are finally here.
Lin Yu didn't take his hand off the trigger.
Who are you? I'm Guolei. Guolei. Lin Yu, do you still remember me? Boss, it's me. Guolei.
Lin Yu was confused. Guolei, this name looked so familiar. Wait, I remembered. The one who exchanged alloy for his antidiarrheal medicine for the first time. And then the one who was blocked by him because it was too hard to talk to him. Later he found out that this Guolei was from the refuge village of Xia Feihong and Lu Kai, and he had rescued this guy once in the underground ruins, etc. Lu Kai and others from the refuge village?
Guolei. Right.
Lin Yu immediately used the blacklist function on the operating system panel, removed the name Guolei, and sent a message.
The King of Heaven overshadows the tigers of the earth?
Guolei said happily after seeing the text sent. It's really this guy.
Guolei, why are you here and not in the refuge village over there?
Lin Yu asked Xiaobai to be vigilant around him. Even if the other party was the heartless Guolei, he did not relax his vigilance. Something is wrong. Lu Kai blacklisted him. Xia Feihong died, and the mud-covered savage Guolei in front of him did not hide in the strong refuge village, but ran to take shelter in this stone coffin. It looked like he had been hiding for a long time. Why? This isn't right.
Mr. Lin Yu, do you have water? In the past 2 days, I drank all the water from the nearby puddles where it rained last time. I haven't had any water for almost a day.
Lin Yu threw a bottle directly over. Water didn't matter. But having said that, not many people can still worry about water after the last disaster. At least in the group and the world channel, no one mentioned the problem of water shortage. This guy is really bad. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Guolei seemed to have finally regained some energy. He glanced at the refuge village over there, then looked back at Lin Yu.
It's very dangerous over there. I can't go back. There will be food there, people can eat people. Eat human?
Lin Yu said he didn't understand. This guy still likes to be the Riddler.
Lu Meng, Sun Weike, and Zhang Qing. After a few of us escaped, they all went back together to get some supplies or something. As a result, they all died.
Guolei said and started fighting. He shivered and looked like he had been greatly traumatized.
Escape? Why? The leader is crazy. He is crazy. He killed our second in charge, and also killed our fourth brother and sixth brother.
Lu Kai went crazy and killed someone.
The leader took us to the underground ruins, to a ghost altar, and a lot of lizard men surrounded us. Just when I thought I was going to die there, the leader walked up to the group of lizard men. In front of the lizard man, we just handed them some things, and we were led back. But after we came back, the second master thought this was too weird, so they asked him why he did this. What the leader said was, lizard men can communicate. There is no need to fight to the death. Right. The more Lin thought about the information Fei Yu gave him. Lu Kai said nonsense like that lizard people could communicate.
At that time, we were murmuring in our hearts. Everyone wondered if the leader was crazy. After all, how could it be possible? Those crazy lizard men didn't even blink when they killed our people. And they even ate our flesh. After a day like this, it turned out that when you, Mr. Lin, were talking about beggars on the World Channel, we realized that the leader was also a beggar or something? Begging for a living? Lu Kai!
Lin Yu found that things seemed to have developed as he imagined.
Yes. Leader. No. Lu Kai's grandson was extremely angry after you said what he said about being a beggar. Then the second boss, fourth brother, sixth brother, and Xia Feihong asked him whether he was a beggar. As a result, he went crazy and actually pulled out a steel gun and stabbed sixth brother and Xia Feihong to death. The second boss and the fourth son fought hard with him. But he also pulled out a knife and chopped them down. The rest of us were stunned. What did Lu Kai say now? We took everyone to the underground ruins to find the lizard people. And then dozens of lizard people emerged from the ground outside. None of the rest of our group could kill Lu Kai. And they were too timid. So we could only follow him and the lizards. People go to underground ruins. How did you escape later? Later, Lu Meng, Sun Weike, and Zhang Qing and I took advantage of the lizard men and Lu Kai walking at the front, slowly retreated behind, and ran through the stone gate back to the refuge village. But we didn't dare to avoid the refugee village. We remembered that you once built a stone house here, big brother, and we survived the disaster here. Then yesterday, the three of them ran away to the refuge village. And then they all died. Refuge village. There must be something over there, something that can eat people.
As Guolei spoke, he actually started to cry and collapsed on the ground, as if all his strength had been taken away. Lin Yu was silent. If what Guolei said is true, then things will become very difficult to tell. Lu Kai actually became a beggar? This kind of thing is a bit outrageous. Originally, he had indeed guessed this outcome. But when he heard this fact from others, he felt that it was really unacceptable. Lu Kai was originally a retired Special Forces soldier. Lin Yu was not worried if such a person was a trade partner or an ally. But now, this guy has become a beggar and an enemy. Lin Yu looked at Lu Kai, who still had a colorful avatar in the system panel, but had blocked him. Will this guy become the biggest threat? Lu Kai, who was originally the leader of the refuge village, may also be a leading figure among the beggars.
Lin Yu, Mr. Lin Yu, please take me away. I'm willing to be a cow or a horse. I don't have much to eat and don't have much to do. So just take me away.
Guolei finally he stopped crying and begged Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu didn't want to be another burden at all.
Let's talk about this later. First, you follow me to the refuge village. I want to see what can eat people.